A once heralded genius, Zhao Yun, found himself labeled as a failure, a sentiment echoed by all who knew him. This was all because during his military talisman evaluation, his human race talisman received a mere rating of low grade. As Zhao Yun stood disoriented and helpless, the middle-aged teacher's words felt like an insult, and the laughter around him only intensified the bitterness within. Reaching out, Zhao Yun retrieved a jade seal from the testing device. The moment his fingertips touched it, a strange power surged into his mind, flooding it with information about the global military talismans, different types of troops, the masters of these troops, and the Imperial Jade Seals. Scenes flashed through his mind as a girl with an angelic face gently reminded him, "Zhao Yun, remember our promise?" Snapping back to reality, Zhao Yun saw concern in the girl's eyes, with not a trace of disdain. "All right," he responded hoarsely, then turned and walked off the stage. Behind him, the girl in a white dress summoned a feather, eliciting gasps from the audience. Zhao Yun retreated to a corner of the training ground, rapidly processing the information about this world. He realized he had traveled to an era where everyone awakened their own military talisman. The jade seal he had retrieved bore the inscription, "Mandated by heaven, may your reign prosper forever." Clearly, this was an Imperial Jade Seal. In his previous life, it would have been considered a national treasure, and in this world, it was undoubtedly a top-tier military talisman. Feeling a surge of excitement and confidence about the future, Zhao Yun wondered, is our promise to reach the top together? He looked up at the girl surrounded by angelic wings as murmurs of admiration filled the air, marveling at Lingshue's 15 angelic warriors and her status as a 9th-level master of troops. With a slight smile, Zhao Yun turned and walked toward a building made of black stones, boldly marked with the word, "Armory." Inside, an elderly man teased him, "Kid, this might be your last time collecting aid, huh? What are your plans after you're expelled?" Zhao Yun declined the old man's suggestion to work and firmly stated, "I still have a chance." The elder handed him 3 energy stones, chuckling, "Remember to come cry to me when you're expelled." Back in his dorm, Zhao Yun carefully placed an energy stone near the Imperial Jade Seal. This was his 10th stone. The previous 9 attempts had failed to activate the talisman space. With midterm assessments looming, failure meant expulsion. Just as despair set in, a burst of golden light erupted. The master's space was successfully activated. A long-awaited voice echoed in his mind. Host's talisman detected as a unique god-level talisman. Conditions met. Binding with the ultimate master system successful. Extracting the most suitable talent for the host. Congratulations, host has obtained a unique hidden god-level talent, mandated by heaven, level 1. Congratulations, host has acquired a unique passive skill, may your reign prosper forever. Zhao Yun's spirits lifted as he hurriedly checked his commander attributes. A series of texts appeared before his eyes. Commander Zhao Yun, Seal of the Realm, Hidden Level, all 4 attributes at 10 points, 0 seal energy, no equipped treasures, and 0 troop types. He had 2 active skills, Soul Intimidation and Summon Random Human Troops, both at level 1. However, what truly captured his attention was the unique, god-tier talent called Mandate from Heaven, and the passive skill, Everlasting Life. Mandate from Heaven meant that any troops summoned by the Seal of the Realm, any skills used by the commander, and any items used would have their effects increased tenfold. Everlasting Life meant that any damage Zhao Yun was supposed to receive would be transferred to the troops summoned by the Seal of the Realm. Zhao Yun gasped at the sheer power of these abilities. Mandate from Heaven directly boosted his combat power tenfold, while Everlasting Life could make him virtually immortal. Such extraordinary talents, and they were only at level 1. Zhao Yun could hardly imagine how formidable they would become at full level. Trying to compose himself from the shock, Zhao Yun swallowed a second energy stone into the Seal of the Realm. A burst of brilliant golden light followed, and the seal's energy instantly skyrocketed to 100. Eager to test his abilities, Zhao Yun activated the summoning skill, and a black vortex materialized, from which a heavily armored warrior emerged. To his amazement, it was a Qin elite warrior. Moreover, its attributes were as high as 150 points, nearly 5 times higher than that of a standard Iron Tier troop. It was clear to Lu Yun that this was the effect of mandate from heaven. The Daqin elite warriors were already unmatched, but now, with a tenfold increase in their strength and coupled with the damage transfer from everlasting life, Lu Yun felt invincible. However, summoning such troops was also energy-intensive. Just 2 elite warriors had completely depleted his stock of energy stones. Lu Yun chuckled wryly, realizing that he would need to find more ways to acquire energy stones in the future. His gaze then turned to the entrance of the war replica at the rear mountain of the Second War Academy. He was determined to excel in the midterm assessment in 7 days. At the moment, the entry-level replica, which only had monsters up to level 3, was deserted as everyone had long since lost interest. Passing students sneered at Lu Yun as he paused by the entrance, but he ignored their mockery and swept the seal of the realm across the entrance. Lu Yun, level 1. Identity confirmed, level requirement met, entry permitted. The mechanical response from the device was followed by the opening of the war vortex. 2 fully armed Daqin elite warriors appeared out of thin air, standing beside Lu Yun, their aura fierce and commanding. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun glanced at the challenge leaderboard nearby. With his resolve firmed, he stepped into the vortex with his warriors. The students standing nearby were utterly dumbfounded. They had assumed that Lu Yun was out of his mind, seeking death by entering the dungeon unarmed. Yet, contrary to their expectations, this so-called good-for-nothing who had achieved nothing in the past 3 months actually managed to summon troops. Moreover, the fierce aura emanating from the 2 armored warriors was clearly not to be underestimated. However, it didn't take long for some to start making snide remarks, scoffing, "Big deal. He only summoned 2 troops. Human troops are always just for show. I doubt he can even clear the beginner's dungeon." Just then, Ling Shui, who had just emerged from a level 9 dungeon, overheard the crowd's discussions. Known for her usually icy demeanor, she unexpectedly flashed a stunning smile. As Lu Yun stepped into the war dungeon, he was greeted by the roars of beasts. The 2 Daqin elite soldiers quickly drew their bronze swords and equipped a large shield in their left hand, ready for battle. Lu Yun silently praised them. The Daqin soldiers were indeed fully armed, making the 100 energy points well spent. Surveying his surroundings, he saw a vast grassland overgrown with weeds, the source of the roars. Confidently facing mere level 3 monsters, Lu Yun was sure he could sweep them away effortlessly. He commanded the elite soldiers to attack. They moved instantly, their shields and swords creating an imposing momentum. A black wolf leapt from the bushes but was slain mid-air by their swords. A system notification popped up. Lu Yun gained 10 experience points. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. While leveling up would take time, with the elite soldiers' protection, he was sure to rise rapidly. The battle intensified, and Lu Yun's experience points climbed steadily. The elite soldiers cleared the path, and deep in the grassland, campfires dotted the landscape. Half-human, half-wolf creatures roamed around the fires, howling and charging at the sight of the intruders. Yet, facing a dozen werewolves, the 2 elite soldiers remained calm. Their armor clanged, and with bronze halberds in hand, they mowed down the approaching werewolves like reaping wheat. System notifications fluttered like snowflakes, and Lu Yun's experience points soared. He couldn't help but feel that this might be the most leisurely beginner's dungeon ever. Suddenly, a prolonged wolf howl echoed through the air. Lu Yun looked up to see several werewolves dressed in beast skins roasting meat by the fires, unmistakably the level 3 werewolf warriors that terrified many newcomers. Each one wielded bone knives and iron clubs, ready for a deadly battle. The werewolf warriors by the fires stood up and charged with fierce howls. Lu Yun's heart raced. This was practically a beast squad, not something even veteran players could easily handle. Clang, clang, clang. The Daqin elite soldiers reached behind and expertly readied their bronze crossbows. A meteor-like barrage of arrows rained down, and in moments, the ferocious werewolf warriors were all laid to rest. Lu Yun received 5 kill notifications, each werewolf warrior contributing a hefty 30 experience points. Lu Yun beamed with a radiant smile, nearly forgetting that the elite warriors of Qin possessed formidable long-range weapons. Facing the charge of these lightly armored creatures, the crossbow was undoubtedly the ideal choice. He gleefully collected 150 experience points and immediately ordered a sweep of the battlefield. The werewolves, used for training freshmen at the War Academy, evidently did not expect such a formidable opponent. As the first wave fell, their bodies still warm, the remaining ones charged forward with weapons raised. A barrage of arrows rained down, and the werewolf charge, which should have intimidated any freshman, didn't even get within 20 meters of Lu Yun. Contrarily, these overconfident level 3 werewolves were even more reckless, eagerly delivering experience points to Lu Yun. Half an hour later, all the werewolf warriors lay dead, and Lu Yun's experience points soared by 35%. He excitedly ran towards the pile of werewolf corpses and immediately spotted a scattering of energy stones on the ground. Lu Yun, uninterested in picking them up one by one, simply tossed the Imperial Jade Seal at the bodies. With a series of flashes, the seal absorbed all the energy stones. The continuous surge of energy points brought by these level 3 werewolves contributed over 100 points, enough to summon a third elite Qin warrior. Surveying the cleared novice grassland, Lu Yun felt completely satisfied and casually withdrew his warriors before leaving the instance. At that moment, in a valley surrounded by fierce beasts, a skinny old man wearing giant gauntlets was fiercely fighting. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of surprise. A ferocious beast with long fangs took advantage of the distraction and pounced, only to be crushed into a pulp by a giant black stone figure with the words "Armory" inscribed on it that fell from the sky. "Chen Wudi, what are you spacing out for?" the stone figure grumbled. Chen Wudi snapped back to reality. "I knew it. Among this year's freshmen, there had to be some promising talents. The record I set in the novice instance has been broken again." A black stone buffalo charged next to the old man, knocking away several larger beasts and scoffed. "A mere level 3 instance, and you brag? I recall your record was barely in the top 100. Chun Wudi laughed heartily. "You know nothing. A freshman who makes it into the top 100 before level 3 often has boundless potential. This year, only that girl named Ling Shui achieved this." "Oh, come off it, old Chin," the buffalo teased, while the black stone giant chuckled along. But Chin Wudi didn't care. "Come on, let's go see who this remarkable newbie is." Back at the entrance of the novice instance at the War Academy, Lu Yun's figure emerged. He glanced at the leaderboard, which showed a time of 2 hours and 37 minutes for his first instance completion. Just as he left the instance, a notification flashed, rewarding him with 50 energy points for breaking into the top 100 of the instance records. Elated with the additional 50 points, the energy reserve of the Imperial Jade Seal was now close to the significant 100-point mark. With a few more energy stones, he could summon a fourth elite Qin warrior. Lu Yun was immensely pleased, having initially thought that leveling up in the novice instance would be slow, with only a third of level 1 experience achievable per completion. However, he hadn't anticipated such a generous reward for breaking the record, which now had him more motivated than ever. When Lu Yun first tackled the challenge, it was merely a test of his capabilities. Now, with his skills honed and an additional fierce warrior by his side, he could shave off another hour from his record time. Early in the day, as Lu Yun was about to dive back into another round, he heard mocking laughter from behind. "Look at our genius, Lu Yun, coming out of a dungeon without a scratch. Did he even fight? Or was he too scared?" "Exactly. He hid for just 2 hours and then slipped out. I thought he would last longer. And where are those human troops you summoned? Did the wolves tear them to shreds?" Turning around, Lu Yun saw it was a few classmates who had always been jealous of the special subsidies he received, often mocking him behind his back. In the past, he might have retorted to save face, but now, busy with leveling up, breaking records, and strengthening his troops, he had no time to waste on these clowns. Lu Yun, level 1. Identity confirmed, access granted, announced the system as he used the Imperial Jade Seal to verify his identity and step through the portal. His classmates sneered as they watched him go. Still putting on airs, just a level 1 newbie. People who don't know any better might think he's something special. He's probably hiding inside, crying his eyes out. With his meager skills, he won't even see a werewolf warrior in 7 days. Yeah, getting all arrogant just because he has a rare troop token. Just wait for the midterm assessment. We'll see if he's still so cocky. Inside the novice dungeon, with a wave of his hand, 3 Qin elite warriors appeared before him. Spare none, he commanded softly. The elite warriors drew their swords and charged across the plains. Howls and the sound of clashing blades filled the air, followed by a series of experience gain notifications. Lu Yun smiled, following closely behind his warriors, strolling deeper into the battlefield. Fortune favored him. After clearing the lowest level black wolves, Lu Yun found 2 energy stones. Absorbed by the Imperial Jade Seal, the energy of his troop token surged past 100. Without hesitation, he summoned a 4th warrior. Together, the 4 formidable soldiers made quick work of the half-wolf and werewolf warriors, cutting them down like chaff. Lu Yun effortlessly collected the spoils of war. In just half an hour, the last group of werewolf warriors was down. As Lu Yun gathered the loot, he amassed another 75 points of energy. Just as he was about to leave the dungeon, he noticed a particularly muscular werewolf corpse near a piece of leather armor that shimmered faintly in the light. Lu Yun was over the moon when he got a rare item drop. As everyone knows, the drop rate for equipment in the newbie war dungeon is ridiculously low. About 90% of newcomers don't manage to get any loot each year. And there he was, on just his 2nd visit, scoring an unexpected find. Upon inspecting the leather armor he picked up, Lu Yun felt a twinge of disappointment. It only added 2 points to his constitution, hardly worth mentioning. However, he soon thought better of it, considering the protective effect of his Jisho Yongchang's damage transferability, and concluded that even a slight attribute boost was better than nothing. Deciding to wear the leather armor, Lu Yun noticed how it seamlessly blended with his school uniform, giving him a more mature and restrained air. After dismissing his 4 elite soldiers, he strode out of the dungeon. The system notification popped up again, congratulating Marshal Lu Yun for breaking the newbie dungeon speed record and awarding him 100 points of soldier symbol energy. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away from a level 9 dungeon, Ling Shui was emerging from a teleportation gate, wounded. A message caught her eye, surprising her. Someone had broken the record she had held in the newbie dungeon. To her knowledge, aside from herself, very few freshmen had made it into the top 100. School had been in session for over 3 months, and the record was only now being broken? Could it be? Despite her exhaustion, Ling Shui sprinted straight to the entrance of the newbie dungeon. Just then, outside the academy's gates, a lean figure rushed past, causing bystanders to stagger from the sudden gust of wind. Could that be Elder Chun from the armory? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Chen Wudi, however, had no time to respond to the exclamations as he was eager to find out who had broken the record. But just as he was about to reach his destination, another figure came rushing towards him, nearly colliding with him. Chen Wudi quickly dodged and took a good look at the newcomer. It was none other than Yu San, the dean of the War Academy. Seeing Chen Wudi, Yu San also paused in surprise. Wudi, did you also get the message about the record being refreshed? Chun Wudi nodded in confirmation and then exclaimed, Old Yu, don't tell me you're saying that your record was also? Yu San waved his hands dismissively, a smug look on his weathered face. My top 10 record won't be broken for 100 years. It was Lu Hong who told me that someone had surpassed his top 50 score. What? Top 50? Chun Wudi shouted. Come on, let's hurry and see for ourselves. Without another word, he started running towards the back mountain dungeon, with Yu San, though hobbling, keeping pace with him. His aged face was filled with anticipation. On the other side, just as Lu Yun was about to head to the cafeteria to fill his stomach, Ling Shui approached him quickly, her body wrapped in bandages and looking rather battered. What happened to you? Are you okay? Lu Yun asked with concern. The childhood friends had been inseparable from elementary through high school and were both specially recruited by the War Academy, always seen as a perfect pair by others. However, since starting at the academy and Lu Yun's struggles with summoning soldiers, he had become increasingly self-conscious and distant from Ling Shui. She had initially wanted to find out if Lu Yun was the one who had broken the record, but seeing him unharmed and his clothes unwrinkled, she inexplicably felt relieved. Infine. Hey, did you get through the instance without any injuries? She no longer fretted over who had won the competition and went straight to Lu Yun, linking her arm through his. Let's go to the cafeteria together. You haven't had a meal with me in ages. Her tone was unmistakably coquettish. Lu Yun responded with a knowing smile. Sure, but don't expect a feast from me. I can't afford it. He jested, shaking the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand. Ling Shui, usually as cold as ice, snuggled up to him shyly and murmured an affirmative. Laughing and chatting, the two of them walked away. Several students wrapped in bandages witnessed this scene, burning with jealousy. What's so great about Lu Yun anyway? A mere useless leader of soldiers, he's not worthy of our Ling Shui. A handsome young man grumbled bitterly, smashing a medicine bottle on the ground in frustration. The bottle shattered with a piercing crash. Boom! Boom! Just as the students were seething with anger, two figures suddenly appeared at the entrance to the instance. It was none other than Yue San and Qin Wudi, looking dusty from travel. Dean, Master Chun. The students present bowed hastily in respect. With just a glance, the two elderly men grasped the situation. They looked around eagerly and asked impatiently, does anyone know who managed to clear the beginner's instance? With everyone there above level 5, and thus unable to re-attempt the challenge, the pressure from the two level 30-plus powerhouses made their legs wobble and their bodies tremble. After a long silence, the only level 7 soldier there managed to stammer out, It was only Lu Yun. I didn't see anyone else. Lu Yun? This name made Qin Wudi's heart skip a beat. The same young man who had been enjoying special allowances for 3 months without any improvement in his performance? Yue San also frowned slightly, the murderous aura around him dissipating. As the dean, he had always paid close attention to those possessing rare soldier tokens. However, Lu Yun's poor performance had made him regret his initial decision deeply. Now, hearing this unexpected news, was it truly Lu Yun's doing? With his useless soldier token that had yet to summon any soldiers? Impossible. Chen Wudi and Yue San exchanged glances, both reading doubt in each other's eyes. After over a month, what on earth has happened? The two elders muttered to themselves, walking towards the leaderboard of the instance, eager to uncover the details of this record that had shocked the academy. In this passage, Yue San once again spoke up, asking if anyone other than Lu Yun had entered the dungeon. Qin Wudi nodded in agreement. A few young men trembled slightly under the imposing presence of the two elders. After a long pause, a youth who had been unsuccessfully courting Ling Shui mustered the courage to speak up. Dean Elder Qin, that Lu Yun is just a paper tiger. I don't think he's done any monster slaying in the dungeon at all. He just hides and bides his time. Look at him. He doesn't even have a speck of dust on him. For all we know, he could just find a place to hide as soon as he gets in, and only come out hours later to put on an act. The others quickly chimed in, echoing his sentiments. He's just level 1, and has only entered the dungeon twice. He must have been slacking off in there. The human soldiers he summoned are no different from ordinary people. They probably couldn't even beat a wolf cub. The group vocally criticized Lu Yun. Yue San and Qin Wudi sighed inwardly upon seeing this. It seemed that the record-breaking achievement was not Lu Yun's doing. How could a mere level 1 newcomer set such an impressive record among the top 50? They themselves had set their beginner dungeon records at the peak of level 3. Given Lu Yun's current capabilities, with only a few soldiers summoned and just a couple of experiences in the dungeon, such an impressive performance was unlikely. Despite being quite satisfied with Lu Yun's character, Qin Wudi couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed upon hearing that Lu Yun had only managed to summon 2 types of soldiers. Even if he couldn't pass the special admission test, there was still a good chance for Lu Yun to make it if he pushed himself over the next 7 days. At that moment, Yue San's communicator beeped. He quickly read the message, his brow furrowing. What's the matter, old Yue? Qin Wudi asked with concern. Yue San dismissed the group of students and spoke gravely. Lu Hong has sent a message. The end-of-term evaluation has been changed to a joint exam with 3 schools. And the number of places? Qin Wudi inquired. Still 9, but they're not equally divided anymore, Yu San replied, his face grim. The people from the Hall of War Gods are clearly up to something. Qin Wudi's eyes darkened. No choice, the alien tribes from the Star River Great Wall are becoming more restless. Yu San sighed deeply, looking towards the entrance of the beginner dungeon with a complex expression. These kids need to grow up fast. Meanwhile, at the Second War Academy's cafeteria, Lu Yun, who was deeply engrossed in his meal, heard his communicator ring. Ling Shui, who usually carried herself with grace and poise, looked at him with a beaming smile as he devoured his food heartily. She casually opened the message, her pretty face showing a flicker of surprise before quickly returning to normal. What's up? Lu Yun asked, swallowing his last bite of meat. Their eyes met, and as Ling Shui blushed, she hesitated. The Academy. The Academy announced that the end-of-term test will be a joint one with 3 schools in 7 days. Oh, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly. Seeing his composed demeanor, Ling Shui couldn't help but add, they only sent this message to the top 100 students in the monthly rankings. Lu Yun, I'm fine. Lu Yun interrupted her with a smile, affectionately teasing her nose. But don't overdo it before the exam. With your abilities, isn't this evaluation just a piece of cake? And you? Ling Shui still worried. I won't allow you to be expelled. If it comes to it, we'll tackle the dungeons together. I've got your back. Her words were firm and resolute. Lu Yun was deeply touched by the girl's sincerity and couldn't help but gently tapped her forehead, teasingly saying, All right, Miss Ling Xia, I guess I'm counting on you to take me flying now. Ling Xuefeng's heart raced, and she blushed so deeply that even her ears turned red. Go away. Who cares about you? She retorted. After their meal, amid the jealous gazes of numerous boys, the pair left the cafeteria, laughing and chatting. As they parted, the usually aloof Ling Shui waved goodbye to Lu Yun. But as the young man's figure disappeared at the entrance of the dungeon, her smile faded and her brows furrowed slightly. During the meal, she had noticed something resembling armor on him. It wasn't until now that Ling Shui suddenly remembered. It was clearly a piece of black iron-level equipment. She couldn't believe that the always financially embarrassed Lu Yun would spend points to buy it. That could only mean one thing. He had come across this rare find in the dungeon. A look of surprise crossed the girl's face. It seemed Lu Yun was not the coward those jealous ones claimed, always hiding and barely surviving. Thinking this, her usually icy face finally melted into a radiant smile. With a rush, 4 elite Qin warriors appeared in a neat row before Lu Yun. He glanced at his token balance, 186 points. Deciding to spend another 100 points, he summoned a 5th formidable soldier. Formed in ironclad ranks, they embodied the spirit of the ancient Qin army that once swept across the land. Pleased with his command, Lu Yun ordered the warriors to draw their swords and charge into battle. In an instant, a grassy field turned into a scene of carnage, with wolves howling in agony. In just over 20 minutes, the lower-ranked dire wolves were completely wiped out. As Lu Yun collected the spoils of war, he was secretly thrilled with the efficiency, far surpassing his previous attempts. While he was secretly delighted with 2 energy stones, he could hardly believe his eyes when the Imperial Jade Seal suddenly revealed itself. Simultaneously, the system issued a deafening alert, detecting that special conditions were met, causing a unique evolution of the troop type. A beam of golden light shot from the Jade Seal, enveloping one of the warriors fighting valiantly. The scene froze, and then with another thunderous announcement from the system, the Qin elite warrior Bai Qi received the token's recognition and evolved into a bronze-level heroic soldier. Holding the energy stones, Lu Yun's mouth dropped open in astonishment. A bronze-level, heroic soldier? And that name, Bai Qi, sounded incredibly formidable. Lu Yun eagerly checked the attributes of his evolved warrior. The words sparkled in gold on the paper. Da Qin elite warrior, Bai Qi, bronze-level hero, all attributes at 300 points. Lu Yun couldn't help but tap his thigh in admiration. Indeed, he was the foremost of the 4 great generals of the warring states, the key contributor to Qin's unification of the 6 states, the notorious Bai Qi. Lu Yun was thrilled to have such a rare talent under his command. With a wave of his hand, Bai Qi stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said, "My lord." Bai Qi's towering figure stood out among the regular warriors. Lu Yun grew fonder of this famous warrior from ancient Jiuzhou. After ascending a level, Bai Qi's attributes had doubled, far surpassing those of a black iron-level warrior. "Go, fight fiercely," Lu Yun commanded, sending Bai Qi back to the battlefield. Bai Qi, switching his long spear for a crossbow, began shooting half-wolves from a distance while also directing the other 4 warriors, advising them on how to skillfully utilize various weapons. Lu Yun was overjoyed. Truly, a hero among soldiers is unlike any other. In the era of military charms, such heroic soldiers were exceedingly rare. Even with rare military charms, it was difficult to find heroes with special abilities. Yet, Lu Yun had managed to summon such a talent among just 5 types of soldiers, and a skilled strategist at that, a truly serendipitous opportunity. Under Bai Qi's command, the enemy was quickly decimated. Lu Yun pondered, if the armies of Qin were to grow to tens of thousands, this butcher of the Warring States era could surely recreate the glory of sweeping through the 6 states. The thought made Lu Yun's imagination run wild. Once his skills were fully developed, could he also summon other legendary generals like Hu Zubing, Xiang Yu, Zhao Yun, and Yue Fei? Just the thought excited him tremendously. However, the most pressing matter at hand was the final exam in 7 days. The Tri-School Joint exam would undoubtedly be more challenging. He needed to strengthen both his level and his forces. He couldn't underestimate those prodigious leaders who had the advantage of acting first. Lu Yun activated his military charm and summoned the 6th Qin warrior. Under Bai Qi's command, he was like a hands-off manager, merely sitting back to reap experience and spoils of war. In no time, the werewolf warriors were nearly wiped out. Meanwhile, Lu Yun heard the familiar notification sound. He had leveled up. A radiance also enveloped the 6 warriors. Lu Yun couldn't wait to check the attribute panel. Commander level 2, all attributes at 20 points, military charm energy at 46 points, equipped with black wolf armor, military charm space 6/20, owning 6 Qin warriors, both active and passive skill levels slightly improved. Seeing his mere 20 points in basic attributes, Lu Yun couldn't help but smirk. Compared to the warrior's attributes, which were enhanced tenfold, it was a stark contrast. The warrior's black iron level attributes had reached 250, equivalent to an elite troop of level 10 or beyond after the tenfold increase, while Bai Qi was in a league of his own with all attributes reaching 500. However, Lu Yun also noticed that as the warriors leveled up, the energy required for summoning them also increased significantly, from 100 to 150 points. This put further strain on his already tight military charm balance. Keep going. Lu Yun knew well the cost of having a strong and formidable army. He swiftly gathered the spoils of war and headed straight for the dungeon entrance without looking back. Just after exiting the instance, he couldn't wait to activate the teleporter and dive back in. Several newcomers were utterly shocked. Was that Lu Yun? Was he planning to camp out in there for a whole day? Good heavens, did he level up twice? No way, he just summoned his troops this morning. How could he level up so quickly? Hey, looks like Lu Yun is about to set a record at the Second War Academy by being the first ever to be expelled for failing an assessment. Without waiting for the device to finish reporting his level, Lu Yun's figure had already vanished into the vortex. Inside the instance, Bai Qi let out a long howl. Wielding his bronze sword, he led 5 valiant soldiers charging forward. The sounds of slashing were incessant. Lu Yun was almost unable to keep up and had to focus intensely on the fight. The experience needed to jump from level 2 to level 3 had almost doubled. The monsters in the beginner instance were no longer a challenge for him. Half an hour later, after the last werewolf fell, Lu Yun quickly withdrew. Summoning soldiers, entering instances, this cycle repeated several times. Thanks to the record-breaking generous rewards from the earlier rounds, the energy of his soldier talisman had reached 600. Lu Yun was overjoyed and summoned 4 more fierce generals to join Bai Qi's army. From then on, he had a total of 10 iron cavalry under his command. Under his command, Each general performed their duties with perfect coordination. The speed at which they defeated their enemies was astonishing. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Second War Academy, the discussion on how to handle the tri-school joint exam was in full swing. Yue San, sitting at the head of the table, suddenly stood up, his expression one of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. In the conference room, a group of formidable figures exchanged puzzled looks, all clearly baffled. Breaking the silence, Qin Wudi urgently asked old Yue, "Is it possible that Institute 1 and 3 are up to their old tricks again?" Upon hearing this, everyone present stood up, their expressions tense as they turned their gaze towards Yue San. He stood still, stunned, and took a moment to gather his thoughts. Scanning the room, his eyes finally rested on Qin Wudi beside him, and he slowly announced, "The record has been broken. Please don't tell me it was one of your top 10. Qin Wudi gasped in disbelief, barely able to trust his ears. Yue San nodded solemnly, and a buzz swept through the room. Qin Wudi's aura surged with emotion, but fortunately, the room was filled with heroes who prevented any disaster from unfolding. It then dawned on everyone that a newcomer had shattered the long-standing record of the top 10 novices in Yu's institute, a record that had stood gloriously for centuries, with Yue San himself only ranked 10th, despite his vast battle experience and numerous enemies vanquished. Though any of the seasoned practitioners present could easily conquer a novice dungeon, it was, after all, only open to commanders below level 3. Most first-year students would be grateful just to clear it before reaching level 4, let alone break any records. A true prodigy, everyone thought, unable to contain their excitement. Qin Wudi was the first to dash out of the room, heading straight for the novice dungeon, with the others eagerly looking at Yue San, who with a grand gesture, transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the void. The powerful figures each burst forth with great energy, rushing out one after another, leaving the conference room in disarray. They all knew, deep down, that such a prodigious newcomer, even if slow at the start, was destined for greatness. The predecessors who had made it onto the list had all achieved great things. If indeed there was such a record-breaking genius in the Second Institute, their potential was boundless. In no time, several high-level warriors had gathered in front of the dungeon, looking around, yet saw no one emerge. Could they have left already? Yue San and Qin Wudi grew impatient. Others stopped passing students to inquire, but to no avail. However, eager to witness the prowess of this future star who might rival even the Institute head, they were willing to wait. The mass mobilization of the Institute's top brass left the surrounding students in awe. The head and others must be worried about the upcoming Tri-Institute competition, and this is their way of motivating us to push harder, one student said. Right? I'm going to form a team and try out the external dungeon, another added. Count me in. I might not be as good as Ling Shui, but I'll give it my best. Unbeknownst to the leaders, their actions had inadvertently inspired the students' fighting spirit. At that moment, they were too engrossed in watching the dungeon entrance to even think about discussing strategies for the joint exam. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, 10 of Daqin's Iron Cavalry charged again, unstoppable. Zhao Yun frowned slightly. Despite having sped through the level again, he received no energy reward. It seemed that rewards were only granted for every 10 ranks he surpassed, and he regretted having advanced too quickly earlier, missing out on several rewards. Is there an extra bonus for being first? He wondered briefly before dismissing the thought and focusing on leveling up. It took less than 20 minutes for Zhao Yun to clear the level, and with the experience he had accumulated, reaching level 3 was just around the corner. He might even have a shot at topping the leaderboard before that. Fueled by this thought, Zhao Yun recruited another soldier and assigned him to Bai Qi's distant archery camp, boosting his kill efficiency to a new high. Within minutes, Zhao Yun expertly collected the spoils of battle and swiftly exited the dungeon. He refreshed his soldier token with fluid precision at the entrance and plunged back into the vortex without hesitation, completely oblivious to the group of stunned elders staring intently at the direction he had disappeared. After a long moment, Qin Wudi finally snapped out of his daze, nudging the trembling Yue San with his elbow. Old Yue, am I seeing things? Yue San stiffly nodded, murmuring, No, you're not mistaken. I saw it too. Chen Wudi burst into laughter, vigorously slapping the back of the muscular man next to him. Yu San was overwhelmed with excitement. He hadn't been mistaken. The young man who had re-entered the dungeon in less than 2 seconds was indeed Lu Yun, the genius who had been breaking records in the beginner's dungeon. Yu San was moved to tears. The newcomer who had once made him lose hope and consider giving up had surpassed his youthful achievements in such a short time. Fortunately, he had reconsidered and hadn't hastily withdrawn the special treatment. Otherwise, he would have regretted it deeply. Meanwhile, the other powerhouses from the second academy were completely baffled. Being slapped by Chinwudi, the muscular man's face turned beet red as he quickly stepped aside, saying awkwardly, "You guys aren't suggesting that this level 2 kid breaking records is the same one, are you? Level 2? Top 10? That kid I know. Isn't he the same Lu Yun who failed the monthly review 3 times in a row?" A middle-aged beautiful woman also spoke up. Lu Yun? The one with the rare human soldier token?
Impossible.
When did human soldiers become so powerful? The others were also skeptical. Finally, having laughed enough, Chinwudi exchanged a knowing glance with Yu San and, feigning mystery, asked, "Do you know how long it took old Yu to go from level 1 to level 2 back in the day?" Although the group was puzzled, they started to guess, ranging from 5 days to half a month. Amid their varied speculations, Yu San finally spoke solemnly, 3.5 days. This revelation caused an uproar. Everyone knew that the most challenging phase for a new soldier leader was advancing from level 1 to level 2. Even for these prodigies, it would take at least a week. While they were still marveling, Chin Wudi, looking towards the dungeon entrance, said gravely, "Just now, did any of you notice his level?" A chorus of sharp intakes of breath echoed among them, reflecting their astonishment. Aside from Yu San and Chin Wudi, everyone else was utterly dumbfounded, struggling to believe their eyes. They had clearly seen that Lu Yun was indeed only level 2. How was this possible? He had been a complete newbie in the morning, unable to even access the soldier token space, and by the afternoon, he had skyrocketed to level 2? Such rapid progress was simply astonishing. Perhaps only Xiao Zhe, the current top player in the beginner dungeons, could boast such incredible talent. Initially skeptical, the gathered powerhouses were now left without a shred of doubt. A rookie who could rise to level 2 in a single day clearly possessed a talent that was beyond extraordinary, surpassing even the feat of breaking dungeon records. Yet, when they thought back to Lu Yun's poor performances since the beginning of the school term, it was truly disheartening. They had assumed it was just another case of the inherent disadvantages of the human soldier types being proven yet again. However, this seemingly useless holder of a rare human soldier token had managed to redeem the honor of the human soldiers, displaying a prowess comparable to that of other races. The sages of the Second Institute were plunged into a deep silence, contemplating this shocking turn of events. About 15 minutes later, ripples appeared again at the entrance of the beginner battlefield. A young figure flashed by, entering and exiting the dungeon in the blink of an eye. Especially at the moment he stepped into the vortex, dressed in leather armor and new boots, all shimmering with the luster of black iron-level equipment, the shock in everyone's eyes intensified. Inside the beginner battlefield, Lu Yun took confident strides, and sure enough, the new boots he had picked up in the last dungeon session were extraordinarily effective. Named Boots of the Wolf Tribe, these black iron level 2 equipment enhanced agility by +3, offering a comfort that was many times greater than the standard issue academy shoes. The young man checked his experience bar with a satisfied grin. He was only 29% away from reaching level 3. At this rate, a couple more dungeon runs would see him advance to the next level, allowing him to challenge the more demanding intermediate dungeons. Summon the elite soldiers of Qin. At Lu Yun's command, another formidable warrior appeared. With this addition, his command now comprised 12 elite soldiers. Led by the heroic Bai Qi, the soldiers struck with the force of 1,000 troops, their presence as commanding as an army. If only they had mounts, their combat power would increase manifold. Lu Yun watched his soldiers fight, his mind wandering to grand visions. If the Qin cavalry could charge, they might sweep across the plains in a single assault. However, He was well aware that in this era of soldier tokens, cavalry mounts were a rarity, only occasionally found in specific rare dungeons. Moreover, without a specific equipment slot, even possessing a mount would be futile. Fortunately, the elite soldiers of Qin inherently came equipped for such eventualities. Once he acquired a fine steed, the cavalry would dominate the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun refocused and glanced over the battlefield, shouting, "Bai Qi, full assault." "At your command," came the robust reply from 100 meters away. The 12 soldiers instantly broke formation, spreading out like sharp fangs. Bai Qi took the lead, with the rest following in a wing formation. 3 frontline soldiers wielding halberds cleared the path, while the remaining 9 stretched their crossbows, the twanging sound filling the air as arrows rained down like a deluge. With an agility of 250 points, the soldiers' archery was as swift as lightning, and in an instant, countless monsters were mowed down like wheat. Lu Yun was very satisfied with Bai Qi's on-the-spot command. This person, Tu Guo, truly lives up to his reputation. Even with just a dozen soldiers under his command, he's able to strategize brilliantly and execute his plans with precision. Watching the cleanup operation proceed much faster than before, Lu Yun hastened his collection of the spoils of war. In just 13 minutes, the ground was littered with the corpses of werewolves. His experience bar on the attribute panel had soared to 88%. Lu Yun cast an approving glance at his brave soldiers and with a wave of his hand, exited the dungeon. However, just as he had finished recharging his talisman, he sensed a powerful surge of energy behind him. Turning around, he was met by the gaze of several formidable figures, including Yu San, the dean of the Second Academy, and Chen Wudi, the armory manager. At that moment, the elder's eyes were fiercely fixed on him, twinkling with excitement. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering if his cover was blown. He had anticipated that the news of his record-breaking feat would leak eventually, but he hadn't expected it to spread so quickly and alert every corner of the Second Academy. At that very moment, the portal to the dungeon was already wide open. Lu Yun simply waved nonchalantly at the crowd and then dived into the swirling vortex. "This kid's really grown some wings." Chen Wudi chuckled. "Seriously, he could be a bit more considerate of us old-timers," added an elderly man with white hair, though his tone bore no resentment, only a joyful smile. The other academy powerhouses felt similarly, seemingly content with just a casual wave from Lu Yun. Yu San looked around helplessly, unaware that a smile was also playing on his face. "Old Yu, about this kid's final exams." Chen Wudi suddenly recalled something important, his expression turning serious. The others also turned their attention to Yu San. Despite their firm belief in Lu Yun's limitless potential, they were concerned because his awakening had come too late. With only 7 days left until the major examination and despite his rapid progress, it seemed unlikely he would reach level 5, which was almost the minimum passing score in the Tri-School examination. Given the notoriously strict evaluation by the War Gods Hall, failing to promote Lu Yun would be a huge joke. A prodigy, faltering at the starting line, would indeed be a lamentable sight. Yu San, fully aware of their concerns, flashed a fierce look in his eyes and gritted his teeth. "If anyone dares to expel Lu Yun, I'll break his legs." Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Lu Yun was commanding his troops. "All units, equip crossbows and form a firing line. Advance." The mighty figures responded immediately, their spears replaced by powerful crossbows. The twang of bowstrings filled the air, creating an overwhelming momentum. In just 7 minutes, Lu Yun received the notification of his promotion. Soon after, his troops were also enveloped in a golden light. Their crossbows glinted with a cold light, their range significantly extended, covering all the werewolf territories ahead. The dense sounds of the crossbows firing were relentless, and in a flash, the ground was covered with corpses. Pleased with the formidable combat effectiveness of his Daqin elite soldiers, Lu Yun cheerfully collected the scattered energy stones. Soon, he had accumulated another 150 energy points. At his command, the elite soldiers swept through the enemy ranks decisively and returned triumphantly. Simultaneously, A majestic black city loomed, suspended in the starry sky. An elderly man sat cross-legged on an altar, suddenly opening his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. Interesting, he mused. A young one has actually broken my novice record. A faint smile appeared on his weathered face. However, at that moment, a piercing horn sounded abruptly over the vast city. The old man rose to his feet, his movements as swift as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he stood atop the city battlements. With a furrowed brow, he gazed out at the vast army advancing like a tidal wave, their banners fluttering under the starlit sky, an aura of menace in the air. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve and a low shout, "Shuai's dragon!" a massive wave surged from a clear spring behind the city, and 100 Zhonglong water dragon burst forth, soaring into the sky. The old man leaped onto the dragon's head and bellowed, "Attack!" With that command, the dark fortress buzzed with activity, and the sound of war drums thundered. Armored human warriors streamed out, their military tokens gleaming, each filled with fighting spirit. Thousands upon thousands marched toward the battlefield, filling the air with shouts and the land with darkness. The massive, dark city walls, like a coiled dragon, appeared faintly in the blood-tinted starlight. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the Second War Academy, just outside the novice instance. The group discussing how to assist Lu Yun fell silent, staring in surprise at the young figure emerging from the instance entrance. He had returned unexpectedly quickly. The group didn't think much of it, assuming that after multiple attempts, Lu Yun might need a moment to rest, and his early exit wasn't unusual. However, at that moment, Chunwudi exclaimed, "Level 3. Everyone turned to look at Lu Yun's level, all equally shocked. And there was more to come. An excited burly man pointed at the instance entrance's leaderboard and stuttered, "Look, look! The first place has changed. Xiao Zhe's record has been broken." Following his pointing finger, everyone gasped. The record for the fastest completion of the junior instance, held by Xiao Zhe, the former head of the Second Academy for over a century, had been shattered. The time had been reduced from 10 minutes and 5 seconds to a stunning 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Previously, everyone thought Lu Yun had left early due to exhaustion, but now they realized he had completely swept through the instance. They couldn't help but respect him. As a former disciple of Xiao Zhe, Yu San was so overcome with emotion that he was at a loss for words. He watched the young man at the instance entrance, tears welling in his eyes. After all, his mentor Xiao Zhe was one of the Empire's most powerful figures, renowned for summoning the Shuai's dragon and defending the Star River Fortress, Black Dragon City, against foreign invaders. Yet such a mighty figure's youthful achievements had been surpassed by a student nearly expelled. Just how powerful was Lu Yun's human troop to exceed Xiao Zhe, who could summon the Shuai's dragon? Could it be that human troops were not inherently weak? An 8-minute clearance of a novice instance certainly didn't suggest weakness. As they were still absorbing the shock, a figure rushed up to Lu Yun. "Good lad, I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Chen Wudi grinned widely, patting Lu Yun on the shoulder continuously. Lu Yun, enduring the pain, responded with a smile, "Grandpa Chen, I'm afraid I won't be able to work at your factory." Before Chen Wudi's laughter had subsided, he was suddenly swept away by a massive wave of pure energy, hurling him over 10 meters through the air. Yu Sen appeared in front of Lu Yun, his voice stern as he scolded, "Watch it, you brute. Be careful not to hurt Lu Yun." Then, turning to Lu Yun with a smile and a look of approval in his eyes, he praised, "Lu Yun, well done. I knew I was right to recruit you personally." Yu San, usually so reserved, was uncharacteristically warm, which Lu Yun found a bit overwhelming. Yet, he respectfully replied, "Thanks to your guidance, Headmaster Yu, I've been able to make such progress." Despite Lu Yun's poor performance in the first 3 monthly evaluations, Yu San could have easily expelled him. The Second Academy was a premier military institution of the Empire, where failing even the initial assessment typically meant expulsion. However, Yu San showed great leniency and continued to give him chances, a kindness that Lu Yun deeply appreciated. Without such opportunities, Even someone with his transmigratory knowledge couldn't have gathered the energy needed to activate the Imperial Jade Seal so swiftly. Seeing Lu Yun's humble and polite demeanor, Yu San felt reassured. He carefully asked, Lu Yun, do you mind if I take a look at your troops? Chen Wudi and others nearby were also eager and expectant. Lu Yun nodded, and with a wave of his sleeve, a formidable Qin dynasty heavy cavalryman appeared from a swirling vortex at his side. Everyone crowded around, examining the warrior's attributes in detail. But soon, their excitement faded. Compared to Xiao Zhe's water dragon troops, this Qin warrior seemed significantly weaker, hardly comparable to more advanced units. Lu Yun watched their reactions and chuckled to himself. The reason he dared to reveal the Qin warrior was precisely because, on the surface, its attributes seemed unremarkable. The Qin warrior was level 3, with strength, agility, spirit, and constitution all at 35. If not for witnessing it themselves, Yu San and the others would never connect it with breaking historical records. How did you manage this, Lu Yun? After a long pause, Chen Wudi finally found his voice, and the others stared in astonishment. Except for a slightly more impressive equipment slot, this human troop type called the Qin warrior was quite ordinary. Yet, it was with this that Lu Yun had forged a new legend. As Lu Yun hesitated to respond, Yu San suddenly exclaimed. He flipped his wrist, and a towering fishman warrior clad in heavy armor and wielding a steel trident emerged from a mist of water, bowing to him. The fishman shook his weapon, and instantly, a barrier of water energy enveloped Lu Yun and Yu San, isolating Chen Wudi and the others. Though confused, no one felt slighted. If Yu San had set up a barrier, it must be for something crucial, likely related to the secrets behind Lu Yun's record-breaking achievements. Lu Yun, looking around at the semi-transparent barrier and the imposing fishman warrior standing 3 meters away, felt a bit nervous. Yu San, however, smiled kindly and only spoke when he saw Lu Yun's expression relax. Don't worry, I just have some important advice for you. His tone then became serious. Have you awakened some kind of special talent? Yu San's keen eyes fixed intently on the young man's eyes, gauging his reaction. Lu Yun struggled to maintain a neutral expression, but he couldn't hide a thing under the deep blue eyes of Yu San. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. Yu San sighed deeply, his gaze filled with increasing admiration. Just as Lu Yun was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to deceive this level 39 powerhouse, Yu San's expression suddenly became stern and he spoke seriously. Lu Yun, remember this well? The young man perked up, staring intently at the elder. Yu San spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. Under no circumstances should you reveal your talents to anyone, not even to me. Lu Yun was initially surprised, but he quickly grasped the profound meaning of these words. In this brutal era where strength dictates survival, revealing one's cards was tantamount to courting death. Yu San's advice was undoubtedly a valuable life lesson. A wave of respect surged in Lu Yun's heart for this elder, who, despite his age, continued to sacrifice for the empire. He nodded earnestly, regretting his previous carelessness. If the secrets of his divine talent and the longevity of the Jisho Yongchang were exposed, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of countless races and even other empires. Although the Jisho Yongchang seemed invincible, it was not without its vulnerabilities. With the strength of the merman warrior under Yu San, it would take only a moment to defeat the elite soldiers of the Great Qin Empire. At that point, Lu Yun would be utterly defenseless. Realizing this, he snapped out of his complacency. Only by becoming stronger and elevating the Great Qin cavalry to the level of the 7 divine human troop types could he rest easy. Seeing the determination in the young man's eyes, Yu San nodded with satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and said with a relaxed smile, You really don't need to be too nervous. At least within the boundaries of Donghai province, we can keep you safe. Lu Yun silently nodded. According to the memories of the original owner of his body, Donghai province was indeed a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, particularly the mysterious plant-based powerhouse, whose troop types were unknown to all. Over the past decade, countless scouts, assassins, and spies had fallen to his plant troops. As long as Lu Yun didn't seek his own destruction by revealing all his cards, he wouldn't need to live in constant fear. Little guy, are you facing any difficulties? Feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to assist you, Yu San inquired. Lu Yun's eyes lit up and he blurted out, energy stones. The elder chuckled indulgently and waved his hand. The merman warrior beside him respectfully presented a storage bag. Yu San weighed the bag in his hand and handed it to Lu Yun with a smile. The young man was overjoyed and hurriedly opened the bag to see 50 neatly arranged energy stones, each containing 100 points of energy, totaling 5,000 points, exactly the rare resource he was entitled to each month. Lu Yun was ecstatic, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Dean, I am eternally grateful. Little guy, I could give you more energy stones without issue, but remember, having more troops isn't always better, Yu San said, as if reading his mind. Among the top 10 powerhouses of the Xinxia Empire, 3 have less than 10 troop types. Sometimes, nurturing a few elite units is also a path to extraordinary achievements. Lu Yun was taken aback, but nodded in heartfelt agreement. I'll keep the dean's teachings close to my heart. Yu San felt a sense of satisfaction. Very good. And remember, don't worry too much about winning or losing in the tri-school competition 7 days from now. Our second institute will never abandon you. With those words, he unfastened a dark token from his belt and solemnly handed it to Lu Yun. This is the Phantom Token. Keep it with you at all times. Only a commander 10 levels higher than you can see through your rank and the number of troops you command. Yu San spoke with profound meaning. This token was a gift from my mentor, Xiao Zhe. Today, I pass it on to you, hoping you too will become a steadfast pillar for our clan one day. Clutching the Phantom Token in one hand and placing the other over his chest, Lu Yun solemnly promised, I will give my all and not let you down. Yu San, seeing the young man's humility and ambitious spirit, was even more pleased. He then dismissed the water screen and waved off the merfolk warriors. Chen Wudi and others had been impatiently waiting and quickly gathered around. However, Yu San walked straight to the dean's office, leaving behind a stern rebuke that cut off everyone's inquiries. The strategy meeting for the tri-school competition isn't over yet. Everyone, back to your posts. And Chun, tell Lu Hong, if he dares expel one of our students again, he better watch his own back. Watching the elders depart, Lu Yun felt a warm surge of gratitude. Being so protected felt surprisingly good. He began to examine the Phantom Token closely. This special military commander's equipment required no specific level or troop type, granting plus 10 to agility and plus 10 to vitality, and it could hide one's rank and troop information, although it was ineffective against opponents more than 10 levels higher. The added attributes alone were enough to make any new commander envious, not to mention that it was an heirloom from Xiao Zhe, passed down by Yu San. Carefully placing the Phantom Token over his chest, Lu Yun checked the time and decided to have a hearty meal at the cafeteria before heading to the intermediate dungeon. As dusk approached, the entrance to the level 3 to 5 monster battlefield was deserted. Lu Yun swiped the jade seal of the state on the device and stepped into the vortex. Identity and level confirmed, entry granted. As the mechanical voice of the device faded, the young man's figure vanished inside the portal. Once everything settled down, a few students who had just exited the dungeon began to discuss curiously. Was the device's announcement off just now? Did that guy look a lot like Lu Yun? Don't joke, that loser is probably still struggling in the beginner's dungeon. In the intermediate battlefield, Lu Yun looked around to see a simple encampment before him. Describing it as an encampment was generous. It was merely a dilapidated straw hut surrounded by a rough wooden fence. Just then, several orc warriors spotted the uninvited guest and roared as they charged in his direction. Lu Yun quickly took his stance, ready to face the enemy. The battle was about to begin. With a wave of Lu Yun's hand, 12 formidable soldiers of the Great Qin dynasty emerged in single file. Before the orc minions could approach the fence, their crossbows were already loaded and arrows whistled through the air, effortlessly taking down the approaching enemies. System notifications popped up one after another, congratulating Lu Yun on defeating level 3 orc minions and awarding him 50 experience points. Lu Yun shook his head slightly. The gameplay of this intermediate dungeon was drastically different from the beginner level. As the commander, he needed to hold the fort and repel waves of enemy attacks. The number of monsters increased gradually, and their levels rose from low to high, making the difficulty comparable to external battlefields of levels 7 and 8, highlighting the challenges of the intermediate dungeon in the Second Academy. However, to Lu Yun, this was more than suitable. It saved him the trouble of mobilizing troops and searching for targets, as the enemies willingly came right to him, playing into his hands perfectly. Bai Qi had made thorough arrangements, positioning elite soldiers on all sides, ready for battle. Lu Yun pulled out the Imperial Jade Seal and also retrieved the storage bag given to him by Yue. With a buzz, the Jade Seal flickered with light, instantly absorbing all 50 energy stones from the bag. The energy of the military token surged to 6,205 points, including over 5,000 inherent energy from the stones themselves, plus an extra bonus for Lu Yun's record-setting performance. Together with previously collected scattered stones, the total energy exceeded the 6,000 mark. Lu Yun, looking at the approaching horde of orc soldiers, smiled confidently. Summon the Great Qin elite soldiers. At his command, the jade seal on his chest trembled slightly, and a golden vortex appeared, from which level 3 cavalrymen emerged, quickly followed by 18 more valiant warriors joining the defense. 30 fully armed iron-blooded soldiers stood imposingly in the battle formation. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. As Yue had said, it wasn't about having a large number of troops, but about using limited military power to achieve the strongest impact. Many novice commanders failed to understand this, blindly pursuing numbers only to end up like a loose sand. But Lu Yun was fearless. Firstly, backed by the heavenly mandate which amplified his forces tenfold, the Great Qin elite soldiers were inherently superior. Secondly, with the legendary commander Bai Qi, even managing a million-strong army was a breeze. A cap of 30 soldiers for level 3 troops was hardly a challenge for Bai Qi. As the second wave of attacks arrived, Bai Qi only dispatched 12 elite soldiers, and once again, they achieved a resounding victory. Lu Yun felt an unprecedented ease, finding this dungeon hardly challenging. The only regret was that the defeated monsters fell outside, and he had to wait until the battlefield was cleared to collect the spoils of war, which was tantalizingly frustrating. The summoning of 18 elite soldiers, each requiring 200 points of energy, totaled a massive expenditure of 3,600 points. The precious remaining energy was indeed valuable, but as the ranks and numbers of troops grew with each battle, every campaign was proving to be a costly affair. Clearly, more methods to gather energy were needed. As more waves of monsters fell, Lu Yun's experience points climbed rapidly, even faster than in the beginner dungeon. In just a short hour, he was halfway through level 3, and at this point, only level 3 orc minions had come to challenge the gate. Lu Yun was thoroughly enjoying the intermediate dungeon, and at this rate, he might just reach level 5 tonight. When the level 4 leaders appeared, they were still no match, easily felled by a single arrow from the elite soldiers. Feeling utterly bored, Lu Yun tossed aside his command and sprawled out alone in the thatched hut within the camp, soon snoring like thunder. After a whole day of collecting energy stones, he was genuinely exhausted. As night fell, in the neighboring room, Ling Xue hesitated at the door with a tray of supper for a long while before finally mustering the courage to gently knock. However, there was no response. She knocked a few more times, but silence prevailed. Could he still be in the dungeon? Worry crept into the young girl's expression. She had learned at lunch that Lu Yun could now summon troops, but she hadn't expected him to push himself so hard on just the first day. "Don't overdo it," Ling Xue muttered to herself, the frost melting from her face, no longer as cold and distant as usual. With a sigh, she left the supper at the door and walked away, disheartened. Back in her room, she didn't go to bed but instead made a call. "Sister Xiao, can I join tomorrow's Misty Dungeon?" "That's great. See you tomorrow." "Thanks, Sister Xiao." At dawn, as the sun began to rise, casting golden light across the entrance to the dungeon, many students from the Second Academy arrived, chattering excitedly. "Did you see? The record for the top scorer in the beginner's dungeon has been broken." A third-year senior commented, "It must be some old repeater. It's strange. There's still someone in the intermediate dungeon? Didn't it close at 8 last night? Really? Could it be that some master has been fighting all night long? It must be a strong second year at least." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Suddenly, the vortex at the intermediate battlefield stirred, and a young man stepped out, his body adorned with bits of straw and his hair in utter disarray, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. In an instant, the entire square fell silent, everyone stunned. Finally, someone managed to shout hoarsely, Lu Yun? How could it be you?" The freshmen were utterly flabbergasted, hardly believing their eyes. The warrior who had been stationed overnight at the intermediate battlefield turned out to be Lu Yun, much to everyone's astonishment. A so-called loser who had been at the bottom of the rankings for 3 consecutive months, how could he single-handedly fend off the enemy at the camp? What puzzled people even more was that entering the intermediate instance normally required a minimum of a level 3 commander. Yet, just yesterday at dawn, Lu Yun was merely a level 1 newbie. How could he possibly have advanced 2 levels overnight? It was truly inconceivable. However, the shabbily dressed, awkward-looking young man standing before them was undoubtedly Lu Yun, who had been barely scraping by on a special recruitment stipend, unable to summon any troops. The scene evoked a mix of emotions among the onlookers, creating a buzz of confusion. Lu Yun himself felt quite helpless about the situation. Just minutes earlier, he had awoken from his straw hut, stepped outside, and was greeted by a scene of devastation, bodies strewn everywhere outside the camp. Yet, inside the camp, his 30 iron cavalrymen were completely unharmed. Despite the fences being utterly destroyed, it seemed that not a single enemy soldier had managed to breach the defenses and threaten his safety last night. It was rumored that the final waves of the intermediate instance involved hundreds of level 5 orc chiefs, a challenge not even seasoned level 10 commanders could easily withstand. Yet, the results of the battle left Lu Yun utterly astounded. He was now fully convinced of Bai Qi and the Great Qin Legion's capabilities. Bai Qi, who was cleaning his sword, stood up and bowed respectfully upon hearing Lu Yun's approach. "My lord." Lu Yun stepped forward, clapping him on the shoulder with genuine admiration. "Well done." Bai Qi, usually stoic, showed a rare smile. "Serving you, my lord, is my greatest honor." The rest of the soldiers also saluted Lu Yun, their morale sky-high. Lu Yun graciously acknowledged his troops and took back all the troop types into his Imperial Jade Seal, then casually walked among the fallen orc bodies. He checked his system panel and was thrilled to find he had ascended to level 5, with 18% experience already accumulated. Sleeping my way to level 5, I must be unmatched in the Second Institute by now. For the next half hour, he scavenged hundreds of energy stones from the thousands of corpses, amassing 1,400 points of energy for his Imperial Jade Seal and even found a level 3 Black Iron Bracer. Orcish Black Iron Bracer, level 3, strength +5. Lu Yun was quite pleased. The intermediate instance, though time-consuming, proved to be an excellent training ground for commanders. Now at level 5, higher-tiered battlefields beckoned, making this experience a precious finale. Exit instance. Carrying his gains, Lu Yun promptly exited the battlefield, only to be met with dozens of speculative gazes as he stepped out of the vortex. He ignored them, casually removing a piece of straw from his hair, and walked away with a calm demeanor. After all, having spent a night in a straw hut, it was time to clean up and freshen up. However, the crowd at the entrance of the instance couldn't stop buzzing with speculation. They were so engrossed in their discussions that they forgot to enter the battlefield themselves. The feat of Lu Yun holding the camp alone overnight and skyrocketing to level 3 by dawn was utterly baffling. Eventually, someone uncertainly guessed, could it be that Lu Yun is a wealthy player who bought some powerful item? Makes sense. We do have a formation disc in our armory that can fend off monsters below level 10 for 10 hours. Exactly. This guy must have wanted to show off, picking just the right moment to make an appearance. I just checked his level, and it wouldn't even display. This guy must be using some kind of magic to hide his information. He might have even bought some power-boosting charms. Otherwise, How could a mere human soldier jump 3 levels in one day? Pfft. Always looking for shortcuts. Sooner or later, he'll be as popular as a rat crossing the street. You should have seen how ragged he looked. He definitely had a tough time in there. Everyone was gossiping about Lu Yun, speculating wildly about him. Little did they know, the very person they were gossiping about, whom they mistook for a newly rich upstart, was just returning to his dorm. At the door, he found a late-night snack and a beautifully written note from Ling Shui, saying, "Don't work too hard. Remember to eat and sleep on time." Reading this simple greeting, Lu Yun smiled knowingly. He actually slept quite well. He then went to knock on Ling Shui's door, but no one answered. With no other choice, he returned to his room. He heated up the generous late-night meal and enjoyed a refreshing bath. Looking in the mirror, he saw himself covered in mud and debris. No wonder he drew so many curious looks at the dungeon entrance, looking almost like a monster. After shedding his 3 pieces of black iron equipment and ordinary clothes, Lu Yun stretched comfortably and then dressed neatly, looking quite dapper. He thoroughly enjoyed the thoughtful meal from Ling Shui, and then began to reassess his attributes. Commander, Lu Yun. Military token. The unique hidden Imperial Jade Seal. Level, 5/18.21%. Strength 50, Agility 50, Spirit 50, Constitution 50. Military token energy, 4086. Equipment, Black Wolf Armor, Wolf Tribe Boots, Orc Arm Guards, Phantom Talisman. Token space, 3050. Owning 30 Great Qin Sharp Soldiers. Talent, mandated by Heaven Level 1. Unique. Active skill, Soul Deterrence Level 1. Summon Great Qin Sharp Soldiers Level 5. Passive skill, Longevity and Prosperity. After advancing to Level 5, all 4 attributes reached 50 points. Although still far from the sharp soldiers enhanced by Mandated by Heaven, Lu Yun could already feel a significant change in his physique, no longer the weak and frail figure of the past. His 4 pieces of equipment also provided him with considerable boosts: Strength +5, Constitution +12, Agility +13. Overall, Lu Yun, if armed, could now easily rival ordinary soldiers in combat. As for the Level 5 Great Qin Cavalry, their strength, agility, spirit, and constitution have nearly doubled since Level 3. However, Lu Yun also noticed that the cost of summoning Level 5 troops had skyrocketed to 300 energy points. It was clear that as the ranks increased, the number of troops and energy consumption would be directly proportional. Even seasoned warriors had to plan their resources carefully. Thinking about this, Lu Yun, who was initially pleased with his surplus of over 1,000 energy points, couldn't help feeling a bit melancholy. Maintaining a powerful standing army would require a constant influx of energy. Relying on extra help from Yushir-san was unrealistic. The old man's initial generous gift of 5,000 energy points had subtly indicated that to become stronger, one must rely on oneself. Asking for more would likely earn him a scolding. Lu Yun's current predicament had to be resolved on his own. Although he had reached Level 5, it was not wise to rashly challenge the higher-level dungeons, levels 5 to 7, at the academy. It was known that the advanced battlefield at the second academy could accommodate up to 5 people, and most of those lingering at the door earlier were waiting their turn. Even if he joined in, he could only manage 2 or 3 runs a day, which was quite inefficient. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll still be a complete novice by the time finals come around. After much contemplation, Lu Yun has made up his mind. If that's the case, then it's time to venture into the wilderness dungeons. Only by battling through the perilous wilds can one quickly amass earth-shattering strength. Given the inefficiency of high-level dungeons, the only viable option left was the wilderness dungeons. Fortuitously, Lu Yun had just advanced to level 5, meeting the minimum requirement to descend to the lower realms. Moreover, the monsters in the wilderness not only offered better experience, but also had higher drop rates for items compared to the Academy's battlegrounds. This suited the young Lu Yun perfectly, and he was not the least bit concerned about safety. At level 5, Bai Qi's attributes had already reached the peak of 1300, comparable to a typical level 20 soldier. Not to mention his elite troops, who were as formidable as fighters of level 10 or higher. Under the command of this famed general from the Warring States period, Lu Yun was confident in facing any opponent below level 20. With this in mind, he immediately made his decision. He first went to the armory to exchange all the time he had accumulated from the previous day's dungeon, but ended up with only 600 points, barely enough for a single energy stone. Undeterred, Lu Yun exchanged his points for essential wilderness survival supplies, storing them all in his talisman space. As he was about to leave, a third-year senior girl temporarily filling in for Chenwudi stopped him. Lu Yun, while the wilderness offers rich experience, it's far less safe than the beginner dungeons. Please think it over, she advised. Lu Yun, appreciating her concern and smiling at her pretty face, responded, "Thank you for your concern, senior. I know what I'm doing." With that, he strode out of the armory. The older girl watched him walk away, sighing softly, "Ah, such a sensible boy. It's a shame we might not see him next month. I wonder if Schwer will be heartbroken." Lu Yun boarded the bus at the school gate, heading towards the outskirts of Donghai City. Along the way, the bus weaved through traffic, occasionally stopping to pick up more young warriors from various schools. Many from the first and third institutes, recognizing Lu Yun's black uniform, glared at him with hostility. The young man, however, remained unperturbed, simply enjoying the view of the towering skyscrapers outside. In an era that revered strength, every building was designed to be imposing and majestic. Even Lu Yun's dormitory was spacious enough to accommodate 30 cavalrymen. Yet, the grand urban planning also made the journey out of the city exceedingly long. After more than 2 hours, they finally reached the rural checkpoint of Donghai City. As soon as the bus doors opened, dozens of warriors rushed out. A level 12 student from the first institute, cursing as he vomited, exclaimed, "Once I get a mount, I swear I'll never ride this piece of junk again." Lu Yun, feeling a bit dizzy himself, lamented the primitive state of transportation in this golden age of warriors. However, he wasted no time as he had less than 6 days to engage in wilderness combat before returning for the final assessment. Level 5? The guard raised an eyebrow in surprise as Lu Yun approached the city gate with the Imperial Jade Seal. "Young man, it's a lot tougher out there than in the Academy's beginner dungeons. Think it over." Lu Yun nodded, replying, "I'm aware. Thank you for the heads up," and reclaimed his Jade Seal. The guard sighed and shook his head but allowed him to pass. Just a few meters outside, Lu Yun heard the roars of beasts from the distant woods. He casually summoned 3 warriors, including Bai Qi, to his side. Along the way, students from the 3 schools and other independent warriors, like him, summoned their followers after leaving the city. Many sneered upon seeing that all of Lu Yun's followers were human warriors, but the young man paid them no mind. "Just moments ago, I noticed that most of the warriors here were barely level 20. If it came to a real fight, they wouldn't stand a chance against me." About half an hour later, an ancient city-like dungeon suddenly loomed before us. A massive energy vortex, spanning several meters and emitting a faint red glow, drew people who entered in groups. It turns out this was a team battlefield known as the Ancient City, where warriors could form teams to take on challenges. At this moment, many were loudly calling out to friends to join them outside the city. However, as Lu Yun walked by, the noisy crowd fell silent, though a few individuals continued to mockingly laugh, saying, "Look, there's actually someone summoning human troops. Must be some top student from the second academy. I don't know what those old scholars are thinking. They are leading these young ones astray. Probably some rich kid trying to experience real life. After all, they have plenty of money to awaken again." Lu Yun ignored the mockery. However, Bai Qi by his side was visibly angered and abruptly drew his long sword from his waist. The other 2 warriors also drew their swords, ready for battle. The noise around them suddenly decreased, yet a middle-aged man at level 18 or 19 continued to taunt, "Kid, this place isn't like your academy. You need to learn to keep a low profile. Do you really think summoning a few troops makes you invincible? A mere level 5 human troop. I'm so scared." Some students also frowned upon Lu Yun, feeling he was a disgrace to their institution. With a simple wave of his hand, Lu Yun's 3 tiger generals sheathed their swords and followed him to the entrance of the ancient city. Suddenly, A cold notification sounded in his mind. Team member, Lu Yun. Do you confirm entry into the ancient city dungeon? The young man silently nodded and resolutely stepped into the vortex beneath the city gates. A senior student in a black uniform from the Second Academy shouted in haste, "No, don't." But it was too late. Lu Yun had already disappeared. Has he gone mad? This is a team dungeon, exclaimed a male student anxiously, prompting laughter all around. This rich kid probably doesn't know that you have to fight your way into the city to be able to teleport out. Charging into a team dungeon alone is like a calf not fearing a tiger. The Second Academy might lose a top student today. What a pity. Those human troops looked quite impressive, but I doubt they could even take down the guards outside the city. The young man from the Second Institute looked solemn as he pulled out his phone and dialed his mentor's number. Professor Wang, this is Qianxing. Here's the situation. He briefly explained how Lu Yun had ventured alone into the ancient city dungeon. Although Qianxing didn't know Lu Yun personally, seeing that he was only level 5 and commanding human troops suggested he was a lower-year junior, prompting Qianxing to offer some friendly advice. Meanwhile, in the grand conference room of the Second Institute, Yue San was convening a meeting with various lead instructors. A young teacher was half-heartedly listening to a student over the phone. After hanging up, he apologized. "Sorry, Professor Chen. One of my students reported that a freshman ventured into the ancient city dungeon with just a few human troops. I'll handle it after the meeting." This interruption slightly annoyed Chen Wudi, but his expression changed drastically when he heard about the troops. "What did you say the freshman took? What troops?" he asked loudly, capturing everyone's attention. The young teacher named Wang, flustered, replied, "Human, level 5 human troops." "Professor Chen, what's wrong? Do you know this kid?" Before Chen Wudi could answer, his robe billowed as a surge of dark energy sent several young teachers flying. "Chen Wudi, have you lost your mind?" Yue San shouted sternly from the head of the table, his face darkening. Ignoring him, Chen Wudi pointed at Yue San and yelled, "Old you, you fool! I told you to open the high-level dungeon pathway for that kid, but you refused. Now look, such a promising talent has gone alone into the ancient city. If anything happens to him, I won't let it go." Suddenly, it dawned on Chen Wudi that the reckless freshman could only be Lu Yun. Among the new students in the Second Institute, he was the only human troop leader. The thought of the dangers Lu Yun might face made him unable to stay seated, his outburst causing a stir in the room. Only Yue San and a few other powerhouses from the Second Institute looked seriously concerned, realizing that Chen Wudi was indeed talking about Lu Yun. My God, it's only his second day, and Lu Yun is already challenging the ancient city? Could it be that he leveled up to 5 overnight? Even Yue San, who was initially shocked, reconsidered upon remembering the talent awakened within Lu Yun and calmly resumed his seat. Seeing this, Chen Wudi was first stunned, then even more infuriated. That's the infamous ancient city dungeon. Even level 10 leaders struggle to solo it, let alone Lu Yun, who's barely been a newcomer for 2 days. Even with extraordinary talent and rapid level-ups, the difference between outdoor battlefields and beginner dungeons is like night and day. That city could be deadly. Just as Chen Wudi was about to curse again, Yue San waved his sleeve, and a cool stream of energy hit him. As Yue San's voice reached him mentally, "Don't worry, it's just the ancient city." Chen Wudi's anger dissipated, and he saw the light. Right, a prodigy like him won't be stumped by a mere ruined city. If he really faces danger, he can just charge through and teleport out from within the city. Cunning old fox. Realizing the trick, Chen Wudi inwardly cursed. To think that the esteemed dean you would use students as test subjects. Isn't this playing with Lu Yun's life?
Défensive formation.
Bai Qi commanded as he removed the massive bronze shield from his back. As Lu Yun emerged from the vortex, the valiant Qin cavalry quickly assembled into formation, constructing an impenetrable wall of shields around the young warrior. Only then did Lu Yun have a moment to thoroughly survey this ancient city replica. Several hundred meters ahead, an old, modeled city loomed into view. Between him and the city walls lay a vast expanse dotted with hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletal soldiers. To breach the city, they would first need to clear these undead troops, a true testament to the dangers of a battlefield. Even from a distance, the sight of the skeleton's tattered armor and rusted weapons conveyed a menacing aura. This city's challenge was nothing like the standard replicas found back at the academy. Yet, the youth showed no fear. With a casual wave of his hand, Bai Qi understood the signal. His sword struck his shield, producing a resonant clang. Instantly, 30 cavalrymen shifted formation, 10 in the front with shields and swords, another 10 wielding long spears pointed forward, while the remaining 9, including Bai Qi, readied their crossbows.
Advance.
At Bai Qi's command, the formidable Qin army began its slow march towards the ancient city, keeping Lu Yun securely at its core. The roaming skeletons, sensing the presence of the living, let out harsh, grating roars and surged forward. But as they attacked, Bai Qi's expert archers responded. Arrows rained down like a storm, striking down the enemy in droves, reminiscent of wheat under a scythe. Lu Yun noted that these skeletons were mostly level 5, with some even donned in relatively intact elite armor, capable of withstanding a hit from the troops. Their health and defense were significantly higher than those in the beginner replicas. However, bolstered by the Qin cavalry's 650 agility points, even the fiercest undead proved no match and were merely fodder for laughter. Any stragglers that made it through were effortlessly dispatched by the spearmen. Walking behind the Qin cavalry formation, Lu Yun occasionally checked his experience bar. The skeletons provided nearly double the experience of mid-level replica monsters. The pace at which they collected energy stones also increased. Half an hour later, the cavalry had advanced to within a few dozen meters of the city. The young warrior's experience had soared to 37%, a rate that made the Academy's second-tier replicas pale in comparison. Just then, a group of skeletal archers appeared on the battlements. Unlike the infantry outside, these archers still clung to some rotting flesh. Seeing Lu Yun's troops approach, they quickly notched their arrows and unleashed a volley. Ridiculously, the arrows fell a good 20 meters short of the Qin front line, as if acknowledging that their efforts against this elite human force were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They're out of range. Lu Yun is ecstatic. The ancient city is about 50 meters away, but the range of the skeleton archers is merely 30 meters. In contrast, the crossbows of the Daqin elite soldiers can easily exceed 50 meters. By positioning themselves beyond 30 meters, they can effortlessly eliminate the nuisances at the top of the city walls. These skeletal archers must be a significant threat to all who attempt to breach the city. Without sufficient ranged troops, one would have to endure a barrage of bone arrows with nothing but flesh and blood to storm the city. However, for Lu Yun, this is a trivial matter. At his command, the remaining 20 cavalrymen switched to powerful crossbows. Under Bai Qi's direction, arrows rained down like a storm, targeting the city's archers. In an instant, the high walls of the ancient city turn into a battlefield of carnage. Despite these archers being of a higher level, their defense is even weaker than the infantry outside the city, unable to withstand the relentless assault of the Daqin army. In no time, Lu Yun's experience bar surges at an astonishing rate. As the last archer falls, the young man's level has increased by over 60%. Eliminating this group of ranged troops took even less time than previously clearing the outer city's foot soldiers. Continue. With renewed confidence, Lu Yun leads the cavalry straight to the city gates. At this moment, the gates of the ancient city are tightly shut. Bai Qi commands, 20 cavalrymen advance with their spears, while the remaining 10 protect with shields and swords. Lu Yun grows increasingly impressed with the tactical prowess of this bronze hero, Bai Qi. He always makes the most rational deployments based on the battle situation. With such a versatile commander, Lu Yun can rest easy and level up effortlessly. Boom! Under the fierce assault of the cavalry, the health bar of the city gate rapidly depletes and collapses with a thunderous crash. Behind the gate, a squad of skeleton guards wielding round shields and long swords appears. Lu Yun uses his scouting technique to inspect these new enemies' attributes. Level 8 elite skeleton soldiers, even in death, remain loyal guardians of the city.
Introduce D.
These skeletons, wrapped in more flesh and even showing traces of veins, are formidable. However, Lu Yun shows no mercy to these undead soldiers. With a flick of his sleeve, the well-prepared cavalry, in a formation of shields, spears, and crossbows, charges like tigers down the mountain, directly at the city's defenders. The battle erupts at this moment. The formidable attributes of the Qin army instantly tip the scales of the battle. The frontline advances, and skeletons fall one after another. Congratulations on killing a level 8 elite skeleton soldier. Experience plus 280. Congratulations on killing a level 8. The notifications continue unabated, and Lu Yun is thrilled with the efficiency. His gaze is fixed on a dilapidated altar at the center of the city. At this moment, a general in rusty armor kneels on one knee under a tattered flag, his helmet revealing strands of graying hair, indicating his past experience. Lu Yun knows this is the boss of the ancient city dungeon. Beyond the altar and the skeleton army, stand a dozen figures in shining silver armor, wielding silver long spears, their presence formidable. Lu Yun's desire grows. These are living experiences. He immediately orders the cavalry for a swift and decisive battle. Bai Qi shouts fiercely, and 30 valiant soldiers abandon their shields, wielding only swords, and pounce on the remaining defenders like wolves. The sound of blades slicing through bone resonates continuously. As the skeletons counterattacked, the cavalry only inflicted single-digit damage with each strike. With every slash of their bronze swords, another corpse would fall lifelessly to the ground. The undead's round shields were no match for the relentless slaughter of the Qin swords. Another half-hour passed, and the last of the defending forces crumbled to the ground. Lu Yun was just a hair's breadth away from leveling up, delighted with his rich gains. He knew, however, that his success was largely due to the advantages of soloing the dungeon, coupled with the extra rewards for defeating enemies 5 levels higher. Before Lu Yun could collect the spoils of war scattered on the ground, a dozen spear-wielding figures, their eyes red with fury, charged at him. The Qin troops, switching to bronze halberds, met their charge head-on, staunchly blocking the advancing enemies. Lu Yun observed closely and saw that these skeletons were elite guards, level 9, formerly the trusted generals under the command of the city's lord. Those who challenge the old general shall die. It was no surprise that these elite skeletons could withstand the cavalry's blows without being instantly annihilated. However, they were merely clinging to life. Under the sharp bronze halberds, the dozen skeletons ultimately could not escape death. Congratulations on defeating the level 9 skeleton vice general, experience plus 700. Congratulations to Commander Lu Yun, level up to 6. Lu Yun felt rejuvenated, his body brimming with vitality. The iron cavalry around him was also enveloped in a golden glow, their movements becoming even more swift and powerful. In just a few breaths, all the elite monsters were slain, and one of the skeletons dropped a gleaming silver spear. Just as Lu Yun was about to pick it up, a deep roar suddenly echoed from the altar. "We are of the same race, yet you dare to invade my city." The skeleton commander, who had been kneeling under a tattered flag, had now risen. Holding the military flag high with one hand, his eye sockets burning with red flames, he glared fiercely at the young man. Unmoved, Lu Yun gestured with a wave of his hand. 30 cavalry charged at the boss on the high platform. Bai Qi took the lead, leaping into the air with his bronze sword aimed directly at the old general's throat. However, the white-haired commander, his chest armor scarred, suddenly swung the flagpole, creating a gust of wind that forced Bai Qi to fly back, and the cavalry stumbled, struggling to advance. Boom! Just as Lu Yun was stunned, the old general stomped fiercely, causing the altar to collapse into ruins. In a critical moment, he lunged the dozens of meters toward Lu Yun, the flag in his hand like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable. "My lord!" Bai Qi exclaimed in alarm, steadying himself and then hurling his halberd at the airborne enemy, trying to block his path. Yet the boss, with the strength to pull mountains, seemed unfazed. Just as the halberd was about to touch his back, the flag had already heavily smashed down on Lu Yun's crown. In that instant, a dazzling golden jade seal appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the young man. A golden barrier tightly wrapped around Lu Yun, impregnable. The flagpole collided with the energy wall, causing a tremendous surge of air. Despite his youth, he emerged unscathed, with a massive 0 appearing above his head. At the same time, all the cavalry had double-digit red damage numbers floating above their heads. The withered face of the veteran general betrayed a hint of confusion. However, Bai Qi had already hurled his spear, piercing the commander's body. A massive damage number exploded above his head. The cavalry charged, swiftly surrounding the commander. Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, knowing this was the effect of his miraculous ability, Shou Yongchang. Without it, his head would likely have been smashed by a flagpole. The young warrior used his scouting technique on the surrounded veteran. Ancient City Guard, Bronze Boss, level 10. Skills included Banner Wave and Leap Strike. The description read, "A loyal soul who died defending the city, never forgetting his duty even in death." Lu Yun was taken aback. He had expected at most a black iron level, not a formidable bronze colossus with two powerful skills. The Banner Wave must have been the wild skill used earlier, and the power of Leap Strike was such that even an elite like Bai Qi struggled to withstand it. Luckily, his extraordinary passive ability spared him the fate of being struck down amidst a sea of enemies. The battle was nearing its end. The white-haired general, despite his vigorous flag-waving, could not turn the tide. Finally, after a brutal attack by 30 fierce soldiers, he sighed deeply and the last glimmer of red light in his hollow eyes faded. Tears of black blood streamed down his cheeks. The aged general stood motionless in death. Lu Yun, looking at the fluttering white hair under the helmet and the tattered but still standing banner, couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. However, the surge of experience points from defeating the boss soon diluted his sadness. With a clatter, the general's body turned into a pile of bones, and the remains of the other guards crumbled as well. Streams of crimson light vanished into the void. Yet, Lu Yun's gaze remained fixed on the remnants of the boss, mesmerized by a golden ancient tome that fell amidst the chilling bones. His heart pounding, the young warrior hurriedly searched through the remains and indeed discovered the remarkable book. He eagerly picked it up and flipped through the pages. Leap Strike, Bronze level, Commander skill. Requirement, level 6. The skill allowed for an active leap attack within a 10-meter radius, dealing double the normal damage. Lu Yun gasped. This was clearly the master technique used by the ancient city's commander. The skill's base attributes alone were astonishing. A 10-meter leap dealing double damage. With a divine tenfold enhancement, the leap could cover 100 meters, and the damage would be a terrifying 20 times greater. Covering 100 meters in a single bound and dealing such damage was beyond imagination. Lu Yun even doubted whether his cavalry or even heroes like Bai Qi could match this output. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Without hesitation, Lu Yun learned this active skill, and a warm surge flowed through his body, as if he had mastered a divine power. Regrettably, there was no opportunity to demonstrate it now, or he would surely show off his newfound prowess. Containing his excitement, he began to clear the battlefield. Next to the general's remains, he found several silver-glowing energy stones. Unfortunately, the general's treasured banner was neither equipment nor a magical artifact, which was a bit disappointing. However, as Lu Yun approached the corpses of a dozen elite lieutenants, a smile crept back onto his face. When he spotted a gleaming silver spear, it turned out to be a bronze-level weapon. The Death Spear, Bronze, level 5, with plus 15 strength and plus 15 agility. Lu Yun held it in his hands, marveling at its lightness and the commanding presence it commanded when wielded. Although it lacked extra attributes, it was certainly a fine piece in its own right. It perfectly addressed the young warrior's shortage of weapons. Afterwards, Lu Yun spent about 10 minutes collecting scattered energy stones throughout the ancient city, amassing a total of 3,100 points. Such a rich bounty thrilled him immensely. No wonder so many warriors were drawn to this place. The ancient city indeed had its benefits. The experience alone boosted him by 1.5 levels. Coupled with skill books, divine weapons, and a massive amount of energy stones. It was truly satisfying. After one last glance at the now empty ancient city, Lu Yun decided to exit the instance. Reappearing outside the city gates, the noise and commotion immediately reached him. Looking towards the source of the noise, he saw two groups confronting each other tensely at the entrance of the instance. One group, numbering about a dozen, wore red badges on their arms, clearly students from the Third Academy. The other group consisted mostly of independent warriors, with a few young faces in light gold or pitch black uniforms, presumably freshmen from the First and Second Academies. Lu Yun, unclear about the situation, was about to re-enter the ancient city when suddenly a voice exclaimed from behind, "You? You? How did you come out?" Turning around, Lu Yun saw a fellow student in the same uniform, staring at him, wide-eyed. Recognizing him as the only person who had advised caution during his solo venture, Lu Yun greeted him with a smile. "Hello, senior. I finished the instance so naturally. I came out." "What? Finished just like that?" Qian Xing, a male student from the Second Academy, was astounded at Lu Yun's response, looking at him as if he were a monster, his face flushed with heat. "Alone? You stormed the ancient city by yourself and came out unscathed. Is this the Second Academy's new recruit? Even I would struggle to do so easily. Just dealing with the skeletons outside the city would take at least half a day. And yet, this junior, how long did it take him? Less than 3 hours to break through and enter the inner city? Could it be that I've misjudged, and he's a hidden genius?" Among the freshmen, isn't Ling Shui the only prodigy known as the Angelic Warrior? Where did this one come from? If I hadn't seen the great insignia on his uniform, I might have suspected him of being a senior in disguise. Trying to maintain composure, Qian Xing managed a stiff smile and asked, "Junior, may I have the honor of your name?" "Lu Yun," the young man replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Boom! A burst of steam shot out from Qian Xing's head as he jumped in disbelief, shouting, "You said your name is what?" This outburst drew curious glances from all around. Qian Xing didn't care at all, because the name Lu Yun was already notorious throughout the Second Institute. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say his reputation was infamous. Personally recommended by the Institute's dean, Yu San, Lu Yun was a prodigy recruited for his rare command token. However, he could only summon rather unremarkable human troops. What's more tragic is that for over 3 months, his command token space remained barren, consistently ranking him at the bottom in the monthly evaluations. In stark contrast, Ling Shui, who was selected at the same time as Lu Yun, was performing exceptionally well, creating a significant gap between them. Even the older students stationed in the wilderness of the Second Institute were well aware of Lu Yun's reputation, although it wasn't flattering. Terms like talented yet useless, waste troop types, and a waste of the Institute's generous subsidies were often associated with him, and many felt he should have been expelled long ago. Such gossip followed him like a shadow. Yet at this moment, Qian Xing couldn't reconcile the rumors with the young man before him. How could someone deemed worthless single-handedly break through an ancient city and retreat unscathed? How could a so-called useless troop type withstand the relentless onslaught of a skeleton army and successfully breach the city gates? "Yes, I am indeed Lu Yun," the young man said with a resigned tone, patiently repeating himself. Qian Xing was utterly astonished, speechless until the sounds of scolding and combat from the city gates snapped him back to reality. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You've really fooled everyone in the Institute." Lu Yun shrugged, innocent and composed. He hadn't deceived anyone. It was just that since activating his command token, his progress had been remarkably fast. After chatting casually for a bit more, the conflict at the city gates soon died down, ending in a victory for the students of the Third Institute. Several white tigers, representing the victors' troops, trampled over the defeated, forcing the scattered troop leaders to retreat in dismay. Frowning, Lu Yun turned to Qian Xing and asked, "Senior, what's going on here?" Qian Xing, his face losing its surprise and turning slightly displeased, looked towards the distant city gate. "It's those spoiled brats from the Third Institute bullying others because of their power." Lu Yun nodded in understanding. He knew the cultures of the 3 institutes of Donghai were quite distinct. The first institute favored eccentric geniuses, and the second valued diligent study. Both these institutes upheld meritocracy, unlike the third, which was an outlier focusing on background over talent. Children from families of power, wealth, or notable lineage could easily enter thanks to their heritage, leading to an environment where most students from the third institute were arrogant and dismissive. Students from the first and second institutes preferred to keep their distance, barely acknowledging them when paths crossed. Qian Xing continued, every month, the ancient city dungeon undergoes a change. During this period, the experience and drop rate from monsters significantly increase. These heirs use their money to amass powerful troops and monopolize the entrance, blocking others from entering. It suddenly clicked for Lu Yun. However, when the dungeon's mutation was mentioned, he felt a chill. The ancient city he had ventured into, was it the regular version or the rare mutated one? Had he inadvertently stumbled upon this month's mutation on his first dangerous attempt, which explained his loot of a bronze weapon and a skill book? Reflecting on this, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He had originally thought that the profits from the ancient city dungeon were always abundant. He had planned to make the most of it today and level up joyfully. Now, it seems that if the anomaly did indeed occur earlier, the prospects in the ancient city for the entire month might be substantially reduced. Maybe it's worth another try to confirm it. After much contemplation, the young man made up his mind, stood up, and walked towards the city gate. Was it a normal dungeon, or an anomalous battlefield that he entered before? Without comparing them firsthand, how could he know? Even if he missed the special period, Lu Yun was convinced that the regular training in the ancient city would surely surpass the novice dungeons at the academy. Seeing him stride forward, Qian Heng panicked. Lu Yun, junior brother, what are you planning to do? Lu Yun turned around with a smile, leveling up through the dungeon. The official evaluations are coming up, and I can't afford to fall behind everyone else. At this, Qian Heng was left speechless. How could he not understand the urgency of the final exams? But was this really the right time for training? Weren't the brats from the Third Institute still boasting at the dungeon's entrance? Could Lu Yun, this kid, be both deaf and blind? Did he disregard his advice completely? Or did he have complete confidence that he could defeat those infamous bullies? He needed to report this to the academy urgently. The situation was tricky, beyond his ability to resolve alone. In a rush, Qian Heng took out his phone and called his mentor once more. When in doubt, consult a wise teacher. Never a mistake. Teacher Wang, this is Qian Heng. Yes, you already knew it was Lu Yun? He's safe and sound, just stepped out of the dungeon. Yes, I just had a long talk with him. But teacher, I need to report something important. It's about the students from the Third Institute. Oh, President Yu is coming in person? Meanwhile, in the Second Institute's conference room, snatching Wang Tao's phone, Yu Shursen yelled into the receiver. I don't care who they think they are. If they're bold, beat them up. You guys are just watching your juniors and sisters get bullied and do nothing to stand up for them. You don't deserve to be called students of my Second Institute. I, Yu Shursen, don't want this face, nor do I want to teach such cowardly disciples. After hanging up, Yu Shursen looked around the room. Everyone was stunned and speechless. The elder felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly sterned his face, shouting, What are you staring at? Get the meeting started. Beside him, Chen Wudi couldn't help but chuckle. Old Yu, I'm growing more and more in admiration of you. Laughter of understanding followed in the meeting room. However, many young teachers couldn't hide the fiery and admiration in their eyes. In the open space in front of the ancient city dungeon. Yes, President. I shall accept this responsibility without hesitation. Qian Heng declared boldly, puffing up his chest. Trying to spot Lu Yun, he found he had already reached the city gate, confronting several students from the Third Institute. Hey, what's the rush? Just then, having received instructions from Yu Shursen, Qian Heng was burning with anxiety. However, he could only turn and run towards the gathering of Second Institute students not far away. Meanwhile, Lu Yun faced the two obstructing students from the Third Institute and coldly spat out two words, move aside. What? You're asking for trouble. Two burly and muscular students from the Third Academy initially doubted their hearing. However, seeing Lu Yun's disdainful expression, they were instantly enraged and threw punches at him. Lu Yun, unfazed, lightly tapped his foot and swiftly stepped back. In the next moment, a Bai Qi iron cavalry soldier took his place, absorbing the heavy blows with ease. The two freshmen, not even level 10, howled in pain, sounding like piglets being slaughtered. The other students from the Third Academy, realizing the gravity of the situation, stood up and charged at Lu Yun. Idiots! You are commanders. Why are you engaging in the fight yourselves? A tall senior with graying eyebrows scolded the two unfortunate souls who were hopping around in pain. They suddenly understood, and just as they were about to summon their own troops, the senior with white eyebrows pushed them aside. He walked straight up to Lu Yun, sized up the Bai Qi iron cavalry, and sneered, "From the Second Academy? Kneel and apologize to my junior brother, and I might spare your life." With a wave of his hand, a massive white tiger appeared beside him, its roar echoing like thunder, overwhelming the crowd. Yet, the Bai Qi soldier remained unmoved, stepping forward to shield Lu Yun tightly behind him. This scene made the spectators gasp in shock, especially those freelance commanders who had just been defeated by the Third Academy. They looked at Lu Yun as if he were a fool for risking himself alone. In the crowd, several students from the Second Academy, dressed in black, watched the standoff between the White Tiger and the Iron Cavalry, their expressions conflicted and hesitant, ultimately remaining silent. In a corner of the arena, several students in pale gold uniforms looked on in disbelief. A quirky girl, bubbling with excitement, tugged at a robust young man beside her and asked, "Senior brother, is the Second Academy about to go to war with the Third Academy?" "Don't be naive. Those bookworms wouldn't dare offend Bai Hong," the young man replied gruffly. The girl's interest piqued even more. "Senior brother, who is stronger, you or Bai Hong? Your Shin turtle isn't stronger than the Bai family's spoiled brat's white tiger, is it?" The robust young man turned and seriously assessed Bai Hong and his tiger. After a moment, he said solemnly, "My turtle is more defensive, while the white tiger excels in close combat. It could go either way." The girl giggled, covering her mouth. "Senior brother, you're so silly." The young man, thinking he hadn't explained well enough, quickly added, "Bai Hong is level 18, and I'm only level 17, but with junior sister's help, I could definitely take him down." The girl smiled radiantly, looping her arm through his. "I know. Senior brother Su Yuan is a top student in the second year. That spoilt brat is no match for you." At the city gate, Bai Hong, pleased with the awe the white tiger instilled in the crowd, was about to further humiliate the reckless Second Academy student when Lu Yun coldly spat out two words, "Back off." The crowd, who had thought Lu Yun would retreat in the face of difficulty, gasped in shock. Bai Hong, furious, pounded his chest and stomped his feet as a golden light flickered before him, revealing a phantom fence. Suddenly, several large white tigers leaped out, quickly forming a group of 5. Their roars were thunderous, shaking the ground and sending a fierce aura that made the audience step back in fear. Those who had previously witnessed the power of Bai Heng's beast troops were even more apprehensive. To most people, Lu Yun's action of summoning a mere human soldier type and daring to challenge Bai Heng seemed like a foolish dream, utterly out of his depth. Several students from the Second Institute, hidden among the crowd, couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Facing 5 opponents alone, against beasts several meters long, the young man appeared completely helpless, doomed for certain. Even though Bai Hong wouldn't dare to kill someone in public, it seemed inevitable that Lu Yun was in deep trouble this time and couldn't escape his fate. Although the other onlookers shared a common enemy, they only dared to watch from a distance. In their eyes, this newcomer from the Second Institute was definitely going to suffer a severe setback. Everyone was just guessing whether he would end up crying bitterly or begging for mercy on his knees. Just then, a furious shout suddenly erupted from the back of the crowd. "Who dares to bully my Second Institute students?" Followed by this, more than a dozen figures clad in black robes, their energies bursting forth, rushed over. As they ran, they summoned their soldier types. In an instant, Over 100 impressive warriors lined up behind these students. The crowd parted ways, all staring in disbelief. It was well known that the students from the Second Institute were usually disciplined and rarely caused trouble. Today's display, as if they had taken some sort of battle stimulant, showed they were determined to fight to the death. At this moment, Qian Xing, who conveyed the dean's admonitions perfectly to everyone, was radiant with pride and high spirits. He shouted as he moved, "All the brave ones from the Second Institute, charge with me!" Those who had been timidly hiding in the crowd felt their blood boil at his words, yelling continuously, "To hell with the Third Institute dogs! If you touch a hair on my brother's head, you'll answer to me." The shouts grew louder as more and more brave warriors from the Second Institute joined the fray. By the time the formidable troop moved across the field, Zhao Yun had gathered more than 30 people behind him, commanding over 200 soldiers. A dark mass surrounded the ancient city gates, blocking them completely. Everyone on the scene was stunned. Such a massive confrontation was unprecedented between the academies. Could it be that the student commanders of today are also fierce? Even the usually aloof elites from the First Institute were taken aback by the scene. Xu Yuan and his junior female student looked at each other, both in disbelief. "Senior brother, the Second Institute is so powerful. They really want to thrash the Third Institute." The girl watched the formidable black-clad army at the city gates and the panicked, fumbling Third Institute students summoning their soldiers, her mouth agape with genuine admiration. Hearing this, Xu Yuan felt a surge of inspiration, as if enlightened. He leapt up and shouted loudly, "Where are all the First Institute students? I'm Xu Yuan from the second year. Follow me." His command, like a clap of thunder, resonated through the area. Figures in pale golden uniforms emerged from the crowd, bravely making their way toward the ancient city gates against the flow. The young girl snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Quickly catching on, she mimicked her senior brother's stance, raising her arms high and proclaiming with a clear voice, "I am Cheng Xiaoying, the second top student of the first year. Brothers and sisters of our academy, we can't let the bookworms of the Second Academy outdo us." Upon hearing this, Xu Yuan, slightly surprised, couldn't help but break into a warm, genuine smile. He took the young girl's delicate hand and shouted, "Mighty Shin Turtle, appear now! Come forth, Shadow Fox!" With a thunderous roar, the space next to them vibrated intensely as a massive turtle emerged, its shell supporting a three-tailed fox. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. "Isn't this the famous turtle-fox duo from our academy?" Before they could recover from their astonishment, bursts of energy erupted throughout the ancient city. Fearsome troops, commanded by young men and women in pale golden uniforms, descended one after another. Smoke giants, flame-breathing wolf kings, and pig-riding dwarfs led by the Turtle Fox Knights unveiled the hidden elite of the First Academy for the first time, revealing their shocking and formidable strength. Meanwhile, at the city gates, Qianxing, who had just summoned a cybernetic mech warrior, was dumbstruck. He thought he would be today's main character, but the eccentrics from the First Academy were also stirring up trouble. "Bai Hong, you scoundrel, get out of my way!" Qianxing could no longer hold back, yelling furiously at the leader of the Third Academy who had summoned 10 white tigers. His fellow warriors from the Second Academy were equally enraged and joined in the cursing. Bai Hong initially panicked, but soon regained his arrogant demeanor, gritting his teeth. "Qianxing, you'd better think this through. Offending our Third Academy, you know the consequences." Qianxing's face turned slightly pale upon hearing this, but remembering the advice from Yushisen, he straightened his back and shouted, "I just want to see your lackeys today. Everyone back off and let my junior brother through." The 10 white tigers roared in unison, their cries thunderous like a tidal wave, and Bai Heng's followers finally steadied themselves, smirking coldly, ready for confrontation. A fierce battle seemed inevitable. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yun was slightly taken aback by the bravery of his senior brothers and sisters from the Second Academy. Seeing these usually secluded and diligent seniors daring to confront the Third Academy for his sake, he felt a mix of emotions, deeply moved. However, Zhao Yun quickly assessed the situation and made a decision. He stepped forward, bypassing a fuming Qianxing, and with a flash of cold light, his silver spear appeared in his hand. Yes, he decided to face the challenge alone. He was confident that the Second Academy's combat prowess was not inferior to the spoiled elites of the Third Academy. Yet, he was also aware that any clash would jeopardize his seniors' futures. Given that the parents of the Third Academy students were Empire nobility, offending them could severely impact the futures of the Second Academy students. After all, Lu Yun just wanted to enter a subsidiary. It wasn't worth dragging others into trouble because of him. He firmly refused to let his seniors suffer on his account. "Move!" the young man commanded coldly, wielding his bronze divine weapon. Enraged and humiliated, Bai Heng let out a furious roar, "You useless fool, go die." Before the echo of his words faded, 10 ferocious tigers lunged at Lu Yun. Witnessing the scene, Qian Xing was so anxious that he jumped up and down, frantically commanding his mech to charge up. The students from the Second Academy were also seething with anger, ready to intervene at any moment. However, just then, Lu Yun made his move. With a fierce stomp, he moved as fast as lightning, spearheading straight into the pack of tigers with his silver spear. In a flash, a high-level beast soldier of the 18th rank was pierced through the heart, leaving a bloody hole. Explosions resonated continuously as Lu Yun darted around, his presence intermittent. Wherever he passed, the ground was littered with tiger corpses and blood flowed like rivers. In just a few breaths, the young man had landed back on the ground. His silver spear dripped with blood. None of Bai Heng's 10 fierce tigers survived, each bearing a startling bloody hole on their skulls. The young man had slain a dozen tigers, yet his black-armored cavalry remained motionless from start to finish. The entire field fell silent. The students from the Second and Third Academies, who had been ready to command their troops to assist, were now utterly speechless and stunned. The 100-plus soldiers, lacking orders from their leader, stood bewildered, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Lu Yun let out a sigh, sheathed his long spear, and nodded towards the stunned Qian Xing and others before striding towards the ancient city. His and his black-armored cavalry's footsteps echoed across the silent battlefield. As he passed by a pale-faced Bai Heng, Lu Yun caught a glimpse of the once arrogant leader of the Third Academy trembling uncontrollably and backing away as if he had seen a ghost. The rest of the Third Academy students and their troops hastily cleared a path, watching as Lu Yun confidently entered the ancient city. After a long while, an uproar of astonishment burst from outside the simulation. "My God!" One man killed 10 white tigers. And those were the elite of the Third Academy. Bai Heng's troops were among the top 10 of the Third Academy, and they were wiped out by a freshman? This is insane. What kind of monster has the Second Academy unleashed this year? With just one spear, he wiped out the Third Academy. Incredible. At this moment, the most shocked were undoubtedly the Second Academy students. Just moments ago, while Qian Xing was imparting the dean's earnest teachings at the stronghold, they thought their junior was a feeble victim, which sparked their protective instincts and sense of justice. Coupled with their long-standing dissatisfaction with the Third Academy's actions and their pride as students of the Second Academy, they had rushed to defend their junior. Little did they know, there was no weak junior. It was a fierce tiger in sheep's clothing. Such prowess was simply unbelievable. He didn't even need to use his troops. He single-handedly slew Bai Heng's 10 white tiger kings. These were considered the pinnacle of beast-type military forces. Even the sophomores and juniors present would find it difficult to achieve such a feat, yet here was this unassuming junior brother, slaying fierce tigers right before everyone, completely extinguishing the arrogance of the pampered students from the 3 institutes. Qian Heng's jaw nearly dropped. Weren't his teacher and the head of the Yue Institute supposed to have him protect Lu Yun? What was happening now? Was Lu Yun, who was rumored to be useless, really in need of his protection? And who was the scoundrel spreading rumors about Lu Yun being a failure? If Lu Yun was a failure, what did that make them, the older students, mere scraps? Qian Heng also sharply realized that Lu Yun had chosen to fight alone, abandoning the use of troops. Moreover, his weapon was a priceless bronze artifact. Could it be that this guy had chosen a different path, focusing on cultivating himself? A light bulb went off in Qian Heng's head. No wonder Lu Yun dared to venture alone into the ancient city. He must be focusing on strengthening himself, piling on attributes, equipment, and skills. The combination of moves and the ultimate skill he used to strike down the tiger must be a legendary warrior technique. However, Qianheng couldn't help but sigh when he thought about his impressive junior brother, who ultimately could not escape the inherent disadvantages of the human troops. Not far behind the Second Institute's formation, Su Yuan and Cheng Xiaoying stood atop a mighty Shin turtle, exchanging shocked glances. It wasn't until Lu Yun's figure had disappeared into the gates of the ancient city that Cheng Xiaoying muttered discontentedly, "Who does he think he is, finishing it all so quickly? Our institute finally gets a chance to shine." Su Yuan, still stunned by the recent extraordinary event, turned his head dumbly, eliciting a giggle from Cheng Xiaoying. "Come on, senior brother. Let's go inside too. The people from the Third Institute have no face to stay here any longer." Okay, okay, Su Yuan agreed naively. Cheng Xiaoying reassured him, "Humph, that Bai Heng's troops weren't all that great. In my opinion, you could easily crush him." Su Yuan shook his head firmly, "No, I can't. That guy from the Second Institute." He paused, searching for the right words, but finally just muttered, "Very strong." Cheng Xiaoying looked up with a sigh, finding the earnest young man rather cute. But then, her expression turned serious and sharp. "A new guy from the Second Institute this year? I'll meet him during the tri-school competition and see how good he really is." Just then, Cheng Xiaoying suddenly tensed up, feeling her shadow fox troop stir. She quickly turned around and saw a surge of white mist rolling towards them. "Senior brother, it's the mist dungeon. We need to get out of here fast." Hearing this, Su Yuan's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately took out his phone to gather the nearby students from the First Institute and evacuate swiftly. Other warriors also noticed the approaching mist and fled in panic towards the city. "Qianheng, we need to evacuate. The mist is coming," shouted a classmate from the Second Institute. Qian Ku shook his head, "You go ahead. I'll wait here for Lu Yun. He might not be aware of how dangerous the fog is." At the ancient city gates, Bai Heng appeared utterly devastated, oblivious to the fleeing crowd. It wasn't until several students from the Third Academy forcibly dragged him away that he snapped back to reality. His eyes gleamed with vengeance as he stared at the tiger's corpse on the ground, gritting his teeth. "Lu Yun, Lu Yun, I will remember you." Inside the ancient city, hundreds of meters into the wilderness outside, Lu Yun had already unleashed his full force of the Great Qin cavalry, slaughtering the wandering skeletons. However, he soon realized that the monsters in this instance were much weaker than before. Even the lowest-level skeletal soldiers couldn't withstand a single blow from the cavalry, and the experience gained from killing them had halved. Lu Yun lamented the lost opportunity, his joy from using the death spear to perform a leaping strike that instantly killed 10 white tigers outside the city now dimmed. Still, he ordered Bai Qi to lead the cavalry in mopping up the remnants while he reflected on his recent skill usage. The leaping strike was indeed powerful, especially since he discovered it could be executed consecutively. After performing a leaping strike within 100 meters, he could continue to launch a second and third attack until his strength was depleted. Lu Yun estimated he could perform over 20 leaping strikes at present, which left him quite satisfied. Under the heavenly bestowed tenfold amplification, the damage of this move was 20 times that of a regular attack. At level 6, Lu Yun's strength had reached 60 points. With an additional 15 points from the Orc Arm Guards and the Death Spear, the 20-fold damage amounted to 1,500 points, far beyond what ordinary monsters could withstand. The white tiger previously attacked by a Third Academy student had a significant amount of health but couldn't withstand his barrage of attacks. In terms of output, Lu Yun wielding the leaping strike had completely surpassed the Great Qin cavalry. However, his stamina was still slightly inferior, making his ultimate move best suited for surprise attacks. Roar! 10 minutes later, the wandering skeletons outside the ancient city were nearly wiped out. Compared to the last instance, the time spent was significantly reduced. With the Great Qin veteran soldiers rising to level 7, their attributes had reached the peak of 800, making their sweeping efficiency even greater than before. In an instant, Lu Yun led the cavalry to the city. Facing the significantly weakened skeleton archers, elite troops, and subcommanders, the Great Qin army advanced as if entering an uninhabited territory, unstoppable. In less than an hour, only the white-haired guard commander remained on the altar, glaring and holding high the battle flag. As fellow humans, how dare you? The old general began to reprimand, but Lu Yun charged into the sky with a leap, launching a leaping strike. Boom! The youth, wielding the death spear, mimicked the previous guard's sneak attack tactics, closing tens of meters in an instant, and pierced the old man's chest with his spear. Amidst a muffled sound, Lu Yun granted the white-haired commander the most dignified end. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 boss, commander of the ancient city. Congratulations to Commander Lu Yun on reaching level 7. A warm current spread throughout his body, instantly restoring the energy he had spent. Behind him, each of the cavalrymen also shimmered with golden light, reaching the peak of level 7. As soldiers, they had accumulated far less experience than their commander, but they had already stockpiled enough proficiency. Lu Yun's face lit up with joy. Even though completing this dungeon from start to finish only earned me half a level's worth of experience, the process was thrilling and exhilarating, taking just a bit over an hour. The efficiency was still notable. However, after reaching level 7, the amount of experience required to level up dramatically increased, and the extra rewards for defeating enemies above my level also decreased. This ancient city dungeon might no longer be suitable for me. After roaming around the ruins of the ancient city for a while, Lu Yun collected over 1,200 energy stones scattered throughout. Just as he was about to leave the battlefield, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the battle flag held by the guard captain. Unlike last time, this tattered flag did not fall when the guard captain was defeated. Lu Yun strode forward, his fingertips barely touching the flagpole when the tattered flag suddenly emitted a blood-red glow, transforming into a palm-sized crimson military banner that lightly fell into his palm. The young man was ecstatic and quickly checked the attributes of this miraculous item. It was a black iron-level military gear named Ancient City Battle Flag, requiring a black iron rank or higher. It had an added effect. Troops could automatically collect items dropped within a 5-meter radius, which would be stored directly into the commander's rune space. Lu Yun was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to acquire a piece of black iron-level military equipment. Although it wasn't a weapon like the ones the guards wielded, which was slightly disappointing, the ability to automatically scavenge items was exactly what he had been dreaming of. Following the Iron Cavalry these past few days, picking up energy stones had indeed been a backbreaking task. With this magical item, he could now manage things effortlessly and relax completely. Without hesitation, Lu Yun bound the ancient city battle flag to the Daqin troops. Instantly, a blood-red banner emblem appeared on the iron armor of the cavalry. The young man was very satisfied with this and decided to withdraw his troops from the instance dungeon. However, when he reappeared on the battlefield, he found the once bustling ground eerily deserted, with only a thin mist lingering in front of the ancient city gates. Confused, Lu Yun instinctively summoned 5 iron cavalry guards to his side. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from the mist. Lu Yun, is that you? Accompanied by the clanking sounds of mechanical collisions. Qian Hang, along with his mechanized troops, hurriedly appeared. Seeing that Lu Yun was safe, he sighed in relief but quickly urged, "Junior brother, let's hurry and leave. This is a leak from the mist dungeon. I was worried you might get lost, so I waited here specially for you." Seeing Qian Hang's anxious expression, Lu Yun grew increasingly curious and pressed for details. "Senior brother, what's really going on? Can an instance dungeon leak like this?" Qian Hang, on high alert, glanced around and checked the indicators on his mech before explaining in a hushed tone. The Mist Dungeon is a large-scale outdoor battlefield that houses a level 15 boss, the Mist Queen. If she is slain and her corpse comes into contact with human blood, the Queen will resurrect. What's worse, the resurrected Queen will relentlessly hunt all commanders who have set foot in this area, even if they escape the dungeon. "So, this mist is spread by the Mist Queen?" Lu Yun asked. Nodding, Qian Hang confirmed, After her resurrection, the queen's strength increases manifold. She can not only release mist but also command wild beasts to serve her. If a commander lingers in the mist too long and loses their way, they'll end up as puppets of the queen. His tone was gravely serious, as if he had witnessed such horrors firsthand. However, he didn't notice that when he mentioned the Mist Queen's ability to command wild beasts, Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Suddenly, a red light flashed on Qian Heng's mech, which started beeping urgently. He became extremely tense and urged, "Junior brother, let's head back to the city. The beasts affected by the mist have enhanced levels and attributes, and we can't confront them on our own. We must wait for the city defense forces." Unexpectedly, Lu Yun shook his head and refused. "I'm not going back." Qian Xing was taken aback, but noticed his junior brother's face brimming with excitement. His eyes reddened with urgency as he repeatedly tried to dissuade him. "Lu Yun, don't be rash. The Mist Queen means trouble. One of our third-year seniors died at her hands. And with those crazed beasts added to the mix, her power is comparable to a level 20 boss." However, his earnest pleas only made Lu Yun smile brighter. The youth cheerfully responded, "I know my limits, senior. You go ahead." With that, he strode confidently towards the depths of the mist. Lu Yun was secretly thrilled. He had been looking for a place to train, and the overflowing mist along with the mutant monsters seemed like a gift from heaven. A level 20 boss? This is fantastic. Perhaps after defeating her, I could make a name for myself and level up today? Meanwhile, Qian Xing, watching Lu Yun walk away, was completely dumbfounded. He almost wished he could knock his naive junior unconscious and carry him away. However, remembering how Lu Yun single-handedly defeated 10 white tigers just a few hours ago, Qian Xing felt a twinge of insecurity and involuntarily shrank back. Ultimately, as he watched Lu Yun disappearing into the distance, Qian Xing gritted his teeth and decided to follow. How can a man stand by and watch another in peril? Especially when I'm his senior. My mecha's power should surely surpass that of his human troop. Once this youngster tastes the bitterness of the wild beasts, I'll just drag him back to the city. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Lu Yun asked in surprise as Qian Xing caught up. Qian Xing straightened up and spoke earnestly. "I couldn't rest easy knowing you were in the mist alone. If you regret it, we can turn back right now." Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile wryly, but he also appreciated the concern for his safety and said no more. The two brothers, barely 2 meters apart, walked side by side into the mist. Soon, the mist churned, and a low growl emanated from ahead. Qian Xing immediately shouted, "Attack!" The 2-meter-tall mecha beside him swiftly raised its arm, launching a blazing cannonball that roared into the mist. They advanced another 10 meters and saw a frost-haired monkey, its head blown open, lying dead on the ground. "Look, Junior, this beast was only level 5, but after being touched by the mist, it evolved to level 6. Its body enlarged, and its strength doubled. And this is just a low-level monster. The deeper we go, the more terrifying the evolved ranks will become," Qian Xing said gravely, pointing at the monkey's corpse. Lu Yun looked at his senior's serious face and couldn't help but smirk. He knew his senior was trying to convince him to retreat by showing how formidable the mutated monsters were. But to Lu Yun, a mere level 6 was nothing. He wouldn't mind facing 100 or even more. Besides, mutation meant higher ranks, more experience, and better loot. A perfect opportunity he couldn't miss. Together, they continued their exploration. For safety, Qian Xing summoned 3 more mechas. They encountered and slew several ambushing beasts along the way, with Qian Xing's expression growing increasingly solemn, worried for Lu Yun. However, the young man couldn't contain his excitement. How could he let his senior claim all the monsters? With a casual wave, a black vortex erupted beside him, and the iron cavalry of the Great Qin dynasty surged out, scattering into the mist. Even Bai Qi, who was always close at hand, gave Lu Yun a slight nod before drawing his sword and charging into the depths of the misty sea. This scene completely astonished Qian Heng. The stern expression on his face instantly turned into a look of stunned disbelief. He could hardly believe his own eyes as he stared in shock at this prodigious junior standing beside him. 30 different types of soldiers. Qian Xing could hardly believe his eyes. Lu Yun actually summoned 30 types of soldiers in one go. Was this junior not simply trying to use these soldiers to enhance his own growth? Did he really need so many auxiliary soldiers? Qian Xing himself only had 22 cyber-mechanical warriors, which was already considered a lot among soldiers masters below level 20. By comparison, Bai Heng from the Third Institute had always had only 10 King White Tiger soldiers. Indeed, mastering the use of soldiers was a lengthy process. Yet, Lu Yun, only at level 7, was able to summon 30 soldiers right off the bat. Qian Xing watched as the human soldiers summoned by Lu Yun entered into the mist one by one, and was just about to persuade him to reconsider when he heard Lu Yun continue to summon more Daqin elite warriors. Sounds of armor clashing emerged from the dark vortex, and another warrior in black armor appeared. Qian Xing was at a loss for words. His junior was acting like a reckless spender. 30 soldiers were not enough, and he was still summoning more. Qian Xing had already checked the attributes of the Daqin elite warriors. They only had a modest 95 points in 4-dimensional attributes. Although this was decent growth for a newcomer, facing the mutated monsters in the mist, they might not even defeat a level 7 monster. In Qian Xing's view, letting so many soldiers enter the mist was simply a waste of resources. Lu Yun waved his hand, sending the newly summoned Daqin elite warriors into the mist as well, and Qian Xing looked at him with some confusion but a resolute face. Suddenly, Qian Xing decided not to dissuade him anymore. If Lu Yun chose this path of growth, he had to bear the consequences. After the soldiers' deaths, they would occupy a slot in the soldier's charm space for a period, depending on the summoning skill level of the soldier's master. Once Lu Yun ran out of soldiers to summon, he would understand the cost of such risks. Although Qian Xing had mentioned conserving energy, he realized that each summoning of a Daqin elite warrior cost Lu Yun 400 energy points, which made him cringe. However, the 30 Daqin elite warriors, under the command of Bai Qi, easily defeated 5 level 7 mutated monsters, bringing substantial experience and energy stone rewards. The efficiency was unbelievable, even higher than the gains from a single mutated ancient city dungeon. For Lu Yun, this was literally making money. Watching his remaining soldier charm balance of 8,165 points, enough to summon another 20 Daqin elite warriors, he didn't hesitate to continue summoning new soldiers. Minutes later, Lu Yun's count of soldiers reached 52. In this short time, the dispatched Daqin elite warriors had already brought him several hundred energy points. Lu Yun felt extremely fortunate. Lu Yun was thrilled to have obtained the ancient city's flag, saving him the exhausting task of searching for energy stones himself. Every few minutes, he summoned a new Daqin Rue Shi, bolstering his army in the foggy wilderness. In less than 2 hours, Lu Yun not only amassed a significant amount of experience and energy stones, but also nearly maxed out his experience bar. The mutated beasts in the fog, now exceeding level 10, stood no chance against the level 7 Daqin Rue Shi. Despite the beast mutations, they couldn't escape the Daqin Rue Shi's long swords. However, the beasts suddenly vanished, which Qian Xing found unusual. After observing for over an hour, he noticed a complete absence of mutated beasts in the fog, an abnormal situation. Qian Xing promptly summoned several towering cybernetic warriors to surround him and Lu Yun. Then, he deployed a smaller, more intricately built mechanical troop. Qian Xing, vigilantly watching the dense fog, ordered this new type of troop to scout ahead. The small mechanical soldier jetted steam as it ventured into the fog. Lu Yun, observing Qian Xing's cautious behavior, felt somewhat embarrassed since his initial intent was to explore the fog together with Qian Xing. However, knowing his urgent need for experience, he apologized to his senior. As for the possibility of Qian Xing's scout detecting the Daqin Rue Shi, Lu Yun was not concerned. The control range for his troops far exceeded 100 meters, well beyond Qian Xing's scouting range. Indeed, a few minutes later, the scout returned, worsening Qian Xing's grim expression. The surrounding fog revealed no live beasts, only the corpses of those slain. Xing realized that a powerful troop master must have passed through recently, annihilating all the beasts. This did not reassure him. Instead, it heightened his alertness, as a troop master capable of hunting in the Queen's fog was unlikely to be a fellow student from the War Academy. If it were another independent troop master, the situation could be highly disadvantageous. Typically, War Academy students receive some leniency in the wild, but under current circumstances, optimism was hard to justify. As the fog enveloped them, it seemed to foretell the impending danger. Yet, who would care about them in their school uniforms? Right now, they needed to hurry back to the city. Xing realized that they were likely to face the formidable threat of the rogue warrior Sanren Bingzhu. He could no longer indulge Lu Yun's whims. He was about to express his decision when he was struck by the scene unfolding before him. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he saw a golden light slowly emanating from Lu Yun, who stood beside him. Xing's mouth formed a perfect "oh," completely astonished by his younger schoolmate. He was certain he wasn't mistaken. Was Lu Yun undergoing some kind of upgrade, indicated by the golden light surrounding him? In this situation, Xing couldn't help but start doubting his own abilities. Lu Yun had always been quietly following him, never showing his true strength. He continuously summoned troops but never used that bronze-grade spear, which puzzled Xing. He hadn't even activated the team mode, let alone leveled up with Lu Yun. How then, was Lu Yun leveling up? Could it be that the troops he silently summoned were secretly battling in the fog? Xing's mind ran wild, even entertaining a terrifying thought. Could it be that the mutated wild beasts lurking in the fog were all slain by the human troops released by Lu Yun? But soon, Xing realized how absurd this idea was. His scout troops had a special ability to increase control distance, and he was confident that if Lu Yun's troops were still around, he would have detected them. However, to his surprise, within a 50-meter radius, his scouts couldn't find any trace of human troops. Lu Yun's troops were only level 7, with a control distance no more than 20 meters, and even with the enhancement of a rare troop charm, it couldn't exceed 30 meters. Xing was certain of this and believed that Lu Yun's troops must have either been annihilated or lost in the fog. Yet, mysteriously, Lu Yun had leveled up, which further confused Xing. Eventually, he couldn't help but ask, Lu Yun, how did you manage to level up? Unless Lu Yun was already on the verge of leveling up, and his human troops had accidentally killed a mutated wild beast. Other than that, Xing couldn't think of any plausible explanation. Hearing Xing's skepticism, Lu Yun casually admitted, of course, I gained experience by killing monsters. But Xing didn't believe him, emphasizing that he had scouted a 50-meter range, and all of Lu Yun's troops had vanished. Unless Lu Yun could control his troops beyond 50 meters. But before Xing could finish his emotionally charged statement, he suddenly stopped as he noticed a familiar expression on Lu Yun's face. That confident, carefree demeanor reminded him of the first time he met Lu Yun, who had been holding a bright silver spear and displayed such confidence against the White Tiger King's troops, as if he was proving something. This realization struck Xing hard. Could it be that Lu Yun wasn't lying? Did he have the capability to control his troops beyond 50 meters? Was it an advantage of the human troops, or the effect of a rare troop charm? Just as Xing was about to inquire further, Lu Yun's expression suddenly became serious, his bright silver spear gleaming, and a fierce determination in his eyes. Xing immediately prepared his troops, asking nervously, Lu Yun, did you spot something? Xing was more inclined to trust Lu Yun's true perception, but Lu Yun didn't respond, his expression growing darker, casting a shadow of unease. With furrowed brows, Lu Yun spoke gravely to his senior. Please be careful, senior. I have some matters to attend to. Without hesitating, he strode forward. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the air. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Lu Yun unleashed the powerful technique that had once defeated the White Tiger King and leapt into the dense fog, where visibility was reduced to mere meters. Xinheng quickly warned, Lu Yun, be careful. As he waved his hand, the remaining cybernetic warriors in the area surged forward, following the direction Lu Yun had gone. Although Xinheng didn't understand how Lu Yun could remotely control his troops, nor why he had left in such a hurry. He knew he couldn't just stand by. The fog was thick with danger. If anything happened to Lu Yun, he couldn't bear the responsibility before the Second Institute. With a thunderous roar, the young man's face gleamed with determination as he led over 20 mechanical troops through the fog. Meanwhile, about 200 meters away from Qianhang, Lu Yun landed from mid-air amidst the dense fog. After several uses of his jump strike ability, he had quickly made his way there. What he saw confirmed the information previously relayed by the Qin elite soldiers. A female angelic warrior lay dead. Her appearance was gruesome, her body covered in wounds, her white wings stained with blood. Yet, she seemed to be pointing ahead, as if refusing to give up the fight. Lu Yun was familiar with this type of warrior, known as the Battle Angel, a rare troop type belonging to Lingxue. Both Lingxue and Lu Yun had been specially recruited into the Second Institute, and Lu Yun had once dreamed of summoning a warrior as powerful as a Battle Angel. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he rushed forward, his Qin elite soldiers close behind. As Lu Yun discovered more fallen battle angels, his mood grew somber. He increased his pace, continuously using his jump strike ability to navigate through the fog. Despite the escalating level of mutated monsters in the fog, Lu Yun kept the Qin elite soldiers focused and pushed forward. Finally, the bronze heroic warrior, Bai Qi, sensed the target and immediately relayed the information to Lu Yun, who quickly adjusted his course towards the indicated location. The other Qin elite soldiers also gathered there, ready for battle. According to Bai Qi's intelligence, a female student who controlled plant-type warriors, specifically vine tree men, was fiercely battling a male who controlled a giant black hound-type warrior. Despite her severe injuries, she continued to control the last two vine tree men, stubbornly fighting against numerous black hound warriors. Lu Yun might have already anticipated what would happen next. The mist enveloped everything around, signaling an inevitable battle. Lin Xiaoro felt a pressing urgency and quickened her pace. She saw a man in a thin tank top controlling a black dog to attack tree-like creatures while taunting loudly, "Did you think you could steal from our beast clan and get away with it?" Behind him, two vine-covered tree women clenched their lips in anger, their faces flushed as they anxiously looked into the depths of the fog. Ling Shui had left not for her own sake, but to protect her by drawing the enemy away. However, she had been entangled by the black dog soldier, feeling both guilty and helpless. Angered, Lin Xiaoro shouted at the man with the black dog, "Beast Clan, if you dare hurt Shui, the Second Institute will not let you off." But the man just laughed arrogantly in response. "The Second Institute? Never heard of it, haha." From the distant fog, Lu Yun took aim at Bai Qi. Without hesitation, he ordered the shot. A golden arrow flew through the mist and struck the black dog soldier directly between his eyebrows. The man didn't even have time to close his mouth from laughing before his life was extinguished, and he fell to the ground. Above his head, a giant damage number appeared. Lu Yun received the notification of the kill, his first of a soldier, yet his heart remained undisturbed. On the side, Lin Xiaoro was desperately fending off the attack of over a dozen black dogs. Suddenly, she noticed the ferocious black dogs collapse to the ground, whimpering. Surprised, she looked up into the distance and saw the previously arrogant members of the beast gang lying on the ground, a metal crossbow bolt firmly lodged in the forehead of one. "Is he dead?" Lin Xiaoro was taken aback, but quickly became alert. The enemy had used a long-range attack to defeat a member of the beast gang, and their identity was a mystery. Hidden in the fog were many unexpected dangers. Wielding her wooden staff, Lin Xiaoro tried to use the last bit of energy from the staff to repair the vine treants, which were badly damaged. However, she suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. At that moment, she heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Despite her dizziness, Lin Xiaoro managed to control the battered treants, ready to face another battle. When she finally made out the figure emerging from the fog, she involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. She realized that the young man, dressed in a black uniform similar to the one worn by Ling Shui, was wearing the uniform of the Second War Academy. Seeing the black armored warriors following the young man, Lin Xiaoro had an epiphany. Students from the Second Academy had saved her. Feeling faint and nearly passing out, she bit her lip and pleaded with the young man. Please, save Schwer. She's also a student at the Second Academy. As she spoke, her vision darkened, and she nearly lost consciousness. Lu Yun quickly took out healing pills he had exchanged from the armory and fed Lin Xiaoro several pills, which gradually improved her complexion and allowed her to reopen her eyes. What happened? Where is Ling Shui? Lu Yun asked anxiously. Tears streaming down her face, Lin Xiaoro quickly replied, It's the Beast Gang. They wanted to steal the items our team obtained in the foggy dungeon. To escape, we awakened the Queen of the Fog, Ling Shui. She led the Beast Gang deeper into the fog to save me. Since you're both from the same academy, please, you must save her. I'll agree to any conditions. Hearing Lin Xiaoro's story, a faint golden energy surged through Lu Yun, and he asked, Which direction did they go? How long ago? A fierce determination flashed across his face. Although his feelings for Ling Shui, his childhood friend who had always supported him, were mostly buried deep in his heart, Lu Yun was not willing to stand by and watch her suffer. That way, it's been over half an hour. Lin Xiaoro pointed in a direction. All right. Lu Yun stood up. Can you protect yourself? Lin Xiaoro on the ground nodded hastily. I'm fine. Just save Ling Shui. Before she could finish, Lu Yun had already stepped forward, rushing into the dense fog. The black-armored warriors followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoro heard the rumbling sounds from within the swirling fog around her. In the thick fog, it seemed as if countless formidable creatures were slowly advancing. Lin Xiaoro was frantic, struggling to stand up, but eventually, she had to give up. She stared into the depths of the mist, placing all her hopes on a mysterious boy whose name she didn't even know. Suddenly, she heard a sound like the roaring of a machine engine behind her. Turning around, she saw a boy in a Second Academy uniform approaching with a group of towering mechanical soldiers. It was Qianxing. Seeing Lin Xiaoro's distressed face, Qianxing was somewhat surprised but quickly asked if she had seen a boy from the Second Academy passing by. Lin Xiaoro immediately sought Qianxing's help to rescue Ling Shui. She hurriedly told him about the brutal Beast Brigade and Lu Yun's heroic rescue. Upon hearing the name of the Beast Brigade, Qianxing's expression darkened dramatically. Learning that Ling Shui was being attacked by 4 powerful commanders of the Beast Brigade, he became extremely anxious. When Lin Xiaoro mentioned that Lu Yun had gone alone to save Ling Shui, Qianxing became utterly panicked. The Beast Brigade, notorious for its beast-like soldiers, had committed numerous atrocities in the wilderness of Donghai City. Each commander was extraordinarily powerful, and Lu Yun's decision to face 4 of them alone was incredibly reckless. Moreover, Ling Shui, a newcomer, had also joined in, daring to venture into the foggy dungeon before even reaching level 10. A risky move indeed. Qianxing was internally agitated and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Lin Xiaoro, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, The boy who saved me, is he also a new student from the Second Academy? Qianxing nodded gravely. He knew the importance of both Lu Yun and Ling Shui. Ling Shui's abilities spoke for themselves, and among this year's freshmen from the 3 war academies, only Zhuge Wanner from the First Academy could rival her. While Lu Yun might not have been as well known, his impressive individual skills and ability to control soldiers showed immense potential. Any mishap involving either of them would be a significant loss for the Second Academy. Determined, Qianxing resolved to rescue Lu Yun and Ling Shui, even if it meant exhausting all his resources. As he led his mechanical soldiers in pursuit of Lu Yun, Lin Xiaoro was amazed. She had never imagined that Lu Yun, too, was a new student from the Second Academy, a newcomer of such formidable strength. Even though Ling Shui possessed the rare-level combat angel soldier, Lu Yun's prowess was undeniable. While facing a level 15 beast corps leader, Lin Xiaoro was cautious. She began to wonder if Lu Yun's strength had surpassed that of Ling Shui. Perhaps it was due to the advantage of a sneak attack using ranged troops? However, Lin Xiaoro soon considered another possibility. As she watched Qianxing disappear into the distance, she resolved to follow him. Meanwhile, enveloped in thick fog, Lu Yun followed the trail of battle swiftly. He learned that 4 more beast corps leaders were pursuing Ling Shui, and the number of battle angels with her would not exceed 5. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastened his pace. When confronted by a mutated beast blocking his path, Lu Yun decisively issued commands to either dodge or engage in quick combat. Although not specifically hunting monsters, Lu Yun's practical experience was rapidly improving. Over half an hour later, as he heard the roars of beasts and sounds of battle through the fog ahead, Lu Yun received a notification that he had leveled up again. At that moment, his heart filled with a sense of victory and accomplishment. Before Lu Yun realized it, he was constantly surrounded by a group of elite soldiers from the Great Qin, forming a defensive line with a diameter of 200 meters. Not only did they eliminate a large number of mutated monsters along their path, but they also experienced the joy of leveling up amidst the fog. Lu Yun felt satisfied, yet he had no time to reflect as he discovered the corpses of 2 angelic soldiers from the Lingxue faction. Without hesitation, he used a leap attack, rushing towards the source of the battle ahead. Soon, he could hear the clear sounds of combat emanating from the dense fog. Meanwhile, not far from Lu Yun, Lingxue wielded a shimmering silver sword, fighting side by side with the last 3 angelic soldiers. They faced the onslaught of dozens of beast-type soldiers, with Lingxue already heavily wounded, her movements slowing as blood continuously flowed from a wound on her abdomen. For figures, 2 men and 2 women stood behind the beast-type soldiers, mockingly watching Lingxue struggle. One of the bulky men taunted, "Pretty lady, just agree to my terms, and I promise you won't die today." Another man joined in the mockery, "That's right, this is the land of mist. No one will know your fate. When you return to the War Academy, you'll still be everyone's goddess." The only female among them scoffed disdainfully, "You two are shameless, always scheming when you see a pretty girl. Why not learn from old Six?" She gave a slight smile toward a dark-faced, middle-aged man beside her, who suddenly cautioned them to be careful not to harm the 3 angelic soldiers. Lingxue seemed to ignore them, her vision blurred, but she continued to swing her sword driven by her combat instincts. She had often imagined dying heroically while leading her soldiers against high-level bosses or holding off the commanders of myriad tribes, but she never thought she would fall to these beastly soldiers. At that moment, the image of a young man appeared in her mind, a constant companion in her dreams, from childhood friends to inseparable partners. Her cheeks burned, unable to tell if it was from blood loss or embarrassment. But now, she had no time for such thoughts, as death was imminent. She remembered that annoying fellow who hadn't spoken to her for 3 months, recalling the time she had invited him for a meal. If she had known today would be her end, she would have shared a late-night snack with Lu Yun before entering this misty dungeon. But it was too late for regrets. Suddenly, the sound of rapidly colliding carapaces came from behind. Lingxue knew it was the female beast troop member controlling the scorpion soldiers. She tried to dodge, but her strength was depleted, and she stumbled, watching as the glinting poison stinger aimed directly at her heart. Faced with the impending darkness, Lingxue showed no fear, only a hint of reluctance in her heart. As she was about to be engulfed by the boundless dark, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from behind her through the mist. A young man with a silver spear burst through the fog, striking fiercely at the venomous scorpion about to attack Lingxue. His spear shattered the scorpion's hard shell, unleashing a terrifying blast that scattered the beastly soldiers surrounding her. The 4 commanders of the Beast Brigade were taken aback, realizing they had not detected the young man's approach, and his display of power left them trembling with fear. They quickly withdrew their troops, warily watching the young man who now held Lingxue in his arms. Feeling the security of his embrace, Lingxue gazed at the familiar face before her, shaking her head in an attempt to see everything more clearly. In a soft, puzzled voice, she asked, "Lu Yun, how are you here? Am I already in the underworld?" Her voice was delicate and beautiful, yet conveyed her inner confusion and sentiment. A pang of tenderness surged in the young man's heart as he gently replied, "Yes, you see me now. I've come to rescue you." A satisfied smile appeared on Lingxue's face, as if she were in a dream, murmuring to herself, "I'm not mistaken, Lu Yun. You really are here." Seeing you as my life hangs by a thread is truly fortunate." With those words, her head tilted slightly, and she fell completely unconscious. Her 3 angelic soldiers also vanished from the charmed space, exhausted. Lu Yun, relieved that Lingshua's life was not in danger but concerned about her severe blood loss and exhaustion, took out some hemostatic powder and bandages to treat her wounds. However, the 4 commanders of the Beast Brigade frowned, having waited a long while without seeing Lu Yun's troops appear. One corpulent commander attempted to provoke him, shouting, "Boy, that girl has stolen something from our Beast Brigade. If you want to live, better scram." Lu Yun ignored him, his brow furrowed with worry for Lingshua's injuries. He resolved to teach her more caution once she recovered. Just then, a warrior in black armor emerged from the distant mist, Lu Yun's bronze-level heroic soldier, Bai Qi. Approaching Lu Yun and Lingxue, Bai Qi stood guard with a massive bronze shield and a sharp sword, facing down the 4 beast commanders with a stern expression of deadly intent. Initially, they mistook the armored warrior for another male ally, which made them uneasy. However, after casting a detection spell, smiles spread across their faces. To their surprise, they discovered that this armored warrior was also a type of soldier, specifically from the most fragile human race among all racial groups. No wonder they had never seen this type of male soldier before. Clearly, he was pretending to be much stronger than he actually was, boasting a mere 220 points in attributes, hardly intimidating. A middle-aged man with a dark complexion scoffed, "Kid, why don't you summon a few more soldiers? We can wait." The other 3 also sneered at Lu Yun, commanding their beast-like soldiers to advance towards Lu Yun and Ling Shui. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was diligently treating Ling Shui's wounds and coldly responded, "Very well." Suddenly, the surrounding fog echoed with the clanging of metal, and a group of human soldiers clad in black armor and wielding long swords emerged from the mist, swiftly surrounding the area within a few dozen meters, sealing it off completely. The 4 commanders of the Beast Brigade's face turned pale in an instant. They had never anticipated that Lu Yun's human troops would be so numerous. The dense formation of human soldiers struck terror into their hearts, and even their beastly troops, numbering over a dozen, began to grow tense, glancing around with fear in their eyes at the sudden appearance of the black-armored warriors. Suddenly, Lu Yun noticed that Ling Shui had a wound on her pale leg, which ignited his fury. Without hesitation, he ordered the elite troops of the Great Qin, "Attack!" Bai Qi, brandishing his long sword, led the 60-plus Great Qin elite troops. They moved forward in unison, their swords glinting coldly, cutting through the surrounding mist as they exerted their utmost effort. The 4 commanders of the Beast Brigade, burning with rage, waved their command flags frantically, summoning all their troops. They underestimated the human troops, thinking them only level 9 and easily defeated. A corpulent commander swung his arms, directing his 20-plus wild boar troops to charge. He had previously investigated these black-armored human troops, which, despite their imposing appearance, had attributes of only 110 points. In contrast, his level 14 troops had nearly 400 points in all attributes and possessed the precious charge skill. Confident in his superior troops, he was shocked when his wild boars were effortlessly slaughtered by the human soldiers in mere seconds. All 20-plus of his boars fell, leaving the corpulent commander in disbelief. He couldn't understand how his seemingly superior troops were so easily decimated. The other 3 commanders had planned to exploit the boar troops' charge as usual and then strike. However, the situation took an unexpected turn with the total annihilation of the boar troops. Stricken with fear, they watched in horror as Lu Yun dressed the young girl's wounds, realizing too late the gravity of their situation. Surrounded by dozens of black-armored warriors, their chance to even plead for mercy slipped away. The bronze swords and spears glinted lethally, harvesting the lives of the beast troops one by one. One commander, with a pale face and mantis troops, coughed up blood onto the last of his creatures. The creature's hind legs splattered with blood as the pale-faced man lunged at it. The creature kicked, flinging him high into the air, but in the next moment, golden arrows pierced through him and his troop, leaving them riddled like a honeycomb, dead before they hit the ground. The remaining 3 commanders of the Beast Brigade despaired, quickly falling to the swords of the black-armored human warriors. They died without understanding how such a defeat had come to pass. Human race troops are often considered weaker, but why do the level 9 human troops appear so formidable? Yet no one answered this question. Even the items dropped by them after their demise were promptly picked up by other human troops nearby. In a corner shrouded in thick fog, a massive throne suddenly emerged, enveloped by the mist. A seductive figure gradually appeared on the throne, somewhat visible through the fog. Revenge? A voice filled with endless murderous intent echoed from the figure, as the wild beasts under the fog became increasingly ferocious. Qianheng sighed. These wild beasts seem to have gotten stronger. He decided to join Lin Xiaoro in rescuing Lu Yun and Ling Shui. Facing the ever-strengthening mutant wild beasts, they were filled with bitterness. Qianheng nodded in agreement, realizing that the level 15 mutant wild beasts he and Lin Xiaoro were facing had already proven challenging. These beasts seemed to have grown stronger, nearly possessing the attributes of level 20 regular wild beasts. As the power of the fog intensified, Qianheng's eyes revealed a grave expression. He looked towards the denser fog ahead, his heart filled with worry. Although he had mechanical troops for protection, Lu Yun's human troops could hardly fend off these mutant beasts. He worried that Lu Yun might struggle to withstand these creatures. Despite Lu Yun's formidable attack skills, how often could he use them against the increasingly ferocious mutant beasts? Lin Xiaoro also recognized the dire situation, asking heavily, "Qianheng, what should we do?" After a brief moment of thought, Qianheng's eyes shifted from hesitation to determination. "We keep moving forward. The teachers at the academy must have received the message and will soon come to our aid." Seeing the young man's resolute expression, Lin Xiaoro also made up her mind. "Then I'll go with you." Back in the dean's office at the Second War Academy, Yu Shisan stood up abruptly upon hearing the news of the fog copy leaking. He anxiously inquired about the students' whereabouts, asking if they had all returned. Wang Tao's expression was grave as he checked the messages on his phone and replied solemnly, "3 students have not yet returned." Yu Shisan felt a sense of unease, and Wang Tao's concern was evident. Learning that it was the sophomore Qianheng, freshman Ling Shui, and Lu Yun, Yu Shisan's body erupted with intense water energy, nearly shattering his desk, and Wang Tao was blown several steps back. He decided to go and bring them back himself. At that moment, Chen Wudi entered the dean's office. Looking at the shattered window, he asked Wang Tao about the students. Upon learning that 3 students were still missing, Chen Wudi's body burst with black energy, smashing another window and rushing out without hesitation, already certain of which students were missing. Deep in the vast fog hundreds of kilometers away from Beihai City, Lu Yun anxiously awaited news. His only concern was Ling Shui, the girl who deeply touched his heart. Meanwhile, Chen Wudi, while running, suddenly remembered Ling Shui had once expressed her desire to challenge the foggy outskirts of the city. He couldn't help but worry about this brave girl. Both newcomers were exceptionally outstanding. If the Queen of the Fog dared to harm them, he swore he would tear her to pieces. In the fog, Ling Shui lay in Lu Yun's arms, her wounds properly bandaged. To help her sleep peacefully, Lu Yun held her tightly and pulled out a book emitting a faint cyan glow. His face lit up with joy as he read about the military skills recorded in the book. It turned out to be a precious tome on military skills. In the fierce battles of the Black Iron rank, the application of troop skills is crucial. Troops at the Black Iron level and above possess significantly impactful skills. When these troops charge at the enemy, they inflict damage that is 1.5 times greater than a normal attack and also include a knockback effect. This skill is the same as the one used by the hefty member of the Beast Corps, employing the Wild Boar troop skill. Against regular troop formations, these Wild Boars could easily break through. However, when facing the elite soldiers of Daqin, due to the vast difference in attributes, the Wild Boars merely become trophies of the Daqin warriors. Yet, this does not mean the troop skill is without value. If the Daqin elite soldiers master the charge skill, the effect would indeed kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding, your Daqin elite soldiers have learned the charge skill. Lu Yun was very pleased with this. He immediately had the Qin elite soldiers test out the charge skill. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a squad of Qin elite soldiers, like a steel torrent, surged forward with formidable momentum towards a target tens of meters away. Wherever they passed, the mutated beasts with red eyes that leaped towards them were knocked flying, some even perishing mid-air. Lu Yun was extremely satisfied with such power. The damage effect of the charge skill was 1.5 times that of a normal attack, and with a tenfold boost from their divine empowerment, it reached an astonishing 15 times the damage. This level of damage was truly jaw-dropping. Moreover, the knockback effect was also very practical, proving to be a valuable ability in large-scale battles. Go. Slay the enemy. Lu Yun was very pleased with the charge skill and had Bai Qi lead the Qin elite soldiers to continue their slaughter. Then he turned his attention to the spoils from the 4 leaders of the Beast Corps. He obtained 3 black iron pieces of equipment and 1 bronze piece. However, Lu Yun, looking at these decently attributed items, felt somewhat uninterested. Under the passive effect of his longevity, no amount of equipment could compare to his troop attributes. He realized his path of development was starkly different from other troop leaders. Once his troop numbers reached a certain level, hero troops would emerge, and he wouldn't have to worry about having too many troops. Thus, he just needed to focus on summoning troops. Unless someone could annihilate all his troops in one strike, they couldn't harm him. Realizing his future direction, Lu Yun felt enlightened. Seeing his remaining energy balance in the troop talisman, his mood improved even more. 12,508 points. Just from the 4 leaders of the Beast Corps, over 8,000 energy stones had dropped. This was a tremendous fortune. He immediately summoned a large number of Qin elite soldiers, increasing his troop count to 90. His energy in the troop talisman hit rock bottom again. The energy required to summon level 9 Qin elite soldiers had reached 500 points, which made Lu Yun wince. He resolved that from now on, his primary task with each level up would be to fill up the troop talisman space. Congratulations on killing a level 15 toxic lizard. You have gained 1,200 experience. Congratulations on acquiring a black iron piece of equipment, the lizard tendon belt. Congratulations on obtaining 1 energy stone. As time progressed, Lu Yun gradually discovered the surrounding mutated beasts. It seems that Lu Yun's strength and numbers are continually increasing, along with the drop rates of experience and items. Gratitude begins to fill Lu Yun's heart as he thanks the Queen of the Mist of Vengeance. When Lu Yun's experience bar reaches 1/3, Ling Shui finally slowly opens her eyes. Seeing Lu Yun looking down at her, she closes and reopens her eyes to make sure this isn't a dream. Surprised, her mouth falls open. Lu Yun, how did you save me? Realizing she is lying in Lu Yun's arms, Ling Shui tries to get up, but accidentally touches her wound and the pain makes her collapse back into his embrace. Be careful, your injuries are serious, Lu Yun says, helping her up gently. The girl's cheeks flush with embarrassment and after a moment's hesitation, she asks quietly, did you really save me just now? Remembering the life-threatening situation before, she vaguely recalls Lu Yun's figure. How is that possible? Weren't you refreshing a dungeon yesterday? Ling Shui looks at Lu Yun beside her, amazed at his sudden appearance and formidable strength. She notices several bodies in the distance, clearly defeated by Lu Yun. Lu Yun, how did you manage this? A flash of disbelief and pain crosses Ling Shui's eyes. Overwhelmed by shock and pain, she weakly falls into Lu Yun's arms. Lu Yun gently taps her head, sensing her unique abilities. It seems you've had your share of extraordinary encounters, Lu Yun says with a smile, sharing his experiences with Ling Shui. Although he omits some key details, she is still incredibly surprised. After learning about Lu Yun's leveling up process, Ling Shui, with tears in her eyes, throws herself into his arms, expressing her worry and gratitude. Moved by her reaction, Lu Yun's thoughts are interrupted by a distress signal from the Qin elite soldiers, alerting him to Qianhang and Lin Xiao being under attack. Realizing the danger they are in, he softly tells Ling Shui, Shui'er, we need to go and rescue them first. Ling Shui stops crying and prepares to follow Lu Yun to the rescue. Driven by a sudden sense of urgency, Lu Yun grabbed Sister Xiaorou's hand and exclaimed anxiously, "Sister Xiaorou, she's badly hurt." In a scene shrouded in fog, Lin Xiaorou and Qian Hang were under fierce attack from dozens of mutated beasts. Qian Hang's team of cybernetic warriors had suffered heavy losses, with several units destroyed and the remaining 18 badly damaged. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaorou's 2 Vine Treant soldiers were also in dire straits, their trunks stripped bare and vulnerable to the beast's relentless assaults. She waved her trunks frantically, protecting Qian Hang from harm. The situation worsened as more beasts emerged from the thick fog, making their predicament even more perilous. To make matters worse, Qian Hang realized he had completely lost his bearings and had no idea which direction they were heading. Looking at Qian Hang, drenched in sweat, Lin Xiaorou pleaded through her tears, "Qian Hang, please, let's go. They're after me."
Non.
Yet the young man firmly shook his head in refusal. Without hesitation, he grabbed Lin Xiaorou, preventing her from charging towards the wild beast and facing certain death. Qian Xing realized that Lin Xiaorou was right. He had previously thought the increased frequency of wild beast attacks was just a coincidence. However, after defeating several waves of mutated beasts, he discovered the true problem. These mutated beasts seemed to always accurately track their location. No matter which direction they fled, the beasts were always right behind them. This puzzled Qian Xing. It was not until they were surrounded and attacked by over 50 mutated beasts that Lin Xiaorou, in a moment of desperation, charged into the horde. That's when Qian Xing understood that they were being continuously attacked because Lin Xiaorou was the one who had resurrected the Mist Queen with her blood. These beasts, beguiled by the mist, were all targeting Lin Xiaorou. When she realized her existence endangered Qian Xing, she chose to sacrifice herself, hoping her actions would ensure his survival. However, Qian Xing could not stand idly by and watch Lin Xiaorou walk towards her death. The scolding he had previously received from Dinu Shursan stirred his heart deeply. He could never forgive himself if he just watched a girl sacrifice her life for him. After a mechanical soldier self-destructed, Qian Xing managed to rescue Lin Xiaorou from the monster horde with great difficulty. Lin Xiaorou couldn't help sobbing, feeling guilty not only for endangering Ling Shui, but also for putting Lu Yun and Qian Xing in mortal danger. Yet, the young man beside her showed an extraordinary resolve, refusing to give up. Touched by Qian Xing's actions but feeling even more guilty, Lin Xiaorou heard him say, "Don't give up," grasping her slender wrist tightly, his voice hoarse yet trying to sound lighthearted. He added, "My teacher will arrive soon to rescue us." Lin Xiaorou nodded, tears in her eyes, but just then, a sudden flurry of arrows shot towards them from all directions through the mist. "Watch out!" Lin Xiaorou instinctively shouted, holding the young man close to shield him from the sudden attack. However, she soon realized she didn't feel the anticipated pain. Instead, the previous roars of the mutated beasts had significantly diminished. Looking up, she was shocked to see that most of the beasts that had cornered them were now lying dead, struck down by metallic arrows. "It's Lu Yun." Lin Xiaorou's eyes widened as she recognized the metallic arrows, the same kind Lu Yun had used to attack the black dog soldier-type man who had previously saved her. Yet, the sheer number of arrows made Lin Xiaorou incredulous. To launch so many arrows, how many soldiers were needed? Lu Yun was also a freshman at the second academy like Ling Shui. Hadn't his earlier victory over the black dog soldier type also relied on a surprise attack? As Lin Xiaorou stood in shock, another whooshing sound came through the surrounding mist. This time, all the mutated monsters were eliminated, and the life-threatening crisis was resolved within a few seconds. Lin Xiaorou felt the tremendous shift from hell to heaven and almost fainted, but fortunately, Qian Hang was there to support her. Suddenly, a voice from the mist made Lin Xiaorou's heart skip a beat. "Shuer, are you all right?" Trembling, Lin Xiaorou responded, "Shuer, is that you? Are you okay?" Just in front of the mutated monsters' corpses, Lu Yun helped Ling Shui emerge from the mist. Seeing Ling Shui, Lin Xiaorou couldn't help but burst into tears. The two girls hugged and wept together, while Qian Hang was completely dumbstruck, staring at Lu Yun, mouth agape, unable to speak. Lu Yun said casually, "Senior, I'm back? His words finally snapped Qian Heng back to reality, but then he grabbed Lu Yun's arm tightly, as if afraid he would vanish. Lu Yun, your troops, those arrows. How did you? Ah, I'm going insane. Qian Heng had thought he was about to die there, but in an instant, the attacking monsters were all wiped out, nearly driving him mad. More importantly, he realized something crucial. Lu Yun's strength might be far beyond his imagination. The 2 volleys of arrows said it all. The lethality of the arrows astonished him. Qian Heng remembered holding onto the new troops summoned by Lu Yun, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that these metal arrows were precisely the weapons capable of instantly killing the mutated monsters. He was incredulous at Lu Yun's formidable power. At that moment, Qian Heng had an epiphany. They had walked through the mist for over an hour without encountering any monsters because Lu Yun was controlling those powerful troops, keeping the monsters at bay. Lu Yun, noticing the astonishment in Qian Heng's eyes, softly consoled, "Senior, calm down." Finally coming to terms with it, Qian Heng felt a deep respect for Lu Yun, realizing his previous misconceptions. Lu Yun's strength was indeed far beyond his imagination. Rumors have it that Lin Xiaoro successfully awakened the slumbering Mist Queen, a feat that filled people with awe. A fiery glint flickered in the eyes of the Mist Queen, as if she were beholding a precious treasure while gazing at Lin Xiaoro. At that moment, Lin Xiaoro's eyes were red and brimming with tears. She was undergoing endless trials and challenges internally, yet her resolute gaze revealed her courage and determination to face daunting obstacles. On his hurried journey, Lu Yun learned from Ling Shui that Lin Xiaoro had resurrected the Mist Queen using her own blood, a shocking revelation. The Queen's vengeance was aimed at all those involved in the dungeon and those who remained in the mist, but primarily at Lin Xiaoro herself, making her the main target for all mutated monsters in the mist. This situation was disastrous for the others, as seen earlier when Lin Xiaoro and Qian Heng nearly perished under the assault of these creatures. However, for Lu Yun, Lin Xiaoro's monster-attracting ability was precisely what he needed. He had been worried about the lack of monsters for the Daqin elite soldiers to fight. By bringing Lin Xiaoro along to continuously attract these vengeful creatures, he could benefit greatly from the situation. However, Lu Yun didn't anticipate that his words would upset Lin Xiaoro. She quickly wiped away her tears, insisting she wouldn't be a burden to them. Seeing her attempt to end her own life, Lu Yun realized that she wasn't heartless or intentionally dragging them down. Ultimately, the peril faced by Ling Shui and Qian Heng was due to the actions of the soldiers seeking treasures, leaving Lin Xiaoro no choice but to resurrect the Mist Queen. Encouraged by Ling Shui's kind words, Lu Yun refrained from blaming her. He saw this as an excellent opportunity to be leveraged. Lu Yun shared his plan with the others, and they were initially stunned. They hadn't expected the soldiers under level 20 to be so fearful of the Mist Dungeon, nor had they anticipated Lu Yun's plan to take advantage of the situation to harvest mutated monsters. However, recalling the recent scene where a rain of arrows had decimated the monsters, they came to understand his strategy. Soon, they all agreed to Lu Yun's plan, and the four formed a team. Following the insistence of Ling Shui, Lin Xiaoro, and Qian Heng, the team decided that experience points would be distributed based on the proportion of damage each person dealt. Thus, the group embarked on this bizarre monster hunting adventure, with Lin Xiaoro attracting the mutated creatures, the Daqin elite soldiers clearing the monsters nearby, while Ling Shui and Qian Heng merely watched. Lu Yun almost single-handedly reaped all the experience, quickly seeing his experience bar nearing full again. Meanwhile, in the foggy outskirts of Donghai City, onlookers were stunned as Yu Shisan rode on a water stream whale and Qin Wudi on a black stone buffalo, both charging into the increasingly dense white fog. Amidst this, Yu Shisan anxiously shouted, "You 3 young ones must hold on." A fish scale-shaped military talisman continuously emitted water energy. Waves surged over the body of the water whale as it picked up speed. Chen Wudi closely followed, urgently urging on the Blackstone troops. "Lao He, hurry up faster." These Blackstone barbarian bulls were massive, their hooves thundering across the ground, stirring up mist behind them, their nostrils exhaling hot steam. Chen Wudi couldn't help but complain inwardly, "Old man, Why didn't you make me a swift horse when you created me? Congratulations to Bingzhu Lu Yun for successfully advancing to level 10. After a long wait, Lu Yun finally received the good news of his level up. Golden light shone around him, and Ling Xue and the others couldn't hide their surprise. They had thought Lu Yun would level up quickly, but they didn't expect him to transition from level 9 to 10 with such ease. Ling Xue smiled at Lu Yun and said, Lu Yun, you are the first among our newcomers to reach level 10. Those who once scoffed at you will surely take a second look now. Lu Yun responded with a slight smile. In his memory, apart from Ling Xue and a few others, the other newcomers almost daily ridiculed him, which was one of the reasons he became increasingly reclusive. However, thinking about the road ahead, Lu Yun gradually stopped caring about these matters. After all, in a few days at the official evaluation, he would astonish everyone. Those who had mocked him as useless would have to eat their words. Feeling cheerful, Lu Yun watched his experience bar continue to grow, happily preparing to fill the additional 10 slots in his Bingfu, Troop Talisman, space. Suddenly, another system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10, meeting the conditions to summon new troops. Lu Yun was delighted by this sudden happiness, almost forgetting that every 10 levels gave him a chance to summon new troops. The Chuan Guoyu Shi, as the only divine level hidden Bingfu, could also summon new troops. In the Bingzhu attribute page, he discovered a new summoning skill and selected it without hesitation. However, contrary to expectations, the new troops did not appear, but instead, he received a notification. Insufficient Bingfu energy, failure to open new troop summoning. Lu Yun was surprised. He needed energy to activate new troop summoning. His Bingfu energy had accumulated over 7,000 points and still wasn't enough to support this skill. Although it was a significant consumption, Lu Yun didn't delve deeper and gave up on activating the new troop skill. The strength of the Daqin elite soldiers was not to be underestimated either. He spent 5,500 Bingfu energy points and successfully summoned 10 level, 10 Daqin elite soldiers, filling up his Bingfu space. At that moment, Ling Xue and Lin Xiaoro whispered among themselves before approaching Lu Yun. Ling Xue looked at Lu Yun with a smile, seemingly with something to say. Lu Yun felt a bit puzzled when he suddenly saw Ling Xue waving at him. She pulled out a beautifully carved wooden box from her space of military tokens. To thank you for saving our lives, I'm giving you this treasure box we found in the foggy dungeon. Ling Xue said with a smile as she pushed the box into Lu Yun's hands. Instinctively, Lu Yun wanted to decline. He knew that Ling Xue and Lin Xiaoro might have been chased by the Beast Clan's leaders precisely because of this treasure box. Although he did save them, it wasn't for any reward. You mustn't refuse, or else we can't become friends, Lin Xiaoro said, looking straight at Lu Yun's expression. Ling Xue nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. Her beautiful eyes showed a hint of urgency, even more resolute than Lin Xiaoro. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh, realizing how outgoing his childhood friend was. All right then, I'll accept it. He decided not to say more and began examining the treasure box's attributes. His eyes sparkled with surprise at the shimmering silver light of the box. Ling Xue and Lin Xiaoro were thrilled as they opened a treasure chest and discovered it was of a silver grade. In the era of Bingfu, when adventurers defeat high-level monsters and bosses in the wilderness or dungeons, they have a chance to obtain such treasure chests. These chests could contain skills, magical artifacts, or energy stones. The chests are categorized into several levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, and divine. Typically, most chests are just black iron or bronze level. So opening a silver chest was an unexpected delight for Ling Xue and Lin Xiaoro. This rare find sparked interest among the commanders of the Beast Brigade, as silver chests could contain valuable items. Lu Yun, too, admired their luck and confessed that if it were him, he might not have been willing to give such a chest away. Despite the cost of 1,000 Bingfu energy, he decided to open the silver chest, feeling it was already his own. As the chest emitted a silvery glow, Ling Xue and Lin Xiaoro were excited to see what was inside this nearly life-threatening treasure. Qin Hang, who seemed somewhat distracted, also watched eagerly. He had seen a similar chest fetch a fortune at an auction. Finally, with a crisp sound, the silver chest opened. Lu Yun smiled at Ling Xue as he revealed its contents, a silver crown shrouded in mist. Congratulations on acquiring the rare Bingfu, the Mist Crown. What? A Bingfu? The trio was surprised to find a Bingfu inside the silver chest. Lu Yun was also taken aback. He had heard that defeating other commanders might yield their Bingfu. Many wealthy novice commanders unsatisfied with their Bingfu would destroy theirs, and then buy another commander's Bingfu to bind with. Previously, Lu Yun had been reluctant to destroy his own Chuanghui Yushi, knowing the high cost of purchasing a new Bingfu and unwilling to accept Ling Xue's help. However, since the Chuanghui Yushi could now summon troops and was the unique hidden divine Bingfu, he couldn't imagine destroying it for this rare Bingfu. Lu Yun felt a twinge of regret as he showed the information about the Mist Crown to the trio. The Mist Crown, a rare Bingfu once worn by the ruler of the Mist, could summon powerful Mist troops, and the Mist Queen had always guarded this treasure. However, a warning indicated that the spirit of the Mist ruler might still lurk within the crown. Ling Xue and Lin Xiaoro looked apologetic after reading the information. Although the Mist Crown was a rare Bingfu, the warning hinted at potential unknown dangers. Rebinding a Bingfu could pose problems, as there had been instances of individuals going mad after binding with a new Bingfu. Qinheng also felt a bit disappointed. Although the Misty Crown was a rare talisman, higher in rank than his own mechanical talisman, he had no intention of using it. The dangers mentioned in the warning were concerning, but more so, the effort required to adapt to a new talisman and troops simply wasn't worth it. After reviewing the information on the Misty Crown, Lu Yun sighed deeply. Initially, he thought he might sell it for some cash if it proved useless to him. However, the warning in the message left him speechless. He realized that even at auction, it would likely not fetch a good price. Just as Lu Yun was about to store the Misty Crown in his talisman space, a sound resembling a dragon's roar echoed in his mind. Suddenly, the Imperial Jade Seal, glowing with golden light, emerged on its own. The seal vibrated gently, casting a beam of golden light onto the Misty Crown. The silver crown, entwined in wisps of fog, trembled violently as if trying to break free from the golden light. Suddenly, a mad roar burst from the silver crown, but in the next moment, the Imperial Jade Seal vibrated again, and a golden dragon shadow appeared, coiling around the seal. The silver crown then transformed into a beam of silver light and disappeared into the Imperial Jade Seal. The sudden events startled the onlookers, Qian Xing, Ling Xue, and Lin Xiaoro. Ling Xue, particularly anxious, clutched Lu Yun's arm tightly, her face filled with concern as she watched him. At that moment, Lu Yun's expression was peculiar, shocked by a series of notifications. The Imperial Jade Seal could actually devour other talismans? Not only that, but it also permanently doubled the space of his talisman storage. Lu Yun saw his talisman space had increased to 200, a surprising development. Uncertain if it was the system's function or a hidden attribute of the Imperial Jade Seal, the expansion of his talisman space was more than welcome. With the passive effect of eternal prosperity, the more troops, the better, and now with double talisman space, his security was also enhanced. The changes in the Imperial Jade Seal unexpectedly allowed the Daqin elites to advance from bronze to silver level, and Bai Qi from bronze to silver level as well. This was completely unexpected. Moreover, his talent, mandated by heaven, had upgraded. The original amplification effect had increased from 10 times to 20 times. This accelerated Lu Yun's heartbeat slightly. Ling Xue, still holding onto his arm, noticed his expression and quickly asked, "Lu Yun, are you all right?" Qian Xing and Lin Xiaoro also looked on with concern. They knew the strength of Lu Yun's troops. Any mishap due to the Misty Crown could be a severe loss. Lin Xiaoro, in particular, was extremely anxious. She had planned to give Lu Yun a silver treasure chest as a token of gratitude, but if his talisman was damaged, she didn't know how she would face him. Just as the three of them were starting to worry, they suddenly noticed wisps of mist slowly rising from Lu Yun's body. These vapors quickly gathered above his head, forming a mysterious crown adorned with 12 beaded curtains, entirely made of mist. At that moment, a solemn aura emanated from Lu Yun, filled with dignity and nobility. The scene left the trio utterly dumbfounded. They watched as the once ordinary young man now wore a mysterious crown of mist, exuding an indescribable authority. Lu Yun's eyes revealed a unique determination and confidence, as if he had merged with this mysterious power. In that instant, Lu Yun felt a strong sense of mission and responsibility surge within him. He felt burdened with a significant duty to bravely face challenges and protect those around him. His heart was filled with hopes and determination for the future, resolved to become the hero who would safeguard his homeland. The trio looked at Lu Yun with awe and admiration. They realized that this once ordinary young man had now embarked on an extraordinary path. He was set to write his own legend in his unique way, protecting his homeland. Lu Yun gazed at the 12 misty bead curtains hanging before him, a flash of enlightenment surging through him. This was undoubtedly an additional effect from the Imperial Jade Seal, devouring the Fog Master's token. However, the misty crown had transformed from its original foggy crown shape into a regal diadem similar to those worn by ancient emperors of the 9 provinces, adorned with 12 ornaments. Although Lu Yun felt a slight disappointment that the misty diadem offered no practical effects beyond an imposing aura, the fact that the token was linked to the Imperial Jade Seal meant one more crown was added to his collection. He felt as though he was being propelled towards the path of an emperor. With a relaxed smile, he reassured Ling Shui and the others, "Don't worry, my token is a bit special. It accidentally devoured a fog token." Ling Shui and the others were astounded by Lu Yun's revelation. A token that could devour other tokens? Yet, knowing that Lu Yun was unharmed brought them a great relief. The sheer amount of shocking news Lu Yun brought was so overwhelming that they quickly came to accept this incredible fact. Then, Lu Yun mentioned that his token space had doubled. After all, having devoured a rare token, if there were no effects, they might start to worry about being deceived. This news once again amazed the trio. Lu Yun then put away the misty diadem and checked the attributes of the Da Qin elite soldiers. They retained a balanced development in strength, agility, spirit, and constitution, each attribute reaching 4,000 points. Their base attributes had reached 200 points, and with a 20-fold increase due to the mandate of heaven at level 2, their attributes skyrocketed to a whopping 4,000 points. Lu Yun wasn't sure how many regular troops could match this level, but he knew that even the strongest mechanical troops barely broke 1,000 points in constitution. Yet, his Da Qin elite soldiers, at only level 10, had already achieved this remarkable attribute score, a truly unparalleled presence. Besides the attribute enhancements, the Da Qin elite soldiers had gained a skill called mist concealment. This skill allowed the troops to hide their forms within the fog, making attacks against them ineffective. This was an incredibly practical skill. It enabled the troops to conceal themselves and deliver deadly strikes. An extremely powerful tactic. Lu Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "This is fantastic. This must be an additional effect from the fog crown, and it's not wasted at all." Of course, Lu Yun did not forget about Bai Qi, who had advanced to a silver-tier hero class. His attributes had doubled again, reaching an astonishing 8,000 points. Lu Yun felt that with Bai Qi's current attack power, facing a bronze-level boss like the ancient city guardian in a dungeon, he might be able to defeat the opponent with a single strike. However, Lu Yun also discovered a painful issue. The energy required to summon the bronze-tier Da Qin elite soldiers had doubled. Previously, summoning a level 10 black iron-tier Da Qin elite soldier cost 550 points, but now, summoning a bronze-level warrior requires a whopping 1,000 points. That's outrageously expensive. Such a high cost means that the effort required is even more strenuous. However, during the era of the military talismans, there was relative fairness in the system. Lu Yun understood this well. His gaze fixed on the horizon, his eyes sparkled with a fighting spirit. To embark on an invincible path, one must continue to battle relentlessly. Amidst the vast fog, soldiers clad in black armor from the Great Qin dynasty emitted faint golden runes, pushing forward into the distance while slaying mutated monsters seeking revenge. Later, Lu Yun, Ling Shui, and 3 others found a flat area to rest. Ling Shui, as a battle angel specializing in recovery skills, healed herself and Lin Xiaoro. Shortly after, the two of them had their injuries quickly healed. Meanwhile, Qianhang was fiddling with his cell phone, but amidst the fog, human technological means were completely ineffective, making it impossible to contact the academy. Just as Lu Yun's experience reached 20%, a chilling voice emerged from the fog, instantly putting everyone on high alert. The voice sent shivers down their spines, causing Lin Xiaoro and Qianhang's faces to drastically change. Qianhang immediately summoned all his mechanical troops, ready to confront the Fog Queen's attack. The Fog Queen was taking matters into her own hands. A dire situation. Lin Xiaoro and Ling Shui also tensed up, continually monitoring the changes in the dense fog around them. Qianhang suggested that Lu Yun should leave the area quickly. Most of the time, the Fog Queen's revenge was enacted through controlling mutated monsters, and only on very rare occasions would she personally intervene. Although Lu Yun was eager to test his strength against the Fog Queen, rumored to possess the power of a level 20 boss, considering that Ling Shui and the others lacked passive skills for damage transfer and given that this was the Fog Queen's territory, he decided against taking the risk. After all, this expedition into the fog had already yielded significant gains. However, just as Lu Yun summoned the Qin elite soldiers and led the trio towards the city, a cold wind suddenly swept through, dispersing the dense fog and revealing a huge throne made of mist. A seductive figure cloaked in fog sat on the throne, as if she had been waiting for Lu Yun and his companions. The Fog Queen. Lu Yun's pupils contracted, realizing that this was indeed the Fog Queen, who had managed to evade the Qin elite soldiers' surveillance and quietly approach them. Truly a boss of extraordinary caliber. The situation was critical, Run. Seeing the Fog Queen appear, Qianhang exclaimed in shock, yet unknowingly began walking towards her. Lin Xiaoro and Ling Shui nervously summoned the rest of their troops, vigilantly watching the huge throne ahead. The seductive figure on the throne revealed a pair of blood-red eyes, and the surrounding mist churned incessantly, forming a cage of fog that enveloped the four of them. Qianhang immediately ordered his mechanical troops to attack. However, they quickly discovered that penetrating the encircling fog was no easy task. Despair filled the young man's heart. He never imagined that after narrowly escaping the threats of mutated beasts, he would be so unlucky as to encounter the Fog Queen, a phenomenon that appeared once in a millennium. Ling Shui and Lin Xiaoro also tried to attack the foggy encirclement, but to no avail. All eyes turned to Lu Yun, the only one who might be able to break through the fog. However, just as they clung to hope, Lu Yun ordered his troops to retreat. As they yearned to break free from the fog and possibly find a way out, a seductive figure suddenly appeared on the fog throne within the encirclement. Specifically, she appeared right in front of Lin Xiaoro, using her blood to resurrect the Fog Queen once more. Revenge. A raspy, cold, dark voice filled their ears. Lin Xiaoro turned pale, terrified by the blood-red eyes of the Fog Queen. A massive foggy hand reached for her neck, but Lin Xiaoro was paralyzed with fear. The same was true for Ling Shui and Qian Xing standing nearby. They felt an intensely cold power binding them, forcing them to watch helplessly as the foggy hand moved towards Lin Xiaoro's neck. At this critical moment, a faint golden light suddenly shot into the body of the Fog Queen. Her movements instantly froze. A figure wearing a fog crown approached her from behind, wielding a shining silver spear and thrusting it fiercely into the body of the enchanting fog. A piercing scream emanated from the Fog Queen and echoed through the world of fog. Tens of kilometers away, Yue San and Chen Wudi, who were on the move, heard the scream from the fog, turning pale. Furious, furious, furious. Like a raging torrent, Yue San's voice thundered. The scale talisman in his hand flickered as if stained with the mark of fresh blood. Standing on the energy of the whale water system, a red glow began to surge around him. Yue San's speed soared once again. Not to be outdone, Chen Wudi followed closely, striking the black stone barbarian bull with a fierce palm. The bull roared lowly, shaking off the heavy black stones. With its hoofs flying, it raced alongside Yue San, who tread on the flowing whale. The two elders exchanged worried glances, their anxiety clear. The screams they had heard earlier through the fog were unmistakably the threats of the Fog Queen. The terrifying strength of the Fog Queen was too much for Lu Yun and Ling Xue to handle. Even the second-year powerhouse, Qian Hang, felt he couldn't survive against the Fog Queen. Especially those chilling screams, signaling that the Fog Queen was about to make her move personally. Lu Yun and the others might handle the mutated beasts, but facing the Fog Queen was unthinkable. They pushed their energy to the limits, rushing deeper into the fog. "Hold on, everyone." Chunwudi's voice trembled slightly. Bloodlight flickered in Yushisan's eyes. Not long ago, he had boasted to the dean that his academy would never lose to the first academy. But if something happened to Lu Yun and Ling Xue, Yushisan knew it would be a lifelong regret. Meanwhile, the Fog Queen, shrouded in mist, found herself trapped. The young man stabbed her repeatedly with his spear. Red damage numbers rose from her head. Whenever the Fog Queen tried to retaliate, a golden light flickered in the young man's eyes, leaving her bewildered. His silver spear struck again. Ling Xue, Qian Hang, and Lin Xiaoro were utterly stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. It was as if the Fog Queen was troubled by the calm young man. Lu Yun continuously used soul-shaking skills, thankful for his control abilities. Otherwise, the recent surprise attack by the Fog Queen might have spelled disaster even for Lin Xiaoro, a level 15 player. Despite the Fog Queen's strong spirit, she was controlled for over 3 seconds under a 20 times soul shock. However, Lu Yun noticed that the Fog Queen had resistance to physical attacks. Even a leap attack causing 40 times damage only slowly reduced her health. "Attack together," Lu Yun called out, waiting for the return of the Great Qin warriors, rallying Ling Xue and the others. Awakening from their shock, they commanded their troops to attack. The mechanical warriors' muskets, the vine trent's lashings, and the battle angel's sword energies all struck the Fog Queen simultaneously. Enraged yet controlled by Lu Yun's soul shock, the Fog Queen was overwhelmed. With the Mist Queen vanishing from sight, Ling Xue and his companions grew even more excited. They were facing the legendary Mist Queen. After all, even a level 20 commander would have no choice but to flee when up against her. But now, the situation had drastically changed. Under Lu Yun's terrifying control powers, the Mist Queen was left defenseless and unable to retaliate. Qianheng shouted excitedly while Ling Xue and Lin Xiaoro were visibly thrilled. Lu Yun soon noticed that the Mist Queen's health was decreasing rapidly, and the mist surrounding her was becoming unstable. During a brief moment of clarity, the Mist Queen's blood-red eyes flickered with fear and hatred as she glared at Lu Yun, who wore a crown shrouded in mist. Despite her formidable abilities, the Mist Queen was still unable to break free from Lu Yun's control. Soon after, heavy footsteps echoed through the mist as a group of warriors clad in black armor, the Daqin elite soldiers, arrived to provide support. As they charged, their armor emitted a faint golden glow, and the mist cage set up by Qian Hang and his team shattered. The Mist Queen shuddered, and Lu Yun, noticing a flicker of fear in her eyes, couldn't help but smile. It seemed this enraged boss was not entirely fearless. She feared death. D. Lu Yun commanded calmly as the Daqin elite soldiers quickly surrounded the Mist Queen. Ling Xue and the others stepped back. The Mist Queen let out a sharp scream, which soon turned into a wail that gradually faded away. A flurry of damage numbers burst above her head, pleasing Lu Yun. Despite her immunity to most physical damage, her health was still precarious against the Daqin elite soldiers' formidable 4,000-point attributes. Coupled with the hero unit Bai Qi, whose attributes were doubled, the revenge-seeking boss's defeat was inevitable. The Mist Queen tried several times to escape by transforming into mist, but each time, Lu Yun promptly repelled her with a soul-shaking strike. Minutes later, the mist surrounding the Mist Queen completely dissipated, revealing a body made entirely of rotting flesh. Her resistance to physical damage also vanished. Within seconds, the health of this vengeful queen from the dungeon dropped to 0. System notifications continuously announced, "Congratulations on defeating the level 15 silver tier boss, Mist Queen. Experience gained." Lu Yun received a series of rewards, including numerous energy stones, equipment, and a significant level boost, jumping directly from level 10 to 11 at 50%. Calculating in his mind, the energy stones collected by the Daqin elite soldiers in the talisman space amounted to over 120,000 talisman energy points. Additionally, he obtained many iron and bronze equipment pieces and a silver-tier mist soft armor, which greatly pleased Lu Yun. The defeat of the Mist Queen was indeed a bounty of spoils. Despite not having acquired any skill books or master weapons, Lu Yun's performance still left everyone in awe. The Queen of the Mist, who had not been defeated for a long time, had accumulated a significant amount of energy stones and equipment. Even when the news about the Mist Dungeon leaked in the past, the Queen was quick to exact her revenge. However, this time her luck ran out when she encountered Lu Yun. Not only did he eliminate a group of wild monsters, but he also ultimately took the life of the Mist Queen. At that moment, Ling Xue and the other two were astounded to see the Mist Queen defeated in less than 10 minutes, a feat that seemed unbelievable to them, especially since Ling Xue and Lin Xiaoro had just completed the Mist Dungeon with a team of over a dozen people, including 5 beast commanders, and it had taken them a full 3 hours to clear it. At that time, the Mist Queen was merely a bronze-level boss. Yet, now revived and upgraded to a silver level, she was effortlessly defeated by Lu Yun. Once again, they marveled at Lu Yun's human troops, stunned by their strength. The troops' incredible power and even their speed in collecting energy stones and equipment were impressive. Although they saw the items dropped by the Mist Queen, they knew these rightfully belonged to Lu Yun. Wow, I leveled up! Ling Xue suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Yun turned to see Ling Xue had successfully advanced to level 10, and the other two had also gained experience from participating in defeating the Mist Queen. While their experience gains were negligible compared to Lu Yun's, all three felt very satisfied. After all, surviving under the Mist Queen's command was already a matter of pride. Looking at the mist dissipating around them, Lu Yun waved his hand and said, "Let's head back to the city. The Mist Queen has been defeated, and there are no worthy wild monsters left around here. We should move on to higher-level dungeons for more substantial rewards." Ling Xue and the others naturally had no objections. However, just as Lu Yun turned to leave, he noticed that the throne next to the Mist Queen had not disappeared with her death. This piqued his interest, and he quickly walked over to see a rusty, massive throne. It turned out to be an abyssal throne, a growth-type master weapon, level 15, with all attributes at 100 and other effects unknown. This abyssal throne, rumored to have been stolen from the abyss by the Lord of Mist and the Mist Queen, possessed tremendous growth potential. Lu Yun gasped in surprise, not expecting the seemingly rusty iron throne to be a growth-type treasure, with an all-attributes effect of 100 already demonstrating its extraordinary nature. Ling Xue and the other two also showed surprised expressions upon seeing the introduction of the abyssal throne. Every item with growth properties was incredibly valuable, and this abyssal throne was no exception. They knew the value of the abyssal throne, but they didn't covet it for themselves. After all, their survival was all thanks to Lu Yun's assistance. "Lu Yun, this throne suits you best. Take it," Qianheng said with a smile. Ling Xue and Lin Xiaoro nodded in agreement, urging Lu Yun to take the throne. Lu Yun nodded slightly, waved his hand, and the massive iron throne vanished into his war banner space. Yet, Lu Yun chuckled lightly. Now with the Imperial Jade Seal, the crown, and this throne, it seems almost improper not to declare myself emperor. However, after a moment of reflection, he continued on his way to Donghai City, taking out items dropped by the Queen of Mists for Ling Xue and the others to share. Initially, they hesitated to accept, but seeing Lu Yun's insistence, they finally agreed. However, not wanting to accept them for free, Lin Xiaoro spent 100,000 Longhua currency to select 2 black iron pieces of equipment. Qianheng used 300,000 Longhua currency and 50,000 academy points to buy a bronze-level helmet. Lu Yun didn't expect these items to sell for so much, but seeing the triumphant expressions on Lin Xiaoro and Qianheng's faces, he felt at ease. When it was Ling Xue's turn, Lu Yun handed her a silver-level misty soft armor. Upon seeing the properties of the soft armor, joy filled her eyes. and she promptly paid Lu Yun 360,000 academy points and 5 million Longhua currency. Watching Ling Shui pay as effortlessly as if she were buying candy, Lu Yun burst out laughing. How had he misunderstood her before, not realizing that the girl who had always joined him for cheap street food and budget milk tea was actually wealthy? No wonder she was always so generous. 360,000 academy points were beyond the reach of an ordinary student. Just the other day, he had spent a whole day grinding a beginner's dungeon and had only earned a few thousand points. It seemed Ling Shui had been working hard these past 3 months. Still, with over 5 million Longhua currency and more than 400,000 academy points collected, he was satisfied. Suddenly, Qianheng alerted everyone. Someone's coming. Shortly after they left, Ling Shui and Lin Xiaoro cautiously watched as the fog ahead began to dissipate. But Lu Yun remained unconcerned, already aware of who was approaching. Yu San and Chen Wudi, radiating energy, were relieved to see the group walking through the fog. It's good to see you safe. However, before they could inquire about their escape from the fog, the Blackstone wild bull beside Chen Wudi widened its eyes in disbelief, rubbed its eyes with its hoof, and bellowed, "Level 11. How did you get to level 11? Yu San and Chen Wudi, still shaken, turned to young Lu Yun upon hearing the Blackstone wild bull's shout. Seeing Lu Yun's level, their faces mirrored disbelief, even more so than their relief at seeing the group escape the fog. They watched the relaxed Lu Yun. After a long silence, his heart was overflowing with unspoken words. His eyes revealed a hint of melancholy and confusion, as if pondering the various perplexities and challenges of life. The slight upward curve of his lips seemed to mask the anxiety and unrest within him. In this noisy world, he appeared to be a solitary traveler, drifting through an endless sea of thoughts, in search of his own sanctuary. His eyes sparkled with determination and persistence, as if reminding himself to stay strong in the face of life's challenges. Although not much of a talker, he expressed his inner resilience and courage through his actions. In adversities, he always managed to remain calm and rational, never hastily giving up and diligently seeking ways to break through difficulties. His steadfastness and decisiveness were admirable, standing firm like an unshakable fortress, never compromising. Perhaps he was not adept at expressing his emotions, but that didn't mean he lacked them. Deep inside, his heart harbored many untold stories and emotions, waiting to be discovered and understood. Perhaps it would take more patience and attention to truly grasp the world inside his heart. In this world full of challenges and opportunities, he might be a silent traveler, but his dreams and beliefs were incredibly firm and bright. Just 2 days, only 2 days. Lu Yun soared from level 1 to level 11. Such a speed was beyond Chen Wudi's belief. He started to wonder if Lu Yun came from some prestigious family, as it seemed impossible to advance 10 levels in such a short span of time. Perhaps there was an astonishing background behind him. The power of the rare level command token was indeed formidable, Chen Wudi mused internally. He had originally thought that the gap between masters possessing high-level and rare-level command tokens wasn't significant. However, Lu Yun's rapid progression completely overturned his assumption. Yu San was equally astonished. Although his command token was also of a rare level, it had taken him 3 days just to reach level 2, while Lu Yun had achieved level 11 in just 2 days. Such a pace was jaw-dropping. Yu San's once prideful achievements paled in comparison to Lu Yun's. He couldn't help but recall the time when he was favored by Xiao Zhe, the former dean of the Second Institute. Lu Yun had shattered the record set by Xiao Zhe in just 1 day, becoming the highest-leveled freshman in the cohort within 2 days, achieving a monumental leap. Such accomplishments and speed could now be compared to the descendants of ancient clans or the students on the Star River Great Wall. Suddenly, Yu San remembered the mechanical which once boasted about by Chu Wuji, the former dean of the First Institute. It had taken her 3 months to reach level 12, yet Lu Yun had reached level 11 in just 2 days. Thinking of this, Yu San felt immensely pleased. Chen Wudi, unable to help himself, stepped forward and examined Lu Yun closely, as if looking at a treasure. They did not ask for Lu Yun's secret to leveling up, as the speed of advancement before the first major breakthrough was merely a symbol of potential growth. The breakthrough at level 20 was a real challenge, and the future hurdles would be even tougher. However, Yue San and Chen Wudi already regarded Lu Yun as a genius on par with Ling Shui, who possessed the angelic troop type. Although the human troop type didn't grow as powerful as the angelic type, at least until level 20, Lu Yun would have the advantage. Suddenly, Chen Wudi remembered to ask Qian Hang how they had managed to escape the pursuit of the Mist Queen. Watching the astonishment of Din Yu and Old Qian towards Lu Yun, Qian Hang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He realized that even strong figures like Din Yu and Old Qian were shocked by Lu Yun's extraordinary capabilities. However, he vaguely felt that they hadn't fully realized Lu Yun's true strength. Thus, as Chen Wudi inquired, Qian Hang glanced at the oddly expression Ling Shui and Lin Xiaoro and said with a smile, "Escape? We didn't escape. We defeated the Mist Queen." With that, Qian Hang took out a bronze helmet adorned with special patterns from his command token space, challenging Chen Wudi with a provocative look. "Would you like to challenge?" Chen Wudi and his friends couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the Revenge Queen defeated. But when Chen Wudi noticed the bronze helmet in Qian Hang's hands, his eyes widened in shock, and his hands froze midair. Meanwhile, Yue San, walking ahead of them, thought Qian Hang was joking upon hearing his words. Suddenly, there was silence behind them. Turning around, they saw Chen Wudi staring at the helmet in Qian Hang's hands, while Qian Hang, Ling Shui, and Lin Xiaoro all wore triumphant smiles. Only Lu Yun shook his head in resignation. Yue San exclaimed, "The Qing Shui helmet." He quickly approached Qian Hang, and before he knew it, the bronze helmet was in his hands. Yue San stared at the Qing Shui helmet, his face filled with horror. Chen Wudi snapped back to reality and kept glancing between the helmet and the group of four. Qian Hang was grinning ear to ear, and Ling Shui and Lin Xiaoro were shaking with laughter, pleased by Yue San and Chen Wudi's reactions. After a moment of silence, the two elders, trembling, asked, "Did you really defeat the Revenge Queen?" All eyes turned to Lu Yun, who nodded slightly. As a green and a black energy burst forth from the two elders, the fog dispersed, and laughter echoed through the night sky. After having a late-night meal with Ling Shui and Qian Hang, Lu Yun returned to his dormitory. After a relaxing shower, he comfortably settled on the couch to check his attribute page. His attributes remained stable at 110 points even after reaching level 11, which was higher than Ling Shui's at level 10. Excited by the full attribute increase brought by the Abyssal Throne, he eagerly checked his energy balance. The over 120,000 military token energy dropped by the Mist Queen had brought his balance to an unprecedented 138,150 points. Thrilled about the opportunity to summon new troops, he immediately confirmed the use. With a flash of light, a golden dragon spiraled around the Imperial Jade Seal, and a large vortex appeared accompanied by the crisp sound of hooves, prompting Lu Yun to stand up, exhilarated. Suddenly, the crisp sound of horse hooves echoed from afar, as if the earth itself was pulsating. The protagonist's heart surged with excitement, for he knew that it was his second military unit, the cavalry. The humming from the energy vortex filled him with strength and courage. A handsome warrior came into view, clutching a powerful bow, clad in pristine white armor, mounted on a majestic white stallion. Against the backdrop of the swirling vortex, he appeared formidable and majestic, as if he were a king of the battlefield. As the warrior slowly emerged from the energy vortex, the sunlight fell upon him, casting a dazzling glow. His resolute gaze revealed a thirst for battle and confidence, as if proclaiming an imminent victory. At this moment, the warrior's passion for battle ignited within him. He firmly controlled his steed, ready to plunge into the next skirmish. The courage and determination emanating from him were deeply moving, almost allowing one to feel the tense atmosphere and fierce clashes of the battlefield. The white warhorse moved with such light steps, it seemed ready to charge into battle at a moment's notice, fast as a shooting star. The warrior in white armor, gripping his longbow, concealed a deadly intent. Once the bowstring sang, the enemy's head would surely fall 100 paces away. This magnificent steed, this fine soldier, truly awe-inspiring. My lord. Although the warrior in white armor remained mounted, he exhibited a gesture of humility. The white horse gently lifted its right hoof, its head bowing slightly. Lu Yun looked on, thoroughly pleased. Then, he turned to inspect the attributes of his second type of troops. The White Horse Volunteers, with bronze level strength at 4,600, agility at 9,200, spirit at 2,300, and constitution at 2,300. White Horse Volunteers. Upon seeing the name of the cavalry unit, a glint of excitement flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. During the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Gongsun Zan gathered experts in horseback archery to form a light cavalry unit. In battles against the northern tribes, this unit achieved remarkable feats. Their fame spread throughout the north, striking fear into the tribes. Thus, they were honored as the White Horse Volunteers. Throughout the Three Kingdoms period, they remained a highly regarded force. More importantly, though not as famed as other generals, Lu Yun remembered clearly that a consistently victorious general from the White Horse Volunteers was none other than Zhao Yun, who famously charged in and out of Changban Slope 7 times and later became one of the 5 Tiger Generals. Lu Yun's heart raced. His first hero unit, the fearsome Bai Qi, also came from the renowned soldiers of the Great Qin. If the White Horse Volunteers could nurture a hero like Zhao Yun, then they would surely rival the strength of the Great Qin elite. Indeed, the presence of a heroic commander could sometimes transform the entire demeanor of a troop. Of course, Lu Yun wasn't entirely swayed by reputation alone. The attributes of the White Horse Volunteers also impressed him greatly. Unlike the Great Qin soldiers, the White Horse Volunteers were naturally gifted horseback archers. Their agility attribute, an astonishing 9,200 points, was extraordinary. Even without the divine 20x multiplier, the base agility of a level 11 White Horse Volunteer was 460 points. While their strength matched that of the Great Qin soldiers, their spirit and constitution were only half as much. Clearly, the White Horse Volunteers were a unit designed for hit-and-run archery, their agility enabling them to move and attack faster and from greater distances than the Great Qin soldiers. If the Great Qin soldiers were an all-rounder unit, then the White Horse Volunteers were specialists in speed and range combat. Lu Yun already envisioned various tactics involving both the Great Qin soldiers and the White Horse Volunteers. All in all, he was very satisfied with his second troop type. Next up, Zhao Yun, to battle. A few days later, instead of heading to a typical outdoor dungeon, Lu Yun entered a special advanced dungeon approved for himself. This level 10 dungeon, named the Centaur Tribe, was populated with centaur creatures known for their speed and high health. Although the experience points weren't high, the higher drop rate of energy stones was a notable advantage. Therefore, top students like Ling Shui preferred challenging outdoor dungeons. Lu Yun was initially reluctant to enter the Centaur Tribe instance, but after hearing the introduction, a spark of excitement gleamed in his eyes. Summoning the Bema Yizong, he entered the instance, and soon 10 of his riders on white horses emerged. Their arrows rained down upon the Centaur Tribe, forcing the outmatched level 10 centaurs to flee to the grasslands. However, how could centaurs compare with true cavalry? To everyone's eyes, the centaurs stood no chance against the agility of the Bema Yizong. Yet, Lu Yun's mind was elsewhere. He continued summoning the Bema Yizong, one after another, until the space for his troops was completely filled. But the hero he awaited, Zhao Yun, did not appear. This made him question whether the potential of the Bema Yizong was inferior to that of the elite Qin soldiers. Suddenly, he remembered how Bai Qi had appeared previously, bravely fighting amidst the enemy. A style quite typical of Bai Qi, known for his ferocity in battle. Could it be that Zhao Yun also required a specific combat environment to be activated? Over the next few days, squads of Bema Yizong charged through the instance, challenging the Centaur Tribe repeatedly, entering and exiting 7 times, undefeated in 100 battles. Finally, on the morning of the 5th day, as Lu Yun awoke in the instance, he heard the long-awaited notification. Special conditions met. Unit undergoing special evolution. Overwhelmed with excitement, the Imperial Jade Seal emitted a beam of golden light, shining upon a distant Bema Yizong. Zhao Yun was recognized by the military token and evolved into a silver-grade hero unit. A figure in shimmering silver armor, wielding a silver spear. rode up to Lu Yun and respectfully addressed him as my lord. With a broad smile, Lu Yun said to Zhao Yun, Zilong, you've waited so patiently. An hour later, on the bus to the First War Academy, Ling Shui looked at Lu Yun in surprise, asking how he managed to level up again. Taking his breakfast, Lu Yun laughed and explained that he had been grinding the Centaur tribe instance for the past few days. While his main goal was Zhao Yun, he had also managed to level up. Now at level 12, his troop space was once again full, with 120 elite Qin soldiers and 120 Beimeizong quietly waiting. Their intimate conversation sparked envy and jealousy among the other freshmen, who speculated whether Ling Shui was under some spell, questioning how Lu Yun could have leveled up again. Was it to level 3 or 4? They suspected that this time, Lu Yun would surely be expelled from the academy. Hearing these whispers, Ling Shui's expression turned cold, and she was about to stand up and speak, but Lu Yun gently shook his head, signaling her to remain calm. The young girl obediently nodded. Smiling, Lu Yun said, expelled? This time, I'm aiming for the top spot. He had heard that the top performer in the midterm evaluation across the 3 academies each year. After a journey of over half an hour, the bus finally arrived at the First War Academy. The freshmen eagerly disembarked, ready to participate in the official evaluation. Once the students from the Second Academy had gathered, they were led by guides to the expansive martial arts field of the First Academy. Each newcomer received a special evaluation talisman for teleportation. Soon after, an official thoroughly explained the upcoming evaluation content and rules. The inter-academy competition, as usual, consisted of 7 tests, each focusing on different skills. For most students, passing the first 2 tests would suffice to clear the entire evaluation. However, for specially recruited students like Lu Yun, passing the 3rd test was mandatory. When the specifics for the special recruits were mentioned, several of the Second Academy's freshmen sneered disdainfully at Lu Yun. Unperturbed, Lu Yun felt confident. After all, what challenge could 7 mere trials pose when 300,000 energy points were at stake? Meanwhile, on the elevated platform of the First War Academy's martial field, the deans of the 3 war academies, Chu Wuji, Yu San, and Nangong Zhu, were joined by the examiner in War God Temple attire, Lu Hong, overlooking the hundreds of students below. Seizing a moment, Lu Hong quietly apologized to Yu San for not being able to fulfill a previous request from Teacher Chun, insisting on his inability to show favoritism. Yu San burst into laughter at this and loudly proclaimed, Lu Hong, if you dare to show favoritism today, I'll personally report you to the War God Temple. Lu Hong's expression froze, surprised by Yu San's unexpectedly light-hearted reaction. Just a few days earlier, he had been warned to go easy on the special recruits from the Second Academy or face severe consequences. What had changed? Suddenly, a melancholic sound of a war horn filled the air. Lu Hong straightened up and announced, the 9-layered demon tower opens, eternal victory to Xinxia. A surge of crimson light emanated from him, transforming into the phantom of a towering 9-layer structure above the field. The students promptly crushed their talismans, their figures turning into red beams of light and vanishing into the tower. When Lu Yun reopened his eyes, he found himself engulfed in a pale red mist, surrounded by shadowy figures, yet devoid of any sound. A countdown began, and a chilling voice announced, the first layer of the 9-layer demon tower will soon open. You may choose to exit before the countdown ends. A look of anticipation crossed Lu Yun's face. The 9-layer demon tower? Could this mean even more challenges beyond the 7 tests? As a buzzing sound echoed, he was teleported to the first challenge. Warrior Lu Yun, enter the first layer, slay the barbarian leader. As Lu Yun's curiosity piqued, the fog before him suddenly cleared. He found himself in a moderately sized martial arts field. A dozen tall and formidable barbarian warriors stood about 10 meters in front of him, brandishing large bone shields, encircling a barbarian general clad in beast skins with a fierce demeanor. It was clear to Lu Yun that this was the first challenge, a test of his attack strength. He assessed the attributes of these barbarians, noting that the soldiers and the general were level 5 and 6 respectively, which didn't seem particularly strong. Despite the imposing appearance of the bone shields, The difficulty of this first level wouldn't pose much of a challenge to most students from the War Academy. As the countdown appeared on the transparent barrier in front of him, Lu Yun waved his hand lightly, and 10 elite Qin soldiers appeared before him. 3, 2, 1. As the barrier shattered, the Qin soldiers swiftly launched their charge, instantly defeating the barbarian soldiers and their general, annihilating them mid-air. Lu Yun sighed, somewhat disappointed by the simplicity of the challenge. On the viewing platform of the field, Lu Hong and the three deans were utterly dumbfounded. They had been speculating about which academy would produce the first topper, but they hadn't expected someone to complete it so quickly. Just 1 second. Were they witnessing a direct obliteration of the first challenge's targets? They all knew the details of the first challenge. Although the barbarian soldiers and their general weren't very strong, the challenge shouldn't have ended so abruptly. Could there have been a mistake? Nangong Zhu frowned, voicing his doubts. Lu Hong shook his head. His portal connected directly to the main body of the Tower of War Gods, so there should have been no errors. He too was surprised. He had seen many talented recruits before, but never had he seen anyone breeze through the first level so swiftly. Even ranged units would need some time to attack. But this 1 second feat was truly beyond belief. While these few barbarian soldiers were not a significant obstacle for a rapidly advancing commander, it should have taken at least some time to defeat them, right? Lu Yun? Wait a minute. Suddenly, as Lu Hong glanced at the leaderboard above the field, he was stunned. The candidate who had completed the first challenge in just 1 second, his name seemed familiar. Could it be the special recruit Chen Wudi he had been told to keep an eye on? Wasn't it said that he would struggle to pass the formal evaluation? Lu Hong looked in surprise towards Yue San, who was smirking mysteriously. Nangong Zhu, somewhat jealously, said, "Old Yu, did you give this student some special talisman?" Yue San rolled his eyes and responded calmly, "If a candidate could use any talisman beyond what they carry, then the 9-layered demon tower would lose its purpose." This comment left Nangong Zhu gritting her teeth, and Chu Wujia also frowned. Although Yue San remained expressionless, he too was internally shocked. He knew of Lu Yun's strength, but he hadn't anticipated such an outstanding performance. The little ones proved to be quite conservative, and the feat of defeating the Fog Queen hadn't spread widely yet. About 15 minutes later, the sound of a bell echoed over the martial arts field, marking the end of the first round of assessments. The rankings were also revealed. Lu Yun clinched the first place with an incredible timing of 1 second, scoring 100 points. Zhuge Waner came in second with 5 seconds, earning 75 points, while Ling Shui secured the third place in 7 seconds, amassing 50 points. Chu Wujia observed with a sharp gaze. Yue San had a smile plastered across his face, while Nangong Zhu looked visibly upset because his two top contenders only managed to secure the 5th position. Meanwhile, in the midst of the light red fog, the candidates saw the rankings and scores. A girl in a fiery red mech suit with a ponytail furrowed her brows upon seeing the rankings. She was surprised to find that the top ranker was Ling Shui's friend from the second academy, Lu Yun. Her voice was clear and curious, her eyes sparking with a flash of competitiveness. Elsewhere in the mist, a young man dressed in a sophisticated robe shouted in frustration, "How is this possible? How can I only be 5th? Who is this Lu Yun? Why is Cheng Xiaoying ranked higher than me?" He angrily refused to believe that defeating the Fog Queen in just 1 second was possible and vowed to have his father investigate the people from the War God Temple. Hundreds of students from the second academy stared at the leaderboard in disbelief. Some even doubted if they were seeing correctly. How could Lu Yun do it in just 1 second? What was up with his human warrior type? Their exclamations filled the air, but their voices were swallowed by the surrounding pale red fog, unheard by others. Lu Yun had already been waiting in the mist for a long time. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself that the 3 war academies indeed were brimming with talents, as not one in the top 10 took more than 20 seconds. He decided to continue intensifying his training. The second assessment task was to protect wounded soldiers. The cold voice in the fog rang out once more, informing the candidates that they could choose their task duration from options of 10, 20, or 30 minutes. Failure would be declared if all wounded soldiers died before the task time ended. final scores would be determined based on the number of monsters killed and the survival status of the wounded soldiers. Back in the external martial arts field, Lu Hong displayed the candidates' choices for task difficulties. The first to opt for the most challenging 30-minute duration was a level 10 skeleton swordsman named Du Zixuan. Nangong Zhu couldn't help but beam with joy upon seeing this, while others nodded in approval. Soon after, two more candidates chose the 30-minute difficulty. Level 11 Mech Beast Warrior Zhuge Waner and Level 10 Battle Angel Ling Shui. Chu Wujie and Yu Sen both expressed satisfaction with their choices, though they were surprised to find that Ling Shui was a level lower than Zhuge Waner, prompting Yu San to give Chu Wujie a curious look, to which Chu Wujie just spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Yushin clenched his teeth as the screen before him flickered again. After selecting the 30-minute difficulty level, another warrior joined the challenge, which made Chu Wujie and Nangong Zhu both widen their eyes in surprise. Lu Yun, a warrior with level 12 skills, is adept at using the Daqin elite troopers and the White Horse volunteers, and is known for his bravery and fearlessness. Level 12? Chu Wujie spoke with a hint of displeasure, glancing over at Yu San, who was all smiles. Old fisherman, you haven't broken any rules, right? Could you help this young man level up? Yu San rolled his eyes, seemingly puzzled as to why Lu Yun still needed help leveling up. Nangong Zhu also expressed his dissatisfaction. He had thought that Du Zixuan was one of the top newcomers, only to find out that Zhuge Waner and Ling Shui had already reached level 10, while Lu Yun had astonishingly broken through to level 12, which made him feel somewhat overshadowed. However, Nangong Zhu suddenly noticed the type of troops associated with Lu Yun, raising his eyebrows in surprise. He couldn't help but wonder if Lu Yun was the special recruit Yu San had previously brought in, the human troop master. Such a rapid increase in levels, especially with two types of troops, was truly beyond comprehension. As he voiced his thoughts, a spark of excitement flashed in Chu Wujie's eyes. He was familiar with the student specially recruited by Yu San and had heard rumors of the rare human troop talisman, but he hadn't expected the student to be Lu Yun. Human troops? The Great Qin elite soldiers, White Horse righteous followers. These troops truly baffled Chu Wujie. He began to reassess his old rival, while Yu San could barely suppress a chuckle, simply snorting without further comment. In the era of troop talismans, everything depended on strength. Yu San firmly believed that Lu Yun's performance would be eye-opening. However, Yu San was also surprised by the new troop type that Lu Yun had acquired. Typically, students would consider summoning new troops in their second year, as having too many types before reaching level 20 was not advantageous. Focusing on one type of troop was usually the best strategy. Although Lu Yun was exceptionally talented, the growth potential of human troops was not as high as other races, and summoning too many could be detrimental. Yu San resolved to discuss this with Lu Yun after the tri-school comparison, to ensure that such a talent did not go astray. Chen Wudi had been eager to take Lu Yun as his disciple, but Yu San would not let Lu Yun follow that madman. After all the candidates had chosen the difficulty level for the second challenge, Lu Yun heard the countdown begin again. 10, 9, 8. When the mist cleared, he found himself on a vast grassland surrounded by a dozen heavily injured human soldiers. An old man, missing an arm, spoke in a hoarse voice, "Hero, please help us survive." The other injured humans looked at Lu Yun with hopeful eyes, wishing for his protection. For the next 30 minutes, he would need to defend these wounded soldiers from being knocked down by monsters. Suddenly, a rumbling noise approached from the distance of the grassland, and a group of monsters appeared. As the countdown ended, the monsters had closed in to within a few meters of Lu Yun. Just as a fierce battle was about to unfold, the warriors from the human tribe, who were once on the brink of death, suddenly stood up together and limped toward the dozens of monsters surrounding them. Lu Yun was taken aback, not expecting that the second challenge would come from these injured warriors. Their actions seemed like a suicide mission. When the Daqin elite soldiers appeared and stepped forward to shield the wounded from the monsters' attacks, Lu Yun didn't hesitate to support them. Armed with shields, the Daqin soldiers bravely blocked the stones and clubs hurled by the monsters, then swiftly used their crossbows to eliminate the first wave of monsters. Seeing the monsters cleared from the vicinity, the injured soldiers struggled back to Lu Yun, expressing their gratitude with deep appreciation. However, as new monsters attacked, the injured soldiers once again stood their ground. Lu Yun specifically assigned Qin elite soldiers to protect them, but even so, the disabled soldiers were still unable to break free from the encirclement of monsters. As time ticked away, Lu Yun, feeling a sense of boredom, summoned his white horse, Yizong, to patrol the grasslands. Meanwhile, in other assessment simulations, candidates faced with endless waves of monsters and the sacrifices of the wounded were nearly all outraged. Yet, when the 10-minute mark was reached, many were teleported out of the arena, some joyful, others distressed. Listening to the students' discussions, the judges on the platform nodded silently. The deans smiled as they watched their respective academies' candidates who had passed, though the second challenge was not too difficult as long as one could protect at least one injured soldier. However, their attention was more on those who opted for the higher difficulty levels, especially those choosing the 30-minute challenge. Chu Wujia asked Lu Hong if it was possible to open a live feed, only to learn it would be available in the third round. Nangong Zhu lamented that the task of protecting the wounded was challenging for weaker troops, his gaze shifting to Yu San. Yu San quietly observed the leaderboard. As candidates from the 20-minute challenge completed their rounds, the leaderboard changed again. The judges anxiously awaited the results after the end of the second round, with the final moments of the 30-minute challenge drawing near. At the student gathering spot in the second academy, anticipation filled the air. The recently announced ranking list featured a surprising name, Lu Yun, which sparked a buzz among the students. Some were puzzled, and others even doubted if they had seen it correctly. However, as confusion lingered, the sound of a bell from the martial arts field echoed and the giant screen flickered with new information. When the final rankings were revealed, the students' eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. This time, the ranking list was unusual as it included the academies of the top 3 students. To everyone's shock, Lu Yun topped the list with an impressive score of 1265 points, representing the War Academy. This revelation undoubtedly left the students of the second academy in utter disbelief. In the academy, there's actually someone named Lu Yun? The very people who had just mocked Lu Yun as a second-tier student now felt somewhat embarrassed. This was especially true for those who had traveled with Lu Yun and Ling Shui on the bus. Recalling their earlier conversations about Lu Yun, they felt their faces burning with shame. One person, with a bitter smile, said to a companion, "Remember when I told you I saw Lu Yun enter a level 10 dungeon? You all thought I was mistaken." However, these comments no longer mattered. The vast majority of students, who had failed to advance beyond the second stage, saw Lu Yun steadfastly holding the top spot and realized there was an insurmountable gap between them and him. On the high platform, after the rankings were updated, Yu Sen couldn't help but laugh out loud. In contrast, Chu Wujia and Nangong Zhu looked distinctly upset, their eyes fixed on the leaderboard filled with frustration. Ling Shui was in second place with 845 points from the first War Academy. Zhuge Waner was third with 831 points from the second War Academy. Du Zixuan was fourth with 786 points. And Cheng Xiaoying was fifth with 749 points. Nangong Zhu, the dean of the third academy, crushed the cup in his hand. Among the top 5, only Du Zixuan represented his academy. Moreover, none of the top 3 were from his academy. Although Du Zixuan had made it into the top 4, he was more than 400 points behind Lu Yun. This was inconceivable. How could his score be so high? Nangong Zhu knew the difficulty of the second stage, which required protecting the injured while also defeating monsters to accumulate points. Could it be that Lu Yun had prevented any injuries to the injured? Otherwise, it seemed impossible for him to have scored so much higher than the others. But it seemed unlikely for a human to possess such comprehensive capabilities. Nangong Zhu pondered over and over, but couldn't figure it out. Seeing Yu San's smug expression, he knew the other wouldn't reveal the truth, so he refrained from asking. In the misty demon tower, Du Zixuan, seeing the leaderboard, roared again in anger. This Lu Yun must be cheating. Why isn't the War God's Hall doing anything? I'll have my father tear down this damned 9-layered demon tower. However, there was no response in the pink mist. Elsewhere, Cheng Xiaoying, looking at the leaderboard, was surprised to see Ling Shui had surpassed Zhuge Waner. which he found acceptable. However, she was puzzled by Lu Yun's score. Just before being teleported into the 9-layered demon tower, Cheng Xiaoying had learned of Lu Yun's name. She remembered that in the first stage, Lu Yun had completed the task in just 1 second. Although surprised, she was not shocked, having witnessed Lu Yun's single-handedly defeat by Heng's 10-headed White Tiger King troops. Lu Yun's personal strength was not to be underestimated. Cheng Xiaoying had thought she would surpass him in the second stage. Yet not only had Lu Yun's ranking not dropped, his score was significantly higher than those behind him. Could he have some other tricks up his sleeve? Humph, I refuse to believe you can do everything, Cheng Xiaoying exclaimed with a touch of defiance. Meanwhile, Lu Yun watched the leaderboard, seeing Ling Shui surpass Zhuge Wanner, and smiled lightly, nodding in approval. Over the past few days, this girl had indeed been working hard, consistently venturing into wilderness dungeons to level up. Lu Yun, once stripped of his status as a combat angel, has made a remarkable comeback, regaining his powers and clinching the second place in the competition, much to his own expectation. His abilities as a combat angel are extraordinary, and he knew very well that for Ling Shui, with only a dozen types of troops, securing the second level was no easy feat. The human soldiers, though few in number, proved to be incredibly resilient. Without the formidable attributes of the Daqin elite warriors, they might have slipped away. Ultimately, in a tough contest against about a dozen injured human soldiers, and despite being visibly exhausted, Lu Yun triumphed, taking the first place in the second level without any fatalities. This victory brought him one step closer to the 300,000 energy reward. The third level of the examination was about storming the enemy camp, a task fraught with danger, allowing candidates to withdraw at any time. The difficulty levels were categorized as normal, warrior, and king, and Lu Yun, without hesitation, opted for the highest level king. Meanwhile, after hearing the level description, many candidates waiting in the 9-layer demon tower decided to drop out. After all, aside from special admissions, ordinary students were only required to complete the first 2 levels. At the martial arts field, the deans on the high platform were not displeased as they watched students being teleported out one after another. Instead, they felt gratified that these students had a realistic assessment of their own abilities. As the live images were displayed, Lu Hong finally shouted towards the 3 deans, drawing their attention. Lu Hong performed complex hand signs, and his crystal soldier amulet emitted a beam of light that fell into the light screen on the martial arts field. Next to the leaderboard, a live feed appeared showing the stunningly beautiful Ling Shui commanding a dozen combat angels in a charge towards the orc encampment. The bronze-ranked combat angels demonstrated formidable fighting prowess, effortlessly breaking through the fences of the orc encampment and engaging in fierce combat with numerous orc warriors, drawing gasps of admiration from the new students. Ling Shui's display of strength was truly impressive. The scene shifted to a young girl, equipped with a flamethrower and flying mid-air, commanding 5 metallic giants in a battle against orc warriors. She was none other than Zhuge Wanner, the mechanical witch, whose beauty and prowess matched that of the angelic goddess Ling Shui. Zhuge Wanner controlled the 5 metallic giants with even greater ferocity, taking on the king-level difficulty of the orc encampment and showcasing her formidable skills, eliciting envy from many new students. The live feed continued to switch between scenes, highlighting the top 10 students and their combat scenes. Du Zixuan controlled dozens of skeleton warriors, while Cheng Xiaoying fought with just a single Shadow Fox soldier type. Their battle scenes left a lasting impression on all new students. However, after the broadcast of the 10th-ranked student, confusion set in among the crowd. Where was Lu Yun, the top-ranked student? The 3 deans on the high platform also realized this issue and turned their gaze towards Lu Hong. Frowning, Lu Hong stared at his crystal soldier amulet and, after casting another series of hand signs, Lu Yun's image finally flashed onto the screen, leaving everyone in utter astonishment. The sight before Lu Yun's eyes weighed heavily on his heart. The once formidable orc encampment, brimming with power and pride, now lay in ruins. Tall fences had collapsed, and the fierce orc warriors were strewn about lifelessly. The chieftain's tent and the 4 rudimentary watchtowers had not been spared either. The entire camp looked as if it had suffered a devastating calamity, leaving nothing untouched. Lu Yun gazed at the wreckage, a wave of sorrow washing over him. This place had been a sanctuary for the orcs, their stronghold, but now it was nothing more than a desolate ruin. Memories of fighting alongside these orc warriors flooded his mind. Despite their fierce exteriors, they harbored a deep loyalty and protection for their home. Now, they lay silent in the very land they cherished, rendering Lu Yun helpless and heartbroken. Suddenly, anger surged through him. Who could be so cruel as to recklessly destroy everything here? Clenching his weapon tightly, Lu Yun vowed to find the perpetrator and seek justice for the fallen orc warriors. He was determined to make those responsible pay and to show them the true power of justice. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun turned away from the ruins, a look of resolution flickering across his face. Although this tragedy pained him, it also ignited a fierce determination within him. Undeterred by dangers and undaunted by foes, he would seek justice for the ruins and avenge the orc warriors. His heart burned with the flames of righteousness, resolute in making those who had wrought destruction face their deserved consequences. The once noisy atmosphere at the martial arts arena gradually quieted down as everyone's focus shifted to the live images displayed on the screen. When the scene switched to Du Zixuan leading his necromantic troop of skeleton warriors, he bravely engaged in fierce combat with the orc warriors inside the camp. The young man swung his staff, continuously casting white-fire spells that infuriated the orc warriors. However, faced with the skeleton troop's strong defense, they were at a loss. Du Zixuan laughed triumphantly, his voice echoing throughout the arena. "Ha ha, Lu Yun, just you wait and see. The first place is mine this time." The freshman spectators, initially excited by the intense battle, felt their blood boil. Yet, aside from Du Zixuan's laughter, no one else voiced their admiration. Students from the three academies who knew Du Zixuan felt their cheeks burn with embarrassment, slowly realizing why the initial live images did not showcase Lu Yun's combat. Meanwhile, figures like Lu Hong on the high platform also stood up in surprise, their gaze even sharper than that of the freshmen below. As soon as they saw Lu Yun's live images, they understood. It wasn't that the live feed had missed Lu Yun's battle. Rather, his combat had ended so quickly that there was no time to display it. Originally, this round was thought to test the students' troop attack capabilities, and students from their own academy, Chu Wujie and Nangongzhu, hoped to close the points gap with Lu Yun. However, now their jaws nearly dropped. Such a short time since the third challenge began, and Lu Yun's battle had already ended so swiftly. If the live images were to be shown in the order of the previous round's rankings, Lu Yun should have been the first to appear. However, the live images skipped him entirely, suggesting that Lu Yun's battle might have lasted less than a minute. Even Yushisen remained excited at this possibility, his heart racing. The live images on the screen continued to change, but the previously awe-inspiring battle scenes were hard to match now. Even the combat involving female students like Ling Xue, Zhuge Waner, and Cheng Xiaoying seemed somewhat lackluster in comparison. Lu Hong on the high platform still couldn't calm his inner shock. As an examiner, he was aware of the difficulty of this year's test, with varying challenge levels faced by the candidates from the third challenge onwards. Choosing the normal difficulty meant monsters were on par with candidates, while the warrior difficulty was one level higher than the candidate. Although only one level difference, for most candidates, this was an insurmountable gap, especially with that black iron level boss. Ordinary candidates simply couldn't defeat it. In the king level difficulty, the monster levels were 2 levels above the candidate, with the orc leader advancing to the bronze level. Even the fences and watchtowers of the orc encampments were reinforced, posing a challenge that could not be easily met without significant strength. Lu Yun managed to complete the task in less than a minute, which made Lu Hong begin to doubt whether there was a problem with the Jotsing Yaota. At the same time, Lu Hong also realized that since the beginning of the assessment, he had not seen what type of troops Lu Yun had used. Daqin Ruishi, Beima Yitzong? What kind of magic do these troops possess that they could destroy an entire orc camp in just a minute? When did the strength of the human race become so formidable? Meanwhile, Lu Yun's speed in clearing the level had already raised suspicions among everyone. He looked indifferently at the destroyed camp, showing no interest whatsoever. Right after entering the level, he summoned 50 Daqin Ruishi, led by the silver-tier hero Bai Qi. These bronze-tier Daqin Ruishi, with a four-dimensional attribute score of 10,400, took down the enemy's third camp in just a few seconds. To him, the task was hardly challenging as he no longer needed to focus on protecting the injured. However, it was somewhat disappointing that the hundreds of orc warriors and a bronze-tier orc leader did not drop any experience points or energy stones. After about 15 minutes, the scene before Lu Yun shattered, and he returned to the misty area. Only 34 people had cleared the third level, and as the leaderboard was updated, a cold voice rang out again. Lu Yun was somewhat surprised to see that only about 30 people had passed the third level, indicating that others were indeed finding the task challenging. However, he did not dwell on it and glanced at the leaderboard, noting that Ling Shui had been surpassed by Zhuge Waner, who was now in third place. Du Zixuan and Cheng Xiaoying remained in fourth and fifth places, respectively. Due to his rapid completion of the third level, Lu Yun immediately received a 3,000-point bonus, leading Zhuge Waner in second place by 2,000 points with a score of 4,265. The other students present were equally astonished by Lu Yun's score. Zhuge Waner, with her ponytail, looked incredulous. Despite not giving her all in the third level, she considered herself among the top in speed among her peers. She thought the points gap between her and Lu Yun would significantly close, or she might even surpass him. However, the gap did not shrink but widened instead. Elsewhere in the misty areas, Ling Shui smiled, Cheng Xiaoying stood stunned, and Du Zixuan lost control, shouting loudly, eventually being punished by purple lightning. The many freshmen watching the rankings unfold from outside were at a loss for words. Those who had just failed the third level and left the Jotsing Yaota space completely lost their composure upon hearing of Lu Yun's rapid completion of the task. They couldn't even pass the normal and warrior tiers of the third level. Yet Lu Yun had conquered the entire camp in just a few minutes. Many looked at Lu Yun's first-place result, feeling it was incredibly unreachable. At this moment, aside from the few who remained in the assessment space, all the Second Institute freshmen who had been transported out were overwhelmed with shock. They stared at that name on the leaderboard, filled with awe. After suffering through 3 consecutive months of failing evaluations, Lu Yun was mocked as a failure, leaving him in low spirits. However, when the long chime rang out again, it signaled the start of the 4th official assessment. This time, a renewed spark appeared in everyone's eyes as they focused intently on the light screen above, eager to witness Lu Yun's performance in battle. Amidst the mist, a chilling voice announced the challenge for the 4th round: defend the city. A fire ignited within Lu Yun, determined to prove himself and no longer be labeled as worthless. The waiting area in the 9-layered demon tower filled Lu Yun with an exhilarating thrill. The 4th assessment was particularly challenging, making him deeply respect the clever minds behind the questions. This assessment was a comprehensive test for the novice commanders, assessing their abilities in various aspects. Although the monsters in these levels were not as strong as those found in the wild, they effectively tested the commander's skills, providing crucial insights for their future path selection. However, for Lu Yun, these tasks seemed a bit too easy. After hearing the detailed briefing for the 4th challenge, Lu Yun found himself within a small, low-rise city. The city walls, though not as robust as those in mid-level instances, were merely a little over a man's height and made of simple earth, appearing virtually defenseless. There were no guards within the city. Everything depended on the examinees and their troops for defense. At that moment, the city gates stood wide open, and eager goblins, known as greenskins, were already waiting outside. Although the assessment had not officially started, a glowing barrier kept the goblins at bay. The task was to defend the city, eliminate the goblin tribe's forces, or hold the city for 1 hour without being completely destroyed. As the countdown began to display on the barriers at the 4 city gates, Lu Yun waved his hand, and 5 elite Qin soldiers quickly positioned themselves behind each gate. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. As the barriers shattered, the goblins shrieked, and the Qin soldiers swung their swords, swiftly slaying the waiting goblins at each gate. This scene, specially adjusted by Lu Hong for dramatic effect, was live-streamed, eliciting gasps and amazement from the audience at the martial arts arena. This was the first time the spectators had seen Lu Yun's troops in action, effortlessly dispatching the goblins, which greatly surprised them. However, they also realized that Lu Yun's troops were not from a powerful racial group, but rather a personal force, causing some to feel slightly disappointed. The broadcast then shifted to other participants like Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner, who summoned their own troops to block the goblins at the city gates. In contrast to Lu Yun's human troops, who simply used swords, the other participants' troops, including angels, machines, and skeletons, showcased more dazzling abilities, drawing the attention of nearby wandering goblins who surged towards the city even faster than those facing Lu Yun. Ling Shui and others seemed to have no plans to leave the city. They merely controlled their troops to continuously strike down the attacking goblins at the gates. Observers on the high platform cast scrutinizing looks, unable to understand why the straightforward, sword-wielding human troops, seen in the previous 3 challenges, performed so exceptionally in this 4th challenge. Lu Hong, Chu Wujie, and Nangong Zhu also noted the gap between Lu Yun's close combat human troops and the other racial troops, which was becoming increasingly apparent. Barring any surprises, the outcome of the 4th challenge would reveal who would truly stand out. When Fisherman 13 saw the live feed of Lu Yun, he felt a bit anxious. His concern only deepened when Lu Yun's screen reappeared, but then his eyebrows raised in surprise as Lu Yun finally made a move. He bravely left the city. This unexpected action drew soft murmurs of admiration from the onlookers. Previously, candidates like Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner had chosen to defend the city, and no one had ever opted to leave. Lu Yun's choice surprised many. Some speculated whether he was planning to attack the Goblin tribe. Impossible, they thought, as the Goblin tribe was several hundred meters away from the city. Was he abandoning the city? Or did he realize that his forces were insufficient and decided to eliminate the goblins nearby? The crowd buzzed with speculation as Lu Yun moved further away from the city. The scene then switched to Zhuge Waner's battle. She skillfully used a flamethrower, continuously eliminating goblins at the city's 4 gates. The noise of the battle drew more goblins, increasing the speed of their demise. Ling Shui, leading the battle angels, swiftly cleared the goblins surrounding the area, matching Zhuge Waner's pace. Following suit, Du Zixuan and others unleashed their ultimate skills, desperately trying to kill more goblins within the hour of defending the city. The new students watching in the martial arts arena were thoroughly engrossed. However, the crowd gasped in shock when the feed switched back to Lu Yun. He had reached the Goblin tribe. Someone cried out in disbelief. Yes, Lu Yun had left the city and arrived at the Goblin tribe. He signaled his black armored warriors to advance towards the tribe, and numerous goblins rushed out to engage in fierce battle with Lu Yun's forces. The onlookers wore peculiar expressions. Fisherman 13 was visibly anxious on the high platform, and Lu Hong sighed heavily, feeling regret. Chu Wujie and Nangong Zhu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, knowing that Lu Yun had made a critical error. This 4th challenge contained a trap. Although annihilating the Goblin tribe or defending the city for an hour seemed like 2 viable options, defending the city was the correct choice. Despite the goblins appearing weaker than the orc warriors from the 3rd challenge, eliminating the Goblin tribe required straying from the city, and goblins would continually appear around the city. Thus, choosing to defend the city was the right decision. The goblins are launching relentless attacks, rapidly destroying their own tribes while the city teeters on the brink of disaster. Chu Wujie frowns deeply, watching Lu Yun valiantly fight on the screen. He turns to Yu Shisan beside him and sighs softly. Nangong Zhu also nods in agreement, feeling the same sentiment. Indeed, the vigor of youth is there, and while he possesses extraordinary strength, he lacks calmness and patience. Witnessing the unfolding scene, they can't help but feel regret over the likely defeat in this battle. Upon hearing the conversation, Yu Shisan's face was filled with frustration and dissatisfaction. Perhaps unbeknownst to everyone present, only he understood the true extent of Lu Yun's capabilities. Having once defeated the formidable silver-level boss, the Mist Queen, how could Lu Yun possibly struggle against a mere goblin tribe? This thought intensified Yu Shisan's sense of frustration. He was well aware that with Lu Yun's skills, he had a solid chance of winning this year's tri-school competition. Failing at the fourth challenge would indeed be a regrettable loss. Determined, Yu San resolved to sternly reprimand the first-year teachers upon his return. Their oversight had led Lu Yun into such a rudimentary error. Such a minor mistake could strip the Second Academy of its well-deserved glory, a truly infuriating outcome. Beside him, Lu Hong, noticing his teacher's dismay, was about to offer some words of comfort when he accidentally jostled the crystal command token he was holding. The screen displayed a live feed of Lu Yun's city, stunning everyone. They had assumed that Lu Yun's city would surely fall while he was engaging the goblin tribe. However, the city stood unscathed. To their amazement, the human troops summoned by Lu Yun were still valiantly defending the city gates, relentlessly repelling the goblins. Lu Hong, shouting out the question on everyone's mind, received no answer. Even Yu San was astounded by the turn of events. He had previously thought that Lu Yun would quickly fail the fourth challenge, yet the situation had drastically changed. His troops were still staunchly defending the city, unwaveringly so, and from a distance of at least 500 meters. Yu San's heart raced as the other students began to grasp the significance of this feat. Although the screens soon switched to other competitors, Lu Yun's exceptional control range continued to astound them. They had initially thought that Lu Yun had misunderstood the task when he went to attack the goblin tribe, but it now appeared that he was capable of multitasking in battle. Many students felt a sense of inferiority as they re-evaluated their understanding of troop control distance in comparison to the distance between Lu Yun and his city, feeling utterly insignificant. 15 minutes later, Lu Yun disappeared from the screen again, but no one was surprised. Not only had he managed to successfully defend his city while attacking the goblin tribe, but he had also far surpassed the performance of other contestants. After completing the task of eliminating the goblin tribe, Lu Yun's fourth challenge ended ahead of schedule. As other competitors gradually completed their tasks, the leaderboard updated. Lu Yun was in first place with 10,452 points, followed by Zhuge Waner from the War Academy with 5,130 points, Ling Shui from the War Academy with 4,788 points, Han Yun from the War Academy with 4,556 points, and Cheng Xiaoying from the War Academy with 4,104 points. The spectators, witnessing these rankings, couldn't help but feel a mix of shock and awe. Everyone was amazed to find that Zhuge Waner, who came in second, was nearly 5,000 points behind the first-place Lu Yun. It was astonishing to everyone that Lu Yun, who commanded the human troops, could handle his units from a distance several dozen times greater than anyone else's. However, some felt it was unfair to Zhuge Waner and Ling Shui, believing that if they had the same control range as Lu Yun in the fourth challenge, they would have performed just as well, if not better. As the fifth challenge approached, they were eager to see Lu Yun's human troops reveal their weaknesses. Many of Lu Yun's admirers expressed their sentiments with a hint of jealousy. Meanwhile, the students who had completed a 1-hour city defense task were shocked by Lu Yun's score. Zhuge Waner couldn't understand why, despite her best efforts, the gap between her and Lu Yun was widening. In the fourth challenge, she had maximized her Mecha Beast troops' potential, yet Lu Yun's score far surpassed hers. For a moment, a possibility crossed her mind in the mist, but she immediately dismissed it. It was impossible to manage both the city and the goblin tribe, which were 500 meters apart. As emotions fluctuated on her resolute face, Ling Shui, dressed in silver soft armor, initially reacted with surprise to Lu Yun's score but soon smiled brightly. She softly said, "I always knew, but you're moving too fast." In the mist, the determination in her eyes glinted as she firmly stated, "I won't hold you back." On the other hand, Du Zixuan, upon seeing the leaderboard, couldn't help but curse out loud, infuriated that he couldn't even make the top 5. Despite his skeleton warriors breaking several bone blades, he was ranked 6th and was convinced that Lu Yun must be cheating. Just as Du Zixuan was about to continue his rant, a chilling voice echoed through the mist, "Candidate Du Zixuan, for repeatedly insulting the examination venue, you are expelled from the 9-layered demon tower." Enveloped in mist, Du Zixuan fell outside the martial arts arena. Nangong Zhu, witnessing this, trembled with rage. He waved his hand, and a green bamboo rod struck Du Zixuan on the head, abruptly silencing him. Up on the high platform, Lu Hong, Chu Wuji, and Yu Shursen chuckled at the brief disturbance. After this episode, the bell rang again. Everyone looked up at the live feed, seeing that less than 10 people had made it to the 5th challenge. They all knew that the outcome of this challenge would determine the final results of the inter-school competition. In the mist, Lu Yun heard the announcement of Du Zixuan's expulsion but was indifferent. He had no time for those who couldn't accept defeat gracefully. Soon after, he also learned about the content of the 5th challenge. Upon hearing about the 5th stage of the competition, titled When Paths Cross, Lu Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. This stage was described as a highly dangerous challenge that could potentially put the participants' lives at risk, urging them to consider carefully whether to partake. The difficulty of the exam was categorized into 3 levels: normal, warrior, and king. Participants could choose the level that best matched their abilities. Lu Yun found that the element of extreme danger added an intriguing twist to the examination. When the announcement of the 5th challenge was made, it caused quite a stir among the many students outside the arena. Even the 3 deans on the platform looked solemn. Traditionally, the 5th challenge was the ultimate test, significantly tougher than the previous 4 stages, and it often presented a golden opportunity for talented contenders to excel. Upon hearing the details of the 5th challenge, Nangong Zhu's face cleared of any earlier gloom, showing his confidence and resolve. Chu Wujia, noticing this, raised an eyebrow and pointed at Han Yun, who was 4th on the leaderboard, asking, "Is this Han Yun from that Han family?" His question changed the expressions of Lu Hong and Yu Shursan beside him, while Nangong Zhu simply offered a mysterious smile, declaring, "The victory will be decided in this 5th challenge." Soon after, the competition commenced, revealing a canyon scenario that drew gasps from the crowd. The canyon was flanked by steep cliffs, with only a narrow path in the middle for maneuvering. Aptly named a narrow encounter, the challenge lived up to its title. In the middle of the canyon, a transparent barrier separated the contestants from a horde of menacing, red-eyed bulls, their sharp horns glinting dangerously. Upon seeing the contestants, the bulls let out deafening roars and pawed the ground, ready to charge as soon as the barrier lifted. This sight turned the faces of the newly entered students pale, with 3 opting out immediately, while the rest were visibly shaken, some even too nervous to summon their troops. The arena's screen was divided into 10 sections, each displaying live footage of the top 10 contestants as the countdown began. Amidst the cries of the audience, a cold voice rang out, and contestants like Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner began frantically summoning their troops. Facing the menacing black bulls, everyone summoned their best troops in a tense atmosphere. The moment Han Yun summoned his troops, causing a sensation. He conjured blood-red flying swords, each 3 feet long, swirling around him, eliciting a wave of exclamations. Nangong Zhu, watching from the platform, smiled with satisfaction, confident in Han Yun's ability to handle the intense clash. Chu Wujia and Yu Shursan couldn't help but admire Han Yun's display of flying swords. However, just then, a commotion erupted from below. In Lu Yun's command space, an astonishing number of black armored warriors emerged, showcasing his daring and strength. Those on the high platform were taken aback by this spectacle. Yu Shursan's eyes sparkled with shock and concern as he counted the 120 formidable soldiers from the Great Qin that Lu Yun had summoned. Although familiar with Lu Yun's capabilities, Yu Shursan was still surprised by the scale of the summoning. While he didn't believe Lu Yun relied solely on numbers for victory, he was somewhat worried about Lu Yun's ability to maintain an advantage against these formidable troops. As the countdown ended, the light screen in the valley vanished, and the black barbaric bulls charged forward, prompting the students to retreat. Among them, Ling Shui summoned a group of winged battle angels who engaged in spectacular aerial combat. Zhuge Waner utilized her mech beast's assembly skills to construct a gigantic beast-shaped battle mech, courageously charging towards the bull formation. Han Yun used a flying sword formation to counter the bull's onslaught, matching the speed of the others. Cheng Xiaoying also managed to summon a second Shadow Fox troop to join the battle. Despite its slightly slower speed, it was still cheered on by the crowd. Meanwhile, everyone also began to notice something unusual at the top of the light screen. Suddenly, The audience was shocked to find that Lu Yun's live feet had frozen, with the black bull seemingly stuck in place. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out that the warriors in black armor were actually swinging their swords. This scene was unbelievable. Gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd, and more people shifted their focus to the screen where the image had disappeared. The stark contrast between black and white in the canyon remained clear, as if time had been frozen at that moment. This unexpected turn of events left everyone bewildered, as if they had stepped into a mysterious dimension. Standing atop the high platform, Yu San had already risen to his feet. The moment the screen vanished, he immediately noticed something unusual in Lu Yun's display. It wasn't just a simple glitch. Lu Yun's 120 black-armored human soldiers had successfully halted the charge of the Dark Bulls. Although Lu Yun's troops were also clad in black armor, almost mistaking them for the Dark Bull side, Yu San quickly discerned the difference. He knew exactly what this meant. At that moment, he desperately wanted to call Qin Wudi to tell him to stop fantasizing about his disciple Lu Yun. Competing against him was futile. Even at the Star River Great Wall, his hands began to tremble slightly, so much so that he couldn't even pull out his phone. Meanwhile, Chu Wujie and Nangong Zhu, two satisfied mentors watching their students perform, jumped up upon hearing the discussions below and hurried to the edge of the platform. Worried they might not see clearly, they closely observed the topmost images on the screen, watching the Dark Bull charge being intercepted by over 100 black-armored soldiers. Disaster! It was as if they heard the sound of a heartstring snapping. They realized that in this tri-school competition, both the first and third institutes had utterly failed. They hadn't lost to Ling Shui, who had the rare angelic troop type, but to Lu Yun, a student with human troop types. How strong must one be to block a narrow path charge from the bulls? At that moment, Chu Wujie felt that his possession of Zhuge Wanner's mech combination abilities and Cheng Xiaoying's second Shadow Fox seemed utterly trivial, feeling like a clown in the face of absolute strength. All these seemed meaningless. Nangong Zhu could only smile bitterly. The era of military tokens was so cruel. No matter if you were born into a prestigious family or grew up with a silver spoon, you couldn't compare to a true genius. As the proctor of this tri-school comparison, Lu Hong was at a loss for words. What were those bulls' attributes again? Weren't they around 1500? Their impact was not something a typical novice commander could withstand. Tactics could involve retreating, or like Ling Shui and her team, making full use of their troops' advantages. But what about Lu Yun? He faced the enemy 10-1. His troops showed no fear and successfully blocked the bull's charge. Blocked it? Lu Hong wanted to scream internally. At this moment, he really wanted to ask his teacher Yu San and Qin Wudi, who had previously claimed he would break Lu Yun's legs. Were they suggesting he cheat for them? Were they insane? Meanwhile, the entire arena started to buzz as people gradually realized. In Lu Yun's battle scene, the black troops were retreating, leaving behind an increasingly wide crimson mark. That was blood. Lives were being taken. Blood was flowing. However, the victims were not Lu Yun's human soldiers. Originally, many were skeptical about Lu Yun's strategy, believing that he was attempting to compensate for the human race's military weaknesses with sheer numbers. However, Lu Yun proved them wrong by single-handedly slaying the formidable black bulls, his sword cutting through them as blood surged behind the armored warriors, nearly blinding those who had mocked him. The surprise didn't end there. Amidst the intense battles where Ling Shui and others struggled against the barbaric bulls in various canyons, a sudden shift occurred. On the live combat screen, an army of black-armored human soldiers surged forward, charging directly at the bull herd in the canyon. Right after the checkpoint opened, not only did Lu Yun's troops block the bull's charge with their formidable strength, but they also initiated a counterattack, leaving everyone at the martial arts field utterly astonished. The crowd watched in silence as the 120 black-armored soldiers launched their assault on the screen. In the fifth canyon, Lu Yun had just issued a charge command to Bai Qi, feeling that merely standing and fighting was too slow. Since the mission was, when narrow paths meet, these bulls couldn't be allowed to pass easily. Thus, the 120 elite soldiers of the Great Qin charged together for the first time in the canyon. Despite facing level 16 barbaric bulls with strength reaching 1,500 points, the bulls stood no chance against the charge of the Qin elites, whose attributes exceeded 10,000. The bulls were sent flying, unable to withstand the formidable force from the front, pushing the black bulls towards the other end of the canyon. Following behind the charging Qin elites, Lu Yun looked at the ground strewn with bull corpses and blood-stained soil, feeling a tinge of regret that he couldn't gain experience from these creatures. Fortunately, in the 9-layered demon tower, combat did not consume the energy of the military talismans. Otherwise, just the energy for the miles-long charge of these 120 Qin elites would have cost tens of thousands of energy units. In the capital of the Shenxia Empire, Longdu, which lies at the heart of the empire, the headquarters of the War God's Temple, founded by the most powerful warrior of Shenxia, stands at the city center. Next to this towering structure, thousands of meters tall, a 9-layered tower emitting a faint red glow is sealed at the very center of the headquarters. An elderly man with black hair stands beside the tower, instructing several flying officers to check the divine and mysterious talismans outside the tower carefully. Today, 9 provinces were undergoing testing assessments, and no mistakes could be afforded. Suddenly, a young man checking the runes turned pale and shouted, "Officer, one of the demon sealing talismans on the 8th layer is loosening." The elderly man appeared beside him in an instant, channeling a stream of golden energy into the talisman. However, the talisman trembled and cracked, and a fist-sized black hole appeared on the tower. "You demon, where do you think you're going?" the elder roared, swinging his arms as he began the pursuit. Scattered talisman papers fluttered in the void next to him, sealing the breach in the high tower and alerting the 9 provinces. Evaluation interrupted. Evacuate the 9-story demon tower immediately. The elder urgently spoke to the young man beside him. The young man turned and left at once. At the Eastern Sea Province's First War Academy's training ground, everyone was astounded by Lu Yun's troops. Those 120 black-armored human soldiers had shockingly knocked the barbaric bulls several kilometers away. At that moment, everyone realized that the winner of the tri-school competition had already been decided ahead of time. Just then, the sky's screen trembled abruptly, and the nearby leaderboard went dark. Lu Hong's face on the platform turned pale as he heard a series of urgent sounds from the crystal soldier talisman in his hand.
Luon, Uri.
In the evaluation, 8-layered demons have escaped. The scene left the 3 deans standing nearby in utter shock. Lu Hong immediately activated the magic formula, causing the crystal command token to emit a dazzling light as it soared toward the ghostly image of a tower above the martial arts field. However, just as a white light began to project, a surge of extremely cold, dark energy burst forth from atop the tower, engulfing it in darkness. The students participating in the 5th stage of the assessment began to fall, but fortunately, they were caught in time by the 3 deans. After a brief wait, the faces of the 3, Chu Wujie and his companions, grew solemn as Lu Yun and his 4 companions failed to appear. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon City War God Temple, next to a 9-story tower, several formidable warriors with terrifying auras appeared. The elder with black hair returned to the ground, and the warriors quickly asked, "Huang Fu brother, which beast is it?" Huang Fu Qing frowned and replied, "The Shura beast." The warriors' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, surprised that such a murderous creature had been hiding for so long, waiting for this moment. How many newcomers from the 9 provinces are still missing? Huang Fu Qing glanced at the 9-story tower surrounded by talismans and said gravely, "There are still 13 people who haven't evacuated in time, with 5 from Donghai province alone." The warriors' expressions darkened further. A flash of anger crossed Huang Fu Qing's eyes as he continued. "The good news is that they all fell into the 6th challenge, the Sand Table Conquest. We must hurry to repair the 9-story demon tower. These newcomers have reached the 5th stage. They are the future elite of Shenxia and must not be lost. The Shura beast is cunning and bloodthirsty. I hope they won't be deceived by it." The powerful warriors exuded a strong presence, protecting the surroundings of the demon tower. Simultaneously, just as Lu Yun had sent a wild bull flying several kilometers away in the canyon, he suddenly felt the scenery before him shatter. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desert, trapped by a glass-like barrier. Surrounding him were a dozen young men and women with surprised expressions. Ling Shui was trapped a few meters away inside a transparent dome. Her initially vigilant expression relaxed upon seeing Lu Yun, calling out, "Lu Yun, are you all right?" Lu Yun shook his head gently to indicate he was fine. The other youths were slightly panicked, but they quickly exchanged information and realized that they had all been transported here during the official assessment's 5th stage. They came from various institutions, including the Shiliang Wudi War Academy, the Nanjiang 3rd War Academy, and the Donghai 1st War Academy. Except for one individual shrouded in a black cloak who remained silent, everyone, including Lu Yun, revealed their identities. Lu Yun noticed that, aside from himself and Ling Shui, Donghai Province had the most students present. Among them was a pretty, spirited girl with a ponytail named Zhugawaner, known as the Mechanical Witch, and another playful, cute girl named Cheng Xiaoying. Lu Yun had seen their names on the leaderboard before. Once, she saw a young boy standing with a gigantic turtle, seemingly eager to demonstrate his bravery and determination. Hovering by his side was a blood-red flying sword. Lu Yun recognized him as Han Yun, the student who had surged into the top 5 after the 4th level. At that moment, the 5 students from Donghai Province, in an unfamiliar environment, shared a bond of trust deeper than with anyone else. They grew anxious as they tried and failed to teleport away, and when they attempted to attack the transparent barrier, they found themselves helpless. Lu Yun launched an attack, only to discover the barrier remained undamaged. Aside from a mysterious figure in a black robe, everyone wore a look of concern. Suddenly, a chilling, grating metallic sound echoed around them. Fresh flesh, such a delicious flavor. The students panicked, summoning their forces, but trapped within a cube just 1 meter across. Only Han Yun managed to summon 2 blood-red flying swords. The others were unsuccessful. Lu Yun didn't even try, but instead fixed his gaze on the robed figure several meters away and demanded, "What exactly are you?" The others followed Lu Yun's stare, watching the figure in the black cloak with caution. The figure under the cloak seemed to tremble and, after a moment, slowly lifted the hood. A chorus of screams erupted from the girls, and the boys' faces were struck with horror. Under the black cloak was not another student as they had expected, but a monster with black scales and a fearsome face. The monster opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp teeth that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The blood-red, vertical pupils filled with violence, murder, and madness sent a chill through everyone present. "I will kill each one of you young human commanders," feeling this delightful sensation once again after many years. The monster's gaze swept over the dozen people like a predator eyeing its prey. Some began to back away but were stopped by the transparent barrier, and one girl covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Just then, the previously indifferent voice announced, "Stage 6, Sand Table Conquest." This voice, once mundane, now sparked a surge of hope among everyone. As the task briefing unfolded, the freshmen showed mixed expressions, while Lu Yun pondered this unique challenge of the Sand Table Conquest. Originally, only students who had advanced to the 6th level were to participate in this assessment. However, due to some error, students from several provinces had been transported here to partake in the Sand Table Conquest. The rules were simple: divide the students into different camps, with each camp attacking the others. In what was supposed to be a routine test of the new recruits' ability to cooperate with other military units and manage city defenses, a sudden mishap and the appearance of an unknown creature turned the situation into a bewildering puzzle. This monster seemed eager to join the fray of the strategic simulation. Just then, a trembling voice spoke up, instantly alerting everyone. Eyes widened as they stared at the dark creature, feeling a mix of awe and fear. Indeed, during the briefing, it was mentioned that the exercise would involve 14 participants, implying that not only the recruits but also this mysterious creature were drawn into the complex dynamics of the strategic contest. The relaxed atmosphere quickly tensed up again. Seeing everyone's gaze, the black creature extended its blood-red tongue, licking the transparent shield in front of it, and chuckled. "Would you like to join my ranks? If you choose to oppose me, well, the consequences might be dire. Just a reminder, my troops are of the silver tier. Hearing the monster's words, everyone was shockingly taken aback. Besides Lu Yun, both Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner showed visible terror on their faces. Silver tier troops? Most of those present, aside from a few with rare tier troop tokens, possessed only bronze tier or even iron tier troops. It's widely known that advancing a troops tier is no easy feat. A monster possessing silver tier troops definitely had the power to annihilate them. The time to choose sides began to count down, with only 5 minutes remaining. Just then, a chilling voice echoed again, and a panel appeared before each candidate and the black monster, offering the choice to join either the red or blue faction. Each faction had 7 slots, and while everyone hesitated, the name Shura Beast appeared in the red faction on the screen, leaving 6 spots open. The cold voice sounded once more, complicating everyone's expressions. What should they do? If they chose the blue faction, could it lead to deadly peril? Someone cried out in fear, casting a gloom over the group. For these newcomers at the War Academy, their experience was mostly limited to leveling up in outdoor dungeons. They hadn't faced many life or death challenges. Now, unable to teleport away, they had to confront a real test of survival. Amidst the confusion, a golden talisman suddenly appeared above them, and a venerable yet steady voice calmed them. Children, do not be afraid. This voice carried a soothing power that even eased Lu Yun's nerves. The Shura beast trembled involuntarily upon hearing the voice from the golden talisman, its vertical pupils flashing with hatred. The voice continued, I am Huang Fuqing, a steward of the war god's temple. Due to our oversight, this creature from the 9 layers demon tower has escaped, interrupting your evaluation. But worry not, we are swiftly fixing this breach, and it will take about an hour. During this time, you must protect yourselves. The test is about your teamwork. Just hold on, however. Suddenly, a formidable force from above shattered the golden talisman, abruptly cutting off the voice. Lu Yun and the others then realized the gravity of their situation. The Shura beast must have escaped from the 9 layers demon tower. Knowing they just needed to survive a little over an hour for the war god's temple to mend the breach brought them some relief. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Huang Fuqing? It's actually Huang Fuqing, one of the top 10 generals of the Xinxia Empire. The crowd was overjoyed, reassured by the personal intervention of this symbol god, known for his top-ranked human troop type, the Qingjia. With him on the case, they felt significantly more secure. However, amidst the silence, Zhuge Waner suddenly spoke up. A chilling voice suddenly echoed, serving as a stark reminder to everyone. Do you not realize? The creatures sealed within the 9-layer demon tower are all at least level 50. With these words, the faces of those who had felt relieved turned pale with fear. At the same time, the countdown for choosing factions began, warning those who hadn't made their decision that they would be randomly assigned to a faction. This cold reminder brought everyone back to reality. Just then, another decision was made. The red faction gained a new member. Han Yun decisively joined, leaving 5 spots open. This decision surprised everyone, as no one expected Han Yun to voluntarily choose the same red faction as the fearsome Shura beast. However, others quickly realized his reasoning. According to the rules of the previous sandbox conquest, members of the same faction couldn't attack each other. If what the Shura beast claimed was true, possessing troops of silver tier level, then it was certainly a formidable threat. The monsters sealed in the 9-layer demon tower were no ordinary foes. Even with the assistance of the war god temple's divine symbols, surviving an hour was filled with great uncertainty. Perhaps, choosing to join the same red faction as the Shura beast, like Han Yun did, was indeed the safest choice. Just then, the faction selection screen vibrated again as someone chose to join the blue faction. Lu Yun decisively joined the blue faction, which still had 6 spots open. Seeing Lu Yun's choice, Ling Shui immediately decided to join the same faction. Lu Yun looked at Ling Shui's sweet smile and shook his head slightly without saying much. Despite the Shura beast's potentially strong capabilities, he couldn't bring himself to join the red faction like Han Yun. Moreover, he was eagerly looking forward to facing off against the Shura beast. Considering the strength of the creatures sealed in the 9-layer demon tower and possessing silver tier level troops, how would their strength compare? Lu Yun was filled with anticipation for this formidable showdown. Furthermore, he pondered whether, since this sandbox conquest was different from previous freshman tests, defeating the Shura beast might lead to additional rewards. Could defeating silver tier level troops yield substantial experience rewards? Lu Yun's gaze fixed on the Shura beast across from him, his enthusiasm slowly building. This made the usually mocking Shura beast feel a bit uneasy, sensing the chill down his spine as he caught the young man's intense gaze. With Lu Yun and Ling Shui's choices, both the red and blue factions had 5 spots remaining. The other 10 candidates began to hesitate, covertly observing others. Suddenly, Cheng Xiaoying asked, "Sister Wanner, which faction should we choose?" Han Yun also looked expectantly, hoping that Zhuge Wanner would join his faction. However, Zhuge Wanner ignored Han Yun and made her decision straight away. Zhuge Wanner joined the blue faction, leaving 4 spots open. Without any hesitation, Cheng Xiaoying joined the blue faction as well. Meanwhile, the young girl gave Han Yun a disdainful look, leaving him scratching his head awkwardly. Joining the red faction wasn't a sign of cowardice or fear. In battle, the protagonist showed remarkable tenacity by buying time. However, Cheng Xiaoying, Zhuge Wanner, and Ling Shui scoffed at his choice. Despite this, as the decision time set by Zhuge Wanner and Cheng Xiaoying approached, the other freshmen hurriedly made their choices. When the countdown ended, the 4 freshmen who joined the red faction looked visibly relieved. Meanwhile, the 2 boys who reluctantly joined Lu Yun's blue faction appeared solemn. One chubby boy smiled warmly at Lu Yun, expressing his eagerness to cooperate, to which Lu Yun kindly agreed. Soon after, as the 13 participants and the Shura beast stood in the desert, the earth began to tremble violently, and several sand castles of considerable size emerged before them. Trapped within a glass dome, the participants were transported to their respective sand castles the moment they were constructed. 7 sand castles, standing 100 meters apart, were set up in 2 rows. The battle for dominance in the sand arena was about to begin. No contestant could leave until one faction was completely eliminated. After the countdown, the participants for the first round of combat were to be drawn. 9, 8. In the Sand City, the new students appeared tense and uneasy, particularly those from the blue team. They looked at the ferocious Shura beast perched atop the city walls, its menacing gaze sending chills down their spines. In contrast, Han Yun and his 5 teammates from the red team seemed much more relaxed. Even though they felt the stares from Lu Yun and his group, they maintained their smiles. Suddenly, a sharp notification sound rang out, indicating the successful selection of the first round of contestants. From the red team, Han Yun was chosen, and from the blue team, it was Chen Zhuangwang. Beams of light rose above their respective camps. Han Yun was set to lead the red team, while Chen Zhuangzhuang was the chosen warrior for the blue team. Facing his opponent, Chen Zhuangzhuang felt a bit intimidated, but a female teammate's encouragement bolstered his spirits. Finally, Han Yun stepped forward from the city, challenging Chen Zhuangzhuang. Initially hesitant, Chen Zhuangzhuang's confidence surged with his teammates' support. He summoned several stout dwarven soldiers, who aimed their metal cannons at Han Yun and fired. The scene was somewhat comical, yet it brought a sense of relief to the onlookers. If every duel could drag on like this, they might avoid facing the threat of the Shura beast, hoping to be rescued by the divine emperor, Huang Fu Qing. However, Lu Yun, watching from the sandstone walls, frowned. He noticed that the Shura beast seemed indifferent to the current battle, which troubled him. Could the enemy have other plans? As he pondered, the Shura beast suddenly moved. A black stream of light pierced through the barrier, heading straight for Han Yun. Cheng Xiaoying and others shouted warnings, but the black light had already merged into Han Yun. His eyes flickered with a sinister black glow, and the surrounding flying swords became more aggressive, targeting Chen Zhuangzhuang. Chen Zhuangzhuang displayed a resolute expression and stood his ground. Despite firing powerful cannons, Han Yun's flying swords nimbly dodged the attacks and aimed directly at Chen Zhuangzhuang. Facing the imminent threat, Chen Zhuangzhuang did not back down. He lifted his cannon, ready to strike back. The roar of cannons was deafening as Qian Zhuangzhuang felt the recoil pushing him backwards. After several blasts, he retreated to his makeshift sand castle. Han Yun, his eyes gleaming with a dark glow, quickly pursued Qian Zhuangzhuang to the base of his fortress. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen swords radiating black light soared into the air, launching an attack on Qian Zhuangzhuang. In a rush, Qian Zhuangzhuang summoned about 24 warriors, but soon realized he was no match for Han Yun. His dwarven troops were being slaughtered by the flying swords, and his sand-built walls were on the verge of collapse under Han Yun's assault. As the defenses were about to give way, Cheng Xiaoying shouted, "Han Yun, stop!" However, it was clear that Han Yun had lost all reason, consumed by a desire to kill Qian Zhuangzhuang. "Ah, human children," sneered the Shura beast. "If you step into the arena, you must abide by the rules. Those who cheat will be punished. Ha ha ha. Regret joining my opposing camp yet?" The Shura beast's chilling gaze swept over the blue team, lingering on Lu Yun as if relishing the sight of prey soon to be captured. Disappointed by the young man's response, it vowed to personally decapitate him and savor the taste. The Shura beast's words weighed heavily on members of the blue team like Zhuge Warner, while the students in the red team, witnessing Han Yun under control, looked extremely distressed. They hadn't anticipated the Shura beast's terrifying power, and their original plans had fallen through completely. They knew what likely awaited them could be as disastrous as what had befallen Qian Zhuangzhuang and Han Yun. "Fatso, get out of the city, run!" Amidst the intense battle, Lu Yun suddenly yelled to Qian Zhuangzhuang. Seeing his city about to collapse and his troops heavily casualties, Qian Zhuangzhuang, upon hearing Lu Yun's cry, decisively chose to use his unique escape skill. With a series of loud noises, he abandoned the city and fled into the vast desert. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, seeing a glimmer of hope. The rules of the sand table competition didn't forbid fleeing the city. Survival was possible by hiding in the expansive desert. Soon, the second round of combat began. A male student from the red team had barely left his sand city when he was enveloped in a black light by the Shura beast. He immediately summoned his troops and charged at Cheng Xiaoying of the blue team. Although Cheng Xiaoying was a formidable opponent, ranking second only to Zhuge Warner at the Eastern Sea First War Academy, she struggled against her power-enhanced adversary and was forced to defend her city with great effort. 10 minutes later, the third round commenced. Zhuge Warner of the blue faction swiftly led her mecha beast troops into battle, charging towards the Sand City. She bravely took the front line, shielding her teammate Cheng Xiaoying from enemy attacks. However, this time, the red faction's formidable Shura beast brought an overwhelming force, its presence enveloping the entire Sand City. Emitting a spine-chilling laugh, the Shura beast seemed to mock the blue faction's weakness. Suddenly, it teleported to the center of the battlefield, poised to launch a devastating attack. Its blood-red tongue slithered between its teeth, as if relishing the despair of its prey. "Little ones, are you ready to embrace death?" The Shura beast's chilling voice echoed across the battlefield. Immediately after, a vortex resembling a cavernous pit opened behind it, and from it surged a horde of black beasts bristling with spikes, charging towards the blue faction. Confronted with these fierce creatures, the people of the blue faction felt a surge of despair. They frantically used their scouting spells to discern the attributes of these monsters. The Shura beast summoned creatures were of the silver level, with strength at 15, agility at 3165, spirit at 2588, and constitution at 1324, which left Zhuge Warner, Cheng Xiaoying, and their teammates in visible despair. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was also examining the attributes of the Shura beast's summoned creatures. Upon seeing their stats, he slightly raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" he muttered to himself, his expression brimming with confidence. Lu Yun had already been intensifying his assessment of the dangers posed by the Azura beast. After all, this creature was sealed within the Jiuxing Yaota, a clear testament to its ferocity and power. However, what took him by surprise was the frailty of the troops summoned by the Azura beast. Despite being at a respectable silver level 15, these troops were significantly weaker compared to the Mist Queen whom he had previously defeated. Could this be the disparity between troop types and a boss of the same level? No, that wasn't it. A sudden realization dawned on Lu Yun. Perhaps these troops were limited by the stage of the assessment they were in, Stage 6, which was designed to match the capabilities of most freshmen at the War Academy. Hence, the strength of the monsters appearing here could be restrained by the Jiuxing Yaodao itself. Understanding this, Lu Yun could hardly suppress a surge of joy as he noticed the Azura beast's smug grin. Previously, he had easily defeated the Mist Queen using only level 10 Daqin elite soldiers. Now, facing these skill-less troops of the Azura beast was like being handed free experience on a silver platter. Utilizing his scouting technique, he checked the Azura beast's attributes and found it to be of the golden rank, with its level 15 attributes being unscannable. This piqued his interest, as the Jiuxing Yaota clearly didn't waste any potential. This was his first encounter with a golden-level monster, igniting a flame of excitement within him. If the Mist Queen could help him level up, how much experience would this golden-level Azura beast provide? He immediately called out to Zhuge Waner and Cheng Xiaoying, urging them not to overexert themselves and to wait for their turn to fight. He noticed the look of despair on their faces as they panicked over the attributes of the Azura beast's troops. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhuge Waner reignited her fighting spirit and began to prepare her mech beast troops for battle. However, Ling Shui suddenly spoke up, instructing Zhuge Waner to listen to Lu Yun, acknowledging that they were no match and should consider fleeing, much like Qian Zhuangwang had done. Ling Shui, knowing their opponent's capabilities, realized only Lu Yun's formidable troops could contend with these. Yet, she remained concerned, remembering the time it took to defeat the Mist Queen, since they were now facing dozens of silver-level bosses. Lu Yun, standing alone yet determined, caught Ling Shui's resolute gaze. She swore to fight alongside him to the end. Below Shaqing, Zhuge Waner, spurred by Ling Shui's words, showed a defiant expression. She waved her hand, causing her mechanical watch to emit a blinding electric light, and joined the assembled mech behemoth in the fray. Zhuge Waner charged towards the swarm of silver-ranked beast soldiers. Her mechanical beast soldiers were indeed formidable, relying on powerful jet devices to throw heavy punches and fend off several Shura beast soldiers. However, that was all they could manage. The Shura beast soldiers, far surpassing Zhuge Waner's mechs in attributes, quickly surrounded her. Cheng Xiaoying hurriedly intervened, but her two shadow foxes were ineffective. In less than a minute, Zhuge Waner's ace mech, the giant beast, was badly damaged, and one of Cheng Xiaoying's shadow foxes was killed. Despite this, she refused to flee, determined to rescue Zhuge Waner.
Zhuge Waner.
Do you want to die here? Ling Shui shouted from atop the Sand City, witnessing the scene with urgency. Realizing the disparity in strength between her mechs and the Shura beast soldiers, Zhuge Waner, filled with regret, responded to Ling Shui's cry. She maneuvered her mech to unleash a barrage of fiery jets, breaking free from the encirclement of Shura beast soldiers. Seizing Cheng Xiaoying, she, like Qian Zhuangzhuang before her, dashed towards the distant desert. Lu Yun, observing from Sand City, nodded slightly. This Zhuge Waner hasn't reached a point of no return yet. Her mech strength is impressive, and this unique combination almost gave her the capability to contend with the silver-ranked Shura beast soldiers. But she wasn't facing just one. She was up against dozens. Continuing to fight would only lead to certain death. Choosing to flee, just like the chubby kid, was her only chance to survive. The Shura beast seemed indifferent to Zhuge Waner's escape. With a wave of their hand, dozens of Shura beast soldiers burst into black energy, thundering into the desert with speed that matched Zhuge Waner's escape technique. For a moment, the desert behind the 7 blue camps was a storm of flying sand and rocks. The situation for Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Chen Zhuangzhuang was dire. The Shura beast, with its blood-red eyes gleaming maliciously, looked towards the few remaining members of the blue camp and sneered. But no one answered it. Ling Shui and the other 2 rookie commanders wore grave expressions, while Lu Yun simply turned to look towards the distant desert. Not bad speed, but I wonder if their skin is thick enough. Ignoring the Shura beast, whose sharp teeth clicked together in anticipation, the 4th round of battle soon began. The new recruits from the Red Camp were once again manipulated by the Shura beast to head into the desert, leaving only Zhuge Wan and a few others under siege at the base of the Blue Camp City. This time, however, it wasn't Lu Yun who was chosen to fight. It was Ling Shui. The young girl gave Lu Yun a determined look before summoning a dozen angelic soldiers and immediately heading towards the desert at the first opportunity. Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. This young girl is the smartest of all. The Shura beast, full of disdain, merely directed the remaining Shura beast soldiers to pursue Ling Shui. But after just a few seconds, the girl leading the dozen battle angels turned back and launched a series of sword energies at the Shura beast soldiers beside the main Shura beast, which roared in anger. Facing the relentless pursuit of the Azura beast soldiers, Ling Shui displayed an unwavering determination, leading the battle angels in a swift escape without hesitation. However, within less than a minute, the young girl reappeared in front of the Azura beasts. Enraged, the beast summoned more soldiers from the energy cave, including some new types with wings. Ling Shui's expression shifted slightly, but when she turned to look at Lu Yun of Sha City, her eyes were filled with resolve. The battle angels emitted a pure white light, luring the Azura beast soldiers before dashing back into the desert. This time, the Azura beast also pursued Ling Shui. Just as the beast was about to catch up, Lu Yun couldn't help but shout, "Stop right there!" He realized Ling Shui's intention. She was trying to divert more Azura beast soldiers to alleviate the pressure on him and buy him some time. Distracted by Ling Shui, the beasts were fewer in number, creating an opportunity for her. However, upon hearing Lu Yun's shout, the Azura beast halted, its blood-red eyes fixating on Lu Yun with interest, causing a sinking feeling in his heart as he realized his outburst might have revealed too much. The Xiao Luo beast seemed to have found Lu Yun's Achilles heel, as it intended to savor his suffering before ending him. It stared at Lu Yun with a sinister grin, its malevolent expression chilling to the bone. However, just as Lu Yun was about to respond, a loud explosion erupted, sending the Xiao Luo beast flying deep into the desert. Lu Yun's gaze was resolute, his fists clenched, yet he remained silent, understanding that this cunning beast was deliberately tormenting the new recruits, leaving them helpless. This was a flaw in the Sand Table Conquest assessment, where they could only wait for their turn to fight. As time ticked away, the names of the candidates for the 5th round were finally announced. The countdown began, and all the candidates in the red camp appeared nervous, except for Lu Yun, who rose to his feet, his eyes fixed on a dark figure in the distant desert, his intent to kill growing stronger. For the 5th round, the red camp's candidate was Sun Qian, while the blue camp's was Lu Yun. With a thunderous sound, Lu Yun leaped off the city wall, landing on the ground. Almost simultaneously, a group of warriors dressed in white robes and armed with bows emerged from a vortex, led by a young commander wielding a bright silver spear, Zhao Zilong, the second hero-level troop type Lu Yun had acquired after 5 days, silver-grade Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong boasted 10,400 agility points, 20,800 spirit points, 5,200 constitution points, and skills, including a berserk skill with an agility attribute reaching 20,000 points. As Zhao Zilong galloped, a faint silver glow shimmered behind him. Without hesitation, Lu Yun mounted Zhao Zilong's horse, and with a command, Zhao Zilong led the dozen white horse warriors charging towards the depths of the desert. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Sea's premier war academy's training field, the assessment was suddenly interrupted, surprising everyone, especially upon seeing the anxious expressions of the 3 deans and Lu Hong. Lu Hong and his colleagues were intently watching a giant tower phantom in the sky emitting a strange black light, their faces filled with urgency. Lu Hong had just received a message from the Temple of War, informing him that the Xiao Luo beast had escaped to the 6th level. He immediately relayed the situation to the 3 deans. Chu Wujia, Nangong Zhu, and the others were almost in tears. The 5 students trapped in the Sand Table Conquest were among the most outstanding new recruits of their 3 academies, and any mishap would be a tremendous loss for the entire Eastern Sea province. Yu Shisan's eyes were bloodshot, having previously led his troops in a valiant charge that dazzled everyone. But now he found himself caught in this unexpected disaster. Although he had confidence in Lu Yun's abilities, the Xiao Luo beast was a golden grade demon beast sealed on the 8th level of the 9-layer demon tower, with a level of 68. Capturing the Xiao Luo beast had cost the Temple of War many powerful commanders. Although Lu Hong confirmed that the Xiao Luo beast's level and attributes had been suppressed to match the 6th level, Yu San still felt uneasy. He prayed inwardly, "Kid, you must hold on until the demon tower is repaired." Chu Wujie and Nangong Zhu also shared this deep concern. Just then, something happened. As Du Zixuan regained consciousness, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Upon hearing about the predicament of Lu Yun and his 4 companions, a sinister smile spread across his face, relishing the thought of their misfortune which could make him the top contender in the evaluation. However, before he could finish his thought, several green bamboo sticks suddenly fell from the sky, striking him relentlessly. Nangong Zhu stood by, watching with a cold gaze as he controlled the bamboo to beat Du Zixuan mercilessly, scolding the spoiled young man and even questioning his identity. The students from the 3 institutes who witnessed this severe punishment showed fear on their faces. Chu Wujie and Yu San clenched their teeth in anger and began to scrutinize their own students. The freshmen from the 1st and 2nd institutes felt a chill down their spines, daring not to meet the stern eyes of their deans. At the 6th challenge, the Sand Table Conquest, Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Chen Zhuangzhuang found themselves cornered in a depression in the vast desert by a group of incredibly fast Shura beast soldiers. Despite their best efforts to fend off the attacks, their forces were dwindling. Surrounded by the hostile Shura beasts, and with one smugly standing on a dune, despair was evident on their faces. Zhuge Waner, controlling the mech beast soldiers, managed to block a fatal attack, protecting Ling Shui's battle angel. As she lamented their situation, Ling Shui looked at their opponents with sadness, unwilling to fall without a clear victory. Zhuge Waner, with a wry smile and a glint of battle spirit in her eyes, suggested they see who could kill a Shura beast soldier before their end. Ling Shui looked towards the direction of the Sand City, nodded firmly, and both burst out with the last of their energy. Their battle angel and mech beast soldiers glowed as they charged at their respective foes. Cheng Xiaoying and Chen Zhuangzhuang joined in the final battle. Soon, Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner almost simultaneously defeated 2 Shura beast soldiers, but were quickly surrounded by more under the command of the Shura beast on the dune. Ling Shui felt her battle angel's agonizing cries and struggled to persevere, hoping to give Lu Yun a sliver of hope in repairing the 9-layer demon tower. However, she underestimated the intelligence of the golden-level demon, and her strategy proved ineffective. With regret, she thought, "I'm sorry, Lu Yun. I failed to aid you again." Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Chen Zhuangzhuang also realized the grim outcome they were facing, their faces turning ashen. The Shura beast on the dune extended its blood-red tongue, eagerly anticipating the taste of these young warriors. The next round of confrontation was about to begin, and time was pressing. The demonic beast's heart was filled with excitement, as he could already picture the scene when he would show the severed head of the angel-faced girl to the human boy. How helpless, desperate, and agonized the boy would look. He relished the memory of such expressions, as if savoring a cruel play. However, at that moment, a sudden rush of forceful stomping sounds approached, as if a powerful force was drawing near. In the blink of an eye, a white horse burst forth from the distance, leaping high into the air and charging towards the battlefield where Ling Shui and her companions were being besieged by hundreds of demonic beasts. The once despairing Ling Shui and her 3 companions, as well as the Shura beast on the dunes who was feeling confident of victory, were all captivated by the sudden appearance of a white warhorse. As 2 flying Shura beasts charged at the horse, a thunderous roar echoed. Accompanied by the sound of air being torn, 2 silver arrows pierced through the silver-level monsters. Huge red damage numbers emerged, instantly depleting the health bars of the flying Shura beasts, which were causing Ling Shui and her team such headaches. They were slain before they could even make a sound. Ling Shui's eyes widened in shock, and even the Shura beast was taken aback, forgetting to command its troops to attack. It was then that the group noticed 2 figures on the white horse. One was a young archer who had just shot the arrows, and the other was someone they all knew, Lu Yun. Ling Shui cried out excitedly, "I can see clearly now. It's Lu Yun coming to save us again." Tears streamed down her face as the horse landed and the young man dismounted, gently ruffling the crying girl's hair with a bright smile. Not bad. You haven't foolishly lost your life. Her cheeks flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. Lu Yun, what are you doing here? We need to go. Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Chen Zhuangzhuang also recovered from their initial shock, their faces painted with urgency. All of them were top students from their respective war academies. Seeing the young cavalryman up close, it was clear that he was one of Lu Yun's cavalry units. They hadn't expected Lu Yun to be able to summon cavalry, let alone dispatch 2 silver beasts with just 2 arrows. However, a single cavalry unit, whose main weapon was clearly a long-range bow, entering the encirclement of Shura beasts, was at a complete disadvantage. Dude, this isn't the time to be playing the hero. Chen Zhuangzhuang, with a chubby face growing sadder, plopped down on the ground. The few dwarf soldiers left by his side seemed to lose their strength, barely able to hold on to their short cannons. Zhuge Waner's eyes dimmed. While she was shocked at the human cavalry's ability to instantly kill 2 silver monsters, she wondered how often such a terrifying skill could be used. With so many Shura soldiers left, could they really overcome them? In her view, Lu Yun was clearly lacking in tactics. Moreover, as Lingshue's rival, Zhuge Waner knew the angelic goddess's intentions well. Lingxue would rather risk her own troops to tie down more monsters, all to help alleviate Lu Yun's pressure. But unexpectedly, Lu Yun hadn't grasped Lingshue's intentions and instead had rashly come to show off. Just as the surrounding Shura soldiers were about to attack again, Cheng Xiaoying suddenly looked at Lu Yun in surprise. Wasn't the 5th duel just beginning? How did you get here so quickly? The previously despondent Chen Zhuangzhuang and Zhuge Waner were suddenly startled. Although they had been focused on combat, they had heard the announcement of the 5th duel. But it really hadn't been long since then. It seemed like it was just the moment when Lu Yun's white horse cavalry appeared. In just a few seconds, they had been running for over 20 minutes to escape the Shura beast, and they were still several kilometers away from the 7 sand cities. Lu Yun's arrival was incredibly fast, almost unbelievably so. Suddenly, all 4 turned their heads and saw a figure on a white warhorse, wielding a shimmering silver lance, his gaze sharply fixed on a young general in a white robe atop a nearby dune. Lu Yun, take Lingxue and get out of here. I'll create an opening for you. Zhuge Waner suddenly realized that Lu Yun's cavalry might excel in speed. Cheng Xiaoying and Chen Zhuangzhuang didn't object, as Lingxue had been a great help in previous battles. Without Lingshue's healing and combat support, they might not have lasted this long. Moreover, Lingxue was injured again in the last duel and had no strength left to fight. But with Lu Yun's cavalry speed, there might still be a chance. That's right. Lu Yun, save Lingxue first, then come back for us. Chen Zhuangzhuang struggled to his feet, urgently telling Lu Yun and Lingxue. Cheng Xiaoying nodded in agreement, but Lingshue's eyes were red with tears. She wanted to say something, but, looking at Lu Yun beside her, she swallowed her words. Lu Yun was also surprised. He hadn't expected Zhuge Waner and the others to pin their last hopes on Lingxue. They clearly knew that once he took Lingxue away, the 3 of them would have no chance of survival. You guys. Lu Yun was filled with emotion, about to tell them that he could actually save everyone, when the Shura beast on the sand dune let out a sinister laugh. Still trying to escape? You're too naive. The Shura beasts began to emit a more terrifying black glow, their aura more fearsome than before. This made Zhuge Waner and the others, who had hoped to buy a chance for Lu Yun and Lingxue, turn pale. We're in trouble. The plump boy's cheeks trembled. Zhuge Waner began to gather the last of her energy, and the engines of the last 2 battered mech soldiers started to rumble deeply. At that moment, Lingxue took Lu Yun's hand, the young man feeling her anxiety and guilt. He smiled reassuringly at everyone and said, "Today, no one will die, because..." Boom, boom, boom. A roaring sound came from the desert. A storm carrying sand and dust was rapidly approaching the battlefield. Even the Shura beasts felt a sense of dread, as if something immensely terrifying was hidden within the storm. Kill. Just then, standing beside Lu Yun, Zhao Yun suddenly let out a furious roar filled with killing intent. echoed by similar shouts from within the storm. Kill! 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 Zhuge Wan'er and the others widened their eyes, incredulous at the sight of the approaching storm. The astonishing roar had left them in disbelief. There must have been hundreds.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Suddenly, Lu Yun charged out leading a troop of white horse cavalry. Clutching a gleaming silver spear, he struck with the force of a dragon. Each thrust effortlessly pierced through the skulls of the Shura beast soldiers, sending shivers down their spines. A terrifying realization dawned on them. Could it be that Lu Yun's cavalry consisted only of him? The thought of the storm-bringing force that such a small number could represent was too daunting to even contemplate. As Ling Shue's heart tightened, the stormy silence was shattered by the rapid pounding of hooves. The familiar twang of bowstrings filled the air, followed by a volley of white arrows shooting forth from the sandstorm 100 meters away. The arrows, cutting through the air with sharp whistles, struck a group of ferocious Shura beasts with deadly precision. Despite the beasts quickly deploying their dark energy shields, nearly a third were felled instantly. The Shura beasts showed visible signs of panic. Ling Shui and her companions stood agape as a second barrage of arrows rained down, and a cavalry unit on white horses charged out of the dust storm, revealing their numbers. To their astonishment, this troop was not only swift but possessed the incredible capability to annihilate over 30 silver-tier creatures in one go. What level could Lu Yun's cavalry be? Could they also be of the silver tier? Adding to their bewilderment, aside from the level 20 commanders, Zhuge Wan'er and the others had never seen such a vast army. Moreover, the young general in white seemed to have unimaginable abilities. The skills that had taken down the Shura soldiers with just 2 arrows were apparently not special skills at all. In a matter of seconds, the young general had slain more than 10 silver-tier monsters with his silver spear. Zhuge Wan'er and the others felt as if they were in a dream. They had struggled to defeat just 2 beasts, yet in front of Lu Yun's cavalry, they seemed utterly fragile. Tears still fresh in her eyes, Ling Shui was filled with shock and realization, for she had seen the prowess of Lu Yun's elite Qin soldiers before. Now, this second unit displayed equally terrifying strength, and her gaze could no longer stray from the young man. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the War God's Temple in the dragon capital of the Xinxia Empire, surrounding the 9-layered demon tower, Huang Fuqing suddenly opened his eyes, staring unexpectedly at the towering structure before him. The black energy that had been emanating from the dark abyss suddenly weakened. The commanders around him were shocked and questioned what had happened. Why had the beast's aura suddenly diminished? Huang Fuqing was puzzled himself. According to his estimates, it would take at least half an hour for the 9-layered demon tower to be repaired, and the aura of the Shura beasts entering the Sand Table Conquest should have been growing stronger, not weaker. A middle-aged commander speculated whether the Shura beast had been injured, but the others shook their heads. Huang Fuqing sighed. The dozen or so students were merely novice commanders, incapable of harming the Shura beast. Repairing the 9-layered demon tower was a monumental task, yet Huang Fuqing remained undaunted. He seized every opportunity to accelerate the restoration process. Suddenly, a general clad in blue armor and covered in talismans appeared beside him, unleashing a powerful energy that helped seal the breaches. Other generals quickly joined in, working together to mend the tower. However, just when progress was being made, a young warrior from the Hall of War Gods rushed over in panic, informing them that the Shura beast was exploiting its beguiling powers in a strategic contest known as the Sand Table Struggle. Huang Fuqing's heart sank as he realized the threat posed by the Shura beast was greater than he had imagined, causing him a moment of panic. As the dark energy slowly dissipated, a wave of sadness washed over him, but he resolutely decided to honor the memory of the fallen young generals through the defeat of this monstrous creature. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Sand Table Struggle, the Shura beast was unexpectedly impaled through the chest by a white-robed cavalryman named Lu Yun, blood gushing forth. The beast was in disbelief as its defenses were easily breached, sensing an unprecedented threat. The surrounding white horse cavaliers quickly encircled it, intensifying the pressure. Yet, a fierce glint flashed in the beast's eyes, and its black scales trembled slightly, revealing astonishing speed as it suddenly appeared before Lu Yun and his men. Zhao Yun roared as he drew his longbow, ready to shoot, but was ambushed by the Shura beast. Lu Yun swung his sharp claws for a fatal blow. The Shura beast, exhilarated, believed these young human generals lacked the will to fight, preparing to wipe them out in one fell swoop. However, a massive black shield suddenly appeared in front of the beast, blocking its attack and driving it into further frenzy. It struck fiercely, only to find that the shield stood unyielding.
No retreat.
Not even for the fearless black-armored human warrior who stood in front of Lu Yun. How could this be happening? The blood-red vertical pupils of the Shura beast suddenly contracted, but the black-armored warrior had already swung his long sword. At the same time, the young general in a white robe behind him had released a sharp arrow. Suddenly, the Shura beast let out a piercing scream. Its attacking claw was severed by the sword. A silver-gleaming arrow also brutally pierced through its body. Meanwhile, beside the black-armored warrior in front of the Shura beast, another human warrior clad in black armor stepped out from an energy vortex, wielding a shield and long sword. At this moment, the Shura beast distinctly felt the shadow of death looming over it. Apart from Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner and the others were once again profoundly shocked. They had never anticipated that Lu Yun would possess a second type of troop. The mysterious warrior clad in black armor was not only impervious to attack, but his striking power was astonishing. When the Azura beast struck his black shield with full force, it didn't even leave a scratch. His chilling sword cut off one of the Azura beast's claws, leaving Ling Shui and the others utterly amazed. They had previously attempted to attack the Azura beast, but were unsuccessful due to its thick black scales. However, this black-armored warrior effortlessly defeated the Azura beast, displaying strength on par with the cavalry, sending a thrill through the trio. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, oblivious to the expressions of those behind him, was completely focused on his rapidly increasing experience bar. Defeating the Azura beast indeed brought a substantial experience reward. Even though a silver-ranked level 15 monster didn't provide as much experience as the previous Mist Queen, it was still considerable. With just under half of the Azura beast troops defeated, Lu Yun's level 12 experience was nearly maxed out. He eagerly eyed the golden-ranked Azura beast, his eyes gleaming with fervor. If the experience from defeating the troop was already so generous, the spoils from this monster must be even more lucrative. He couldn't help but worry whether the War God Temple had already scavenged these treasures, and whether killing it would trigger a rich drop of spoils, much like the Mist Queen. At that moment, the Azura beast, having lost a forelimb and almost having its heart pierced, was in agony. It finally understood why Lu Yun had remained so composed when previously threatened. With two powerful types of troops at his disposal, he truly had nothing to fear. Seeing its troops decimated by Lu Yun's forces in less than a minute, the Azura beast felt a deep sense of despair. In excruciating pain, it fled, releasing black energy towards the depths of the desert. When Huang Fuqing eventually rescued it, the Azura beast regretted ever escaping the 8th floor of the 9-layer demon tower. Although tortured daily on the 8th floor, it was better than losing its life. But facing this human youth, its fate was sealed. Huang Fuqing, what are you waiting for? Go fix the breach. The Azura beast roared in its mind as it fled. Seeing the Azura beast escape, Lu Yun shouted to Ling Shui and the others, "Stay here and don't move while I slay this demon." After leaving behind Bai Qi and a dozen elite Qin soldiers, he mounted Zhao Yun's warhorse and pursued the Azura beast. A sudden concern crossed his mind. If the Sand Table Conquest space were activated, the Azura beast would be taken back to the 9-layer demon tower, and he would lose the chance to defeat a golden rank monster. He couldn't wait. Zilong, speed up. Lu Yun called out to the silver-ranked hero troop behind him, and Zhao Yun immediately accelerated. A sudden burst of silver light radiated from Lu Yun, signaling the activation of Zhao Yun's unique skill, Invincible. This gave Lu Yun a sense of incredible speed, as if he were charging across a battlefield. Shortly after leaving Ling Shui and the others, a golden light shimmered around him. Ling Shui and her group stood frozen in place, utterly astonished by the black-armored warriors and white horse cavalry that Zhao Yun had left before them. They had been prepared to sacrifice themselves during the assessment, but Zhao Yun had effortlessly saved them. Silver-tier soldiers seemed like nothing in his hands, and even golden-tier demonic bosses could not escape their fate. The three women, Ling Xue, gazed up at the towering black-armored warriors, wondering if these were indeed human soldiers. They couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Yun, who had once been deemed worthless, now displaying remarkable strength. Chen Zhuangzhuang suddenly exclaimed softly, drawing everyone's attention. They watched Zhao Yun's departing figure with a mix of admiration and awe. Meanwhile, the Shura beast desperately tried to escape, hoping to find a safe spot to wait for the system's glitch to be fixed. However, the sound of something cutting through the air nearby terrified it, and soon it was caught by a horse radiating silver light. Seeing the gaze of the young man in the white robe and the radiant smiles of the humans, the Shura beast felt a sense of despair. Back at the headquarters of the Dragon City War God Temple, several powerful soldiers were diligently working to fix a glitch in the 9-layered demon tower. When they noticed the glitch began to repair itself, leaving them in disbelief. Huang Fuqing's sensory abilities suddenly malfunctioned, causing some nervousness for fear of unexpected events. This sudden turn of events left them deep in thought, unsure of what it might signify. There are only two possible explanations. Huang Fuqing's eyes involuntarily began to tremble. One possibility is that the Shura beast has escaped from the Sand Table battleground map. The other possibility is the Shura beast has perished. Although it's hard to believe this could happen, even if there were flaws in the 9-layered demon tower, it couldn't possibly allow a golden-tier demon beast to escape. So, the only explanation left is that the energy of the Shura beast has dissipated. This is simply inconceivable. A look of shock appeared on Huang Fuqing's face. Those little guys. He turned to several powerful commanders, all of whom wore expressions of tension. His voice began to tremble. What's going on? Are they all right? Lao Qing, you had me worried sick. Several powerful Bingzhu looked at Huang Fuqing's anxious expression and asked uneasily. Seeing their worried faces, Huang Fuqing suddenly burst into laughter, which only made the Bingzhu more anxious. Two hot-tempered men had already stood up, their bodies and troops emanating terrifying energy. Huang Fuqing quickly shouted, "Don't be rash, they're fine. I mean, these young ones, they've defeated the Shura beast."
What?
The Bingzhu's eyes reddened, and they stood frozen in shock. The troops summoned by them, known for their extraordinary wisdom, also showed surprised expressions. Huang Fuqing looked up at the soon-to-be repaired breach and didn't continue explaining, letting everyone digest the news on their own. Finally, when a deep sound came from behind the Jiuxing Yaota, the runes torn by the Shura beast were fully repaired. A mysterious force spread around the massive tower, and the powerful Bingzhu of the Xinxia Empire finally snapped back to reality. Their voices, filled with certainty like Huang Fuqing's earlier, exclaimed, "Is this for real? That's the Shura beast, a level 15 boss even when suppressed. And it has beguiling skills, a level 15 golden demon, defeated by a few rookies? My heart can hardly take it. We have a genius among these newcomers." Seeing the excited Bingzhu, Huang Fuqing also became thrilled. They were right. Even if suppressed in the Sand Table hegemony space, the Shura beast was a level 15 golden boss-level demon. For a Bingzhu who had just been promoted and was only over 3 months into the War Academy, facing such a creature would be daunting even for soon-to-graduate students. But the reality before them was undeniable. The Shura beast had been defeated, signaling the emergence of an extraordinary genius among the new students. Controlling his excitement, Huang Fuqing cast several spells, sending them into the Jiuxing Yaota. A blood-red light flashed, followed by a body wrapped in energy falling before everyone. It was the Shura beast, one of the demons sealed within the Jiuxing Yaota. However, when they saw the disfigured corpse of the Shura beast, they gasped in shock. It was brutally mangled, almost unrecognizable. They had thought that even if the rookie Bingzhu defeated the Shura beast, it would have been after a tough struggle. But the sight before them told a different story. The Shura beast had clearly suffered merciless devastation before its death. Lao Qing, quick, Use the Kunlun mirror. A senior Bingzhu, clutching his chest, called out tremulously to Huang Fu Qing. Suppressing his surprise, Huang Fu Qing waved his hand, and a large bronze mirror in the war god's hall emitted a dazzling light, displaying the scene from the sand table hegemony in front of the Bingzhu. The process of the first 4 rounds of Bingzhu confrontations unfolded as expected, typical of most rookie Bingzhu performances. As the 5th round of the contest commenced, a young man who had leapt from the city walls and his soldier riding a white horse suddenly appeared, catching the attention of several formidable commanders whose breathing quickened. The white horse galloped through the desert, stirring up a storm. The young general, clad in a white robe, thrust his spear into the chest of the Shura beast, whose claws struck the shields of Lu Yun's 2nd troop type, from severed arms and arrows to fleeing, until finally, Lu Yun led over 100 cavalrymen to effortlessly catch up with and defeat the Shura beast. Everyone was stunned, unable to snap out of the aftermath of the battle. An elderly commander was so excited he nearly lost his balance, thankfully supported by the nearby Baiyuan troops to prevent a fall. Other commanders, including Huang Fu Qing, were equally shocked. The formidable strength displayed by Lu Yun's troops was beyond belief. Could these be human troops? How are they so powerful? And their numbers, surely they exceed the capacity of his troop token. The mysteries of the human troops seemed poised to be unveiled. Meanwhile, at the First War Academy in Donghai Province, everyone's eyes were glued to the sky where a massive 9-layered demon tower apparition loomed. As time passed, Lu Hong and the 3 deans grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, the giant apparition of the 9-layered demon tower trembled slightly, and the dark energy shrouding it vanished. Shortly after, the tower flickered, and 5 figures fell from it. Lu Hong and the others quickly acted, catching them with a dense energy to ensure a safe landing. It turned out to be Lu Yun and his companions, who had been swept into the sand table supremacy battle. Seeing them return safely, Lu Hong and the deans immediately approached to administer healing skills and used healing talismans on them. When they saw that Han Yun was unconscious, the 3 girls had only minor injuries, and Lu Yun was completely unharmed. The deans finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, their performance in the sand table battle no longer mattered. Escaping safely was fortune enough. Especially Chu Wujia and Yushir San, seeing the wounds on the girls, were heartbroken and desperately fed them healing elixirs. Lu Yun, are you injured? Yushir San asked anxiously, seeing Lu Yun as the most promising among the newcomers. Despite seeming all right, Yushir San was still concerned about possible internal or mental injuries. Dean Yu, I'm really fine. The pills you're giving me are almost bigger than buns. I can't swallow them. Lu Yun had yet to respond when Cheng Xiaoying, her mouth stuffed with talismans, mumbled to Yushir San. Nevertheless, Yushir San kept his gaze fixed on Lu Yun until he was sure he was truly all right, finally relaxing. Still, he pushed a pile of pills towards Lu Yun. Around the training field, seeing Lu Yun and his group return safely sparked a buzz among the many students. Lu Yun always appeared carefree, seemingly untouched by harm. Yet, why are 3 girls severely injured? Did he simply flee without the courage to confront the monstrous creature head-on? Have the students of the 3 institutes become foolish, forgetting the spectacular countercharge Lu Yun had just demonstrated? Alas, aside from Lu Yun, who wasn't severely injured, his score would surely be at the bottom. Han Yun from the 3rd Institute fought valiantly to protect the girls, even to the point of fainting. Perhaps the first place in this grand competition was truly within reach. Consequently, the freshmen from the 3 institutes began a heated debate. The 2nd Institute's freshmen, who had once scorned Lu Yun, could no longer contain their excitement after witnessing the formidable prowess of the human troops he led. Facing provocations from students of the 1st and 3rd Institutes, they rallied behind Lu Yun. Just then, a calm, elderly voice echoed from above, announcing that due to special circumstances, the competition between the 3 schools of Donghai Province was concluded. The final rankings were to be revealed. Many freshmen showed expressions of anticipation upon hearing this. Lu Hong and the 3 deans were also surprised. How could they have expected that the results of the provincial freshmen's assessment would be announced by a symbol god from the Xinxia Empire. Indeed, everyone, including Lu Hong and his companions, recognized the voice announcing the results. It was none other than Huang Fuqing, one of the top 10 generals of the Xinxia Empire. They were all surprised that someone of his stature would personally announce the results for the newcomers' evaluation in Donghai province. Upon hearing his voice, all four of them instinctively turned their gaze towards Lu Yun, who remained calm and seemingly indifferent to the surrounding buzz and the impending results. Their unease grew. Had something unforeseen happened during the sand table competition, even beyond their expectations? And when Lu Yun noticed their stares and turned to flash them a brilliant smile, their pupils shrank in shock. They had just realized that Lu Yun's level had changed. He had been at level 12 before participating in the first 5 challenges, but now he was level 15. This revelation made the 4 powerful generals, each more than 20 levels above Lu Yun, gasp in astonishment. The voice of Huang Fuqing echoed again from the phantom of the high tower in the sky, announcing the 5th place. The arena buzzed with murmurs. The freshmen from the 3 war academies, already expecting Lu Yun and his group to be among the top 5, grew even more curious. Could Lu Yun, a general with a human troop type, have turned the tables in the sand table competition and clinched the 1st place in this tri-academy competition? Or would Ling Xue, Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Han Yun, with their racial advantages, reclaim their rankings? After a brief pause, Huang Fuqing announced the first name, 3rd War Academy, Han Yun. Possessing cunning but lacking grand strategy, rated as satisfactory, with a score of 1,000 in the 6th challenge. The arena erupted in soft gasps and murmurs, especially among the well-born freshmen from the 3 academies. They had assumed Han Yun's coma was due to his excessive efforts in the 6th challenge and expected his performance to surpass the others. However, his ranking still fell behind Ling Xue and the rest, which embarrassed them even more. The term possessing cunning seemed to imply he was merely somewhat clever, which only added to their embarrassment. Meanwhile, by Lu Yun's side, Ling Xue, Zhuge Waner, and Cheng Xiaoying couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Huang Fuqing's assessment of Han Yun. Han Yun himself, who had regained consciousness without anyone noticing, twitched his eyelids upon hearing his ranking and critique and decided to feign unconsciousness again. The 4th place, 1st War Academy, Cheng Xiaoying, as steadfast as stone, score of 5,000 in the 6th challenge, rated as excellent. The announcement prompted another wave of murmurs across the arena. Cheng Xiaoying, her face adorned with several healing talismans, flashed a playful smile, particularly pleased with her critique. Her supporters from the 1st Academy cheered loudly upon hearing her score, which was 5 times that of Han Yun from the 3rd Academy, and they did not hesitate to mock the 3rd Academy's numerous wealthy but less competent students. Nangong Zhu, the dean of the 3rd Academy, noticed Han Yun on the ground, his eye corner twitching slightly. A wry smile flickered across his lips as Chu Wujie and Yu San exchanged a tense glance. The announcement for the 3rd and 2nd places was imminent. Even though they had seen Lu Yun's scores and were almost certain of the champion of the tri-school competition, the performances of Ling Xue and Zhuge Waner still caught the attention of both deans. Huang Fuqing didn't keep the audience waiting too long, his voice carrying a hint of admiration. 3rd place, from the 2nd War Academy, Ling Xue. Courageous and strategic, with a score of 10,000 points in the 6th challenge. 2nd place, from the 1st War Academy, Zhuge Waner. Self-sacrificing and righteous, also scoring 10,000 points in the 6th challenge. Both are rated as outstanding. As Huang Fuqing revealed the names and scores, the arena erupted in cheers again. Although Ling Xue and Zhuge Waner had different rankings, both had achieved an impressive score of 10,000 points, and both were rated outstanding, a clear indication of their exceptional performances. Everyone present realized that these 2 freshmen were extraordinary talents. Lu Hong and the 3 deans, upon hearing Huang Fuqing's comments, looked at the 2 young women with newfound respect. Receiving such high praise and an outstanding rating from the revered Huang Fuqing meant that their performances in the strategic sand table competition were truly remarkable. However, as Lu Hong, the 3 deans, and all the new students pondered, they suddenly realized that although Zhuge Waner and Ling Xue were ranked 2nd and 3rd, the yet-to-be-announced 1st place might be Lu Yun. Could his performance in the sixth challenge be even more astonishing, especially since he overshadowed the outstanding performances of Zhuge Waner and Ling Shui? Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Cheng Xiaoying turned their gazes towards Lu Yun, having witnessed his actions in the simulations, eagerly anticipating the shock his results would bring to everyone present. First place. Huang Fuqing paused thoughtfully before continuing. From the Second War Academy, Lu Yun, unparalleled bravery, undefeated in battle. Score in the sixth challenge, 100,000. Rating, extraordinary. For a moment, the entire arena fell into stunned silence. Everyone, including Lu Hong and the three deans, had considered how outstanding Lu Yun's performance must have been, but the score and Huang Fuqing's accolades still left them amazed. While Zhuge Waner and Ling Shui's performances were outstanding with scores of only 10,000, Lu Yun had astonishingly scored 10 times higher at 100,000. Huang Fuqing's praise of Lu Yun as unparalleled bravery, undefeated in battle, seemed almost an exaggeration for a freshman's midterm evaluation. Yet, coming from the authoritative Huang Fuqing, such an exaggerated commendation only underscored the extraordinary nature of Lu Yun's performance in the strategic competition. Many couldn't help but wonder just how powerful Lu Yun had been in the fifth challenge. As the protagonist faced the charge of hundreds of ferocious bull monsters, his heart felt like it was being battered by towering waves, as if he was standing on the edge of a precipice 100,000 feet high. He was utterly stunned by the scene before him, his mind momentarily lost in awe. The spectacle was so extraordinary that it drove the crowd into a frenzy of admiration, as if they were witnessing a legend unlike any other. The audience gasped in amazement, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness!" repeatedly, their reactions suggesting that this display surpassed even the exceptional performances of Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner. On the martial arts field, this sight left everyone present unable to contain themselves. Even Han Yun, who had been lying on the ground, felt overwhelmed and incredulously sat up. He stared at Lu Yun in disbelief, as if he were witnessing an unimaginable miracle. After being influenced by the Shura beast, Han Yun lost consciousness and was completely unaware of Lu Yun and others' performance in the sand table competition. However, when he learned that he had only scored 1,000 points and was dismissed as clever but trivial by Huang Fuqing, he was filled with regret for not choosing the blue faction like Lu Yun. Hearing the scores of Cheng Xiaoying, Zhuge Waner, and Ling Shui, Han Yun felt even more ashamed. He was confident in his abilities and believed he was no less capable than any of the three women, yet due to his poor choice, there was a huge gap in their scores. When Lu Yun's score was announced, Han Yun was completely devastated. Lu Yun had scored a staggering 100,000 points, 100 times more than his own score. How could this be possible? Was there a loophole in the rules of the sand table competition? As he pondered the vast difference between his and Lu Yun's scores, the leaderboard appeared again in the sky. Feeling weak from the Shura beast's influence, Han Yun's vision darkened when he saw Lu Yun's unsurprising first place ranking with an astonishing total of 160,945 points, causing him to faint. The leaderboard displayed, first place, Lu Yun, 160,945 points. Second place, Ling Shui, 19,232 points. Fourth place, Han Yun, 16,540 points. Fifth place, Cheng Xiaoying, 14,337 points. The newcomers were stirred up, with Ling Shui and others' rankings not causing any surprises, but Lu Yun's nearly 150,000 point lead over the others was shocking to everyone. Despite having witnessed Lu Yun's countercharge tactics against powerful troops in the competition, his earning over 50,000 points in just the fifth round left everyone breathless and acutely aware of the terrifying gap between them and Lu Yun. Especially the newcomers from the Second Academy, who were dazzled by Lu Yun's brilliance, some began to blame themselves. The deans Lu Hong and the others were also extremely surprised. Nangong Zhu didn't even notice Han Yun fainting again. Chu Wujie sarcastically spoke to Yu San, while Nangong Zhu eagerly invited Lu Yun to join the Third Academy, only to be repelled by a terrifying burst of water energy. Yu San stood protectively in front of Lu Yun, his expression grim as he stared down Nangong Zhu and the attitude shifting Chu Wujie. Lu Yun would always belong to their Second Academy, Lu Yun shook his head, while Ling Shui and others could barely contain their laughter nearby. They had witnessed firsthand Lu Yun's formidable strength in the sand table competition, defeating silver-tier troops and gold-tier Shura beasts, so his performance in the 5th round was no surprise to them. Watching Lu Yun's total score reach an incredible 200,000 points, they were profoundly moved. Although the trio was surprised, deep down they felt it was meant to be. The champion of the tri-school competition could be none other than Lu Yun. Originally seen as the top contenders by the other freshmen, they now held genuine admiration for Lu Yun. After the results were announced, the students from the War Academy who placed 2nd and 3rd returned to their school, and on the bus ride back, no one dared to mock Lu Yun anymore. Even Ling Shui's act of feeding Lu Yun fruit didn't spark any jealousy. They seemed like a perfect match. Despite the envy that many of the boys felt, they harbored no further thoughts. Once Lu Yun returned to his dormitory, he took a relaxing bath, changed into clean clothes, and sat on the sofa to check out the spoils from the competition. While the first place prize of 300,000 energy points had yet to be awarded, what excited him the most was his victory over the Shura beast. True to its reputation as a golden level boss, the Shura beast had boosted Lu Yun's level from 13 to nearly 3 levels up at 15 level and 85%. Apart from the experience points, over 100,000 energy stones had also dropped. At this moment, the energy in the Imperial Jade Seal had surpassed 200,000. Lu Yun checked and found that his skills to summon the Daqin elite soldiers and the White Horse volunteers had upgraded to level 15. He discovered that summoning a troop now required a staggering 1,600 energy points. This was somewhat painful for him, but he didn't hesitate to spend nearly 100,000 of the Seal's energy to fill up the troop space. Looking at the 300 troops neatly arranged in his troop space, Lu Yun felt extremely satisfied. Normally, one would need to reach level 30 to summon so many troops. From what Lu Yun knew, even those close to level 40 like Yu San and Qin Wudi only had about 100 troops. It was clear that in terms of troop numbers before the second breakthrough, he was far ahead. Moreover, after upgrading to level 15, the attributes of the Daqin elite soldiers and the White Horse volunteers became even more formidable. The Daqin elite soldiers' bronze level attributes reached 7,300 in strength, agility, spirit, and constitution, including skills like charge and mist concealment. The White Horse volunteers' bronze level attributes were 7,300 in strength, 14,600 in agility, 3,650 in spirit, and 3,650 in constitution. After the upgrade, the basic attributes of the Daqin elite soldiers reached 365 points, which, after a 20x increase, astonishingly reached 7,300 points. From the sand table battles, they were clearly a match for the 15-level Shura beast. Now, the 150 Daqin elite soldiers were truly a nightmare for monsters and troops of the same level. The White Horse volunteers' improvement was equally remarkable, especially their agility attribute, which almost reached 15,000, far surpassing ordinary troops in movement and attack speed. Besides, as silver-tier hero troops with twice the attributes of ordinary troops, the prowess of Bai Qi and Zhao Yun was incredible. Lu Yun, looking at his burgeoning forces, finally felt a sense of security in this era of troop amulets. In addition to the energy stones, defeating the Shura beast also yielded a golden ring and several pieces of silver and bronze level equipment. While these items might seem crucial to other troop masters, Lu Yun did not pay much attention to them. This Azura blade, a silver-tier longsword, is truly a rare gem. Its entire body is pitch black, exuding a formidable power that inspires fear. The sword boasts a strength of 120 and agility of 60. Once it hits its target, it triggers a bleeding effect that lasts for 10 seconds. If put up for auction, it would surely attract a swarm of greedy warriors eager to bid, potentially even leading to violent conflicts. However, its current owner already commands an army of 300 powerful troops and possesses the ability to transfer damage, thanks to the Shou Yongchang talisman. Without any formidable enemies in sight, this low-tier weapon seems almost redundant for him. Tomorrow, he plans to visit the armory to exchange all his bronze equipment, except for the Azura blade, for Academy points. As for the final gold-tier ring, named the Ring of Shadows, It requires level 15 to use and offers attributes of 20 Spirit, 20 Constitution, and a 15% reduction in dark attribute damage. What delights him even more is the ring's special ability, Shadow Control, which allows him to summon a number of shadow servants to aid him in battle. For Lu Yun, the Ring of Shadows was a truly magical piece of equipment. While its attributes were relatively ordinary, even inferior to some bronze gear, the skills it possessed were utterly captivating. The ring had the ability to summon shadow servants, a feature that thrilled him immensely. Although the abilities of these shadow servants were limited to 50% of Lu Yun's level and their combat range was restricted, they could fight without consuming any command energy, which Lu Yun found extremely satisfying. In battle, the conservation of command energy was a significant concern, and the shadow servants offered a way to circumvent this issue. Lu Yun was pleasantly surprised by this capability, as energy conservation during combat was a critical factor that couldn't be overlooked. The attributes and combat range of the shadow servants might be seen as limitations by others, but for Lu Yun, they were hardly an issue. He could amplify the strength and extend the combat range of his shadow servants through his own attributes and skills, achieving remarkable levels of power. This made him very content, and he decided to wear the Ring of Shadows, ready to make a strong impression in future battles. Observing his shadow servants, Lu Yun couldn't help but reflect on how similar they were to the cybernetic troops he had used before, each with their own unique advantages. Moving forward, he planned to leverage the shadow servants to demonstrate even greater strength, ensuring others took notice. After getting accustomed to controlling and fighting with his shadow servants, Lu Yun eagerly anticipated the challenges ahead. The massive metal throne, tarnished with patches of rust, is known as the Abyssal Throne. It is a growth-type magical artifact, requiring a user to reach level 15 to unlock its potential, which includes an impressive overall attribute boost of 100 and mysterious additional effects. This incredible item was stealthily taken from the Abyss by the Lord of Mist and the Mist Queen, and it holds immense potential. Lu Yun has always kept this artifact in mind, especially since it was dropped by the Mist Queen herself. Every growth-type magical artifact is a rare treasure. Now, having reached level 15, Lu Yun finally meets the requirements to use it. He eagerly anticipates the magical effects of the Abyssal Throne. With just a thought, the huge throne appears before him, its back made up of 9 inverted sword blades. The rust on the blades gives the throne an even more ancient and decrepit appearance, yet Lu Yun's eyes sparkle with excitement. The floor of his dormitory, specially designed to withstand the forces exerted by summoned magical artifacts, now shows several cracks under the immense weight of the throne. However, Lu Yun pays no attention to this as he rises from the couch and takes his seat on the Abyssal Throne. Meanwhile, next door, Ling Xue has changed into a pristine white nightgown and is having her hair brushed by her summoned creature, a female warrior angel named Alida. Even though Alida would normally not flinch even in the face of a golden-level Azura beast, she suddenly shivers uncontrollably, her white wings trembling involuntarily. Alida, what's wrong? Ling Xue notices her companion's unusual behavior and turns around in concern. Master, this power, it comes from the abyss. Alida responds with fear in her voice. Ling Xue frowns slightly and instinctively looks towards Lu Yun's room. At the same time, at the entrance of the Second War Academy, after the completion of the Inter-Academy competition, Yu San and Qin Wudi anxiously await at the gate. Suddenly, a giant golden talisman appears high above them, heralding the arrival of an esteemed visitor. Huang Fuqing is here in person. Chen Wudi exclaims in disbelief, while Yu San nods, still in a daze. They had been informed by Lu Hong that a representative from the War Gods Hall would personally deliver the rewards for Lu Yun and Ling Xue. To their surprise, the emissary is none other than Huang Fuqing himself, who descends slowly in a green robe, greeting them warmly. Back in the dormitory, as Lu Yun sits on the Abyssal Throne, he receives a series of notifications. Congratulations on equipping the growth-type magical artifact, the Abyssal Throne. Current bindable soldier count, 0/9. Initial grade of the Abyssal Throne unlocked, Black Iron. Initial attributes unlocked, overall attribute bonus of 100. Initial effect unlocked, Abyssal Gaze. Bound soldiers are immune to all negative effects. Initial stage of Abyssal Gaze temporarily unlocks some of the Abyssal Monarch's majesty, intimidating other soldiers and monsters, potentially causing them to lose their will to fight. Lu Yun felt enveloped by a mysterious force, as if the newly activated Abyssal Throne had sent shockwaves through him. His attributes increased by 100 points, rivaling that of Golden Tier equipment. Moreover, one of the two unlocked effects even granted his troops immunity to all negative effects. This capability is crucial for any unit, as many have various control skills, and some powerful units can unleash group control abilities. Some commanders specialize in these skills, usually yielding significant impacts on the battlefield. Although Lu Yun's own troops, including those led by Zhao Yun with his victorious skill that could resist some negative effects, didn't have much resistance to control effects. Once afflicted with slowing, bleeding, or blinding, they had to rely solely on their robust attributes to withstand the damage. However, with the immunity granted by the Abyssal Throne, the Da Qin elite guards and the White Horse followers could now fearlessly face such adversaries. Surprisingly, this seemed to be just the preliminary state of the unlocked Abyssal Throne, yet it already offered such formidable effects. Lu Yun finally had an epiphany, understanding why the Queen of Mist had dominated the wilderness for years. When she emerged from the dungeon seeking revenge, hardly anyone could defeat her easily. Beyond her immunity effects, the ability called Abyssal Gaze also surprised Lu Yun. This passive ability could actually intimidate enemy troops and monsters. Although he couldn't fully appreciate the absolute power of Abyssal Gaze yet, even its initial state could strip targets of their will to fight, clearly demonstrating its formidable power. Lu Yun felt a sudden urge to find a dungeon and test the effects of Abyssal Gaze for himself. Moreover, he discovered that there were 9 vacant slots for binding troop types on the Abyssal Throne. He glanced back at the 9 inverted swords behind him, a thought striking him. Could it be that the growth of the Abyssal Throne wasn't dependent on absorbing energy or special items, but through binding troop types? The more Lu Yun thought about it, the more delighted he became. If more troop types were bound, he would become even stronger, which might seem trivial to other troop masters. After all, managing even a few troop types was challenging enough. Some troop masters might spend their entire lives mastering just one main troop type. But Lu Yun was different, possessing a unique, divine-grade hidden talent and powerful passive skills, allowing him to summon a multitude of troop types. He believed that the ancient Jiuzhou's Imperial Jade Seal would summon even more powerful troop types. The growth of the Abyssal Throne through binding more troop types perfectly suited him. Nevertheless, Lu Yun still breathed a sigh of relief. His theory about troop type promotion was just that, a theory, which might still need actual testing to confirm. Filled with anticipation, Lu Yun decided to choose the first troop type to bind to the Abyssal Throne, the Da Qin Elite Warriors. However, just then, not far from his dormitory, Huang Fuqing from the War God Temple, the dean of the Second Institute, Yue San, and the armory manager Chen Wudi were heading towards Lu Yun's dorm. Yue San was about to call Lu Yun out to meet Huang Fuqing. After all, this symbol god was a renowned figure across all 9 great empires of the Xinxia Empire and the entire human race. Usually, even on the battlefield, one could only admire his prowess from afar. Today, he had personally come to deliver a reward from the great competition to Lu Yun, which was definitely a golden opportunity for him. If Lu Yun could gain insights and support from Huang Fuqing, it would be tremendously beneficial. 13. Please wait a moment. I also want to test his strength, said Huang Fuqing, stopping Yue San in his tracks. Seeing Huang Fuqing smile, Yue San and Chen Wudi couldn't help feeling nervous, hoping that Lu Yun would perform well in front of this symbol god. Without further ado, Huang Fuqing gently waved his right hand, and a golden talismanic soldier's sigil phantom flashed in his palm. Subsequently, a troop type appeared before them, clad in blue armor with mysterious runes at its joints, its body covered in armor as if stitched together from countless talisman papers. This was the talisman General Qingjia. Yue San and Chen Wudi, seeing this troop type, were deeply impressed. With excitement lighting up his face, Huang Fuqing was filled with immense pride. Before him stood his top elite unit, the Qingjia Fujiang, ranked among the top 20 in the Nine Empires' military forces. Fisherman 13 and Qin Wudi, witnessing this, were thrilled yet couldn't help feeling a bit apprehensive. They had never expected Huang Fuqing to deploy his strongest military unit to test Lu Yun's capabilities. The appearance of the Qingjia Fujiang seemed to clarify Huang Fuqing's intentions to everyone present. He nodded slightly and gracefully approached the door to Lu Yun's dormitory. Clad in a blue armor, the Qingjia Fujiang moved silently, almost like a shadow. The intricate runes on the armor flowed with a mysterious glow. Fisherman 13 and Qin Wudi, who were in the midst of their second stage training, couldn't help but praise the sight. As the Qingjia Fujiang reached the door of Lu Yun's dormitory and was about to knock, the door of the neighboring dorm opened. Ling Shui, alerted by the earlier disturbance involving the battle angel, came out to check and saw the Qingjia Fujiang standing outside. With the battle angel Alida following behind, Ling Shui instinctively pulled her back and spread her wings, ready to confront the Qingjia Fujiang's unexpected appearance. Just as Fisherman 13 and Qin Wudi were about to warn her, the Qingjia Fujiang raised his hand, and a blue talisman paper instantly adhered to the forehead of the battle angel Alida. The rare angelic warrior, poised to draw her sword and counterattack, was frozen in place. Seeing this, Ling Shui was about to alert Lu Yun to the danger when she noticed Fisherman 13 and Qin Wudi waving their hands from a distance, along with a kindly smiling elderly man in a blue robe, the dean of the academy, Fisherman 13. Realizing the situation, Ling Shui breathed a sigh of relief. The Qingjia Fujiang, noticing the change in Ling Shui's expression, also raised his hand, and the talisman paper gently floated down, releasing Alida from her immobilization. Although now understanding that the Qingjia Fujiang was not an enemy, Alida still protectively positioned Ling Shui behind her. After completing these actions, the Qingjia Fujiang raised his right hand again, ready to knock on Lu Yun's door. Suddenly, a faint black ripple emanated from Lu Yun's room. Both Huang Fuqing and Ling Shui saw the talisman papers on the Qingjia Fujiang burst into dazzling light, the mystical runes wildly circulating as if countering a powerful force. As the master of the Qingjia Fujiang, Huang Fuqing's face turned pale, sensing fear from his own unit. He instinctively activated his first defensive rune, wondering if the frightening force was the black energy wave emanating from Lu Yun's room, or something else. As Huang Fuqing was about to extend his divine sense into Lu Yun's room, he noticed the battle angel Alida collapsing to the ground, her face filled with terror as she looked towards Lu Yun's dormitory. Huang Fuqing was taken aback, speechless at the scene unfolding before him, a wave of confusion rising in his heart. However, almost immediately, another intense surge rippled through Lu Yun's room. This time, the waves took on a sharp, blade-like azure hue. With a resonant hum, the runes on the armor outside Lu Yun's dorm clashed like metal striking metal, and blood-red runes swiftly gathered on the azure armor. Yet, the armor seemed unsatisfied, retreating several steps. In its hand, a hint of golden light flickered, barely visible. Huang Fuqing's heart tightened as he recognized this as a sign that the armored figure was about to wield its weapon. Huang Fuqing quickly intervened to stop Fujiang Qingjia's actions. They were in the student dormitory area, and if Fujiang Qingjia drew his weapon, the consequences could be unimaginable. Huang Fuqing's gaze shifted complexly towards Lu Yun's dorm room. Just moments ago, when that ripple of green wind unfolded, Huang Fuqing had meticulously probed with his divine sense and discovered it was a type of psychic attack meant to intimidate an opponent. However, what puzzled Huang Fuqing was that given Fujiang Qingjia's strength, even a mental deterrence from a level 60 warrior should not have elicited such an intense reaction from him. It was baffling that the psychic deterrence released by Lu Yun had triggered Fujiang Qingjia to activate both defensive and offensive runes repeatedly. Could such strength really belong to a novice warrior? Yu San and Qin Wudi were also taken aback, worried that the level 80 Fujiang Qingjia might actually make a move. Yet, they were equally astonished that a freshman could provoke such a reaction from a divine-class warrior. A chill ran through them. Just then, the dormitory door suddenly opened. A puzzled Lu Yun poked his head out and saw Fujiang Qingjia, Huang Fuqing, and the uneasy Yusher-san and Qin Wudi outside. He asked, "Dean, Grandpa, is there something you need?" Lu Yun seemed unaware of what had just transpired. However, he quickly noticed the fallen battle angel and the anxious Ling Shui next door. As he approached Ling Shui, the already pale and trembling female battle angel, Alida, stepped back as if she had seen something terrifying. On Fujiang Qingjia, blood-colored runes accelerated their flow again. Huang Fuqing watched this scene, his eyes widening. He had thought that the terrifying psychic deterrents had been released by someone else in Lu Yun's dorm, but the mere approach of Lu Yun causing such wariness in the rare angelic warrior and Fujiang Qingjia indicated otherwise. The source of the psychic deterrence was Lu Yun himself. How could this be? Huang Fuqing had already been amazed by Lu Yun's performance in the strategy competition, and now his heart raced with surprise. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, seeing the battle angel nearly in tears, halted his steps, seemingly realizing something. He gently waved his hand to deactivate the Abyssal Throne's gaze effect, which he hadn't expected to bind after acquiring the Qin Sharpshooter and the White Horse companions. The power of the Abyssal Gaze was so formidable that it completely dissipated the terrifying pressure surrounding Lu Yun. Ling Shui, the battle angel, was no longer fearful, though she still regarded Lu Yun with a hint of wariness. After Lu Yun offered an apologetic expression, he turned to greet three elders approaching him. The figure of the warrior in blue armor, once covered in talismans, had vanished, and Lu Yun had a vague idea of the identity of the elder with black hair. Yusher-sen introduced him, saying, "This is Huang Fuji, a steward from the Temple of War, who has personally come to deliver your rewards from the tri-school competition." Lu Yun bowed respectfully, addressing him as Master of Talismans. Ling Shui, upon hearing the introduction, quickly stood up and joined Lu Yun in bowing. With a wave of his hand, Huang Fuqing lifted them gently with a soft energy and smiled at Ling Shui, saying, "So, you are Ling Shui, the second-place winner. This small gift is to apologize for the earlier offense." With that, Huang Fuqing waved his hand lightly, and three talismans inscribed with mysterious runes floated towards Ling Shui. Seeing the attributes of the talismans, Ling Shui's delight was evident, and she quickly thanked the Master of Talismans. Yusher-san and Qin Wudi, standing behind, also showed envy at the sight of the talismans. Ling Shui carefully stored the talismans and turned to Lu Yun with a joyful smile. Lu Yun felt happy for Ling Shui, knowing that each talisman bestowed by the Master of Talismans was a precious item. After completing the ceremony, Huang Fuqing said with a smile, "I would like to have a private word with young friend Lu Yun, if you don't mind." Yusher-san and Qin Wudi nodded understandingly, and after Ling Shui exchanged a glance with Lu Yun, she left. Lu Yun and Huang Fuqing returned to the dormitory, and once the door was closed, Huang Fuqing curiously asked, "Lu Yun, those two pressures earlier, they came from some artifact, didn't they?" Lu Yun nodded without hesitation, waving his hand to reveal the massive form of the Abyssal Throne within the dormitory. "This, a growing artifact!" exclaimed Huang Fuqing upon seeing the Abyssal Throne, and Lu Yun nodded slightly. The Abyssal Throne, now partially cleaned of rust, looked vastly different from its initial appearance. Of the 9 swords forming its backrest, 2 were cleaned of verdigris, one wrapped in black water waves, the other enveloped in sharp blue wind blades, enhancing the majesty of the Abyssal Throne. Its attributes were stronger than in its initial state. The Abyssal Throne, now at gold level, could bind 2 out of a possible 9 troop types, with a total attribute increase of 400, and an added effect of second-tier Abyssal Gaze. The bound troop types were immune to all negative effects, with a 20% enhancement in skill effects, elemental authority over water and wind. With 2 troop types bound, the Abyssal Throne had indeed ascended to gold level, directly from its initial state. The additional 400 in total attributes alone made the gold-level Abyssal Throne far surpass other artifacts of the same level. As Lu Yun stood on the second tier of the Abyssal Gaze, a surge of joy and anticipation welled up within him. He had not fully grasped the extent of improvement this promotion would bring until he witnessed Ling Shui's combat angel and Huang Fuqing's talismanic general, Qingjia. Ling Shui's combat angel, a rare unit already at the bronze level, was nearly brought to tears in fear. Meanwhile, Huang Fuqing's talismanic general, Qingjia, despite being over level 70 and possibly exceeding the gold level, appeared as if facing a formidable enemy upon seeing Lu Yun. This hinted at the terrifying effect of the abyssal gaze at the second tier. Lu Yun was pleased, not only because of the enhancement provided by the abyssal gaze, but also due to the binding with the Qin elite soldiers and the White Horse volunteers after the abyssal throne, which granted him 2 additional effects. These effects boosted the skills of the bound units by 20%, a potent and direct enhancement. The charge and stealth skills of the Qin elite soldiers, along with Zhao Yun's invincible skill, were sure to be significantly strengthened. Moreover, a special effect from the element authority suddenly caught Lu Yun's eye. Overjoyed by what the effect entailed, he was filled with surprise and anticipation. These new additions bolstered his confidence in future battles, firmly believing in his increased strength. Lu Yun was filled with joy because he had successfully unlocked the elemental authority, which allowed his troops to bind with corresponding elemental powers. This not only added elemental damage to their attacks, but also significantly increased their resistance to such damage. His Qin elite troops had unlocked the water element, gaining a 20% resistance to water damage. Meanwhile, the Bai Qi followers had unlocked the wind element, also achieving a 20% resistance to wind damage. Lu Yun felt incredibly satisfied, especially recalling the effort it took to defeat the Mist Queen, who had physical damage resistance. If he had the elemental authority back then, the Mist Queen would have stood no chance against the Qin elite troops' attacks. Now, his troops were not only capable of magical damage but also possessed elemental resistance, a feature comparable to some bronze-level defensive gear. The Qin elite troops had acquired water-based damage, and the Bai Qi followers had gained wind-based damage, enhancing their combat capabilities even further. The recent binding of these 2 troop types to the Abyssal Throne had demonstrated astonishing power. At this moment, Huang Fuqing was also amazed by the attributes of the Abyssal Throne. Though he had seen more powerful artifacts, the Abyssal Throne astonished him with its full attribute enhancement and the strengthening effect on the troops, reaching the standards of a top-tier artifact. More importantly, it included an intimidating effect known as the Abyssal Gaze, a powerful ability to deter opponents. However, Huang Fuqing didn't believe that the psychological intimidation of the Abyssal Gaze came from the effect itself. It was, after all, wielded by Lu Yun, a level 15 troop master, and it was unlikely to instill fear in a level 79 diamond tier warrior like Qingjia. This only highlighted one fact: it was all about the troops. Recalling the impressive performance of Lu Yun's 2 contrasting troops in the strategic competition, even the formidable troop masters of the Temple of War were shocked. Huang Fuqing's heart raced. The power of the Abyssal Throne grew as more troops were bound to it. The more and stronger the bound troops, the more potent the artifact became. The psychological impact of the Abyssal Gaze depended on the strength of the bound troops, which made the effects of the Abyssal Throne vary. Thus, what truly made a difference were not the Abyssal Throne and its Abyssal Gaze effect, but Lu Yun's troops. It was astonishing that just binding 2 types of troops could influence a diamond-tier troop. One could only imagine how powerful the Abyssal Throne would become as Lu Yun bound more troops in the future. Caught up in his thoughts, Huang Fuqing stared intently at Lu Yun, his breathing quickening. Feeling a bit uneasy, Lu Yun asked, "Custodian Huangfu, are you all right?" Coming back to his senses, Huang Fuqing replied warmly, "From now on, just call me Grandfather Huangfu." Lu Yun smiled gently, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of Huang Fuqing's visit, as mentioned by Fisherman 13. Indeed, Huang Fuqing reached into his storage bag and handed it to Lu Yun. "This is the first-place prize from the recent tri-school competition in Donghai Province, as well as the heart of Shura you obtained after defeating the Shura beast." Lu Yun's eyes lit up with delight as he discovered the storage bag was filled with 300,000 energy stones. Once again, Lu Yun received low-grade energy stones, each capable of storing 100 points of energy. Opening his storage bag, he found it neatly packed with 3,000 stones, totaling 300,000 energy points. The sight dazzled him as if he were amidst a brilliant starry sky. With such a reserve, he no longer had to worry about the energy for his command talismans. Among these stones, Lu Yun also discovered the Shura heart that Huang Fuqing had mentioned. It was a bead emitting a dark glow, hovering quietly next to the energy stones. With a thought, the bead floated into his hand, instantly filling the air with a chilling aura, yet Lu Yun felt no fear. Since Huang Fuqing did not prevent him from taking the Shura heart, it indicated that the bead was not dangerous. Upon using a detection technique, Lu Yun learned of the Shura heart's attributes and gasped. It was a gold-level military item, requiring a minimum of level 15 to bind, and it added an extra Shura path damage to every attack, with the damage equal to the regular attack. This was truly a top-tier item within the gold-level category, allowing military units to double their attack damage. Lu Yun immediately thought of the White Horse Volunteers, a unit known for their high agility and rapid firing rate. The Shura heart was perfect for them. Their combat effectiveness would be significantly enhanced, overwhelming any adversary. Thank you, Grandpa Huangfu. Lu Yun shouted gratefully. He speculated that acquiring the Shura heart might not have been so straightforward, and likely involved special processing of a Shura beast's corpse. Although just a gold-level item, it was immensely precious to any commander. Who would refuse to make their unit's attacks more powerful? Lu Yun believed that the Talisman Master had personally decided to reward him with this Shura heart. Huang Fuqing smiled satisfactorily and said, Shura path damage is unlike any other physical or magical damage. Make good use of this item. Will do. Lu Yun responded cheerfully. Afterward, Huang Fuqing gave Lu Yun some brief guidance on troop training before standing up to leave. As he stepped out of the dormitory, he suddenly turned back and said, We look forward to your performance in tomorrow's trial. With that, Huang Fuqing handed Lu Yun a metal token and summoned a golden talisman paper before departing gracefully. Curiously, Lu Yun examined the metal token, which bore the words, Deputy Captain. Just as he was pondering its significance, he heard Chen Wudi's loud shout, followed by Yu Shisan rushing over. Seeing the metal token in Lu Yun's hand, they too showed surprise. Lu Yun quickly realized that this token was no ordinary item. It seemed the Talisman Master had some plans in mind. The following morning, Lu Yun, along with Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner, entered a teleportation array in Donghai City to participate in the rookie trial organized by the Nine Provinces Union. Originally, the plan was to select the top 9 for the trial, but due to an unexpected incident in the 9-layer Demon Tower, the situation had changed. The others had voluntarily given up this opportunity. The spoiled rich kids and heirs from the Third War Academy had witnessed their strongest peers, Du Zixuan and Han Yun, defeated by Lu Yun and his group. Afterwards, no one else dared to compete. It was said that Du Zixuan had wanted to participate in the trial, but after a test yesterday, he furiously challenged Han Yun to a duel. Already frustrated, Han Yun nearly decimated him with his flying sword. Cheng Xiaoying, who had once fought alongside Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner, had actually arrived early in the morning at the teleportation array leading to the trial site. However, after receiving a call from a senior who was already participating in the trial, she blushed and obediently returned to the First Institute. Ultimately, only Lu Yun, Ling Shui, and Zhuge Waner, representing the newcomers from Donghai Province, attended the trial. As a burst of light flickered, the landscape transformed. When Lu Yun opened his eyes again, he found himself and the 2 women on a vast plaza. By then, over 40 newcomers from the other 8 provinces had already gathered. The arrival of Lu Yun and his companions caused a stir, especially due to Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner's striking appearances.
Hello, I'm.
A handsome young man approached Ling Shui with a flushed face, but before he could finish, Ling Shui coldly spat out one word, Scram! Beside her, Zhuge Waner also wore a frosty expression, causing a group of hopeful young men to back off. However, seeing Lu Yun standing between the 2 beauties, many were envious. Lu Yun was used to such attention and was just about to see when the trial would start when an excited voice called out from not far behind him, Boss Lu, I've missed you so much. Following that, a chubby figure dashed towards him. If Lu Yun hadn't quickly blocked him, he would have been tightly embraced. This person was Chen Zhuangzhuang, whom Lu Yun had met during a previous competition. Lu Yun had a favorable impression of the plump young man. As they were about to chat, A somewhat arrogant voice came from the direction Chen Zhuangzhuang had run from. Hearing the voice, Chen Zhuangzhuang hurriedly called out, "Senior, this is Lu Yun, the one I told you about. Thanks to him, I survived." Lu Yun turned to see a young man in orange armor, stained with blood, striding over with a frown. The other newcomers looked at him with admiration, clearly enjoying the attention. However, when he saw Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner next to Lu Yun, his surprise was evident. He quickly adjusted his expression and seriously told Chen Zhuangzhuang, "Zhuangzhuang, after you enter the trial map, don't run around recklessly. Make sure to follow the commands of our team leader. If you encounter any danger, immediately seek help from us, the second and third year students." While saying this, he pompously puffed out his blood-stained armor towards Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner, but seeing that the women barely glanced at him, his face turned awkward. Nevertheless, he continued addressing Lu Yun and the others. After meeting Zhuangzhuang, the three of them ventured together into the trial grounds. Lu Yun, carrying good intentions, naturally took it upon himself to look after them. However, his attention was suddenly drawn to a shiny metal token hanging at Zhuangzhuang's waist, causing him to cry out in astonishment. When Chen Zhuangzhuang, a senior student, called out, his voice immediately caught the attention of many nearby students, including Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner. They all looked at him in surprise. Before stepping into the teleportation circle, each one of them had already attached their identity tokens to their belts. The tokens of Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner were similar to that of Lu Yun, but theirs were simply marked New Recruit 1 on the back, indicating that like other freshmen, they were first-year recruits. Even the second-year student in orange armor had just New Recruit 2 on his token. However, the token hanging on Lu Yun's belt had a distinctive title on the back, Vice Captain. Chen Zhuangzhuang couldn't help but exclaim loudly upon seeing Lu Yun's token. He stared at Lu Yun in disbelief. Just moments before, his senior, Wang Tsong, had boasted that a third-year soldier in their squad was likely to become the vice captain. Yet, to everyone's surprise, this position had been secured by Lu Yun, a mere freshman. Despite Lu Yun's formidable abilities in both his military classes, the fact that a first year could become a vice captain was almost unheard of, given the hundreds of years' history of the rookie trials. Chen Zhuangzhuang was utterly impressed with Lu Yun. Many other freshmen who understood the significance of the vice captain token were also shocked to see Lu Yun, who had just arrived, possessing it. Wang Tsong, realizing the situation, scoffed with disdain. "I am Wang Tsong, the main striker of Squad 14. You'll soon find out in the trial arena that tokens gained through connections will cost you dearly." Lu Yun caught the scorn in his voice, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner, though curious about how Lu Yun had obtained the vice captain token, also showed indifferent faces upon hearing Wang Tsong's mockery. Wang Tsong, not showing any weakness, his orange armor began to gather energy, and it seemed they might come to blows at any moment. Sensing the tension, Chen Zhuangzhuang hesitated, but finally stood decisively next to Lu Yun, pleadingly saying to Wang Tsong, "Senior, Lu Yun is my friend." Wang Tsong's gaze swept over them, a look of disappointment crossing his face when he looked at Chen Zhuangzhuang. However, he did not continue his confrontation with Lu Yun. Instead, he turned away, patting his blood-stained armor which emitted a faint orange glow. Then Wang Tsong loudly instructed all the freshmen, "Now, collect your first-year recruit armor and follow me into the trial map." He gave Lu Yun a cold glance before continuing. "Remember to keep your position token ready. If your life is threatened, infuse energy into the token to automatically exit the trial grounds." Hearing Wang Tsong's instructions, the freshmen showed nervous expressions, but they followed his directions and began receiving their light blue armors one by one. Lu Yun felt exasperated by Wang Tsong's constant questioning and entanglement, but when he looked at the deputy commander badge hanging at his waist, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile and shake his head. After Huang Fuqing handed him the badge, Lu Yun learned from Yu San and Qin Wudi about its significant importance. It turned out that the trial for new recruits involved not only freshmen from 9 provinces, but also sophomores and juniors from various war academies, who were selected through assessments to participate in the trial. Juniors would enter the trial map on the first day, sophomores on the second, and freshmen like Lu Yun on the third day. After the trial began, based on the performance of the juniors and sophomores in the first 2 days, the Hall of War Gods would issue deputy commander badges to students other than the team leader. Normally, these badges were awarded to the most outstanding upperclassmen, but this year, Huang Fuqing seemed impressed by Lu Yun's performance in the midterm evaluation and the sand table skirmish, and directly awarded him the deputy commander badge. Lu Yun had anticipated Wang Tsung's skepticism but was not willing to give up this opportunity easily. It was said that the team leader, who was responsible for commanding, and the deputy commander, who primarily handled combat, would receive extra rewards after the trial. Lu Yun was not about to back down because of threats from some upperclassmen. After acquiring the Abyss Throne and the Heart of Azura, he was even more eager to compete with the sophomores and juniors. When Wang Tsung handed Lu Yun his armor with a sneer, Lu Yun did not show gratitude but instead retorted with a comment that caught Wang Tsung off guard. Chen Zhuangzhuang quickly pulled Lu Yun away to avoid further conflict. Chen Zhuangzhuang complained about having offended the upperclassmen and hoped that Lu Yun and the others would protect him. Lin Shui and Zhuge Waner couldn't help but laugh at Chen Zhuangzhuang's adorable demeanor, while Lu Yun approvingly patted him on the shoulder. Every year, freshmen like Chen Zhuangzhuang mostly relied on their seniors for help. Chen had previously sought help from Wang Tsung, but at a critical moment, he chose to stand with Lu Yun, which left a deep impression on him. All the freshmen donned light blue armor and followed Wang Tsung into the vortex. Passing through the vortex, they were greeted by an air filled with the scent of blood and gunpowder, the roars of beasts, and the shouts of humans. A notification echoed in each freshman's mind, informing them that their opponents were from the Cherry Blossom Island. At the same time, Lu Yun noticed an additional trial channel on his Warriors interface, which now included 42 freshmen. The channel was buzzing with lively conversations as everyone freely spoke their minds. Someone shouted, "Is the new recruit Sun Xiaohai from Wuwei Academy here yet?" Another voice called out, "Squad leader Xu Chaohua from Nanjiang 3rd Hospital, hurry and gather." Amidst the lively atmosphere, Lu Yun quickly recognized familiar voices. A new recruit named Qian Xing excitedly exclaimed, "Lu Yun, we've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. We've finally caught up with you." Lu Yun responded with a smile, and Ling Shui, standing beside him, couldn't help but laugh too. Lu Yun was particularly impressed by this senior, especially remembering how Yu Shisen had asked for his help the previous night. He decided to help other students from the second hospital whenever he had some free time. Thus, Lu Yun immediately sent out a message, "Come find me." However, as soon as he sent the message, the channel suddenly fell silent. Everyone had seen the title in front of Lu Yun's name, Vice Captain Lu Yun. In a lush, low-lying jungle, a group of 2nd and 3rd graders from Donghai Province were collaborating to defeat several level 18 monsters. When a new student joined their team, one of the students requested a short leave to bring Lu Yun and others into the fray. Lu Yun was reputed among his peers in Squad 12 as a formidable player, brimming with confidence. His addition was sure to bolster their team's strength. However, when news about Lu Yun reached the team, they were all stunned. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the female team captain from Donghai's premier war academy, who deployed venomous spider troops to trap the remaining monsters with their webs, some of the senior students might have perished. The female captain, Xiang Yu, did not blame anyone but quickly worked with her revived teammates to eliminate the monsters. At this critical moment, the 9 team members exchanged looks of astonishment. A third-year boy with a peculiar tone asked the captain, "Are you sure Lu Yun is a freshman from our academy? Could he be from another institution?" This sparked doubt among the others. Seeing his teammates' expressions, he understood the underlying concerns, yet considering Lu Yun's previously demonstrated capabilities, he hesitantly added, "He indeed is a junior at our academy, and as for his position as deputy captain, I can assure you, their strength should not be underestimated." Xiang Yu fell into contemplation and eventually shook her head. The other members also expressed their helplessness. Since Lu Yun had been appointed as the deputy captain, they could no longer intervene. Xiang Yu then stated, "Unless he voluntarily resigns from the deputy captain position." This statement made Qian Xing hesitate to speak further. Knowing Lu Yun's character well, a person with such a powerful troop type would not easily give up such an opportunity. Meanwhile, considering the situation with the new recruits' trials, he looked worried. At the same time, in the communication channel, many senior students began questioning Lu Yun's qualification as deputy captain. Suddenly, several lines of golden text appeared in the channel, capturing the attention of all teams. These messages, issued by the commander, included directives for Squad 12. Team leaders quickly responded to confirm and began inviting new students they knew to join their squads. The golden messages shone like sacred beams of light, illuminating the entire jungle. "Hi, senior," Ling Shui greeted Qian Heng sweetly, making the young man blush. He sighed deeply and said, "You guys really know how to stick to your guns. I admire that." Looking at Lu Yun with a face full of emotion, his gaze landed on the deputy team leader badge hanging at his waist. This junior was indeed causing his senior quite a bit of trouble. Lu Yun shrugged helplessly, knowing that the concern was well-intentioned. He calmly said, "It's okay, I don't mind. I'm just unable to help you, that's all." Despite understanding that openly defying the team leader's orders during the rookie trials would result in penalties and ultimately affect his final score, Lu Yun wasn't worried. Considering the significant improvements in the strength of both the Daqin elite warriors and the White Horse volunteers, why would he fear the deductions from team leader Yi Haoyan? He could even lead Ling Shui and others to directly attack the main base of the opposing team from Sakura Island. Yesterday, Lu Yun learned from Chen Wudi that capturing the opposing team's leader and deputy leader would earn them a substantial amount of points. Destroying their command tower would be considered an outstanding performance. Therefore, although Lu Yun had no immediate plans to disobey Yi Haoyan's commands, he never intended to simply lead the newcomers around the beginner's area to grind monsters. After all, the 3 days of combat trials offered more than one opportunity. If Yi Haoyan continued to treat him as a deputy leader to be exploited, then he shouldn't be surprised by Lu Yun's lack of compliance. Seeing Lu Yun's indifferent yet confident demeanor, Qian Heng couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Those few newcomers who had been assigned to Lu Yun, previously unnoticed, had now become their hope. Qian Heng took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. "Let me tell you some important tips for the trial," he said. What Wang Tsong had said was true. He really couldn't stay here to help Lu Yun, so he could only pin his hopes on this extraordinary junior to impress everyone once again. Qian Xing informed Lu Yun and his companions about the precautions for the new recruits' trial, which took Chan Zhuangzhuang by surprise. He had previously asked his senior, Wang Tsong, about the trial but had been brushed off. Now, Qian Xing had disclosed all the information without hesitation. The new recruits listened attentively, while Lu Yun remained calm and composed. Since Qian Xing's arrival, Lu Yun had been appointed as the captain of Squad 18. Ling Shui, Zhuge Wan'er, Chen Zhuangzhuang, and the other new recruits automatically became members of Squad 18, thus joining the same team. After Qian Xing finished explaining the situation regarding the enemy forces on Sakura Island, he breathed a sigh of relief and was thanked by the new recruits. However, noticing Lu Yun deep in thought, Qian Xing hesitated before saying, "Yi Haoyan's arrangements are likely made with the bigger picture in mind. He's not one to hold petty grudges." Lu Yun looked up at Qian Xing and nodded with a smile, understanding his meaning. It was mentioned that the deputy captain would earn 3,000 points if defeated, second only to the captain's 5,000 points. Yi Haoyan was clearly concerned about becoming a trophy for the enemies, which could demoralize the squad. Lu Yun reassured him, "Don't worry, senior. I'll handle it carefully." Qian Xing's expression relaxed slightly, and after giving a few more instructions, he prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he reminded them somewhat displeased. Bai Heng from the 3rd Academy was also there. His Squad 14 is in charge of commanding the artillery, and Wang Tsong is part of it too. "Be careful and inform me immediately if anything happens." Lu Yun frowned slightly upon hearing this, but didn't take it seriously. Not even the White Tiger warriors from the 3rd Academy could withstand his powerful leap attack, let alone now. Ling Shui and Zhuge Wan'er also dismissed it, clearly aware of the 3rd Academy's true level. Seeing their reactions, Qian Xing said helplessly, "There are a few capable fighters in Squad 14. Chen Zhuangzhuang added anxiously. Senior Wang Tsong mentioned that their captain is exceptionally strong, ranking second in points only to Yi Haoyan. Realization dawned on Lu Yun. No wonder Qian Xing was so concerned and personally briefed them on the precautions. It seemed his real worry was that becoming the deputy captain might provoke retaliation from the captain of Squad 14. Hearing Qian Xing and Chan Zhuangzhuang's words, the new recruits from other provinces who had joined Squad 18, having no other team affiliations, showed signs of fear. After all, angering a powerful squad was no joking matter. They definitely won't benefit from this at all. Senior, rest assured, I'll take good care of myself, Lu Yun said with a smile to Qian Heng, noticing the reactions of the others. Hearing this, Qian Heng breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was unaware of Lu Yun's silent addition. If anything happens to them, that's beyond my control. After Qian Heng left, Lu Yun stood up and gazed towards the distant tower a few kilometers away, its top flickering with a faint red light. The command tower for this trial. Only those holding the position of captain could ascend the tower to gain command privileges. The area in front of the tower was divided into intermediate and advanced zones, with enemy territories lying beyond the advanced zones. Behind the tower stretched a vast bushy area. The beginner zone of the trial map, where the highest level of wild creatures refreshed, was level 15, an area Yi Haoyan had tasked Lu Yun to manage. Follow my orders diligently over the next 3 days if you want to earn the rewards for the first squad, Lu Yun instructed the group of newcomers, who looked skeptical. A brash young man scoffed, as if you have what it takes. Before he could finish his sentence, a notification of his expulsion from Squad 18 popped up. Panicking, the young man exclaimed, "On what grounds do you kick me out?" Lu Yun stared at him coldly, his eyes glinting dangerously. "Because I am the captain of Squad 18 and the deputy leader of this trial. Is that sufficient for you?" Although Yi Haoyan had appointed him to lead Squad 18, it didn't mean he would tolerate insubordination. He was determined to lead his team to first place in the trial, as the reward for the first squad was a level up for all members. The young man tried to protest, but as Lu Yun waved his right hand, a ring on his finger shimmered darkly, and 15 black-clad soldiers wielding dark long swords appeared, raising their weapons in unison. The young man screamed and fell to the ground, too frightened to resist. The other newcomers were equally startled by Lu Yun's decisive action. "Get out, I don't want to see you in the beginner zone again," Lu Yun said coldly. The young man scrambled to his feet and ran away clumsily. The rest of the newcomers no longer dared to challenge Lu Yun. Afterward, Lu Yun briefly assigned tasks to a few newcomers and walked towards the coordinates of the level 15 wild creatures in the beginner area with Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner. A few meters away, Ling Shui hurriedly asked, "Lu Yun, how did you manage to obtain this third type of soldier?" Zhuge Waner looked on curiously as well. They had seen Lu Yun's 2 other types of soldiers before and thought that was the limit for a novice soldier master. But what about these shadowy soldiers following Lu Yun now? Seeing their curious expressions, Lu Yun chuckled and replied. They actually treated the shadow servants as their new soldiers, which shocked Wang Tsong immensely. Meanwhile, Wang Tsong arrived at the base of Squad 14, her expression one of displeasure. She stood before a massive cannon and shouted at the young man at the control panel, "Captain, I'm back." The young man was busy channeling energy into the cannon while casting slowing spells on the monsters that kept emerging around them. The whole scene was beyond belief for Wang Tsong. Wang Tsong's words made the young man halt his actions abruptly and determinedly leap down from the tall gun platform. The surrounding teammates quickly regrouped at the platform, including Bai Heng, who was the same person Lu Yun had encountered before. The young man, visibly displeased, confronted Wang Tsong to inquire about Lu Yun's status. Wang Tsong scoffed dismissively at the newcomer. Bai Heng chimed in, acknowledging that Lu Yun's troop skills were indeed impressive. This comment triggered laughter among the other teammates, who teased Bai Heng about his defeat by Lu Yun. Grinding his teeth, Bai Heng retorted, "I was just careless. Next time I face him, I'll make sure he feels the wrath of the White Tiger King." The laughter continued as the group suggested that Chailuren should step in to teach Lu Yun a lesson, with some even proposing that the deputy team leader position should be handed over to Chailuren. They questioned whether Lu Yun, a freshman, was fit for the role of deputy. Chailuren, after a moment's thought, turned towards the gun platform and remarked, "The slowdown tower has been running for quite a while. It's time to give it a break. Bai Hong, puzzled, asked about its integrity. Realizing the implication, Chai Lurin, with a grin, suggested that they too should take a break from constantly blocking the intermediate area's monsters. Deciding to consult with Yi Haoyan, Chai Lurin advised him to be cautious of monster attacks on the command tower and to seek help from other squads for the new deputy team leader to avoid overwhelming him. Spotting an elite monster emerging in the distance, Chai Lurin smirked and reminded his team to be ready. Should the deputy team leader call for help, being the squad nearest to the beginner area, they must be ready to respond at any moment. All teammates acknowledged the plan, though Bai Hong still seemed hesitant. Amidst the banter of his teammates, he felt uneasy and suggested sending someone to scout, given their unfamiliarity with Lu Yun's troop type. Laughing, Chai Lurin advised, just check the trial channel. Turning their attention to the channel, the team discovered a message from a newcomer named Lu Kaiwei, who complained about being kicked out of Squad 18 by Lu Yun and feeling intimidated. The team found amusement in the message, seeing it as a way to gauge Lu Yun's strength. Lu Kaiwei continued to air his grievances on the channel, largely ignored, which only added to his frustration. Facing rejection from Squad 18 and without other teams willing to accept him, he felt his only option might be to withdraw from the trials. Lu Kaiwei lacked confidence in his ability to survive alone in the trial map, especially against the lower-level monsters of the beginner area. Lu Kaiwei felt overwhelmed. Being expelled from the beginner's area by Lu Yun had already dampened his spirits, not to mention the elite monsters. Now, his resentment towards Lu Yun was palpable. However, just when he felt at his lowest, Lu Kaiwei saw an exciting message in the trial channel. Squad leader Chai Lurin invites Lu Kaiwei to join our Team 14. Would you like to join? Previously disheartened, Lu Kaiwei's mood instantly lifted. He had heard of the formidable reputation of Team 14's captain while in the beginner area. Of course, I'd love to, he quickly replied in the channel. Soon after, he received a message from Chai Lurin, meet us at the right side cannon. Lu Kaiwei was thrilled. He had heard that in the trial map, the cannons were second only to the command tower in importance, and they also possessed status-enhancing cannons. Confident that his trial points would now surpass others, Lu Kaiwei eagerly dodged past several elite monsters and finally reached the cannon where Team 14 was stationed. Kaiwei, have you encountered that Lu Yun's troop type? However, instead of a warm welcome, Lu Kaiwei was greeted by a young man with a cold expression who asked indifferently. Yes, it appears to be a shadow troop type with attributes. Meanwhile, in front of the command tower on Sakura Island, a group of soldiers dressed in red, orange, and blue armor respectfully watched as a haughty young man approached. Prince Hideyoshi, they called out reverently. The young man walked straight to the command tower, his gaze falling on two students in red armor. The students promptly handed over their tokens, respectfully presenting them to the young man. These were the captain and vice-captain tokens of the Sakura Island team. With a glance, the haughty young man unceremoniously picked up the vice-captain's token and casually discarded his own new recruit token. The student who lost the vice-captain token hurriedly picked up the new recruit token, his face filled with joy. The young man then wore the vice-captain token at his waist and coldly told the gathered Sakura Island students, from now on, I will lead you to completely crush the Xinxia Empire. The authority of Prince Hideyoshi intimidated everyone. Back in the beginner area, Lu Yun sat leisurely on a large rock, watching the surprised expressions of two girls in front of him. Are these shadow minions part of your equipment skills? After a while, Zhuge Wan'er asked, looking enviously at the shadow ring in Lu Yun's hand. Exactly, Lu Yun replied with a smile, then summoned Bai Qi and 4 ordinary Daqin elite soldiers to guard him. The recent warning from Qian Xing had made him vigilant, and now, discovering that Lu Kaiwei, whom he had just kicked out of the channel, had been taken in by Team 14, made Lu Yun suspicious of their intentions. At that moment, Lu Yun noticed that one of his summoned shadow minions was easily defeated by a monster. Although the shadow minion's attributes were close to other troops of its level, being easily crushed by the monster puzzled Lu Yun, prompting him to curiously check the monster's attributes. The sight of a level 19 Beast Clan elite warrior made Lu Yun frown. Suddenly, Bai Qi raised his bronze crossbow, took aim, and fired an arrow, instantly killing the elite monster. The scene amused Lu Yun greatly. He looked ahead to the intermediate zone, a slight smile appearing on his face. Elite monsters in the beginner's area? It seemed some folks were really getting ahead of themselves. In the next few minutes, a dozen elite monsters emerged from the intermediate zone ahead. Even a few level 18 newcomers struggled against an elite creature and, overwhelmed by fear, had to activate their trial tokens to opt out of the rookie trials. The remaining 4 newcomers, terrified, ran to Lu Yun and his team for help, suggesting, "Team leader, we should team up with other groups to fight these monsters from the intermediate zone." Seeing that Lu Yun's Shadow Warrior was unable to block the elite monster's attacks, the 4 newcomers anxiously sought Lu Yun's help. However, Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. The newcomers grew even more desperate, pleading, "Lu Yun, you're the deputy leader and our guide. You can't just ignore this responsibility." Just as an elite monster charged towards them, a female student cried out to Lu Yun in trembling fear, but before she could finish, she saw a black-armored warrior beside Lu Yun suddenly raise a crossbow. With a swift whoosh followed by a loud snap, the level 19 elite beast, the Lost Beast clan warrior, fell to the ground, its health depleted. The 4 stunned newcomers could hardly believe their eyes as they stared at the fallen elite monster, trying to confirm if it truly was of elite status. Despite their combined efforts, they had felt powerless against the Lost Beast clan warrior. Yet, Lu Yun had managed to defeat the elite monster in an instant? An elite, taken down just like that? The girl who had been shouting earlier widened her eyes, finally realizing that the black-armored soldier beside Lu Yun was different from the previous shadow soldiers. This one had a physical form, not just a shadowy presence. This meant Lu Yun had mastery over 2 types of troops, each incredibly powerful. She stared in disbelief at Lu Yun, who was sitting casually on a rock. The other 3 newcomers quickly noticed this too. After firing a few more bolts, Bai Qi, standing next to Lu Yun, swiftly cleared the remaining elite monsters. Initially dissatisfied with being assigned to Lu Yun's team, the 4 newcomers completely changed their perspective. They exclaimed that this wasn't a demotion, but an opportunity to soar. They began to feel sorry for the 2 newcomers who had given up the trial without realizing Lu Yun's strength. Meanwhile, at a turret in the intermediate zone, members of Squad 14 were chatting with the newly joined Lu Kaiwei. Lu had just shared some information about Lu Yun's troops and was immediately accepted into the veteran team, feeling incredibly fortunate. Listening to his teammates in high-level gear explain how to counter Lu Yun, Lu Kaiwei couldn't be happier. Wow, time really flies. It's puzzling that we still haven't seen that young man send out a distress signal in the trial channel. Suddenly, a male soldier with bat wings remarked, feeling quite perplexed. The others stopped their idle chatter and gathered around the cannon, where a paper soldier guarded next to Chai Lurin, slightly frowning. "Rin Shan, go." Chai Lurin commanded the paper soldier by his side. The seemingly fragile paper soldier let out a crisp neigh, as a pale white energy surged within him. After the energy fluctuated, a white paper horse appeared next to the paper soldier.
Kalip Glop.
The paper soldier, marked with the character Shun on his back, rode the paper horse towards the intermediate area. The members of Squad 14 were familiar with this sight, but Lu Kaiwei was astounded by Chai Lurin's soldiers. "Captain, your soldiers even have mounts. Don't you need to move with your soldiers to control them? What if they go out of control or too far?" Lu Kaiwei asked, full of curiosity about the paper soldier he was seeing for the first time. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at Chai Lurin. Chai Lurin merely glanced at him indifferently and then gestured again. Another paper soldier with the character Wu appeared. Chai Lurin closed his eyes, and a pale white energy gathered on his eyelids, seemingly displaying scenes within the energy. His soldier was known as Yu Jiang Taishui. Seeing Lu Kaiwei being ignored by Chai Lurin, another boy explained with a smile, "Don't underestimate them because they're made of paper. Yu Jiang Taishui is a rare silver-ranked soldier." "Rare? Silver?" Lu Kaiwei exclaimed. Seeing Chai Lurin's unchanged expression, other team members also started explaining to Lu Kaiwei, "Don't you find it odd that Lurin doesn't need to follow his soldiers? From the moment Yujiang Taishui was created, Lurin has been able to attach his thoughts temporarily to Yujiang Taishui through the divine runes on it. Thus, he's not limited by control distance. Hearing this explanation, Lu Kaiwei was even more astonished. But then his face changed. Senior, I didn't mean to pry into the captain's soldier information. Seeing Lu Kaiwei's flustered look, the older students laughed, and even Chai Lurin, who was closing his eyes to experience Yujiang Taishui's perspective, couldn't help but laugh. Wang Tsong explained with a smile. Yujiang Taishui is expected to challenge the top 10 soldiers of the 7 great empires. Even a soldier master who has completed the first breakthrough wouldn't dare take Yujiang Taishui lightly. Ah! Just as Wang Tsong was about to flatter Chai Lurin further, Chai Lurin suddenly cried out, covering his eyes and collapsing to the ground. A trace of blood seeped through his fingers. Captain, Lurin, what happened? What happened to you, Jiang Taishui? Could it be Yi Haoyan who made a move? Members of Squad 14 cried out in alarm. They knew that such a reaction from Chai Lurin could only mean his soldier had been killed. Using the perception runes to control soldiers, if Lurin couldn't disconnect the perception link before Yujiang Taishui was killed, it would cause backlash to Chai Lurin. In the trial map, a level 19 General Taishui is surprisingly domineering. Who could possibly possess such incredible strength? Even the highly regarded Yi Haoyan is at a loss, unable to dispel the perception runes in time. Meanwhile, Lu Kaiwei, who was previously astonished by Chai Lurin's powerful troops, is now also caught in a state of confusion. This scene is a stark reminder of how unpredictable the battlefield can be, where both strength and strategy are crucial. He stared at the ground where Captain Chai Lurin writhed in agony, clutching his eyes, a wave of inexplicable panic rising within him. Even the rare silver-class troops had been instantly crushed? Shouldn't the Moon General Taishui be formidable? The trial map had become dangerously unpredictable. Lu Kaiwei felt that besides himself, his teammates in Squad 14, and their controlled slow-firing turrets, no one else was safe. At this moment, as the captain of Squad 14, Chai Lurin was filled with shock and anger. He had not seen who had defeated his Shin character Moon General Taishui. Just moments ago, he had confidently commanded Moon General Taishui, swaggering past the command tower to enter the beginner's area, aiming to confront Lu Yun, the deputy captain who had obtained the token through backdoor means, and see if he would cower when faced with the elite monsters deliberately let through by his own team. However, as Chai Lurin and his paper warriors passed behind the command tower, a dark streak of light shot from a distance. Too late to dodge, it struck him, and the Shin character Moon General Taishui was instantly killed. He also suffered a backlash. The concerned voices of his teammates only fueled Chai Lurin's anger. Enduring the pain in his eyes, he stood up and furiously told his team, "Follow me for revenge. Whoever it is, they must explain themselves." The members of Squad 14, their eyes bloodshot, also stood up. Chai Lurin immediately summoned 4 Moon Generals Taishui, while the remaining 5 exuded a ghastly white energy, like malevolent spirits returning from hell. Bai Hong, guard the turret. Chai Lurin didn't forget to instruct Bai Hong to protect the slow-firing turret, crucial for their points in the trial. A familiar boy reminded him, "Should we inform Yi Haoyan?" But Chai Lurin, as if he hadn't heard, continued toward the beginner's area. "Senior, Captain, should I follow too?" Lu Kaiwei asked timidly. Chai Lurin paused briefly, then coldly said, "If you want to die, stay here. Let's go." Trembling, Lu Kaiwei hurriedly followed. Now, only Bai Hong was left guarding the slow-firing turret they were originally responsible for. On the top floor of the command tower, a tall, handsome boy's face was grim. Using the captain's command authority, he saw the unhesitant passage of the paper warriors from the command tower into the beginner's area. Clenching his teeth, he muttered, "Chai Lurin, this trial will surely be won under my command." He issued a new order: squad captains and Yi Haoyan, aside from Squad 18 in the beginner's area and Squad 7 and 14 guarding the slow-firing turret. All other squads are to mobilize according to the plan. Plant the flag of Shunxia on the command tower of Sakura Island. Hearing the command, the captains and the new recruits participating in the trial displayed full fighting spirit. In the midst of a flurry of communications, team leader Xiang Yu hesitated about whether to leave more members behind for defense. However, just as her hesitation was communicated, a golden command from Yi Haoyan followed immediately. Without any hesitation, Yi Haoyan ordered, "No need for defense. Launch a direct assault on the enemy's headquarters and capture their leader." This command sparked a wave of heated discussions across the trial channel, with shouts of encouragement echoing from the strongholds of various trial teams. Back in the military camp in the Xinxia territory, Qin Xiaoyu frowned upon seeing that Yi Haoyan had dismissed her suggestion. A member of Team 12, noticing other teams departing, asked anxiously, "Sister Xiaoyu, what should we do next?" After a moment of thought, Qin Xiaoyu instructed her team, "We must advance using the formation we've rehearsed repeatedly. If we encounter an unexpected crisis, immediately use the trial token." Understood? The team members nodded in agreement, though Qian Xing responded somewhat distractedly. He had seen in Yi Haoyan's orders that Team 18, including Lu Yun, was not required to participate in the final battle. Qian Xing felt uneasy, knowing well that Lu Yun was not one to stay put in the beginner's area. Meanwhile, as a squad prepared to leave the camp, they visited a young man lying unconscious in a hospital bed before departing. "Captain, if the wishing token is lost and we can't exit, should we report to the command?" one member asked. "No need," the captain replied. "Once this full-scale operation ends, the trial instance will naturally close, and wishing will be transported out." "Do you really want him to be transported out prematurely, gaining nothing?" At the same time, in the trial channel of the Cherry Blossom Island nation, Prince Hideyoshi saw that the Xinxia forces had launched a full-scale attack. Except for the beginners area, only their rookie squad had yet to move. The State Tower squad, closest to the command tower, was only a few kilometers away. The Xinxia second-year student named Wishing was putting up a strong mental resistance, which might not last much longer. After a series of reports, Vice Captain Aso Hideyoshi issued an order. "All squads except my personal guards should employ delaying tactics according to the plan. All members of the personal guards, prepare the portraits of Xinxia students and head to the Bone Woman to change your appearances." He added, "These arrogant Xinxia students will soon pay the price for their arrogance." In the beginners area of Xinxia territory, Lu Yun, upon seeing Yi Haoyan's command excluding him again, showed a cold expression. However, he remained calm and summoned the Daqin elite soldiers. Except for Bai Qi at his side, the other soldiers automatically employed their fog concealment skills, enveloping the area in a thick mist, obscuring their figures even at close range. With a determined gaze towards the direction of the command tower, Lu Yun felt reassured when he learned that Bai Qi had eliminated a silver-tier soldier. Those restless folks, it seems, are no longer content to just stand by and watch. They're gearing up to take on the elite. They've decided to strike out on their own. So, let the battle begin. Lu Yun knew well that even with all-out effort, the final showdown of this trial would last at least an hour. He decided to first teach those arrogant souls a lesson they wouldn't forget. There was plenty of time. Everyone present was astonished as Lu Yun summoned armored warriors and concealed his troops in the surrounding mist. Even Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang, who were used to seeing the elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty, were taken aback by Lu Yun's display of new abilities. The four newcomers were even more shocked, as the number of armored warriors Lu Yun summoned far exceeded their expectations. Just then, a girl suddenly pointed towards the command tower ahead, exclaiming, "Someone's coming!" "Oh, isn't that Lu Kaiwei?" Lu Yun and his companions turned their heads upon hearing the noise. From the direction of the intermediate zone, a group of about 15 people appeared in their view. Among them was Lu Kaiwei, who had been previously driven away by Lu Yun. Unlike the others who were clad in red and orange armor, Lu Kaiwei was wearing light blue armor. Seeing this group, Lin Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang immediately became alert, marshaling their troops as they felt the pressure of facing these seniors. The four new students from other provinces were particularly nervous, unsettled by Lu Kaiwei's schadenfreude expression. Lu Yun couldn't help but smirk lightly and waved his hand, signaling his shadow servants to shield him and Bai Qi. Meanwhile, Team 14 reached the beginner zone and were surprised to find no elite monsters. However, Their astonishment grew when they noticed the angelic and mechanical troops released by Lu Yun's side. Zhao Yun waved at Lu Kaiwei, and after a brief conversation, Lu Kaiwei excitedly approached Team 18. When he was about a dozen meters away, he shouted to a girl, Li Wan. Our team leader Zhao Yun says you can leave Team 18 and join us in Team 14. Everyone is welcome. Lu Kaiwei watched Lu Yun, who was sitting on a rock, with a sneer. The four new students, visibly pleased by the invitation, hesitated, considering Lu Yun's strength. Lu Kaiwei pressed on. They are all seniors. Our team leader has rare silver-tier troops, which is much better than staying in this beginner zone. What are you waiting for? Tempted by his words, the new students cautiously glanced at Lu Yun, aware of the black-armored warriors by his side capable of instantly defeating elite monsters. Sensing their thoughts, Lu Yun used his team leader privileges to expel them from Team 18. Grateful, the new students thanked Lu Yun and ran towards Team 14. Lu Kaiwei attempted to persuade Lin Shui and Zhuge Waner next, but was abruptly interrupted by a loud explosion. A projectile fired by Qian Zhuang's companion, a chubby boy, landed right in front of Lu Kaiwei, sending mud and sand flying. Startled, Lu Kaiwei stumbled back several steps and fiercely threatened, "You'll regret this if you try to leave the trial later." He wanted to say more, but seeing Lin Shui and Zhuge Waner ready to attack, he dared not continue. As Lu Kaiwei was about to leave in a hurry, Lu Yun suddenly spoke up, "Wait a minute." Lu Kaiwei stopped in his tracks, glaring at Lu Yun with displeasure. Lu Yun stood up from a large rock, his voice icy as he said, "I've told you before, do not cross paths with me in the beginner's area. Have you taken my words lightly, or do you simply disregard the deputy leader's commands?" Lu Kaiwei, intimidated by Lu Yun's piercing gaze, mustered his courage and shouted towards Team 14, "Lu Yun, do you really think you qualify as the deputy leader? You are not worthy." Before he could finish, Lu Yun swiftly drew a black, slender blade and with a flicker of its light, he slashed at Lu Kaiwei. The blade, known as Shura's Edge, was incredibly sharp, casting a terrifying gleam. Lu Kaiwei, in shock, hastily summoned a humanoid tiger soldier, but the blade sliced the creature in half with a single strike. Lu Yun stood before Lu Kaiwei, Shura's Edge swinging effortlessly, severing Lu Kaiwei's arm without even using the jump attack skill. Lu Kaiwei's screams of agony echoed through the area as he writhed in pain on the ground, calling out to Team 14 for help. Noticing their indifferent faces, he quickly activated the token at his waist. After 3 seconds, Lu Kaiwei, clutching his severed arm, successfully escaped the trial. Lu Yun remained unfazed, knowing that losing an arm was a lesson harsh enough to be remembered. Team 14, upon witnessing Lu Yun's ruthless action, was somewhat surprised, but having heard of his explosive attack skills, they were not shocked. Zhao Yun's icy gaze fell on Lu Yun, noting the collaboration between the angelic and mechanical soldiers of the two girls that had defeated the elite monster. Upon receiving orders from Yihaoyan, Zhao Yun had a plan ready to lead Team 14 in a direct assault on the command tower of Sakura Island. He angrily confronted Lu Yun. "Who gave you the audacity to kill my team member? Who gave you the courage to flaunt the deputy leader's title so arrogantly? Did you think I wouldn't personally teach you a lesson?" Zhao Yun advanced step by step, 5 Tai Sui generals emitting a ghastly energy behind him, making him appear almost divine. Chen Zhuangzhuang, witnessing this, involuntarily swallowed his saliva and instinctively retreated behind his dwarf soldier, while Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner showed expressions of disdain, eager to see Lu Yun teach Zhao Yun a lesson. Meanwhile, Lu Yun casually waved Shura's Edge, his gaze coldly sweeping over Zhao Yun and the 5 paper soldiers, contemplating whether to defeat this arrogant king first or to destroy his soldiers. Zhao Yun, not anticipating such a counterattack from Lu Yun, grew increasingly disgruntled. Recently, Zhao Yun's team member, Shun Zihao, the Moon General Tai Sui, was murdered, and the true culprit has yet to be revealed. Amidst this turmoil, Lu Yun suddenly appeared and audaciously took a life right in front of Zhao Yun. Angered, Zhao Yun wondered if Lu Yun thought he had earned his position as team leader through sheer strength. Just as Chai was about to have the Moon General Tai Sui take action, he heard a cry of alarm from behind him. It turned out that the island nation was planning a surprise attack on the command tower. Chai Lurin furrowed his brows and turned to ask Wang Tsong for details. Wang Tsong quickly pointed to the trial channel and said, "Look, Squadron SIXS Shiyuan is using psychic skills to control us. They might be targeting the command tower." Chai Lurin and Lu Yun immediately switched to the trial channel and indeed saw Shiyuan's actions. Everyone was shocked, but most had already gone deep into the territory of the island nation, making it too late to send backup. Although Chai Lurin and Lu Yun were in a difficult situation, they remained undeterred. Lu Yun quickly decided to head to the command tower with Ling Xue and others. However, Chai Lurin seemed hesitant and suddenly shouted, "Stop! No one is to go there." Immediately, Five Moon General Tai Sui stood in front of Lu Yun. The members of Squadron 14 seemed to understand Chai Lurin's intentions and rushed to support, ready to deploy their troops. Ling Xue and others also stood by Lu Yun, who glared darkly at Chai Lurin and the members of Squadron 14, his eyes blazing with anger. "Are you sure you want to stop me?" The situation was crystal clear. Regardless of Chai Lurin's intentions, his audacity to obstruct them at such a critical moment when the command tower was about to be raided was utterly intolerable. Although Lu Yun had been previously outsmarted by their elite, he had never been so enraged. To him, those were merely points delivered to his doorstep. However, in the face-off with the Sakura Island nation, Lu Yun would not allow the Xinxia Empire to fail. When Chai Lurin and the members of Team 14 heard Lu Yun's warning, they responded with scornful expressions. Wang Tsong, who had once led rookies into the dungeon, even shouted at Lu Yun, "Kid, do you think we're scared of your deputy leader title? I'm telling you, you'll regret your arrogance. Hand over your deputy leader badge and quit the trial peacefully, or else." As he spoke, Wang Tsong and the members of Team 14 sneered menacingly, with several boys brazenly staring at the two women behind Lu Yun, Ling Xue and Zhuge Waner, whose aloof demeanor was unmistakable as they summoned combat angels and mecha beast soldiers, their presence formidable. Chun Zhuangzhuang, face flushed with anger, clenched a short cannon gathering energy. Faced with Wang Tsong's mockery, Lu Yun merely gave a wry smile. These spoiled heirs no longer cared to even pretend decency. "Really? And why is that?" Chai Lurin scoffed. "Because of your shadow troops? Because of the rare troops of these two ladies?" Hearing Chai Lurin's provocation, Lu Yun remained calm, but Chun Zhuangzhuang was grinding his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, the four new recruits who had just joined looked strangely upon hearing Chai Lurin's words. One of the girls, Li Wan, tugged at a veteran's sleeve. "Senior, he has many more troops hidden in the mist." The veteran snorted. "Mist? Those useless troops, even hidden, are still useless." The other veterans also showed disdain. Lu Yun, hearing this, merely smiled, and as deputy leader, ordered them to clear the way, or face ruthless consequences. His smile lingered, but his tone was laced with a deadly seriousness. After finishing, he added, "This is my final warning." Ling Xue looked at Lu Yun, her eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit as the combat angel wielded its long sword, its radiance dazzling. Zhuge Waner's mecha beast soldier's engine roared, and seeing this, Chun Zhuangzhuang readied his short cannon, charging it with energy. Aside from the nervous new recruits, the other members of Team 14 laughed at Lu Yun's warning. Chai Lurin was even more convinced that Lu Yun, who dared to threaten with ruthlessness, was utterly incompetent. However, just then, the sound of a bowstring releasing filled the air, followed by the shrill sound of something cutting through it, and a shower of black luminescent arrows flew towards them, making Chai Lurin's scalp tingle. As dawn broke, the members of Squad 14 were bathed in morning light when suddenly, a dark beam streaked across the sky. Chai Lurin shouted in alarm. A rain of black arrows descended, overwhelming the members of Squad 14, all except for Chai Lurin's Moon General, Tai Sui, who continued to stand firm. Amidst these relentless attacks, the other troops seemed powerless. On the right side of the Xinxia Empire's territory, atop the deceleration tower, Bai Heng boredly watched the messages in the trial channel. Reports of battle achievements from other squads kept pouring in, highlighting the Xinxia Empire's rapid advancements, which were enviable. Bai Heng felt uneasy, wondering about the situation of Chai Lurin and his team. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps. Looking up, he saw a squad rushing toward the command tower, waving hastily at Bai Hong as they passed the deceleration tower and headed straight for the command. Recognizing a few faces, Bai Hong was about to ask questions when he realized they seemed to be fleeing from something, pushing forward without a pause. Bai Hong didn't dwell on it and continued to monitor the trial channel, only to be shocked by a message about an ambush on the command tower. Alarmed, Bai Hong realized the earlier squad's destination must have been the command tower. He hurried to issue a warning but suddenly smelled a sweet, dizzying fragrance. A seductive woman appeared behind him, sending chills down his spine. Meanwhile, a pale-faced youth emerged from the dense woods, confirming Bai Hong's suspicions. The seductive woman suddenly reached out to strike him, but Bai Hong desperately channeled energy into his trial token, only to realize that the token itself was the target. Despairing and increasingly disoriented, Bai Hong succumbed to darkness. Elsewhere, Masao Hideyoshi praised his bone woman, who shook her head proudly. Masao Hideyoshi looked towards the top of the command tower, where a blue light flickered uncertainly. A wicked smile spread across his face as he and the bone woman made their way to the command tower. In the junior region, a thrilling battle was about to unfold. Chai Lurin and the members of Team 14 were all showing expressions of horror. They stared in astonishment at their surroundings as a warrior clad in black armor emerged from the fog. Just moments ago, these black-armored warriors had launched a coordinated attack, annihilating all the soldiers except for Yu Taishui. Although some survivors were spared, left within the space of the military talisman, the majority were mercilessly killed, bringing their trial to an abrupt end. They struggled to accept this harsh reality. The 4 new members of Team 14 turned pale, filled with regret for believing the lies told by Lu Kaiwei. Chai Lurin was particularly shocked, so much so that he lost all intention of controlling Yu Taishui. He could hardly believe that the mastermind behind the defeat of the previous Yu Taishui, identified by the character Shun, was actually Lu Yun. Chai Lurin shouted loudly, his eyes flashing with angry flames. Beside him, the 5 Yuejiang Taishui emitted a terrifying white light, instantly chilling the atmosphere with fear. Holding thick paper shields, they charged at Lu Yun on Chai Lurin's command. The 14 squad members behind Chai Lurin watched in horror. They had expected Chai Lurin to retreat in the face of Lu Yun's formidable forces, but instead, he bravely chose to confront them. Lu Yun watched coldly, his murderous intent evident, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered the Daqin elite soldiers to fire a volley. The arrows whistled through the air, striking fear into the squad members. They realized that this attack targeted not only Chai Lurin's Yuejiang Taishui but also Chai Lurin himself and them. Li Wan, who had joined Squad 14 less than 5 minutes ago, was so terrified that she burst into tears and hastily activated her recruit token. The other members, although veterans of the recruit trials, were still terrified by Lu Yun's fierce attack and desperately used their last-ditch survival tactics, summoning their final troops. However, activating the troops' tokens took time, and the black arrows were incredibly fast. After a second volley, nearly all of Squad 14's survival tactics were destroyed. The protective charms shattered, the defensive auras broke, and the defensive troops were wiped out. Some students, lacking strong defensive skills and items, fell into pools of their own blood, including Wang Tsong, who had previously warned Lu Yun in the replica square. The freshmen who thought joining Squad 14 would ensure their safety showed expressions of disbelief as they faced death. A few senior students finally realized the gravity of the danger and desperately poured energy into their trial tokens, as they heard Lu Yun's armored troops preparing to shoot again, the gleaming arrowheads signaling the imminence of death. Chai Lurin roared in anger and surprise upon realizing that Lu Yun was indeed willing to kill. He charged at Lu Yun, controlling the Yuejiang Taishui shields bristling with arrows, loudly proclaiming his belief that his Yuejiang Taishui were stronger than Lu Yun's ranged troops. However, Lu Yun just sneered, gripping his crossbow and charging at the shield-bearing Yuejiang Taishui with his bronze sword and shield. Chai Lurin was shocked to find that Lu Yun's troops had such diverse methods of attack, and as he tried to counter, he realized he was in a dire predicament. Liu Yun's forces proved to be far more formidable than Chai Luren's moon generals, which left Chai Luren both shocked and disheartened. He couldn't help but think of the immense effort and resources he had invested in training his 6 moon generals, only to find them still inferior to Liu Yun's human soldiers. Watching Liu Yun's black-armored soldiers, Chai Luren was overwhelmed with a sense of defeat. Suddenly, a notification rang out on the trial channel, heard by everyone, including the veterans still in the trial instance. This message was from Yi Haoyan, the trial team leader. Chai Luren's heart sank as he unwillingly turned to the trial channel, only to see a stream of golden notifications appearing. Yi Haoyan's message shook him deeply, causing his face to turn pale with fear. Yi Haoyan urged Chai Luren to persist and lead the team to victory before he logged out of the trial. Surprised by this turn of events, Liu Yun stared at Yi Haoyan's logout notification, his anger intensifying as he noticed the command tower's flashing red light had gone out. He glared coldly at Chai Luren, making him shiver. In a rush, Chai Luren conceded defeat, but expressed his hope to regain command and reclaim first place in the trial. However, Liu Yun coldly rejected Chai Luren's request. 5 black-armored soldiers with long halberds solemnly approached Chai Luren. Despite his loud protests, claiming that Yi Haoyan had transferred command to him, Liu Yun remained unyielding. At the entrance plaza of the trial instance in the northern 9 provinces of the Xinxia Empire, 3 figures appeared. Huang Fuqing stood on a golden talisman, while another, clad in heavy armor, dragged a robust man, and an elderly man in a golden robe stood on copper coins. The students were surprised, yet they respectfully greeted them. The robust man, discontented, questioned a student in red armor about leaving the trial early. Trembling, the student explained encountering danger. The robust man scoffed, declaring himself a warlord of Xinxia, unafraid of shedding blood, his name being Situ Chong. The elderly man in the golden robe interrupted with a smile, not wanting to frighten the group of youngsters. He turned to Huang Fuqing and asked, "Old Qing, you mentioned that there are several promising newcomers who definitely won't lose in this test, right?" After hearing this, Huang Fuqing gestured for the nervous students to step back and confidently replied, "Indeed, there are a few outstanding newcomers whom our General Situ has already taken note of. Otherwise, why would he take time out from his military duties to accompany us old folks here?" General Situ Changzhan, standing nearby with a somewhat relaxed expression, announced, "After today's test, I will select 2 individuals." The man in the golden robe couldn't help but laugh. "The military is as domineering as ever, if I'm not mistaken." He continued, "Among these 2, one is Yi Haoyan, who has an excellent overall vision and is a superb commander. The other is Chai Luren, who possesses the rare silver troop type and has the potential to be a future deity-ranked figure." Upon hearing this, Situ Changzhan's face tightened slightly. Jin Xiandojin then asked, "What does your finance department think about these 2? His face revealing a seasoned and profound expression, he smiled without saying a word. Huang Fuqing, shaking his head with a smile, added, "There are actually several other outstanding newcomers, such as Qin Xiaoyu, Su Yuan, and—" Before Huang Fuqing could finish, the 3 of them left the teleportation point of the trial instance. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Following that, a young man in red armor appeared at the teleportation point, his chest armor almost completely torn open, his flesh turned inside out, and his organs exposed. It was Yi Haoyan. Jin Xiandojin exclaimed in shock. Huang Fuqing and Situ Changzhan were both stunned and rushed to Yi Haoyan's side as he lay unconscious, joining hands with Xiandojin. Huang Fuqing quickly cast a spell, and a green talisman floated down, landing on Yi Haoyan's severe chest wound. His vitality swiftly returned, and his pale complexion began to regain its color. Both Xiandojin and Situ Changzhan breathed a sigh of relief. Situ Changzhan, sent by the military, had intended to take Yi Haoyan and Chai Luren away. However, Yi Haoyan, who was supposed to command the final trial in the simulation, was directly defeated. Xiandojin was also taken aback. Though the finance department did not require a commander with exceptional combat skills, they were still keen to recruit a strategic talent like Yi Haoyan. They had never anticipated that their most crucial asset would be caught in such a dire situation. Upon receiving treatment from Huang Fuqing, Yi Haoyan quickly regained consciousness but immediately let out a painful groan. What happened, Haoyan? Was the command tower attacked? Huang Fuqing asked first, with Situ Changzhan and Qian Dojin looking on gravely. Yi Haoyan, surprised by their presence, responded with a sorrowful expression, "I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't anticipate an attack from the Sakura Island nation." Yes, they used a type of shikigami called Hon Ana. As Yi Haoyan tried to sit up in his excitement, his newly healed wound began bleeding again. "We understand. Just rest now." His words caused the expressions of Huang Fuqing and the others to darken, but Huang Fuqing cast a silver talisman on Yi Haoyan's forehead. His eyes grew hazy, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The three stood up, their faces clouded with concern. "Those little islanders are really eager for this divine realm slot," muttered Huang Fuqing grimly. "They even sent a prince capable of awakening Shikigami to compete," added Situ Changzhan sharply, his gaze sweeping towards the entrance of the simulation. The Emperor of Sakura Island isn't worried about his son risking his life in the trials. Qian Dojin's eyes flickered with worry. "Don't underestimate the Sakura Island's Shikigami forces. The Hon Ana Shikigami that Yi Haoyan faced has a storied history of formidable performances, nearly making it to the top 10 warrior types," Qian Dojin remarked, concerned about Yi Haoyan's injuries. Listening to Qian Dojin's analysis, both Situ Changzhan and Huang Fuqing grew more solemn. However, Situ Changzhan soon scoffed. "Those islanders think they can defeat us in Xinxia? They are far from ready. How could mere transformation abilities of Hon Ana secure a victory? Ridiculous. Let's not forget, Chai Luren is still in the simulation." Before Situ Changzhan could finish, another wave of energy pulsed from the teleportation point nearby. This time, several severely injured second and third-year students emerged, wailing in agony as soon as they were transported out. Situ Changzhan was in a foul mood, his brows furrowed in anger. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he suddenly felt a disturbance at the teleportation point. Before him appeared a young man, Chai Luren, dressed in red armor with an arrow piercing through his chest. Seeing Chai Luren withdraw early from the trial, Situ Changzhan couldn't help but feel puzzled. From the injuries of Chai Luren and the other students, it was clear that Chai Luren's team had encountered formidable enemies, nearly resulting in their total annihilation. Huang Fuqing, seeing Chai Luren's injuries, which were more severe than Yi Haoyan's, was filled with rage. He yelled at the severely injured students who were still crying beside him. In the trial simulation, Ling Shui and her two companions were still shaken, while Lu Yun remained indifferent. He felt it was a pity that Chai Luren had been critically hit by the elite soldiers of Qin but had managed to escape. However, Lu Yun didn't dwell on it. He simply waved his hand, summoning Zhao Yun on a white horse, who immediately launched an invincible skill, transforming into a streak of white light rushing towards the distant Xinxia command tower. Ling Shui and the others exchanged looks, quickly following with dozens of soldiers in black armor. At the Xinxia command tower, Masao Hideyoshi, wearing blue armor, placed his hand on the stone platform at the top level. A golden light flashed, and a massive map dotted with red, orange, and blue lights appeared. Masao Hideyoshi revealed a sinister smile, lightly tracing his finger across the map and issuing a golden command. In the Xinxia camp's trial channel, Masao Hideyoshi taunted the enemy teams, claiming that the captains of Xinxia's new recruits had all fled and suggested they surrender to avoid death. Upon seeing this message, all the Xinxia recruits were infuriated, furiously cursing at Masao Hideyoshi, who remained unmoved. In his own trial channel, he issued a simple command, "Move." Immediately, the Sakura Island Nations team, which had been delaying, began to counterattack using the coordinates Masao Hideyoshi provided for the Xinxia teams. In a dense forest, Qin Xiaoyou's Team 12 suddenly found themselves surrounded by 3 Sakura Island Nation teams. They managed to escape the encirclement at the cost of 4 venomous spider soldiers. Other teams also noticed the shift in the battle situation. With Masao Hideyoshi's continuous provocations, Xinxia Empire's offensive was completely reversed. However, as the coordinates of the teams were exposed, the Xinxia side found their retreat blocked by the Sakura Island Nation, leading to widespread outrage among its members. Despite the superior strength of Xinxia's commanders over those of the Sakura Island nation, losing Yi Haoyin's leadership and being monitored made victory nearly impossible. As more and more Xinxia students chose to withdraw from the trial, the balance of victory began to tip towards the Sakura Island nation. At the top level of the Xinxia command tower, Masao Hideyoshi's laughter grew even more sinister. While enjoying a massage from the Bone Woman, Masaaki Hideyoshi was simultaneously directing a squad tasked with thwarting the Shinka faction. He was intently watching the good news streaming in from the Sakura faction channel, feeling a mix of pride and satisfaction. However, his attention was suddenly drawn to a blue light on the Shinka battle map, moving at an alarmingly fast pace from the beginner's area towards the command tower. This unexpected development gave Masaaki Hideyoshi a sense of unease, as he realized the situation might become much more complicated. Masayoki Shuji didn't care. Blue lights flickered, symbolizing companions who were also freshmen like him. Underneath the command tower in Shinka stood a group of seasoned third-year students from Sakura Island. It was practically suicide for any Shinka freshman to approach the command tower at this time. Moreover, freshmen assigned to the beginners area were hardly a priority for the Shinka camp. They were merely small, neglected characters, treasures that no squad wanted to take in. Suddenly, a Sakura Island student standing below the Shinka command tower shouted at a young warrior galloping towards them on a horse. However, his rebuke was met with an arrow shimmering with silver light. The Sakura Island third-year student reacted quickly, positioning 3 formidable orc warriors in front of him. Yet, the next moment, he watched in disbelief as an arrow pierced his chest. Blood gushed out as he fell to the ground, and the 3 orcs with impressive health points also collapsed. With a loud boom, the Sakura Island officer in charge of guarding the Shinka command tower immediately commanded his troops to attack Liu. However, a young man in blue armor leaped down from a white horse, and with a wave of his hand, black-armored warriors and white horse cavaliers emerged from an energy vortex. Outside the newbie trial instance, Sidichang's face turned ashen. After listening to the statements from the members of Team 14, he spoke in a chilling tone. You were not killed by the new soldiers from the Wa country, but were defeated by a Shinka freshman? The students, who thought they had found someone to speak on their behalf, began to complain tearfully. General, you must punish Liu Yun. He indeed killed our teammates. He's definitely a traitor to the Shinka camp. If it weren't for Chaliurin's heart being on the right side, he might have been another victim of Liu Yun. A freshman, claiming to be the deputy team leader, tried to steal our credit. Enough. However, Huang Fuqing, usually gentle, suddenly roared, interrupting everyone's complaints. After Sidichang's and Qian Dujin treated Chaliurin, they stood up with stern faces, no longer paying attention to Team 14's complaints. Although they found it unbelievable that Liu Yun had killed several members of Team 14 and nearly claimed the life of the talented officer Chaliurin, they had mostly figured out what happened through the fragmented descriptions of the team members. Yehaoshin was attacked at the command tower, but Chaliurin's Team 14 not only failed to assist but also tried to prevent Liu Yun from approaching the command tower. Liu Yun, acting as the deputy team leader, warned Team 14 and then decisively took action. As a result, Team 14 suffered heavy losses, and Liu Yun nearly wiped them out entirely. Even places like the Hall of War Gods and the military department, which had high hopes for Chaliurin, almost witnessed his demise. Lao Qing, is this the talented freshman you were talking about? Qian Dujin looked at Huang Fuqing with a complex expression, while Sidichang's also cast a curious glance. Huang Fuqing nodded slowly, his face filled with deep emotion. Initially, giving Liu Yun the deputy team leader token was merely an impulsive decision after realizing the enormous potential of Liu Yun's troops. Liu Yun demonstrated unexpected decisiveness and resolve in the trial instance, leaving everyone astounded. While injuries and casualties occasionally occurred in past trials for new recruits, it was unprecedented to see such heavy casualties among students from the same faction. Huang Fuqing couldn't help but sigh in his heart, while Qian Dojin and Situ Changzhan were also shocked. They had previously thought that the symbol god was always impartial, but this time, a clear bias was shown. However, they never anticipated that the deputy captain's token given by Huang Fuqing would end up in the hands of a brave warrior. making even Chailuren, who possessed the special troop-type Moon General Taishui, no match for him. This was a complete surprise to them. Old Qing, what are you worried about? Situ Changzhan noticed the concern in Huang Fuqing's eyes and slapped his chest, causing his heavy armor to clang loudly. If anyone causes trouble, just say Lu Yun is one of our military department's own. See who dares to object. Huang Fuqing was speechless. He knew the military representative wanted to recruit talent early. Although the finance department was willing to help investigate responsibilities, the most pressing issue was how to deal with the premature exit of Yi Haoyan and Chailuren from the trial. The top prize of the trial was a spot in the Divine Realm. Did they really think a freshman could take back the command tower? As Qian Dojin spoke, students began to emerge from the teleportation point, looking dejected, and the expressions of Huang Fuqing and his companions grew grim. How did you get up here? At the top of the Shunxia command tower, Masaaki Aso exclaimed in shock. He had been confidently commanding his team, but suddenly found a Xinxia freshman on the top floor of the command tower. And not a single guard from the elite forces of Sakura Island had noticed. Where are my squad members? How did you bypass them? Masaaki Aso's face darkened as he moved behind the Bone Lady. They're all dead. Now it's your turn. Lu Yun stated calmly, impossible. Masaaki Aso retorted loudly, confident in his team's loyalty and their protocol to send a warning even at the cost of their lives. He couldn't have been unaware. Suddenly, he considered a terrifying possibility but immediately shook his head, refusing to believe that a Xinxia freshman could possess such capabilities. Bone Lady, kill him. Masaaki Aso revealed a sinister smile and ordered the Bone Lady to attack. The seductive woman let out a beast-like growl, quickly closing in on Lu Yun. Her fingernails, painted with bright red nail polish, sharply aimed for his chest, while a sickly sweet scent rapidly spread through the air. Standing at the command podium, Masaaki Aso's smile turned fierce. Lu Yun felt a surge of terror, as if he could vividly imagine the gruesome scene where the Bone Maiden ripped out a heart. However, in the next moment, Masaaki Hideyoshi's eyes widened in shock, as he experienced an indescribable fear deep within the soul of his Shikigami warriors. Simultaneously, Shun Xiaxin's eyes sparkled with a golden light, and a crown of mist, radiant like that of a fairy, appeared above his head, accompanied by a shimmering golden seal floating beside him. The Bone Maiden seemed paralyzed, unable to move or fight back. What terrified Masaaki Hideyoshi even more was when the young man adorned with the misty crown waved his hand lightly, and suddenly, a warrior clad in black armor and wielding a long sword appeared out of thin air, his sword gleaming. Masaaki Hideyoshi felt a chilling cold from the top of his head to his feet, as if his entire body was enveloped in frost. As Masao Hideyoshi watched helplessly, the warrior clad in dark armor wielded a long sword and struck his Shikigami, Honana, with unimaginable speed. Each slash elicited a scream from Honana, as she desperately tried to regenerate her injuries with a surge of pink energy. However, the dark-armored warrior's relentless attacks rapidly depleted her health. In mere seconds, Masao Hideyoshi was shocked to see his formidable troop, ranked among the top 10 Shikigami troops of the Sakura Island Empire, being overpowered. What astonished him even more was that Honana's charm abilities, which she had just deployed, seemed to have no effect and were easily countered by the adversary. Meanwhile, Lu Yun watched as Bai Qi effortlessly defeated Masao Hideyoshi's troop without any surprise. Although Masao Hideyoshi's troops had higher attributes than Chailuren's paper troops and possessed healing and charm abilities, they stood no chance against Lu Yun's enhanced capabilities after acquiring the Abyssal Throne. The soul-shaking effects Lu Yun now commanded were several times more potent than those used to control the Mist Queen previously. Masao Hideyoshi's troops, merely level 12, had no chance of resistance, and with Bai Qi's attributes nearing 15,000, their survival was impossible. Watching the terrified Masao Hideyoshi, Lu Yun signaled to Bai Qi. The silver-tier hero, armed with a blood-stained sword, approached Masao Hideyoshi with a deadly aura, driving the prince of the Wa Kingdom to utter despair. Masao Hideyoshi pleaded, "I surrender. Please don't kill me. I beg you." Yet, Bai Qi's sword showed no mercy as it fell. In the Sakura Island Empire's palace, Emperor Masao Kozo, dressed in a red robe, stood before an altar adorned with 108 wooden statues, his face brimming with satisfaction. His gaze lingered on a seductive female statue, representing the Honana Shikigami, which emitted pink energy waves that contrasted beautifully with the other statues. An elder by his side complimented, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. With Prince Hideyoshi leading Honana in the new recruits trial, our empire is sure to shine. This time, we will secure a spot in the divine realms for Sakura Island." The emperor's smile widened. With Honana's help, the novice lords of Shunxia stand no chance. Suddenly, a cracking sound interrupted them. Both the emperor and the elder turned to see the wooden statue of the Honana Shikigami explode, its pink energy dissipating. Shocked, they stared in disbelief. In a secluded valley of the new recruits' trial site, the remaining 6 members of Team 12 gathered solemnly. Qianheng passed a blood-stained bandage to Qin Xiaoyu and said, "Sister Xiaoyu, I'll cover our retreat. You guys go ahead." Just then, taunting voices from several Sakura Island students echoed from the surrounding hillsides. Qianheng calmly alerted his team from Shunxia, "Look, we've got company." Members of Squad 12 clenched their teeth, held their breath, and huddled together between low hills. Since Yi Haoyan withdrew from the trial and the command tower was seized by Iesu Hideyoshi, they, like other Shunxia squads, were surrounded by enemy teams several times their number. Squad 12 had already lost more than half of its members. At this moment, for Sakura squads were still searching for them in the surrounding hills. Facing such a dire situation, Qin Xiaoyu shook her head and said firmly, "We can't just sit here and wait for death. These guys are really out to kill us." Qin Xing and the others were about to speak when they suddenly heard laughter not far away. A Sakura commander controlling hyena troops had discovered Squad 12's hiding spot, quickly leading to a swift encirclement by other Sakura squads. With solemn expressions, Qin Xing and the others listened as Qin Xiaoyu coldly ordered, "Fight with all we've got."
No merci.
The rest of Squad 12 nodded, their eyes gleaming with a determination to fight to the death. Just as they were preparing to face the battle, a crisp notification tone suddenly sounded from the trial channel. They recognized it as a command that could only be issued from their own command tower. But hadn't Yi Haoyan already withdrawn? Wasn't the Xinxia command tower taken by Iesu Hideyoshi? Facing the encircling Sakura commanders, members of Squad 12 looked towards the trial channel in astonishment. Qin Xing, amidst his surprise, quickly showed a look of joy. Qin Xiaoyu and the others also quickly grasped the situation, their faces lighting up with happiness. "Move!" Qin Xiaoyu immediately ordered, leading Squad 12 towards a breach in the encirclement as a series of golden commands rapidly transmitted through the trial channel. Vice Captain Liu Yun, "I'm taking command now." Liu Yun, Squad 12 move 300 meters southeast. Liu Yun, Squad 3 move to the front left. Speed up. Liu Yun, Squad 6 hold on. Squad 3 is about to join you. At that moment, Squad 6, which was under attack by 2 Sakura squads, was on the brink of despair. Having lost their core member Su Yuan, they faced relentless pursuit and blockade by the Sakura squads, and their mounting casualties were nearly driving them to collapse. Even as some members narrowly escaped death while fleeing, they were completely surrounded by a dozen Sakura commanders, with several Sakura students launching long-range attacks to prevent Squad 6 from using their tokens to escape the trial. Faced with a hopeless situation, they could only defend weakly, seeing their entire team on the verge of annihilation, their hearts filled with despair. "Little Japanese, I'm going to fight you." Unable to endure any longer, the Squad 6 commander roared. The monkey troop type he controlled emitted terrifying energy fluctuations, preparing to engage in a desperate fight with the Sakura students to create a chance for his teammates to escape. Seeing this, other members also erupted with the last of their talisman energy. Suddenly, several notification tones rang in their ears, making all the remaining members of Squad 6 tremble. They looked in amazement at the stream of golden messages in the trial channel. The squad commander, ready to fight to the death, was instantly moved to tears and ordered tremulously, "Defend! Defend!" Follow the vice captain's orders. We've taken back our command tower. It's back. The Xinxia squad was both shocked and thrilled. With their command structure compromised, they had all but given up hope for a successful outcome in this trial. However, just when despair seemed inevitable, a newcomer boldly stepped up to take command. This young freshman, Lu Yun, previously deemed underqualified for the role of deputy leader, unexpectedly seized control in a stunning turn of events, wresting it from Masaaki Hideyoshi. Filled with confidence in Lu Yun's leadership, the squads followed his commands without hesitation, knowing this was their only chance for victory in the Xinxia camp. Deputy Leader Lu Yun, Squad 8 needs to capture Barracks Number 3. Remember to bring the teleportation stone. Lu Yun issued the orders, and Squads 3 and 6 wasted no time in springing into action. I want to see you at Barracks Number 1 within 15 minutes. Lu Yun's commands were swift and decisive. Under his leadership, each squad leader responded enthusiastically, sensing that Lu Yun's strategy was tipping the scales back in favor of the Xinxia camp. Outside the trial simulation, Huang Fuqing, Situ Changzhan, and Qian Dojin's expressions turned exceedingly grim. In just a few minutes, a large number of Xinxia's recruits had withdrawn, nearly half of those participating in the trial. Their morale plummeted even further upon hearing the news, while Chai Lurin felt a deep sense of regret. He exchanged a look with Yi Haoyin, both filled with remorse. Suddenly, Qian Dojin noticed that no new recruits had emerged for several minutes. This unexpected development surprised both Huang Fuqing and Situ Changzhan, but seeing the expressions of their fellow students sparked a glimmer of hope. Situ Changzhan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, as long as they can make it back to Xinxia territory, there's still a chance to turn the tide. Qian Dojin agreed, noting there were still 3 days left. However, Huang Fuqing's expression grew peculiar as he recalled the scene of Lu Yun leading the White Horse Cavalry in pursuit of the Shura beasts. Retreat to their territory? Turn the tide? 3 days? Huang Fuqing shook his head thoughtfully, convinced that someone who could make the Shura beasts beg for mercy could surely instill fear in the recruits of Sakura Island. In the trial simulation, the captain of the Sakura camp's command tower, Sakamoto Taro, watched the constant stream of battle reports coming through the channel, his face ashen. Despite the squad's requests for assistance, he ignored them. The recent events had left him shaken to the core. The squad, personally led by Prince Hideyoshi, had used the Bone Maiden's disguise ability to launch a sneak attack on the Shinka command tower, but they were completely wiped out. Within just a minute or two, several light points, including the blue one representing Prince Hideyoshi, and many red and orange ones, had flickered out one after another. This struck terror into the heart of Sakamoto Taro. He couldn't believe that Prince Hideyoshi, equipped with the Bone Maiden's warrior type, would log off right after a successful attack on the Shinka command tower. The only explanation was that something had gone terribly wrong. It was highly likely that he had been killed. As the leader of the Sakura faction, Sakamoto Taro shouted out, his eyes bloodshot. Beside him appeared a troop formed from congealed blood. Enveloped in an aura of blood, he opened the command interface and sent a golden message. Moments later, every squad in the Sakura faction saw his message. Prince Hideyoshi has fallen, announced Captain Sakamoto Taro. You all know what we are up against. Now, everyone retreat to the slow tower. We must secure victory in this trial. Students from the Sakura Island nation were shocked and filled with fear. The noble Prince Hideyoshi had perished in the trial. If they failed, they would face the wrath of the Emperor of Wa upon leaving the instance. Many students of the Sakura faction felt an uncontrollable urge to cry, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events in the battle. However, they quickly followed Sakamoto Taro's orders, ceasing engagement with the Shinka squads and rushing towards the 2 artillery towers in front of the command tower. Lu Yun also received the message soon enough, though he paid little attention to the unusual actions of the Sakura faction. When Ling Shui and 2 others arrived at the top in surprise, Lu Yun continued to issue orders. All forces, attack. On the right side of the Shinka faction's slow tower artillery, Bai Heng regained consciousness. He quickly summoned a White Tiger King warrior type, relieved not to find the Sakura Island nation attackers who had previously ambushed him. But when he checked the trial channel to understand the situation, his eyes widened. Lu Yun had taken back the command tower? Chai Luren and Yi Haoyan had withdrawn from the trial? The Sakura faction was retreating completely. Bai Heng was terrified, slapping his head, wondering if he was dreaming. However, the golden commands issued by Lu Yun in the trial channel and the victorious reports from his squad left him stunned. Moments later, a chilling thought struck Bai Heng. If, back at the entrance to the ancient city instance, Lu Yun had not just defeated his White Tiger King warrior type, but had, Bai Heng's heart raced as he looked at Lu Yun's commands in the trial channel. He activated his trial token, and his figure vanished from the spot. As the energy fluctuations from the teleportation point reached the outside, everyone's eyes were focused. Bai Heng, his face full of horror, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the outside environment, but then a burly man in heavy armor tightly grasped the collar of his orange armor. In this tense moment, Bai Heng trembled as he asked, "What's your name? How are things inside? Did our squad make it back safely?" Bai Heng was initially intimidated by the robust man in front of him, but when he caught sight of Qian Dojin, tears uncontrollably welled up in his eyes. Shaking, he said, "Uncle, please save me." A few minutes later, after listening to the information Bai Heng brought back, Huang Fuqing, Situ Changzhan, and Qian Dojin's eyes sparkled with determination. Struggling to contain their excitement, they faced Yi Haoyan and Chai Luren, who had just heard the news. Their faces were filled with disbelief. How did Lu Yun become the commander? Wasn't the command tower taken by that Japanese prince who has the Shikigami troops? Could it be that the Xinxia camp didn't retreat, but instead defeated the Sakura squad? Chai Luren asked Bai Heng, somewhat unwilling to accept the news. Bai Heng shifted his stance and replied firmly, "It's absolutely true." Upon hearing this, Chai Luren's face turned red, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing backwards, but fortunately, Yi Haoyan caught him. Yi Haoyan was still in shock, unable to believe that Lu Yun, whom he had left in the beginner area, had become the key figure in turning the tide for the Xinxia camp. In the rookie trial mission, Team 12, led by Xiang Yu, followed Lu Yun's directives and successfully broke through, chasing the Sakura faction to a slowdown tower. However, they were immediately attacked by the Sakura faction's long-range abilities. Xiang Yu and Qian Xing discovered that the previously fleeing Sakura squad had regrouped behind the slowdown artillery, preparing for a decisive battle. Meanwhile, other Xinxia squads faced similar predicaments. As Xiang Yu and other teams began their assault, the slowdown artillery heavily impacted their ability to breach the Sakura faction's defenses. The Xinxia students felt anxious, especially since a previous sneak attack had forced their captain, Yi Haoyan, to withdraw, and the squads were significantly reduced in number. At this point, the Xinxia Empire was still trailing in the overall trial scores compared to the Sakura Island nation. If the Sakura faction decided to continue defending behind the slowdown artillery, Xinxia was bound to fail. However, at this critical moment, Lu Yun's message once again appeared on the trial channel, "Vice Captain Lu Yun here. Any squad that has acquired a barracks teleportation stone, set up a teleport point immediately." Lu Yun, the new recruit from the Xinxia camp, has already reached the Cherry Blossom Camp slowdown tower. Upon receiving the news about Lu Yun's arrival, the other squad leaders were taken aback. They shared their thoughts in the channel. Xiang Yu advised, "Lu Yun, stay in the command tower and don't make any rash moves. If Masao Hideyoshi counterattacks, our efforts to recapture the command tower would be in vain." Zhao Yun added, "Exactly. We've worked hard to take back the command tower. We can't lose it again." Guo Tianzong chuckled and said to Lu Yun, "Junior, just stay put in the command tower, and I'll treat you to a drink once we win." Fengzhu expressed, "You've done a great job already. Leave the rest of the fight to us. With 2 more days, we can surely take their slowdown tower." The squad leader's comments made everyone else realize Lu Yun's importance at this moment, urging him not to act recklessly. After all, the key to Xinxia camp's victory lies with Lu Yun staying in the command tower. If he left, allowing Masao Hideyoshi to reclaim command, the situation could turn again. At this moment, Lu Yun, feeling a bit helpless after seeing the advice in the channel, issued another command. Soon, a golden message was sent out, and Lu Yun announced, "Don't worry, I've already defeated Masao Hideyoshi." Subsequently, the new recruit Ling Shui also spoke up, "I can confirm that, including the dozen cherry blossom third-year recruits, all have been eliminated. Chun Zhuangzhuang added, yes, they met a grim fate. Zhuge Wanner emphasized, your concerns are unnecessary. The Xinxia new recruits at the Cherry Blossom Artillery were somewhat bewildered by the statements from Lu Yun and others. Although they were unfamiliar with Masao Hideyoshi's true identity, his surname suggested a connection to the Cherry Blossom royalty. Coupled with his ability to defeat Yi Haoyan, no one expected Lu Yun to defeat Masao Hideyoshi. It was even more astonishing that Ling Shui and others claimed to have not only defeated Masao Hideyoshi but also eliminated his ambush squad. This seemed incredible, raising doubts whether these were just tall tales from a few new recruits. Initially shocked by Lu Yun's ability to retake the command tower, everyone was now utterly astounded. At that moment, Qian Xing from Squad 12 couldn't hold back and spoke up, his tone somewhat strange. Actually, Lu Yun's deputy squad leader token was personally given to him by Fu Shen. This revelation left the other recruits in disbelief. While they had witnessed Lu Yun's prowess in reclaiming command, learning that the deputy squad leader token was personally given by Huang Fuqing, a figure not easily impressed, removed any doubts about Lu Yun's strength. This further convinced everyone of the veracity of Lu Yun and Ling Shui's claims. However, Qian Xing seemed to have more to say, hesitantly continuing, perhaps Chai Liuren's Squad 14 also withdrew because of Lu Yun. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. Attention had already been drawn to Lu Yun's abilities, and now his capabilities seemed beyond question. Chai Liuren's squad suddenly withdrew from the trial. Previously, there were speculations about whether Chai Liuren had helped Lu Yun ascend the command tower. However, now it seems unlikely that Chai Liuren, once a promising candidate for deputy leader, would step aside easily after Lu Yun took the position from him. Although it's just speculation, Lu Yun was personally granted the deputy leader's token by the symbol god and recognized by everyone for his commanding abilities. Together with his higher combat power compared to Ma Shangziyoshi and Chai Liuren, it doesn't seem impossible. A team leader who had previously breached the Sakura barracks was the first to crush his teleportation stone, sending a burst of colorful light into the sky. After a moment's hesitation, the other three team leaders also crushed their teleportation stones. For streams of colorful light intersected in the air, forming a rainbow bridge that spanned the entire trial map and headed straight for the Xinxia camp's command tower. On the Sakura command tower, Captain Sakamoto Taro felt a surge of anxiety as he saw the rainbow bridge appear. He knew all too well the formidable power that had defeated Prince Tsuyoshi's squad in just 2 minutes. Choosing this moment to activate the teleportation array, Xinxia camp must be planning to bring over some powerful commanders. We must hold our ground. We cannot fail. Sakamoto Taro issued commands continuously on the trial channel, ensuring the energy of the slow towers was uninterrupted, slowing down every Xinxia troop that came within range. Soon after, a few flashes of light appeared at the front of the rainbow bridge, and a young man in blue armor appeared, followed by 2 distinguished-looking young women and a nervous chubby boy, all wearing the same blue armor representing first-year recruits. Although Sakamoto Taro couldn't see the faces of the 4 Xinxia students clearly, the color of their armor puzzled him. What exactly is Xinxia camp up to? The teleportation array could only last 10 minutes. Were they just bringing over freshmen from the beginner area? However, Sakamoto Taro breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it wasn't the powerful commanders who had defeated Prince Tsuyoshi who had come. But just then, a burst of white light flashed on the colorful teleportation bridge, and a squadron of white horse cavalry and black-armored warriors stepped out of the rainbow bridge. Seeing the arrival of Lu Yun and his troops, the Xinxia onlookers were astonished. Human troops, and not just any, but cavalry and ranged units. The numbers seemed off. What level was he? How could he bring so many types of troops? Seeing the large numbers of Daqin elite warriors and white horse rangers that Lu Yun brought, everyone found it hard to believe what they were seeing. The number of troops Lu Yun had was more than all the Xinxia students combined. This raised concerns among many that Lu Yun's arrival might mean a mass attack strategy to break through the Sakura defenses. However, before anyone could react, Lu Yun, dressed in blue armor, raised his long black sword and shouted to all the Xinxia recruits present. Xinxia Bingzhu is a man brimming with passion. always leading everyone forward with great courage. At his rallying call, everyone responded enthusiastically, their morale soaring. Without hesitation, Shun Xia Bingzhu took bold steps forward, his gaze firm, as if ready to charge at the cherry blossom artillery in front of him. With a mighty cry, he soared into the air like an arrow released from a bow, displaying endless bravery and determination. May Shen Xia be victorious forever. With a thunderous roar that pierced the sky, Lu Yun dashed like lightning, covering over 100 meters in an instant to enter the range of the deceleration tower. The Sakura recruits, manning the turrets, swiftly released deceleration shells. However, Lu Yun executed a series of rapid leaps, his figure flashing like lightning, and soon he breached the Sakura turret defenses. Without any hesitation, he struck a burly Minotaur soldier, slicing it into pieces, shocking the Sakura recruits at the turret and the still unresponsive Shunxia recruits behind them. They were astonished to find that Lu Yun had single-handedly charged into the Sakura ranks, his leaping ability proving incredibly powerful as he crossed hundreds of meters in just a few steps, ruthlessly slaying a nearly level 20 defense unit. Was this the legend of the newcomer? Was this really just the vice captain known only for his strategic command? Just as the Xinxia newcomers hesitated, a black armored human soldier beside Lu Yun raised his bronze sword high and roared, "Mighty Qin warriors, reclaim our rivers and mountains. We shall not cease fighting until our blood runs dry. Follow me and strike." Following his lead, a group of Qin elite soldiers lifted their swords and charged in the direction Lu Yun had taken. Over 100 fully armed black armored warriors charged with astounding speed, leaving the Xinxia Empire students in awe and their blood boiling. Before they could recover, a young general in a white robe, riding a white horse and wielding a shimmering silver spear, led 100 white horse cavalrymen shouting, "Where justice lies, there we shall follow, in life and death. Heaven is our witness. The white horse bears testament. Charge, charge, charge." As the nimble warhorses accelerated, they quickly caught up with the formidable black armored soldiers. Everyone was stunned as the battle intensified. The first to react were Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang, each leading their own troops alongside Lu Yun, shouting as they charged. The dwarf warriors roared deafeningly. Ling Shui's angelic troops and Zhuge Waner's mecha beast soldiers also displayed terrifying energy, rushing towards the enemy lines with overwhelming momentum. Realizing the crisis, various Shunxia squads launched their assaults, but as they entered the range of the Sakura deceleration tower, they were immediately slowed, struggling to advance. However, this only added to the shock of the Xinxia recruits, as they discovered that Lu Yun's black and white troops were unaffected by the deceleration effects. They were further astonished to see Lu Yun's white horse cavalry already shooting arrows, the arrows emitting a pale blue glow, continuously striking down the Sakura Island nation recruits and troops, one after another falling. The range of these arrows was terrifyingly vast. Even more shocking was that, in just a few seconds, Lu Yun, who had charged alone into the enemy camp, had already slain more than a dozen of the Sakura recruits' powerful troops, and several Sakura soldiers were powerless under Lu Yun's fine blade. The entire battlefield changed in the blink of an eye, the atmosphere tense and thrilling. Two armies, one clad in black and the other in white, charged towards the artillery position. The roar of the cherry blossom, slow-firing cannons was deafening. The brave warriors of Qin, fearless and skilled, charged forward and toppled the massive artillery with their fierce assault. The rookie soldiers from the Cherry Blossom Island were thrown into chaos, utterly defenseless. Even as Sakamoto Taro issued commands to stand firm over the comms, it was to no avail. Confronted by the two formidable armies and the fierce Lu Yun, every Cherry Blossom rookie was terrified and quickly activated their trial tokens. However, under Lu Yun's ruthless command, the Qin warriors with their bronze swords and the archers from the White Horse Legion showed no mercy as their arrows and blades rained down relentlessly. By the time the Shunxia rookies regained normal speed and reached the fallen Cherry Blossom artillery position, the battle was already over. They were shocked to see Lu Yun had completed the task that other squads had failed to do. However, the sight of the ground littered with the bodies of Cherry Blossom soldiers and their own kind filled some with fear and pity, and their gazes towards Lu Yun began to change. At that moment, Lu Yun, shaking the blood off his blade of azura, looked at the latecomers from Shunxia. Noticing their changed expressions, he spoke coldly and proudly. "Rookies, remember, this trial is not a game. It's war." With that, Lu Yun jumped onto Zhao Yun's warhorse and led the two armies towards the next cherry blossom artillery tower. The Xinxia rookies, initially puzzled by Lu Yun's ruthless slaughter, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Although still uneasy about the corpses, they followed Lu Yun, shouting loudly. During the charge, Qian Xing was surprised to receive an invitation from Lu Yun to join Squad 18. After a brief moment of thought, he accepted without hesitation. Members of the other 12 squads found it odd, but Qian Xing didn't explain and simply called out in the trial channel for his teammates to join Squad 18. Xiang Yu and others also quickly received invitations, and recalling the scene of Lu Yun single-handedly taking down the slow tower, they were deeply moved. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, the top sophomore from the East Sea Academy, also received an invitation and, after a moment's hesitation, agreed to join. When the Xinxia group arrived at the second slow-firing artillery tower, they found a scene similar to the first. The tower collapsed and bodies strewn about. However, this time they did not witness Lu Yun and his troops in action, which deepened their respect for the young vice-captain. After a moment of silence and shock, they charged again towards the Cherry Blossom Command Tower, even without seeing Lu Yun and his troops. The seniors ran while shouting loudly. As a young and ambitious freshman, Lu Yun was eager to prove his capabilities and make his mark within the team. Despite his senior female classmates advising against it, he firmly decided to take on the challenge and join Squad 18, fighting alongside Qian Hang and Qin Xiaoyu. During the competition, Lu Yun demonstrated an extraordinary talent for leadership, leading his team, Squad 1, to victory after victory, much to the delight of his teammates. The teams trailing behind were baffled and couldn't understand how this young freshman was achieving such success. Meanwhile, atop the Sakura Command Tower, Taro Sakamoto's expression turned ashen. He had initially dismissed Lu Yun as an insignificant newcomer, but to his dismay, Lu Yun had effortlessly destroyed two of Sakura's slow-down turrets with his own strength. As the black and white troops rapidly advanced towards the command tower, a trembling Sakamoto reached for the captain's token, attempting to infuse it with power, only to realize that he could not initiate the trial's withdrawal process. A stream of blood burst forth from the token, causing him to cry out in terror and beg for mercy from the vampire princess. However, his body rapidly withered away in horror. As the blood surged, the spectral figure of a pale red girl with blood-stained wings appeared on the top floor of the command tower, letting out a chilling laugh. Her gaze fixed on the approaching members of Shanxia, hinting at a dreadful slaughter about to unfold. On the altar of the Imperial Shrine on Sakura Island, a Shikigami statue entwined with streaks of blood emitted a chilling, blood-red light. Amidst his profound sorrow, the Emperor of Sakura Island, Aso Kazuo, cried out in desperation, "Lady Vampire, you must avenge our predecessors, Honana and Hideyoshi. We must reclaim the blood debt owed to us by Shinka." Outside the training ground of the 9 northern provinces of Shinka, Huangfuqing, Situ Changjian, and Qiandojin were processing the news brought back by Bai Heng. They were astonished to find that what seemed like an inevitable defeat for the Shinka faction was turned around by the outstanding performance of Lu Yun alone. Huang Fuqing felt fortunate for his earlier decision to entrust the vice-captain badge to Lu Yun. He had been deeply concerned that Lu Yun would face ostracism during the trials. However, now it appeared that even a military genius like Chai Luren was nearly defeated by Lu Yun. The previous worries about how to explain to the families of the Shinka students defeated by Lu Yun seemed to resolve themselves. Huang Fuqing and his companions were ready to confront the forces manipulating the students from behind the scenes, prepared to defend a standout like Lu Yun. Your children are to blame for defying the vice-captain's orders. What use are they on the battlefield? Qiandojin remarked thoughtfully. Situ Changjian pondered for a moment before adding, "Give us just 1.5 days. Even if our forces are less than half of theirs, we have an absolute advantage in combat strength." Huang Fuqing agreed, I don't think we even need 1.5 days. The strength Lu Yun has shown, along with that evolving magical artifact, will certainly be an eye-opener for everyone. Nearby, Yi Haoyin and Chai Lurin, overhearing the conversation, grew even more embarrassed. Reflecting on their previous underestimation of Lu Yun, they felt both ashamed and regretful. Just then, a surge of blood-red energy emerged from the portal of the training ground, filling the plaza with a stench of blood. All the students who had left the trial were shocked, and the expressions of Huang Fuqing and his companions instantly turned grave. Emperor Aso is courting death. Situ Changzhan roared angrily, his heavy armor clanging loudly. Both Huang Fuqing and Qian Dojin's faces were filled with anger as they sensed the notorious presence within the blood energy. It was the infamous Shikigami vampire from Sakura Island. Huang Fuqing clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on the trial exit now engulfed by the blood energy. Notify Jiang Dao Hai, a voice filled with murderous intent commanded. Head to the Emperor's shrine. Moments later, on an island in the East Sea of the Xinca Empire, a man with long black hair suddenly opened his eyes wide and bellowed, Emperor Aso, you old dog, dare to harm my people of Xinca. As he spoke, his figure soared into the sky, and the island trembled violently beneath him as he rose. As the man flew toward the eastern continent, he led the Daqin elite warriors and the Beimaizong, rapidly approaching Lu Yun at the Cherry Blossom Command Tower. Accompanying Lu Yun was a group of Shunxia students, who were experiencing a strong scent of blood in the air within the trial dungeon. Suddenly, streaks of blood-red light appeared behind them, flying toward the Cherry Blossom Command Tower. Everyone stopped in shock, looking up only to see a petite figure with blood-red wings atop the tower. Lu Yun, riding on Zhao Yun's warhorse, immediately recognized the figure as a vampire princess, a notorious type of yokai warrior from Japan. This revelation sent a shiver through the Shunxia students, causing their morale to wane. Qin Xiaoyu and Qian Xing expressed their concerns about the vampire princess and suggested a retreat. Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang remained silent, trusting in Lu Yun's judgment. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Yun knew he must not act recklessly, desiring a showdown with the vampire princess but prioritizing the safety of his team. He decided to order a retreat. Lu Yun promptly commanded a retreat. Despite some of the new recruits' reluctance, they started withdrawing toward the Xinxia camp. However, suddenly, several Xinxia soldiers cried out in alarm as blood-red figures blocked their path. Seeing these figures, including the incarnations of the defeated Cherry Blossom commanders and other monsters, Lu Yun realized these were blood slaves summoned by the vampire princess using the corpses of the dead. The Xinxia students fought valiantly against the blood slaves, but found that even after being shattered, they would rise again and continue the battle. Worse still, the deceased Cherry Blossom commanders could summon their own troops to join the fight, and although they were weaker than when alive, their ability to regenerate endlessly put the Xinxia side at a disadvantage. Faced with blood slaves swarming from all directions, Lu Yun ordered Bai Qi to lead the Daqin elite warriors to protect the Xinxia commanders. Despite the growing anxiety among many Xinxia students, they closely followed Lu Yun and Bai Qi, ready to engage in a desperate fight against the blood slaves. Hatred will ultimately be avenged. At that moment, the vampire princess controlling the blood slaves let out a piercing laugh from midair. The surrounding blood slaves immediately roared and launched their attack. Some commanders with ranged units and skills began targeting the vampire princess. However, she remained completely unfazed by all attacks in her blood-mist phantom state, which greatly intensified the fear among the newcomers. If not for Lu Yun's troops stepping forward with their shields, they would have likely been overwhelmed by the blood slaves' assault. Despite Lu Yun's troops demonstrating great strength, everyone knew it was futile against the blood slaves who possessed regenerative abilities. Once Lu Yun's troops ran out of energy, their defeat was inevitable. Desperate, some tried using their trial tokens, only to receive a message that the teleportation channel had been sealed, plunging everyone into despair. Standing next to Lu Yun, Ling Shui's face was tense, but she still took out a talisman paper and placed it on Lu Yun's chest. Seeing the faint blue glow from the talisman, Lu Yun realized it was the compensation Huang Fuqing had given to Ling Shui. He couldn't help but smile at Ling Shui, and with her looking on in surprise, he gently waved his hand. A massive metallic throne appeared next to him, its back made from 9 long swords, 2 of which glowed with black and blue light. The throne exuded a majestic aura that made one want to bow down in submission. The battle angels standing next to Ling Shui trembled at the sight of this throne. As everyone watched, Lu Yun sat on the throne. A crown with 12 streams of mist appeared above his head, as if he had been transformed anew. He looked up at the vampire princess in the sky and said with commanding authority, "You monster, come down and meet your end." The vampire princess, sensing the threat after Lu Yun summoned the abyssal throne, let out an enraged roar. The blood slaves immediately charged at the defense line formed by the Daqin elite soldiers and the gods of the Xia Academy, splattering blood everywhere. The vampire princess's wings trembled as she dived towards Lu Yun on the abyssal throne. Ling Shui and the students from the Xia Academy shouted warnings. Yet, Lu Yun sheathed his slim blade, smiling as he welcomed the vampire princess's charge. In the blink of an eye, he had already grasped her. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with dazzling golden light as he activated a soul-shocking power amplified 20-fold. The vampire princess was instantly frozen in the air several meters above Lu Yun's head. With a gentle wave of his hand, a terrifying force emanated from the abyssal throne below, causing all the troops present to tremble in fear. The once furiously attacking blood slaves let out cries of terror. In midair, the vampire princess struggled desperately to break free from Lu Yun's control. However, the next moment, Bai Qi, who had been quietly standing by, drew his powerful bow and released a flurry of arrows glowing with a blue light towards the vampire princess. Despite the arrows being imbued with both physical and wind magic, they failed to harm the vampire princess in the slightest. Regaining her senses, the vampire princess's eyes filled with hatred. But in a split second, Lu Yun unleashed another soul-shocking wave. As BaiQi's first volley of arrows flew out, faint black shadows of arrows slowly appeared. The arrows pierced into the vampire princess, causing clouds of blood to burst from her body and huge damage numbers to continuously pop up. This scene shocked everyone present. They couldn't believe that Lu Yun's troops could actually inflict damage on the vampire princess, a troop type known for her formidable record on the Star River Great Wall. Even Ling Shui was astounded by Lu Yun's strength. Everyone watched the young man sitting on the throne, wearing a crown, with complex emotions. Yet at that moment, Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief. His earlier actions had included a gamble. Initially, when he deployed the abyssal throne, he didn't activate its abyssal gaze effect, fearing that the vampire princess's phantom might choose to flee. Only after successfully controlling her did he activate the abyssal gaze. He also wanted to test whether Bai Qi, after binding with the heart of Azura, could inflict additional damage on the vampire princess. Everything turned out as Lu Yun had anticipated. Now under his control and unable to escape, the vampire princess could only continuously absorb nearby blood slaves to sustain her life. However, under the relentless and terrifying assault from Bai Qi, her health rapidly approached a critical low. Meanwhile, in the imperial restroom of the Japanese Empire, alarms blared. The guards released their troops. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared in the sky, resembling a colossal island, pressing down towards the imperial restroom. Dressed in a red robe, the Japanese emperor, Aso Kozo, appeared in the sky above the restroom, angrily confronting the giant island. "Jiang Daohai, are you trying to provoke a war between Xia and our Sakura? If so, bring it on. Xia has long been eager to annihilate your country." A furious roar echoed from atop the giant island, with Jiang Daohai, his hair disheveled, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations that resonated with his unique troop type, the Zhan Haishan Dao. The oppressive force relentlessly pressed downward. Inside the imperial restroom of the Sakura Island, the weaker guards and servants collapsed, blood spurting from their bodies. However, Jiang Daohai remained indifferent, continuing to ignore everything around him. The rumbling sounds intertwined with the power of the divine island were palpable. This old fool dared to involve the vampire princess in the new recruit's trial. Does he really think no one in the Divine Summer Empire would dare to confront him? Asokozo's face slightly changed, but he coldly responded, "Stop spouting nonsense. It's merely an incarnation of a troop type." Asokozo's eyes flickered with barely concealed madness and hatred. Having lost both the exclusive Shikigami Bone Woman of the Sakura royal family and his most beloved prince, Hideyoshi, Asokozo was now eager to torment all the Divine Summer students participating in the trial to death. Even if he was forced to retreat to the Imperial restroom by the powerful warriors of Divine Summer, Asokozo did not regret his decision. He was determined to make these students pay a painful price. Believing that even if the vampire princess was just a blood shadow incarnation, in just 10 minutes, she could turn the talented warriors of Divine Summer into blood slaves. What? They actually won.
Ah, fantastic.
However, just as Asokozo was preparing to engage in a fierce battle with Jiang Daohai caught a phone call in midair and burst into laughter. This left Asokozo and all the powerful figures of Sakura Island puzzled. Meanwhile, urgent cries came from below. "It's terrible, my emperor. The statue of the vampire princess has shattered." Asokozo's face turned pale. "Impossible." Jiang Daohai laughed from the sky. "How could it be impossible? A mere Shikigami thinking it could surpass my Divine Summer's brave sons? No matter what, old dog Aso, your Sakura Island will pay the price." With a booming laugh, Jiang Daohai forcefully pressed down his palm, and the massive Divine Island harshly pressed down toward the Imperial restroom. On a colossal great wall in the starry sky, on a certain battlefield, a man in a red robe with a delicate appearance suddenly changed color and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hundreds of meters away, the physical body of the vampire princess controlling the blood slaves appeared with a severe wound. As the powerful alien troop types rapidly tore through the human battle lines, a gigantic water dragon descended from the sky, crushing all the advancing alien forces. Sakura Island's performance was poor. 10,000 points deducted. Xiao Zhe, clad in military attire, stood atop the head of the water dragon, his voice coldly echoing across the front lines. At the exit square of the Divine Summer Empire's new recruits trial, everyone stared in disbelief as the Divine Summer students were teleported out one by one. Just moments ago, everyone, including Huang Fuqing, Situ Changzhan, and Qian Dojin, had been worried about the encounter with the vampire princess incarnation. After all, even as just an incarnation, the vampire princess was not an easy opponent for the recruits who had not yet completed their breakthroughs. However, against all expectations, the barrier of the instance sealed by the vampire princess suddenly shattered, and the previously feared casualties among the new recruits were all teleported out unscathed, until the last boy in blue armor appeared next to the teleportation point. Dozens of Shenxia Academy students rushed forward, lifting the somewhat dazed young man high into the air. Lu Yun had done something incredible again. Now, everyone understood everything that had happened. Watching Lu Yun, who was surrounded by supporters, everyone was deeply moved. After all, he had defeated the vampire princess. Huang Fuqing and his two companions were even more astonished. While being tossed into the air, Lu Yun genuinely burst into laughter. Utilizing the abyssal gaze from the abyssal throne, he had bound the Shura heart of the white horse Izong and successfully killed the vampire princess. This trial between the Xinxia Empire and Sakura Island had ended more than 2 days early. The Xinxia Empire won with an overwhelming advantage, and as Lu Yun was transported out of the trial simulation, he also received his reward, a truly generous one. Congratulations to Lu Yun of the Xinxia Empire for successfully completing the recruit trials and receiving a host of impressive rewards. He earned a bronze treasure chest, was promoted to deputy squad leader, and received extraordinary evaluations, earning him another bronze treasure chest. As the leader of the first squad, he received yet another bronze treasure chest. His exceptional command in battle earned him a silver treasure chest. Ultimately, Lu Yun's outstanding overall performance in the trials won him first place, along with a gold treasure chest and a ticket to the 10 Desolate Divine Realm. As he was lowered from midair, Lu Yun could hardly calm his excitement seeing all the rewards before him. Except for the 1 million energy stones yet to be distributed, he had received all other prizes. This boosted his level from 15 directly to 19, just shy of 20% away from reaching level 20. The roles of deputy squad leader, leader of the first squad, and the top commander, along with being ranked first, each contributed to his level advancements. Lu Yun felt immensely satisfied, knowing how difficult it is to level up past level 10. Many students from the War Academy struggle to reach level 20 before graduation. Even talented individuals like Yue Yin and Chai Luren were only at level 19, underscoring the challenges of leveling up. Now, as a first-year student, Lu Yun had reached level 19 with 85% progress, leaving his peers far behind. In addition to his level, the rewards for the faction's victory, deputy squad leader, and leader of the first squad brought him 3 bronze treasure chests. His remarkable command skills earned him a silver treasure chest, and his first-place overall performance won him a gold treasure chest. These rewards made Lu Yun's heart race. Bronze treasure chests were already incredibly valuable to most people, not to mention the even rarer silver and gold treasure chests. Lu Yun still remembered the fog crown he obtained from a silver treasure chest, which made it a highly coveted item among many. If it weren't for all eyes on him, he would have loved to open these treasure chests right there. These rewards truly made his trial journey worthwhile. Besides these, the 1 million energy stones were enough to let him spend freely. Lu Yun admired the generosity of the trials. In addition to these rewards, he discovered a blood-red talisman in the token space. Using the 10 Desolate Divine Realm ticket, he entered this mysterious place, piquing his curiosity as he had never heard of it before. But as a reward for finishing first in the recruit trials, it was bound to be something extraordinary. Following this, under the arrangements of Huang Fuqing and others, students from the 9 provinces each returned to their respective places. Qin Xiaoyu and others, who were pulled into Squad 18 by Lu Yun ahead of time, received an additional bronze treasure chest and a level-up reward. After Lu Yun and the others had left, Yue Yin and Chai Luren approached Lu Yun with complex expressions. They bowed deeply to express their gratitude. Lu Yun, without saying much, acknowledged their less-than-ideal performance during the rookie trials. However, when they mentioned their plans to head to the Star River Great Wall, Lu Yun wished them well, simply saying, "Take care." As everyone dispersed, Huang Fuqing and his 2 companions approached Lu Yun with smiles. Huang Fuqing clapped Lu Yun on the shoulder and praised, "Well done. You really opened our eyes." Situ Changzhan also expressed his admiration and invited Lu Yun to join the Shunxia military after his graduation. Qian Dojin candidly warned Lu Yun that joining the military as a freshman would be challenging. He then handed Lu Yun a shimmering storage bag containing 1.1 million energy stones, 1 million from the trial rewards, and an additional 100,000 as a special commendation for his exceptional performance. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with joy, and he felt a profound sense of appreciation, recalling the arduous times he had collected scattered energy stones in the beginner's war simulation. Now holding 1 million energy stones felt incredibly precious. Qian Dojin, eyeing Lu Yun enticingly, mentioned, "Our finance department also offers significant opportunities for growth." However, Huang Fuqing and Situ Changzhan quickly interjected before Qian Dojin could continue, asking Lu Yun if he had obtained a ticket to the 10 Desolations Divine Realm. Upon confirmation, Lu Yun realized the value of this ticket. Huang Fuqing and his companions then explained the importance of the 10 Desolations Divine Realm, emphasizing why even powerful commanders like themselves held the ticket in high regard. The realm, filled with endless possibilities, promised a dazzling future for every commander who emerged from it. Many among the top commanders of the 9 great empires, such as Xiao Zhe, the Dragon of Watermarsh, had ventured into this realm. However, it only opened once every 3 years and required participants to be at least level 20 and to enter before their first major breakthrough, making the opportunity rare and valuable. Although Huang Fuqing, Situ Changzhan, and Qian Dojin were distinguished in their youth, they had never entered the 10 Desolations Divine Realm. Now, they looked forward to seeing new challenges unfold. The prince deployed the awakened divine warriors to secure a chance to enter the 10 desolate divine realms, risking punishment from the 9 great empires. However, the entry ticket ultimately fell into the hands of Lu Yun. Huang Fuqing earnestly warned Lu Yun. Returning unscathed from the 10 desolate divine realms is no small feat. Only 5 spots are allocated to our 9 empires, and the other 5 are taken by exceptional commanders from various races across the myriad realms of the galaxy, posing far greater dangers than any novice trial. Situ Changzhan and Qian Dojin also agreed, visibly tense. Yet, Lu Yun displayed confidence and flamboyance, decisively declaring, "Let's go. What does it matter if they are commanders from different races across the galaxy? I am fully capable of handling them." Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the eyes of Huang Fuqing and his 2 companions immediately sparkled with excitement. Soon after, their joyful laughter echoed across the square. After giving Lu Yun some final instructions, Huang Fuqing and the others watched him as he stepped into the teleportation array. As the energy of the array settled, Qian Dojin sighed softly, hesitating whether to inform Lu Yun about the consequences of entering the 10 Desolation Divine Realm. Perhaps this young man from the southern 9 provinces could bring surprises to the 9 great empires. Situ Changzhan nodded in agreement, impressed by the young man's rapid progress at the Star River Great Wall. Revealing the truth might spur him to greater achievements in the divine realm. However, Huang Fuqing rejected their suggestion, confident that Lu Yun and Zhong Xiaoyao from the southern 9 provinces would figure out what to do once they entered the divine realm. Qian Dojin grew concerned about the situation at the Star River Great Wall. Yet, Huang Fuqing displayed confidence, believing that the Cherry Blossom 6 nations couldn't shake the divine Summer Empire's position at the Star River Great Wall. What right did they have? They were already stretched thin just guarding the Great Wall. His words greatly inspired Qian Dojin and Situ Changzhan. Huang Fuqing's boldness and spirit blossomed even more, aware that the War God's Hall had long been prepared for the Empire's immense power. Back in the Eastern Sea, Lu Yun received a warm welcome, with nearly all the staff from the 3 war academies present. If not for Yu San and Chen Wudi's desperate efforts, Lu Yun's blue armor might have been torn off by the excited teachers as a souvenir. Back at the dormitory, Ling Shui had already prepared a meal. At the door, Yu San and Chen Wudi shared a moment of deep reflection, seeing the complexity in each other's eyes and realizing they could not become his direct disciples. Chen Wudi sighed, while Yu San believed that Lu Yun's future achievements might rival those of Master Xiao Zhe, making it impossible for them to take him as a disciple. Inside the dormitory, after finishing his meal, Lu Yun finally got to open his treasure chests. Without hesitation, he spent 1,500 soldier energy to open 3 bronze chests, but was slightly disappointed to find only 3 bronze pieces of equipment. Although the equipment belonged to the top tier of the bronze level, it was no longer of much use to Lu Yun. Apart from his main weapon, which had an active skill, the rest felt somewhat superfluous. Despite slaughtering a multitude of Sakura recruits in the trial dungeon and obtaining several silver items, and even though Masaaki Hideyoshi unexpectedly secured 2 golden items, these were no longer as important to him. Lu Yun planned to exchange them for points with Chen Wudi the next day, but unexpectedly, he ended up with 3 bronze items, leaving him somewhat resigned. It must have been his approach that was off. Nonchalantly, Lu Yun stored the 3 bronze items in his talisman space, then went to take a thorough shower and settled back onto the sofa. He took out the silver treasure chest, hesitating whether to spend 1,000 talisman energy to open it. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yun decided to go ahead and open the silver treasure chest. As a silver glow emerged, a system prompt announced, "Congratulations on acquiring the special commander item by Zhan Min." Joy sparkled in Lu Yun's eyes. Special items, special equipment, and special magical artifacts were always so rare. For instance, the phantom card that Yu San had given him could fetch a higher price at auction than even golden-level equipment. Eagerly, Lu Yun looked at the silver treasure chest, which contained a miniature silver gate. Bai Zhanmin was a special commander item that required level 15 to use. Once bound to a summoned troop vortex, the troop summoned through Bai Zhanmin would receive a Bai Zhan effect boost. Additional effects included Bai Zhan Bai Shang and Bai Zhan Bu Dai, enhancing the troop's prowess in battle. After reading the description of Bai Zhanmin, Lu Yun was astounded. He hadn't expected a silver treasure chest to drop such a powerful item. In essence, this was a gate that could be bound to a summoning vortex. Lu Yun had seen Yu Shisan's summoning vortex before. It was like a real swirling vortex, providing some additional status effects to the troops. Lu Yun was truly amazed by the powerful effects attached to Bai Min he had received. Bai Shang would grant troops a morale boost, while Bai Bu Dai would provide a healing effect, which thrilled Lu Yun. Realizing that his Qin elite soldiers and Bai Ma Yizong would become even stronger with these effects, he took a deep breath to calm himself. Without hesitation, Lu Yun chose to bind the Bai Min, and instantly, the troop vortex transformed into a tall silver portal, to his great satisfaction. Indeed, taking that bath was the right move. He realized that the previous 3 bronze chests were probably just bad luck, and the next one would be better. Content: Lu Yun took out the last chest, a golden treasure chest awarded for being the top performer in the new recruits trial. Upon hearing the system prompt asking if he wanted to spend 10,000 talisman energy to open the golden treasure chest, Lu Yun, filled with anticipation, chose to open it. Lu Yun was thrilled beyond measure, sparing no expense as he used up the million soldier symbol energy he had accumulated. He was eager to open the silver treasure chest, hoping to find a precious item like the 100 Battles Gate. However, what truly excited him was the golden treasure chest. The golden glow accelerated his heartbeat, as if he could hear the urgent drumming coming from inside the chest. Lu Yun's eyes were fixed on the golden treasure chest. When 10,000 soldier symbol energy was injected into it, the chest emitted a crisp opening sound, and golden light radiated in all directions. He squinted his eyes and saw a strong golden light emanating from the bottom of the chest, accompanied by a notification sound informing him that he had obtained a precious golden hero recruitment order. In that moment, Lu Yun jumped up from the sofa, overwhelmed with excitement, having finally reached this awaited moment. Lu Yun swung his arm, and a streak of golden light emerged from the golden treasure chest, transforming into a golden token. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Yun eagerly grabbed the hero recruitment order, his heart filled with anticipation. This was a golden hero recruitment order, capable of summoning a golden tier hero, an incredibly precious item. He laughed heartily and decided to use the token immediately. As a golden light flashed, the Imperial Jade Seal emerged, with a golden dragon phantom appearing within the Jade Seal, emitting a faint dragon chant that was shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a summoning vortex linked to the 100 Battles Gate appeared, breaking through the ceiling of the dormitory, accompanied by the shouts and cries of thousands of soldiers. The hero recruitment order in Lu Yun's hand turned into a stream of light and flew into the 100 Battles Gate. Moments later, a young general clad in golden armor and wielding a long spear leaped out from the gate, mounted on a yellow steed. He saluted Lu Yun, addressing him as his lord. Lu Yun was thrilled, receiving a notification. Acquired golden tier hero troop, Huatsubing, marquee champion. He yelled in surprise, hardly believing his good fortune to have obtained such a top-tier hero. Huatsubing, known for his exploits of riding down the Xiang Yu and being granted the honorary title at Wolf's Corner, died young at the age of 24 and was a distinguished general of ancient times. He excelled in long-distance raids and was a pioneer of blitzkrieg tactics. Having Huatsubing as a hero made Lu Yun feel incredibly fortunate and satisfied. Acquiring top-tier heroes like Bai Qi and Huatsubing in such a short time was truly miraculous. Lu Yun gazed at the valiant Huatsubing, filled with anticipation. He checked Huatsubing's attributes: Golden Strength 41600, Agility 41600, Spirit 62400, Constitution 41600, with talents, reach the enemy at all costs and all lands under the heavens, and skills, Supreme Courage, and decapitate the enemy. These impressive statistics exhilarated Lu Yun. Huatsubing's capabilities had reached the level of a commanding hero. What surprised him even more was that Huatsubing not only had formidable attributes, but also came with innate talents and skills, making Lu Yun even more eager to see this champion marquee in action. This talent would drive any commander absolutely mad with envy. Even from afar, The ability to increase the combat range of troops by up to 100 times is monumental. Originally, the control range was already over a kilometer, thanks to a 20-fold enhancement bestowed by divine mandate. With Huatsubing now in command, this range has skyrocketed by 100 times. Just imagine, a combat radius exceeding 100 kilometers. It's sure to be the nightmare of all adversaries on future battlefields. Moreover, the effect of Mo Fei Wang 2 is equally formidable, allowing 3 instances of teleportation within an hour, albeit restricted to Huatsubing's area of operations. But within a radius of over 100 kilometers, such teleportation capability is impressive. Even if used for retreat, it's an incredibly powerful tool. Aside from these talents, the 2 skills that Huatsubing possesses are also noteworthy. Yongguan increases the movement speed and attack damage of the controlled troops by 20%, and Zhanzai increases damage by 50% when attacking a designated target. The enhancement of troop speed and damage by 20% is almost on par with some high-end formations, talismans, and magical artifacts. And that's just one of Huatsubing's skills. The ability to increase damage against a chosen target by 50% under Zhanzai is formidable, especially considering the attributes of Huatsubing's gold-level hero troops. A 50% increase in damage is truly terrifying. Lu Yun is extremely satisfied with his gold-level hero troops. In the future, only heroes of the level of Bai Hanwei Hua, Sun Wu, and Li Yu might compare. His confidence in the upcoming 10 desolate divine realms grows even stronger. Hearing that young commanders from the Star River tribes will also participate, Lu Yun looks at Huatsubing, his spirit surging, thinking, if others can go there, so can I. Huatsubing's eyes sparkle as he loudly declares, I swear to follow my lord to the death. Lu Yun is in high spirits, and the night passes without incident. The next morning, Lu Yun, along with Ling Shui and Qian Xing, heads to a remote dungeon known as the Demon-Burying Valley. He's only 15% away from reaching level 20. For other commanders, gaining this experience in just 3 days would be incredibly challenging, but for Lu Yun at this moment, it's no difficulty at all. Thus, following the advice of Yu San and Qin Wudi, Lu Yun chose the Demon-Burying Valley dungeon, which hosts monsters between levels 20 and 30. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Xiaoro, along with Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Su Yuan from the First War Academy, are already waiting. Cheng Xiaoying quickly pulls her senior, Su Yuan, to the front to sincerely thank Lu Yun. Lu Yun waves his hand to indicate it's no big deal, and then leads the group into the Demon-Burying Valley dungeon. Originally, he had wanted to solo the dungeon, but it couldn't be helped. Demon-Burying Valley is a large-scale group dungeon, and solo entry requires at least level 30. So, Lu Yun confidently teams up with a few familiar faces, confident that most of the experience will be his. Once inside the dungeon, a sly-looking man emerges headfirst from the dirt. Boss, they're here. The scene before him made sure Dawe's heart tighten. Among those people were 4 targets sent from the Sakura faction, including that cunning woman who had previously teamed up with Lao San. In the depths of a cave, various beastly troops were ready for battle. After hanging up the phone, the leader of the wild beast group, Shi Dawe, approached a middle-aged man and respectfully warned, Mr. Ishikawa, we have confirmed the target. Mr. Ishikawa waved his hand to cut him off, then pointed towards a pile of dry grass next to the campfire. Shi Dawe immediately closed his mouth, cautiously observing the moss-free cave. He asked carefully, should we set off now? There's only their team in Burial Demon Valley. Mr. Ishikawa nodded, his broad, blood-red robe making a sound almost like the grinding of bones, sending a shiver down Shi Dawe's spine. Meanwhile, in the Burial Demon Valley game scenario, Cheng Xiaoying excitedly exclaimed, wow, a gold-level hero troop? Her excitement grew when she saw Lu Yun summon Huatsubing, causing the girls around her to be dazzled, much to the envy of Qian Hang, Su Yuan, and others. Hu Chu Bing looked indifferently at Cheng Xiaoying and her companions. After nodding respectfully to Lu Yun, he quickly mounted his horse. A long spear appeared in his hand, its swings exuding immense authority. Soldiers, follow me to vanquish the enemies. No sooner had Hu Chu Bing spoken than Lu Yun, unleashed the special abilities of the 100 Battles Gate. The crisp sound of horse hooves filled the air as Zhao Yun led a group of white horses charging out. The shimmering silver light of the 100 Battles Gate endowed all soldiers with invincible prowess. Following closely behind the white cavalry, Bai Qi led the black-armored soldiers with an even more formidable aura. Once Hu Chu Bing's bravery skill was activated, both groups of soldiers gained an additional powerful status. Under Hu Chu Bing's leadership, 300 soldiers charged forward with overwhelming momentum. Guided by the Golden Hero soldiers, they exhibited the might of thousands, earning immense admiration from Ling Shui and her group. Qin Xing, Su Yuan, and Lin Xiaoro were deeply moved. Although they had become commanders before Lu Yun, he had far surpassed them in both rank and the strength of his troops. Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Cheng Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit, envious of Lu Yun's troops yet inspired to strive harder. We must work hard too. Cheng Xiaoying clenched her fists and declared firmly. The others nodded in agreement, cheering each other on. With a smile, Lu Yun waved for the Qin soldiers to continue advancing. The spirits of the previously disheartened group were instantly lifted. They watched in admiration as Lu Yun strategically positioned the Qin soldiers to ambush from the surrounding dense forest. Despite the challenging monsters in the Valley of Demon Burial, the protection of the powerful soldiers helped Ling Shui and her companions regain their spirits as they headed towards the area with level 20 wild monsters. Watching Lu Yun effortlessly gain experience, they couldn't help but feel envious. I wish I had hero-type soldiers too. Qin Xing exclaimed wistfully. I've decided. I'm going to choose the path of strengthening hero-type soldiers and aim for my first breakthrough. Lin Xiaoro stated resolutely. In the dean's office of the Second War Academy, Chen Wudi loudly questioned Yu Shisan, asking why they were sent to the Valley of Demon Burial alone. Yu Shisan glanced at him and said helplessly, facing the blood shadow avatar of the Vampire Queen, "Can you confidently claim we were guaranteed victory?" Chen Wudi fell silent for a moment before conceding the point. Yu Shisan sighed and said, "It's time we also made a breakthrough. Otherwise, these young ones will keep catching up to us one by one. Let's move forward together." Chen Wudi nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination. As for Lu Yun and the others, don't worry, unless a Bingzhu who has achieved a second breakthrough intervenes, Yu Shisan continued. These youngsters aren't the type to be easily manipulated. Besides, with City Lord Lin's plant-based soldiers keeping watch, who would dare cause trouble in the East Sea? Just then, a message alert chimed from his phone. After reading the message, Yu Shisan's expression turned somewhat grim. Chen Wudi sensed something was amiss. Is it the descendants of the ancient clans or someone from the Xingha Academy? Yu Shisan sighed softly and stood up. It's the descendants of the ancient clans. Let's go see City Lord Lin. Chen Wudi frowned. These ancient clan descendants really know how to take advantage, scoffed Yu Shisan as they walked. Thinking they can take advantage of Lu Yun is not going to be easy. Before long, Yu Shisan and Chen Wudi arrived at the East Sea City Lord's residence. In the hall, filled with various plants, they met the green-robed City Lord Lin Fushua and a distinguished young man in plain clothes. City Lord Lin gestured for Yu Shisan and Chen Wudi to stand and bow. Despite his black hair, Lin Fushua's voice carried a hint of age as he waved his hand lightly. Thank you for coming. This young man is from the Zhang family. The young man in plain clothes stood up and bowed respectfully to Yu Shisan and Chen Wudi. I am Jiang Zichuan. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you and Chun will forgive my impertinence. Yu Shisan and Chen Wudi nodded slightly, though their eyes still held a hint of hostility. Jiang Zichuan remained composed and continued. As you know, the outcome of the 10 desolate divine realms is critical. If my Xinxia cannot secure the top position, it might affect the strategy of the Xingha Great Wall. I intend to challenge Brother Lu Yun. If he defeats me, it will reassure the major ancient clans. But if I happen to win, I hope you will consider the greater good. After hearing Jiang Zichuan's words, Yu Shisan and Chen Wudi's expressions softened slightly. Good luck, Yu Shisan said, nodding slightly at the elegant Jiang Zichuan. Chen Wudi added, if you lose, don't blame your family. Jiang Zichuan smiled. Thank you for your encouragement. If I lose, I promise not to be a sore loser. Just then, Lin Fushua, who had been silent, suddenly shouted loudly. The entire hall was filled with a surge of green energy. City Lord, what's happening? Yu San asked immediately. Qin Wudi also looked anxious. Lin Fushua didn't answer immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and took a moment to sense the surroundings before opening his eyes and saying, "This is the aura of the Xinghe Death Spirit Clan. At least a Tanbing realm strength." Hearing Lin Fushua's words, both Qin Wudi and Jiang Zichuan's expressions turned grave. After a Bingzhu completes the first breakthrough, they reach the Po Fan realm. After the second breakthrough, they reach the Xian Hor realm. This is the culmination of most Bingzhu's lifelong efforts. Beyond Tanbing realm, after the third breakthrough, one reaches Tanbing realm. As the lord of a city, Lin Fushua is at this level. Each Tanbing realm Bingzhu is an incredibly powerful being, apart from those rare individuals who manage to make a fourth breakthrough to reach the Xinghe realm. An absolute force to be reckoned with. Although Yu San and Qin Wudi had confidence in Lu Yun's abilities, facing an extraterrestrial necrorace warrior from beyond the Milky Way, who had been enhanced 3 times, Lu Yun stood almost no chance of survival. Furthermore, these were extraterrestrial necrorace beings from beyond the Milky Way. However, Lin Fushua shook his head without a trace of worry and declared, "I've set up a magical formation near the demon-burying valley. The extraterrestrial beings won't be able to enter it." Hearing this, Yu San and Qin Wudi finally felt relieved. But since the necrorace dared to invade the East Sea, they shouldn't expect to leave it either. Lin Fushua's voice grew cold, and the plants in the hall started to emit a sound sharp as swords. Everyone at the War Academy was ready for action. Lord Lin, Zichuan is also willing to lend a hand. At the entrance of the demon-burying valley, the leader of the Beast Brigade, Daowei, respectfully said to the man beside him, "Mr. Ishikawa, shall we enter now?" The man, having removed his large red robe, inspected the surrounding flora and said calmly, "Divide into 9 teams?" Daowei was initially puzzled but soon understood that Mr. Ishikawa had thought everything through. This way, no one could enter to rescue them. Inside the demon-burying valley instance, Lu Yun was commanding his troops in battle when he suddenly received news that other squads had entered the valley. Incredibly, 9 teams had entered the instance almost simultaneously, filling up all 10 available squad slots in the valley. While commanding the angels to slay monsters, Ling Shui reminded Lu Yun, those are the Beast Brigade. The others also turned their heads towards Lu Yun, but he simply smiled, as if to say, "You chose this path instead of heaven."